pounds of iron could be sold in England for 4 shillings, each shilling being roughly 1/20th a pound of silver. However, this was not iron but readily manufactured steel, and Berenger held a monopoly on it. There was nowhere else in the world the man would be able to get such a vast quantity of steel. For reference, in the modern world from Berenger's past life, 1 ton of steel ingots was worth anywhere between $1,000 to $1,500 US, whereas 1 avoirdupois pound of silver was worth roughly $345 US. However, silver was much scarcer in this time period, and as such, its inherent worth was much higher than 21st century America, but then again, so was steel. The smiling face of the fat merchant quickly receded to a scowl as he heard Berenger's offer. It was quite a large sum of money, but the more he thought about it, the more he realized he could charge an even greater price when he resold it. As for the time being, he would be one of the few men capable of bringing such a vast quantity of steel back to the empire. However, the man still tried to negotiate the price with Berenger. How about 1/2 a pound of silver? However, Berenger shook his head in refusal and clarified his position: 1 pound of silver for 1 ton of steel. That is my offer. Everyone in the room knew that Berenger had a monopoly on such a high quantity of steel, and he could dictate the price as he pleased. Even if these merchants were unwilling to pay the price, someone would, and as such, Berenger took full advantage of that to pressure these merchants. Eventually, they gritted their teeth and bought a large steel supply to bring back to the empire. Of course, they did not have such a vast quantity of silver on them, and as such, they would have to go back to the empire, get the silver, and then return to Kufstein to complete the transaction. However, such a trip was worth it when the profit they could make from this steel was massive. After concluding the initial transaction, Berenger completed the tour of his industrial district and captured the interests of the Byzantine merchants and noblemen. They had no idea how Berenger had managed to accomplish it, as he kept them away from the Bessemer converters. Still, he had such a large stockpile of steel. If they were his neighbors, they would be tempted to invade. However, due to the distance between the empire and Tyrol, it was not something they could easily do. As such, the Byzantines spent some time in Tyrol getting accustomed to Berenger before returning to the empire, though they would be back shortly with plenty of silver to trade for Berenger's steel. Berenger, on the other hand, was rather happy about the deals he had made. He had secured a new market, and with it another fortune. For now, he went back to preparing his armies for the upcoming war with the Teutonic Order, as well as overseeing the construction of his star fortresses and monuments. The work of a tyrant was never complete. Chapter 153-152, Show Him No Mercy. Nearly 2 months had passed since Berenger concluded his business with the Byzantines, and since then, another shipment of silk had entered Kufstein as promised. During this time period, the other merchants eager to get their hands on some of Berenger's steel had made their round trip with enough silver to make Berenger an even more wealthy man. However, the most important part of what had happened during this time was the Teutonic Order's progress by crossing through Bavaria. They would soon reach the Bavarian Alps, where they would enter into Tyrol, and Berenger intended to lay a trap for them within the narrow passages of the mighty mountain range. Berenger was once more tasked with the responsibility to go to war. However, this time, it would be a far shorter campaign. At the moment, he was dressed in his exquisite armor, which had once more changed to fit battle conditions. He wore a 3/4 blackened steel plate harness. However, under the armor was a back-end steel mail hauberk with brass rings on the bottom layers of the sleeves. Over his hands were an exquisite pair of 16th-century-style plate gauntlets whose fingers were segmented and were blackened while sharing the elegant gold pattern that was on his armor. Over his cuirass, he wore a matching gold sash and a black sword belt with gold fittings that contained his majestic heavy cavalry saber. He no longer wore the signature Waffenrock in the past, and his armored codpiece was on full display over his black and gold Landsknecht-style trousers. The armored codpiece matched the pattern on the rest of his armor. For footwear, he wore a pair of cavalry boots that folded at his knees. As for his helmet, he had switched from the skullcap and the feathered cap to a more traditional German-style bergonet, which had 3 rims atop its skull instead of the usual one. Of course, it was embellished with the same intricate gold pattern on the rest of his armor. Seeing her lover geared up for war again, Linda could not help but frown. Her strawberry blonde hair was now much longer and overflowed past her shoulders, her bangs were straight, and a strand of her hair was tied over the back of her long red gold curtain. If anything, with this new hairstyle, she was even more beautiful than before. She held the baby Hans in her hands as she pouted at Berenger, who was leaving her so quickly after returning from the war in Tyrol. Berenger closed the distance between her and himself and brought her into his metallic embrace before kissing her passionately. After releasing his grasp, Linda spoke the words in her heart. "Show him no mercy." Berenger nodded with a serious expression on his face. He had already made the mistake of allowing Lambert to live, which had brought serious consequences. An army of over 30,000 men was at his doorstep, with his scoundrel of a little brother at its head. Though he had roughly half the amount of men, he would be riding into battle to meet Lambert and end the sibling rivalry once and for all. After bidding farewell to his lover and child, Berenger walked out into his castle's courtyard, where he mounted his mighty steed Erwin and prepared to meet up with his army, which was already assembled within the city gates of Kufstein. After meeting up with his army at the rallying point, Berenger noticed the magnificence of his army. Many of the veterans had been recalled from their positions as garrisons and replaced with the recruits. After all, having veterans in his army to maintain order and discipline was crucial to victory, especially against an army as large as Lambert's. Standing before Berenger were roughly 15,000 men, 10,000 of which were infantry, all clad in the brilliant display of black, gold, and white attire, with blackened steel half-plate armor and bergonets. As for the NCOs, their armor was lined with a simple brass trimming, and the officers had a more embellished brass trimming on their armor, which allowed his ranks to identify the men in charge and follow their orders quickly. Roughly half of the infantry were equipped with the 14-17-18 rifled musket. The others still used the standard 14-17 land pattern musket, smoothbore. As for the remaining 5,000 men, it was a mix of cuirassiers and artillery. When compared to the army of Lambert's, which, aside from 10,000 men, was filled with mere peasant levies, Berenger's forces were far more impressive. With this sight, Berenger began to get the feeling that his vision for a grand army that would put Napoleon's elite forces to shame was beginning to take shape. After arriving at the head of the formation, Berenger gave the order to his men, who were waiting patiently. Forward march, with that declared, Berenger's army was once more on the march to war. The citizens of Kufstein gathered on both sides of the marching army to show their support, fully realizing that many of these young men would not be returning. As such, flowers were laid at the army's feet that began to march towards the Bavarian Alps. Riding alongside Berenger was his field marshal Eckhard von Hallstatt. He was the one who devised the plan to meet the Teutonic army in the mountains and ambush them. With the superior range and the treacherous terrain, Berenger and his forces would be able to take full advantage of the situation and inflict mass casualties on the enemy before they were able to clash with his forces in melee combat. The more enemies that could be killed at the range, the better. Berenger, of course, was still apprehensive about the plan considering how vastly outnumbered they were. As such, he voiced his concerns to Eckhard. "Are you sure about this? If they enter through a different region, we will be leaving our flanks open." Eckhard put on a solemn expression as he assured Berenger of his plan's success. Munich has fallen into the hands of Duke Otto, Unless he wants to clash with the Austrian armies, Lambert will have to circumvent them. They will go through Swabia, specifically through Oberstdorf, to reach Tyrol. Rest assured, our scouts have already reported seeing them in the area. When they enter the mountains, we will be lying in wait for them. There will be no escape. Hearing how confident Eckhard was, Berenger let out a sigh of relief. Despite being a decent strategist and tactician himself, Eckhard was the true prodigy in the art of war, and if the field marshal was so certain of this battle's outcome, then Berenger had nothing to fear. As such, the young count continued on his journey. With this, Berenger and his army would soon meet the Teutonic army in brutal conflict. Ever since Berenger opted to spare Lambert's life, he knew the decision would come back to bite him in the rear, and the chickens have finally come home to roost. Only blood could resolve the sibling conflict that had been brewing for so long. Chapter 154, 153, Ambushing the Teutonic Order. After marching for a few days, Berenger and his army arrived at the passage in Oberstdorf that led into Tyrol. Due to the ongoing war in Germany, specifically with the Austrian conquest of Bavaria, the Teutonic Knights were forced to take a narrow and more treacherous path on the western region of Bavaria, which was part of the proud Duchy of Swabia. As Berenger entered the mountainous path with a relatively narrow ravine, he ordered his troops to set up their artillery higher than the pass below. Hiding among the tree-line of the mountainside, Berenger's troops lay in wait, ready to ambush Lambert's forces. They had received information from their scouts that Lambert and his forces would be walking into the trap they had set within a matter of hours. As such, Berenger kept careful watch over the mountain pass where his troops had set themselves up in a position to trap Lambert and his armies. There would be no escape from the encirclement they had set up, and Berenger could not forgive Lambert for the transgressions he had made against him. Berenger had spared Lambert's life at the behest of his mother and given him a chance to redeem himself. However, Lambert did not appreciate his mercy and decided to spit in his face by marching an army into Berenger's lands. This could not be tolerated. There would be no mercy shown to the enemy today. Before long, Berenger could hear the march of an army of Teutonic soldiers singing their Catholic hymns. The white banners with the infamous Black Cross of the Teutonic Order were waving in the background as they marched through the narrow pass. Seeing the enemy before them, Berenger's troops prepared their rifles as they hid behind the tall trees, using them as cover. Only when the enemy was fully trapped in the encirclement did Berenger's troops begin to fire. The distance between Berenger's armies and Lambert's were a few hundred meters, easy enough for the thousands of rifled musketeers to rain fire down on the unsuspecting Teutonic Order. The critical targets were the knights and man-at-arms under Lambert's command, so the initial volley was centered on the well-armored forces who would prove more difficult to kill in melee combat. Lambert, who was riding at the head of the army, was shocked when he heard the explosive gunfire echo into the air. Instantly, thousands of musket shots were fired, causing chaos, death, and destruction upon his ranks. Lambert was completely caught in a crossfire by both sides of the mountains. The effect of the musket balls tearing through his knights and men-at-arms was devastating. Though Lambert was unharmed, his horse was hit by one of the mini-balls and tumbled to the ground. By the time Lambert had recovered from his position on the ground, the second wave of musket shots had fired off, shredding his armies once more. Realizing that these were the weapons of Berenger and that he had walked right into his brother's trap, Lambert boldly declared his armies to charge to the tree-line where the enemy was hiding. As soon as the Teutonic Order made their way to the tree line, they began to be battered by the dozens of cannons placed in the mountains above, firing on the foothills below with their explosive shells. Yet Lambert paid no heed to them and instead rallied his forces into the forest. They would never fire upon their own lines. As such, the tens of thousands of levies were pushed forward by the remaining members of the Teutonic Order, who were not slaughtered in the initial volley. Despite being well equipped with rifled muskets, 300-plus-meter targets were still a difficulty for many of the soldiers equipped with such technology, and many of the projectiles missed their mark. As such, there were still thousands of heavily armed Teutonic soldiers marching into the forest to engage Berenger's forces in melee combat. Berenger had yet to deploy the cavalry. Instead, they would act as the units that would encircle Lambert's forces if they attempted to flee the ravine. As such, he calmly sat atop Erwin's saddle and waited for the battle to turn interesting. After suffering thousands of casualties in the initial fighting, Lambert remained undeterred. He had over 30,000 men at his back, and it became quickly apparent that Berenger had at most 10,000 men under his command. If he could close the distance, he would win by the sheer volume of numbers, or so he hoped. As such, Lambert quickly advanced towards the enemy, unafraid of the oncoming projectiles as he led his troops into battle. Whether he was simply lucky or blessed by God, Lambert arrived at the enemy lines in the forest screaming at the top of his lungs the battle cry of so many crusaders. God wills it. However, what he was met with was the battle cry of Berenger's soldiers as they rushed towards him and his armies with bayonets affixed. God with us. The two chants of the armies perfectly contrasted their worldview as a grand melee began to unfold. Despite Lambert's overwhelming numbers, Berenger's forces had completely encircled them and began to push them back into the ravine. After all, many of Lambert's army were forcefully conscripted levies, and hundreds if not thousands of them had already broken ranks the moment they came under fire. They were simple peasants, and seeing such death and destruction, which resulted from thunderous echoes, they could not help but fear they were being punished by God's wrath, and thus fled for their lives. Despite the fleeing levies, many of them remained, and as such, Berenger's forces were still greatly outnumbered. Thus the two armies clashed against one another in a valley between the Bavarian Alps on the border of Austria. The blood and chaos that followed would prove to be an inspiration for the future artists of this world. The only men who remained calm during the sea of bloodshed were Berenger and Eckhard, who gazed upon the battle from afar, watching the Teutonic Order play right into their hands. Chapter 155, 154. My dear brother, as the Teutonic Order and Berenger's army clashed in the field below, Berenger gazed upon the bloody scene with a smirk. Everything was going according to plan. Berenger investigated the melee below through a spyglass, desperately searching for Lambert's location. Unfortunately for him, Lambert was clad in a full set of plate armor, and his great bassinet's visor was down. As such, it was not easy to spot him in the chaotic scene. Lambert, on the other hand, was currently engaging in combat against one of Berenger's infantrymen, as the soldier thrust his bayonet at Lambert's direct. The boy swiftly dodged the strike and lunged with his long sword piercing through the gap in the man's helmet and into his eyes, killing him on the spot. Lambert had trained his whole life in the art of combat, and though bayonet training was much simpler than the sword against a true master, it was too easy to cut down Berenger's professional army. The surviving knights of the Order's army surrounded Lambert, and they engaged in brutal combat with Berenger's soldiers. When grouped together, they made an easy target for the grenadiers, one of which lobbed a grenade into the mix that detonated shortly after, shredding the nearby knights and forcing the others to redirect their efforts into protecting their flanks. Lambert was too busy in combat to realize that the explosive blast had torn the visor of his helmet, revealing his face, which was spotted from afar by Berenger and his spyglass. A wicked grin appeared on Berenger's face as he spotted Lambert from a great distance. There you are, little brother. It is time to pay for your sins. After putting away his spyglass, Berenger unsheathed his heavy cavalry sword and pulled out one of the pistols from his saddle before declaring to his cavalry forces in a loud shout, God with us. The infamous battle cry was the signal for the charge. As such, thousands of cuirassiers began to descend on the encircled Teutonic Order from both sides of the ravine. Before long, A new wave of gunfire was unleashed by the pistols in their hands as they charged into the fray. The stray bullets went in many directions. Due to the chaotic situation, it was unknown whether or not any of Berenger's forces were injured or killed by friendly fire. However, the attack was effective in breaking open a path into the melee. After crashing into the wall of steel, which was the Teutonic Order's forces, the cavalry began to cut their way through the massive horde of enemies. Berenger was leading his forces straight to Lambert, who was busy fighting off the ranks of Berenger's grenadiers, who were a far more elite group of soldiers than the standard line infantry, and as such, presented a greater challenge for him and his knights. However, before Berenger could reach Lambert, the chaos of battle affected his trajectory. While he was rushing towards his brother on horseback, a lucky spear thrust through the gaps in Erwin's armor and pierced itself into the horse's hide, gravely injuring the mighty beast. Berenger fell to the ground amidst the chaos and found himself surrounded by the spearmen, where he quickly deflected the oncoming blow into his breastplate, which he knew would prevent its advance, and used this time to stab the 38-inch blade of his Damascus steel sword into the Crusader's eye socket. Berenger certainly had a reach advantage as his single-handed sword was greater in blade length than most longswords. As such, he adeptly moved from his position after killing the man and slashed into the poorly guarded torso of a levy who got in his path. Seeing the target of his ire was only a few yards in front of him, Berenger shouted out above the chaotic sounds of battle in a voice so loud it would even garner Lambert's attention, whose longsword was currently bound with the bayonet of a grenadier. "Lambert, I've come for your head." Noticing the voice of his brother taunting him in the distance, Lambert quickly unbound from the grenadier's bayonet and stuck his blade through the man's face before gazing over at Berenger, who stood a few yards away next to his dead horse. Lambert instantly charged at his older brother while calling out to him, "Today, you will die by my blade, Berenger. Why could you not just die peacefully in your sleep from the poison? Instead, you have taken everything from me." Berenger grinned wickedly as he clashed with Lambert's long sword. What the boy said was true. Berenger had taken everything from him, but in his eyes, it was the price to pay for plotting against him so many times. As such, he felt no guilt for his actions. Lambert quickly slashed at Berenger, which the garishly outfitted Count parried. Berenger counterattacked with a lunge which Lambert swiftly dodged. Finally, the lessons of swordsmanship in which Berenger had so painstakingly engaged in every day for the last year were beginning to show their effects. As the battle waged around these two commanders, Lambert and Berenger danced with their swords. However, after a while, it soon became apparent that despite the advantages Berenger's sword had over a traditional longsword, he was not nearly skilled enough to keep up with Lambert. Eventually, a vertical slash passed through Berenger's defense, and right under the protection of his burgonet grazing past his right eye, cutting through the soft tissue and spilling his blood on the ground. Berenger reeled in pain as the sting of the cut electrified his brain. Despite losing his vision in his dominant eye, Berenger desperately tried to raise his sword in defense. Instead, the sword was quickly disarmed from his hand, and he was kicked by Lambert's steel-clad foot onto the ground, lying against the corpse of his once proud destrier. 16 years. 16 years I have had to watch you make a fool of yourself and our family. The sheer damage you did to the von Kufstein name throughout your life through your childish fits of anger and indolent behavior was enough to set back our family's prestige by generations. Can you honestly blame me for wanting to kill you and take your position? I would never have imagined that I would have actually succeeded on my first attempt and invited Demon into our midst. Hearing the last few words of Lambert's monologue made Berenger break out in uncontrolled laughter. Despite losing sight in his right eye and bleeding profusely from the wound, Berenger could not contain himself. Seeing his older brother seemingly lose his sanity in the moment before his death, Lambert instinctively lowered his defenses and questioned Berenger for his odd behavior. What is so funny? Berenger stopped laughing and glared at Lambert like a demon mocking a mortal for being foolish enough to believe that they had cornered him. As his lips curled up into a sinister sneer, Berenger spoke in a chilling tone to Lambert. "Oh, my dear brother. You have no idea how right you are." With that, Berenger quickly grabbed the remaining pistol from Erwin's saddle and cocked the hammer while pointing it at Lambert's chest, which was not 3 feet away. Berenger was only a second faster than Lambert as the boy reacted to Berenger's actions by lifting his sword into the air with a killing blow. The thunder of the flintlock pistol exploded into the air as the musket ball within left the barrel's chamber and flew point-blank into Lambert's breastplate before passing through it and into the youth's heart. Lambert's slash came down upon Berenger, but due to the damage dealt by the musket ball to the young Teutonic knight, the trajectory of the sword was altered and slashed into the steel armor that was atop Erwin's corpse before Lambert himself fell to the ground bleeding out from his wounded heart. Berenger used this opportunity to clamber to his feet before grabbing a hold of his sword. Due to the damage inflicted upon his right eye and the difference in depth perception, it took him a few attempts to get a hold of it. Afterward, Berenger walked over to his brother and gazed upon him as he slowly bled to death. In the process, he removed the boy's helmet before saying something Lambert would never expect. "I really have to thank you, Lambert. If you had not poisoned this body to the brink of death, I might not have been able to enter this world. For that, you have my sincerest gratitude. However, the moment I came into this world, there was only one of 2 ways this would end. With my death or yours, and unfortunately for you, the entity you brought into this earth is beyond your comprehension. A bit of advice from one who has already pierced the veil. Try to do better in your next life." After hearing these words, life finally faded from Lambert's eyes as he entered the void. Whether or not he would be reincarnated, Berenger did not know. After all, even after experiencing death, Berenger saw neither heaven nor hell. He simply awoke in another body. It was completely unknown to him if that was everyone's fate or a one-time thing. Lambert had passed from this world in a state of total fear and confusion. He genuinely died believing that Berenger was possessed by a demon, one in which he had personally brought into the world. Berenger, on the other hand, had merely spoken the truth, albeit in a deliberately vague way to mess with Lambert's mind one last time. Chapter 156, 155, Cut Off His Head. Despite Lambert's death, the battle continued to wage on. Of course, in the middle of the chaos and bloodshed, nobody noticed that the commander of the Teutonic Order lay dead on the ground, not at first at least. However, the surrounding Teutonic knights and grenadiers quickly realized that their commanders were missing and gazed over to see Berenger wounded in one eye, staring down at his brother's corpse. You would think that the sight of their commander dying would weaken the Crusaders' resolve. However, it only enhanced it. The heretic had killed his own brother. That was a grave sin, and as such, their zealotry took hold of them as they began to make their way to Berenger to avenge the loss of their commander. However, the grenadiers quickly halted the knights' advance to put their bayonets in their path and formed a wall between the enemy and their commander. A fierce clash broke out between Berenger's grenadiers and the knights of the Teutonic Order, despite the knights being clad head to toe in plate armor. They soon found themselves being gunned down by a few of the rifled musketeers who stayed in the treeline and sniped the enemy targets from afar. These men were Berenger's marksmen and would one day become his Jaeger Corps. For now, they pelted the heavily armored knights with lead projectiles while they clashed with the grenadiers. Eventually, the melee seemed to turn in favor of Berenger's army. After all, their commander was dead, and at this point, Berenger and his army had slaughtered the majority of the knights and men-at-arms. As for the levies, they no longer had the resolve to fight. As such, entire ranks of levies dropped their weapons as they realized they were greatly outmatched by the skill of Berenger's line infantry and their bayonets. Noticing the decrease in knights and men at arms, Berenger shouted to the chaotic battlefield as loud as possible. Any levy who turns on the Teutonic Order will be spared the death in which I have reserved for them. Berenger's officers and NCOs quickly relayed this news across the melee to the point where most of the levies had taken up arms against the men who forced them into this deadly conflict. There was no love lost between the levies and the Teutonic Order, and given the option, they would gladly backstab the knights and men at arms who forced them out of their homes and away from their families into this slaughter. Despite being surrounded by Berenger's forces and subjected to the treason of their levies, the Teutonic Order's zealotry was to be commended as they fought to the last man, taking as many enemies as they could with them. For a crusader, surrendering to a heretic was worse than death, and these men exemplified that ideal. Before long, the Teutonic Order's army was completely wiped out down to the last man, yet the damage done to Berenger's forces was immense. He had lost well over 2,000 men in the conflict. After all, the heavily armored knights had an enormous advantage in melee combat. After the battle was over, Eckhard approached Berenger, whose wounds were being treated by a field medic. It stung like hell, but the distilled alcohol disinfected the wound to his right eye, and series of linen bandages were wrapped around it. For now, that was the best treatment he could receive. Seeing Berenger was rather calm about the whole situation, Eckhard asked him an important question on his mind. "What should we do with the remains of your brother?" Berenger thought about it for a few moments before a wicked idea formed in his head. Berenger's own arrogance had gotten the better of him in this conflict. He had charged towards his brother's position, expecting to kill him easily. In the end, the price of his victory was that of his dominant eye and the life of his trusted steed. He needed a memento mori, a symbol to remind him that no matter what he accomplishes in life, he is only human and that death is inevitable. As such, he gave Eckhard a barbaric decree, one which made the man question the sanity of his lord and commander. "Cut off his head and bring it to me. I will have his skull turned into a golden chalice. As for the rest of his body, bury it in the mass grave with the rest of these foolish crusaders." Eckhard was immediately taken back by the notion. Such a thing was not uncommon during the Dark Ages. However, the idea of decapitating someone and turning their skull into a drinking cup was a savage and barbaric notion during this time period. Still, the veteran knight knew better than to disobey one of Berenger's commands. As such, he ordered some of the more unstable men in the army to perform the evil deed. As for the levies they gathered before Berenger, after all, they were captured by Berenger's troops after the conflict was over and awaited his orders. Though he promised to spare them if they fought for him, one could never know if the young count would keep his word. Seeing the destitute peasants forced into the armies of the Teutonic Order and compelled to fight against him, Berenger felt a great deal of pity for them, and, as such, he rose from his seat. The bloody bandage over his right eye marred his otherwise charismatic appearance. Berenger gave a command for all of the levies to hear. "I hold no ill will towards any of you. You all were forced against your will to fight against me, and were dragged away from your families without your consent. Yet despite this, you have given me aid in this conflict, and as such I will reward you. Go home, and spread the word of my merciful and righteous actions." With that said, the surviving levies of the Teutonic Order's army were freed and allowed to return to their homes, though some of them were not as lucky as the others. Many of them were wounded and would die of infection on their path back to their homes. However, Berenger had limited medical supplies, and he was far from a saint. The fact that he had spared their lives despite taking up arms against him was in itself mercy. After all, these men were not his enemies. If they were, he would never allow them to see the light of another day. For Berenger had learned a valuable lesson about showing mercy to one's enemies, a mistake he would never repeat so long as he drew breath in this world. Chapter 157, 156, Recovery. At the moment, Berenger was sitting in his castle, having his eye looked over by his court physician Ewald. It had been a few days since his return from the battlefield, and his injury was well maintained due to the disinfectants used on it. Despite the horrendous nature of medieval medicine, the man seemed to be somewhat competent, having trained in his earlier years in the Byzantine Empire. He had access to many of the more enlightened views of medicine from the classical era and the golden age of Islam. As such, he carefully observed Berenger's right eye, which had a vertical slash through it. Though the cut was not deep enough to kill, it had severed his retina and potentially the optical nerve. Of course, Ewald did not know such advanced information. After observing it, he made his diagnosis. The eye itself will heal, albeit heavily scarred, but you will never be able to see from it again. I suggest you get yourself accustomed to life with only half of your vision before you go on any further campaigns. Receiving this news made Berenger frown with discontent. As for Linda, she was nearby holding her lover's hand throughout the process. She was more anxious about the results than Berenger himself was. Ultimately, Berenger sighed heavily before expressing his views on the matter. Such is the price of my arrogance. Ever since he had become wounded, Berenger greatly reflected on his prior actions. Despite knowing the danger and the ability of his brother's swordsmanship, Berenger rushed into the fray, truly believing he could contend with Lambert after only a year's worth of training. After all, he had been overwhelmingly victorious in all his previous conflicts. How could this one possibly be any different? Such hubris had cost him dearly. The price of Berenger's victory over the Teutonic Order was steep. He lost roughly 3,000 men in the battle, his faithful steed Erwin, as well as the function of his dominant eye. After hearing what Ewald had to say, Berenger dismissed him where he was left alone with Linda, who placed a fresh bandage covered in a basic antibiotic ointment. Since the day that the alchemists arrived in Kufstein and began learning chemistry, Berenger had placed them in charge of more than just creating TNT. In fact, a large amount of the chemicals they produced thanks to Berenger's future knowledge was for medical purposes, such as neomycin, bacitracin, and polymyxin, which were antibiotics used in over-the-counter antibiotic ointment in Berenger's previous life. The worst part of an injury like this was its potential to become infected. As such, Berenger had taken great preventative measures with repeated disinfectants and antibiotic ointment. If his wound were to become infected, the possibility of death was high, and as such, he wished to avoid such an outcome so early in life. After placing the ointment-covered bandage over Berenger's wounded eye, Berenger began to laugh bitterly as he decided to use his self-deprecating sense of humor to overcome the awkward silence. I always thought I would look good with an eye patch. This caused Linda to chuckle as she hugged Berenger tightly and nodded while trying to comfort him. If anything, it will add to your regal appearance. After saying those two remarks, the couple returned to awkward silence, where they sat still in the bedroom for a while. While Linda was greatly concerned about Berenger's injury, she was just grateful that he was still alive. After all, if the blade penetrated a little deeper into his eye, it could have killed him. Though she knew injury and death were possible on the battlefield, Berenger had always returned home in one piece in his previous campaigns. Because of this, there was a natural inclination to disregard the possibility. Yet here he was permanently injured from the battlefield. It caused her to be thankful that her man had survived, and as such, she desired to comfort him in his time of need. Berenger, however, saw this as a humbling experience, something from which he could learn a valuable lesson. After all, he still had one eye, thus, he could still function normally once he recovered. For the time being, Berenger would go through a phase of recovery. He would leave the realm's governance up to his Chancellor Lietbert and the rudimentary parliamentary system he had in place. At the moment, Berenger had two concerns, one of which regarded the construction of his new chalice. For the time being, he had no plans to inform Henrietta that Lambert had come to Tyrol to cause him harm. Instead, He would fabricate a letter from the Teutonic Order informing the von Kufstein family of Lambert's death in a righteous crusade. His retired parents and little sister did not need to know of Lambert's actions or the fact that his skull had become Berenger's favorite drinking cup. The other concern was the construction of an exquisite eye patch. As such, he began to design a black velvet eye patch with golden embroidery that was sure to match his regal appearance perfectly. After it was complete, he sent the design to his tailors, who handcrafted the piece for him. The construction of his chalice and eye patch took a few days, and by the time Berenger received them, he was quite happy with the results. The skull chalice was hollowed out and dipped in gold. Black garnet gemstones were encrusted below the lip of the cup, and at the bottom of the stand which protruded from the stem of the skull seamlessly, as if the entire piece was not actually made from a human skull, but carved out of a block of gold itself. The craftsmanship was of the highest quality, and Berenger was pleased with the result. As for the eye patch, it was exactly how he had envisioned and was also a work of art. The eye patch was an accessory that covered his hideously wounded eye, which had already begun to mend itself. Within a few weeks, the gash in the eye itself would be restored, but there would definitely be a scarred pupil and iris. As for the rest of the scar, parts of it were still visible above and below the eye patch, which Berenger felt gave him a dignified appearance. Overall, the wound did not take away from his appearance. If anything, it made him more striking and authoritative. Berenger was quite pleased with how it turned out. If he were wounded anywhere else on the face, his devilishly good looks would be affected. Linda, who was nearby, witnessed Berenger inspecting himself in the mirror and giggled as she watched the man she loved trying on his eye patch as if he was a teenage girl getting ready for a date. Noticing that his actions had been observed without his notice, Berenger decided to joke about the whole situation. "You are going to have to give me some notice in the future when you sneak up on me like that. My peripheral vision is not as great as it used to be." Hearing Berenger joke about his condition so casually made Linda feel less melancholy about his injury. Berenger had quickly accepted his fate and vowed to learn from the experience. Yet, Linda had spent the last few days sulking as if she were the one wounded. After all, she felt as if what happened to Berenger also happened to her. As such, Berenger had spent most of his recovery comforting Linda, despite being the one injured himself. The hearts of women were a complex entity, and Berenger did his best to navigate its stormy seas. Yet, now that Berenger was displaying a smile on his face for the first time since his injury, Linda began to feel her spirit being lifted as well. As such, she began to smile warmly as she responded to Berenger's remarks. "I will consider that. How's your eye doing?" Berenger smiled as he looked at himself in the mirror. "It will be fine. It just needs a few more weeks of healing." As such, Berenger removed his eye patch and replaced it with a clean bandage. For now, the eye patch would have to wait. Despite how great it looked, healing was a greater priority than aesthetics. Ultimately, weeks went by, and Berenger had not informed Adela of his injury. Until he was fully healed, he would not worry the girl. After all, she might do something foolish like abscond from the safety of her family's castle and travel the roads by her lonesome to Kufstein during this dangerous era of civil strife. As such, he spent a great deal of time with Linda and their child Hans. Berenger was greatly pleased by the time he spent during the weeks of his recovery, as he was usually so dreadfully busy that he could not spend as much time with his family as he desired. The time he spent with his family was filled with bliss, and quite honestly, he was thankful for the reprieve from the hustle and bustle of the life of a tyrant. Things progressed smoothly in the realm, but ultimately he would have to cut his vacation short as the after-effects of the battle with the Teutonic Order were far greater than he had initially estimated. Chapter 158, 157. Storm in the East. Weeks had gone by, and Berenger had fully recovered. However, at the other end of Europe in the east, The Teutonic Order was still attempting to accumulate its gains in the war with the Grand Duchy of Moscow, and yet the Grand Master was currently reading a report in regards to the Battle of Oberstdorf in which Lambert fought with Berenger. The man was greatly frowning as he read the contents. One of his most promising talents, being Lambert, was dead, and 10,000 men with him. The results were disastrous. He was not expecting Berenger to field such a large and powerful army in such a short time. Then again, he was also not expecting Berenger to be the Count of Tyrol by the time Lambert's armies arrived. Too many things had happened between the time Lambert marched to war and the event of the battle itself. The result of the battle was a significant loss to the Teutonic Order. 10,000 men were no small number, and he was counting on many of those men to return and bolster their ranks to defend their territory. Now that the news of their defeat had spread, the Golden Horde, the sovereigns over the Grand Duchy of Moscow, had begun to move their armies to liberate the territory in which the Teutonic Order had annexed their conquest. There was no mistake. At any moment they could be facing the might of the Great Khanate, a war they could have been better off dealing with if they still had the 10,000 crusaders who embarked with Lambert. Not only was the East unstable, but the Grand Master was now facing pressure by the papacy to raise another army and invade Germany once more. The crusade to end Berenger's heresy had just begun in the eyes of Pope Simeon II. Yet the Grand Master had no intention of doing such things. If they could not defend their recently conquered regions, then what was the point of marching into the war zone known as Germany? In fact, Lambert was lucky not to get into conflict with the German armies currently fighting for the vacant throne. The messenger in which the Pope had sent to deliver his demands to the Grand Master was standing before him impatiently as he watched the Teutonic leader read through the reports of what had transpired, as well as the Vatican's demands. Eventually, the messenger could contain his eagerness no longer and asked what the Grand Master intended to do about the situation. The Pope demands a response to your order's loss in Oberstdorf. Berenger's victory will only further embolden the heretics who flock to his cause. If he can defy the might of the papacy without punishment, then why can't they? So what do you intend to do about this? The Grand Master glared at the messenger viciously before responding. I have already done enough. If Berenger could defeat an army of 30,000 men with half that amount, then it means he is not an opponent I can underestimate. The messenger was shocked that the Grand Master would praise Berenger's ability despite suffering massive losses against him. So much so that he foolishly condemned the Grand Master for his views. You compliment a condemned heretic? I am beginning to question your faith and that of your order. Hearing these words, the Grand Master turned around and grabbed the messenger of the Vatican by the throat with his hand and slammed him into the stone wall before chastising him. Listen here, you pompous twit. Tyrol is a mountainous region in which Berenger holds all of the advantages as the defender. The man has acquired a vast fortune, has he not? Who is to say that he is not using that fortune to construct defenses across its entirety, making it even more difficult to conquer? Do you fools in the Vatican have any idea what is going on in the Count's territory? I sent 10,000 battle-hardened veterans into Tyrol because you fools told me he was not a threat to worry about, and they are all dead now. The priest who acted as the messenger of the Vatican was so frightened by the fury of the Grand Master that he began to soil his tunic, which caused the Grand Master to release him in disgust. Afterward, he turned away, no longer facing the messenger before giving his decree. Return to the Vatican and ask His Holiness what he desires most of the Teutonic Order, to convert the Orthodox regions of the East to his domain, or to crush the heresy that has spread throughout the German-speaking regions. Because I could not fulfill both of his requests at the same time. With this said, the priest from the Vatican fled the Grand Master's chambers and quickly left the castle of Malbork, where he intended to report back to Pope Simeon II as quickly as possible. After the messenger departed, the Grand Master sighed as he gazed into his fireplace and let out his thoughts. A storm is brewing in the east, and I do not have the time or resources to wage war against the various German powers. If the Pope is foolish enough to send me to Tyrol, then the east will be lost forever." Shortly after saying that, an order commander walked into his chambers with a report in his hands and announced his presence. "Grand Master, may I have a moment of your time?" The elderly leader of the Teutonic Order sighed before nodding his head, signaling for the commander to continue. "The Golden Horde is on the move. They are laying siege to Moscow as we speak." With this news, his worst fears had been realized. The Grand Master responded to this information by sighing heavily before pulling out a flagon of wine and filling it into 2 chalices, one for himself and the other for the commander. After handing off one of the cups to the other man, he took a sip from his glass before expressing his thoughts. So it begins. If what the Teutonic commander had reported was true, the Order would have a difficult road ahead as they tried to defend the East from the Golden Horde's invasion. Now that they were down 10,000 men, it would not be an easy feat. On top of this new invasion from the East, they were currently fighting a war with the Grand Duchy of Lithuania. Their troops were stretched thin enough as it was. Yet Simeon still wanted him to waste time and effort on Tyrol. Judging from the expansion rate of Berenger's forces, it would not be long before such a war would be unwinnable for the Catholics. The Berenger heresy was likely to flourish in Germany as its tenets were appealing to the nobility and common folk alike. Now that the Golden Horde had invaded, it was no longer his concern. The papacy would have to find some other fool to wage that war. If only those French bastards had not dismantled the Templar Order, maybe they could have been the ones to bring the Church's justice to Berenger. All of these thoughts swirled in the mind of the Grand Master as he silently drank from his cup. When he was finished with the wine within, he tossed the chalice aside and instructed the commander of his orders. "Alert the men. We ride for the east. Hopefully, the armies we have stationed there can hold off the enemy long enough for our reinforcements." After hearing this order, the commander was confused and, as such, attempted to clarify the issue at hand. "And the Berenger heresy?" The Grand Master grabbed a hold of his sword belt and tied it around his waist as he casually dismissed the issue. "Let someone else deal with it. We have blood enough." With that said, the Teutonic Order completely disregarded the events in Oberstdorf and the defeat of Lambert and his army. After all, they had far more pressing concerns to attend to. As such, the Grand Master had begun to muster the forces in the westernmost region of the Teutonic state. The war in the east had begun, and they had limited time to make it before they were overwhelmed. It did not take long before the forces at Malbork had gathered and began to ride off into the east. The other armies of the Teutonic state would be mustered along the way. The Teutonic War against the Golden Horde had just begun, buying Berenger some much-needed time to build up his defenses. When Pope Simeon II heard that the Teutonic Order had snubbed him and marched to the east, he would be greatly infuriated. To enact his vengeance upon Berenger, he would need a new army to fight against him. Unfortunately for him, all of the Catholic military orders were currently undergoing some form of warfare, and the Byzantines to the east had already begun to form friendly ties with Berenger. As such, safety and security for the people of Tyrol had been secured for the time being. Something in which Berenger would take full advantage of to bring his vision of a fortified Tyrol into reality. When the Catholic Church could muster an army large enough to invade Tyrol, the region would be one giant self-sustaining fortress. Chapter 159, 158. If you want peace, prepare for war. A month had passed since the battle with the Teutonic Order in Oberstdorf, and Berenger had spent much of this time as a much-needed vacation. His eye was fully healed aside from the fact that he was blind within it, and no longer presented a danger to his life. As such, he wore the luxurious eye patch he had created over the heavily scarred tissue. Overcoming the loss of an eye was not an easy task, and he needed to teach himself how to shoot and fight effectively with what used to be considered his offhand. As such, when he was not hard at work managing the realm's affairs, he was adapting to his circumstances. After being healed, he wrote a letter to Adela informing her of what had transpired and the injury in which he had suffered, though he assured her he was fully healed, and despite losing sight in his dominant eye, he was doing quite well for himself. He made sure to emphasize the need for her to stay safe in these troubled times, and as such, he implied to her not to do anything rash due to his injury. Before long, Berenger found himself looking at construction blueprints. After the battle with Lambert, several men had suffered grievous injuries, so much so that their bodies could not be identified, which reminded Berenger of the tomb of the unknown soldier in his previous life. Berenger decided to have a monument similar to that constructed within Kufstein to represent all of the unidentifiable soldiers who had perished in his wars, as well as those who might one day go missing in action. This was yet another of his many monuments that were undergoing construction. He had the wealth to splurge, so he felt it necessary to create a culture that honored their soldiers as early as possible. One day Germany would be united under a sense of militarism, much like Prussia had done to the German Empire in his previous life's timeline. When Berenger met with the House of Lords to discuss his new monuments, they were happy to see him. Since his injury, he had seldom left his castle, and many of them were worried about his condition. After all, he had only left a bastard son behind, who was not legitimized. Yet, when they saw the eye patch on his face, they knew that he had suffered a permanent injury, and as such, took a moment of silence to commemorate his loss. Nevertheless, Berenger quickly managed to convince the nobleman to take action, and as such, he displayed his plans for a tomb of the unknown soldier for all to see. The design was essentially a rip-off of the American one, with the same words carved upon it, albeit slightly altered to fit his needs. Here lies an honored glory, a German soldier, known but to God. One of the bodies of a soldier killed in the Battle of Oberstdorf who was unrecognizable would be interred within, and it would be a grand ceremony for all of Kufstein to be invited to attend. The cost of this monument would be significantly lower than the large bronze statues dedicated to different aspects of society that were currently undergoing production, such as the military, the labor force, and the agricultural force. It was a much more simplistic design, but it was because of this simplistic design that it was a beautiful monument in its own right. Seeing the depiction of the monument and its cost-effectiveness, the House of Lords held a vote for approval, which was merely a formality's sake at this point since Berenger's word was still the law in Tyrol, despite the drafting of a constitution. At the end of the day, a constitution was a piece of paper whose principles were only enforced through military might. Considering the military was a branch indoctrinated with loyalty towards Berenger and the von Kufstein dynasty, more so than the state itself, Berenger, in practice, wielded near absolute authority. Especially when the House of Commons and House of Lords were stacked with members Berenger approved of. After all, as the head of state, he reserved the right to dismiss anyone in Parliament and replace them with someone he saw fit. On paper, Tyrol was a semi-constitutional elective county, and as far as the people believed, this was true. In reality, it currently acted more like a dictatorship, albeit with an intricate and meritocratic bureaucracy. Berenger did not just appoint yes-men to their positions. They had to have been capable in their own right so that he may delegate responsibilities. He simply appointed capable men who were loyal to him, and at the moment, they were few and far between. As such, both the House of Commons and House of Lords were a fraction of the size they were intended to be. However, there were no complaints about the establishment of this monument, and it was met with a unanimous vote by both chambers of Parliament. After the vote was over, Arnulf, who was currently a member of the House of Lords, approached Berenger to check on his physical and mental health. "Your Excellency, I was wondering, how are you holding up?" Berenger smiled and clasped Arnulf on the shoulder in a friendly gesture. I am doing well, despite losing the sight in my right eye. You could say I am quickly adapting to my circumstances, even if it is a bit tedious using my offhand for everything. Arnulf smiled when he heard the good news and began to make small talk with Berenger about current events. Your Excellency, have you heard about the recent events in the East? Berenger had been on vacation until recently and had not yet heard about what had happened. As such, he gazed at Arnulf with an inquisitive gaze and asked about what he was referring to. I'm afraid I am unaware. Why did something important happen? Arnulf was sure that Berniger had spent the last month spending quality time with his family, and in his opinion, the young count deserved a break for once. The man was practically working himself to death every day. As such, he was not shocked to know that Berenger was not informed of the current happenings in Eastern Europe. Thus he elected to inform him. The Golden Horde has attacked the Teutonic state, and in response, the Order has marched their armies to the east in an attempt to hold onto the territory they have gained against the Muscovites. It appears the loss of Lambert and his men has greatly affected their fighting capability. Berenger chuckled lightly when he heard this before expressing his views. Good, that ought to keep them busy for some time. It gives us a much-needed reprieve so that we can focus on constructing our defenses and implementing our industrial and agricultural reforms. Arnulf agreed wholeheartedly with this statement, and, as such, he began to question Berenger's plans for the future. After all, Berenger had not shared with many people his vision for a unified German empire, and he could not help but notice the monument said, German soldier, instead of Tyrolean soldier. So tell me, what do you think Duke Wilmar's chances of winning this war is? Berenger scoffed at the idea before saying the objective truth or what he thought it to be. I do not bother speculating about the future, Lord Arnulf, for the future is malleable from what we do here and now. However, I have a suspicion that the ultimate winner of this chaotic era will be a man that the higher nobility least expects. Someone who will take advantage of the weakened factions towards the end of the war to become the victor. Hearing Berenger's thoughts on the matter left Arnulf with a lot of speculation. However, Berenger had not outright admitted it. It sounded to Arnulf like the young count had lofty ambitions, and something deep inside his mind told him it was entirely plausible for Berenger to achieve these things. After all, the young man went from being Baron's son and heir to a count in roughly a year. He had stood beside Berenger as he went through this monumental transition and knew now that Tyrol's security was ensured. Berenger would undoubtedly focus on rebuilding the army and constructing defenses across the region. If the peace in Tyrol could last, Berenger would ultimately be in such a position towards the end of the war, one in which he could reap the spoils. Of course, as Berenger had stated earlier, time was malleable, and the future was uncertain. It might be possible for an event to occur in the near future which could drag Berenger into this massive conflict far earlier than he expected. Or things could go exactly how Berenger planned. The only entity who could know the future was God, assuming he really existed. As such, Berenger stayed with the House of Lords for the rest of his day's work, overseeing his plans for military expansion and defensive spending. The budget he had outlined perfectly took into account all of their current assets and the potential for future growth with the trade to the Byzantine Empire. Peace is always temporary, and Berenger planned to take full advantage of the time he had. As the old Roman adage stated, si vis pacem, para bellum, in translation, if you want peace, prepare for war. Chapter 160, 159, Council of Kufstein. With the Teutonic Order's defeat in Oberstdorf, Berenger's fame had increased exponentially. The fact that he resisted such a massive army and dealt a devastating blow to the Crusaders who invaded Germany at the behest of the Pope to put down the so-called Berenger heresy had emboldened Berenger's followers. The town of Suhl and the destruction wrought upon it by the papacy's forces became a symbol of resistance against papal authority. As a result, noblemen and clergy alike flocked to Kufstein to discuss the details of the German Reformation and how to proceed. While Berenger entertained these delegates inside his great hall, he merely sat upon his seat of power with his gold chalice in his hands, drinking from wine as he listened to the noblemen and clergy squabble over the direction in which this reformist movement should take. At the moment, there was a significant figure of the Catholic Church present, and that was the old and wise cardinal who had tried to mend the divide in the Catholic Church at the meeting of the Council of Constance the year before. After seeing what Simeon and his French counterpart had done to the Catholic Church, the old cardinal decided to throw his lot in with Berenger. At the moment, he was closely observing Berenger's actions. He was quite shocked to see that Berenger was allowing the discussion to take its course naturally, rather than enforcing his views onto everyone else. While the Prince Bishop of Chur and the Count of Vorarlberg were debating over the degree to which the Church should separate themselves, Berenger watched calmly as if all his plans were going smoothly. Eventually, the Prince Bishop of Chur made a bold declaration for the entire council to hear. "I will gladly give up my authority over Chur in favor of a like-minded nobleman. The Church should focus on the spiritual affairs of God and not the mortal affairs of men." With this said, a smirk spread across Berenger's lips as he witnessed the scene coming to fruition. A powerful prince bishop would take the lead and dissolve the Church's authority over the region of Chur, one of his neighbors, in favor of a German-speaking reformist nobleman. It was certainly a bold declaration. Nevertheless, this would be the key to conquering the Swiss Confederacy and incorporating it into his empire in the future, and as such, Berenger was very pleased. However, that was a plot for another time. Now, he needed to solidify the foundation for his reformation. Ultimately, the topic of the separation of church and state was practically universally agreed upon by the people in the room, and the reason for the debate was more of a border squabble between Chur and Vorarlberg than it was religious. Thus, when the men continued to argue over such irrelevant things, Berenger grunted in displeasure, which instantly silenced the two parties. After which the subject of the council moved on to the next point of contention. The next item on the menu was the question of clerical celibacy, which sparked an enormous debate. After all, there were plenty of sex scandals in the church, even during the medieval period. However, Berenger knew exactly what maintaining celibacy could lead to and was against such a point. While the people were arguing over which option their reformist movement should take, Berenger spoke up for the first time during the meeting. The moment he did so, everyone stood in silence, listening to his words, which were not his own, but those from the Gospel. "Now the Spirit speaketh expressly, that in the latter times some shall depart from the faith, giving heed to seducing spirits and doctrines of devils, speaking lies and hypocrisy, having their conscience seared with a hot iron, forbidding to marry, and commanding to abstain from meats, which God hath created to be received with thanksgiving of them which believe and know the truth. Every creature of God is good, and nothing to be refused, if received with thanksgiving, for it is sanctified by the word of God and prayer." 1 Timothy 4 verses 1-5. When the room heard these words, they knew exactly what Berenger meant. The Gospel states that actions such as celibacy and refusing to eat meat, as well as some of the other Catholic practices, were against the teachings of the apostles and Christ himself. In particular, the old cardinal, who had been waiting for Berenger's input, was shocked when he heard Berenger quote the Bible so perfectly, even memorizing the exact verse. Finally, the old man spoke up as well. "I agree with Berenger. If we are to take the words of Christ and the apostles as the basis for the Reformation, then prohibiting the marriage of the clergy and forcing them to take vows of celibacy is against the teachings of Christ and should not be enforced." Hearing both Berenger, who was at the head of the Reformation, and a high-ranking member of the current church both agree on the matter, those who doubted the validity of such a concept before now found themselves nodding their heads in approval. For on the topic of spirituality, who could argue with the words of the Gospel? Berenger nodded at the cardinal, whom he had been aware was watching him closely this entire time. Truthfully, Berenger did not know if the man was an infiltrator of the papacy or if he was as irritated with the church's behavior as Berenger was. However, with his endorsement on this matter, he began to suspect the man was genuinely pious and cared more for the teachings of Christ than the power of the papacy, a trait that was exceptionally rare in a man of his position during this era. After concluding that topic, it came down to another important aspect of Christian Reformation, which was salvation and how it was achieved. One of the priests present, an elderly man with a lengthy white beard, made his opinion on the matter known. Through a life of good works and faith in God is the path in which one enters the gates of heaven. However, another priest was in firm disagreement over this regard and voiced his concern. The Bible teaches us that it is through faith in Christ alone that one achieves eternal life. The two priests began to butt heads, which was a common occurrence in any religious discussion, and as such, Berenger voiced his opinion on the matter, "For by grace are ye saved through faith, and that not of yourselves, it is the gift of God, not of works, lest any man should boast." Ephesians 2 verses 8 to 9. After saying this, Berenger once more was able to garner the attention of everyone present. As such, he quickly followed his thought. It is through the Bible, not the traditions of the Catholic Church, which our Reformation should be based upon, and because the Bible teaches us that only through faith in Christ shall we enter through the gates of heaven, then it must be so. Through Berenger's interruption, these two issues were eventually settled into an agreement. Through faith, one gains salvation, not action, and the fact that religious truth stems from the Bible, not the teachings of the Catholic Church. After giving such information, the final argument for the basis of their Reformation came down to the Eucharist, and Berenger personally did not care in the slightest for this issue. As a closet atheist, how the Reformists viewed the Eucharist or communion, as some branches of Christianity referred to it in his previous life, had absolutely no bearing on his political authority. As such, the men present argued among themselves until finally it was agreed upon that the Eucharist represented both the body and blood of Christ, but also the bread and wine. With all of these major points of contention ironed out, the First Council of the German Reformist Church was concluded, and though there would be more later in life, the split in the Catholic Church, which had been prevented for so long in this timeline, finally occurred, with the endorsement of the wise cardinal who formerly sat upon the Council of Constance. German reformism had come into existence, bringing a further degree of civil strife to Germany, as reformists and Catholics would soon begin to split the already fragile duchies apart. The wise cardinal was aware the entire time of what Berenger's plans were. After the meeting was over and the Reformation had been decided, he approached Berenger to talk with him about his plans for the future personally. Seeing the wise old man come to him directly, Berenger felt cautious at first and raised his hand, signaling the old man to maintain his distance. "Cardinal, is there something I can help you with?" The cardinal smiled amicably at Berenger, though behind his kind smile was a face filled with a degree of wariness similar in level to Berenger. As such, he began to speak to the man who he knew was bound to change the world. "I must say I am impressed." Finding the cryptic message amusing, Berenger decided to take the bait. The man stood several feet away from Berenger, who was currently seated in his position of power. As such, there was ample space to prevent any threat. Of course, Berenger's guards were on watch and would have no problem slaying the cardinal if he made a move on Berenger's life. Luckily for everyone in the room, he had no such intentions. In my many years, I have met kings and emperors, and plenty of them. Yet none of them have had the ability to influence the church as you have. Within a single year, you have climbed from the position of a lowly baron's son to that of an influential count whose arms and armor are sold to every corner of Germany, supplying the factions who vie for the vacant throne. Yet during this time, you also managed to inspire a schism in the church, the likes which I fear we have never seen before. Tell me truthfully, Berenger, are you an angel sent here by God to liberate us from the shackles of the church's corruption? Or are you a demon whose sole purpose is to benefit from the chaos and destruction that you leave in your wake? Berenger studied the man's words carefully. He knew very well that the old cardinal was not literally asking if he was an angel or a demon, but which side his character reflected. Berenger played with Lambert's skull for a few moments with his fingers before taking a sip out of its contents. Afterward, he exhaled deeply. After careful consideration, Berenger had decided to tell the old man the truth. After all, he could tell by the way in which he had voiced the question that he had already seen through Berenger's plans. "Can't I be both?" The old cardinal's smile never disappeared, and instead, he turned around and walked away, saying his thoughts on the matter before walking out the door. After all, he had received a satisfying answer to his question. Well played. Chapter 161, 160, Proclamation of the Reformation. In the corner of the great hall of Berenger's castle, Ludolf stayed standing. He had sat through and watched the entirety of the Council of Kufstein take place. As an important figurehead of the Reformation, he had been privy to the meeting between the various noblemen and clergy members who supported his and Berenger's endeavors. Though he seldom spoke, his words had carried great weight. Having witnessed the conversation between the cardinal and Berenger, Ludolf took the opportunity to approach his old friend, who had helped him on his path to enlightenment. When Berenger was sitting alone on his seat of power, Ludolf approached and began to express his thoughts on the principles of what would soon become known as the German Reformation. "Your Excellency, you should know that the Church's response will be one of sheer brutality, with the Cardinal turning his back on the Catholic Church and endorsing our ideas. There will be no shortage of chaos that follows." Berenger gazed at the priest who had been instrumental in spreading the message of the Reformation with a solemn expression on his face. Great change in society will always lead to conflict between those who are too stubborn to advance with the new age. From the moment we began to challenge papal authority, it was inevitable that blood would be spilled. However, this brings opportunity. The more the Catholics seek to oppress us, the easier it will be to drive them from the German lands. Ludolf sighed heavily at the thought. He knew at the moment Catholics and Reformists could not peacefully coexist. He also knew that Berenger planned to take advantage of the ensuing violence to establish himself as a major power within the European realms. However, Ludolf was a pious man and did not care which secular leader sat upon the throne of Germany so long as the ruler was friendly towards the Reformation. The young priest admitted he was quite lucky. Berenger and his armies afforded him protection, and as such, the Church had no real ability to punish him for his alleged heretical beliefs without a full-scale invasion of Tyrol, which at the moment would prove difficult for them, due to the numerous conflicts the existing holy orders continued to wage. Ultimately, Ludolf found himself in agreement with Berenger's words. However, he still expressed his concern. Germany is already in a state of turmoil. This schism in the Church will undoubtedly cause more conflict. The duchies will fracture as lords turn on one another over accusations of heresy and corruption. Do you not lament the loss of life that will occur? Berenger nodded his head at Ludolf's words and offered his own views on the matter. Did you forget what happened to Suhl? If we do not gain significant support for our cause, countless people will be murdered by the Church in an attempt to suppress our views. Only by uniting together and forming a bloc of like-minded noblemen and clergy can we withstand the might of the Catholic Church and spread our views. Yes, lives will be lost in this conflict, but think about how many voices will be snuffed out if we sit back and do nothing. After hearing these words, and being reminded of what the Teutonic Order had done to the town of Suhl, even a pious man like Ludolf struggled to contain his rage. Such an outrageous action was all too common for crusaders, especially in the Middle East. Yet to do it to your fellow Christians over a simple difference of opinion, Ludolf found that unforgivable. As such, he clenched his fists and found his resolve to weather the tide that would soon be arriving. After several moments of contemplation, he responded to Berenger's words. "I understand. I will do what I must to spread the word of our Reformation." Seeing Ludolf had agreed, Berenger smiled and rose from his seat before walking over to Ludolf and clasped him on the shoulders in a friendly gesture. "It is up to us to liberate the German people from the shackles of the Church." Ludolf nodded at Berenger's words and smiled before responding. Indeed. With that, the two men had begun the Protestant Reformation 100 years in advance of which would naturally occur within this timeline without Berenger's intervention. The next day, the public announcement of the German Reformist Church was declared, with Tyrol being its seat of influence. However, the regions occupied by Reformist lords and clergy did not stop there. It spread into portions of Vorarlberg, Salzburg, Kärnten, Upper Bavaria, and Swabia well. Southern Germany and eastern Switzerland had become a hot zone of reformist thought and teachings. Many of the local lords and middle nobility shared their interests and protected their people from the wrath of the Catholic Church and their followers. Of course, when news of this schism spread to the Vatican, Pope Simeon II nearly had an aneurysm from the sheer degree of rage he felt. He instantly began to curse at his cardinals upon hearing that a large swath of southern Germany and eastern Switzerland had basically declared open rebellion against his authority. He could no longer deny that the influence of Berenger and Ludolf had spread beyond his imagination. It was time to settle the dispute with the so-called Papacy of Avignon, for if the Catholic Church were not united, they would not be able to quash this heresy, and the Church would be permanently in a state of schism. As such, Pope Simeon got down from his throne and approached one of his subordinates. The expression on his face was one of utter fury as he bellowed his orders at the man. "Contact that French bastard, and let him know that I'm calling for the Council of Constance to meet earlier than anticipated. This heresy is too important to wait any longer." However, the meeting spot of the Council of Constance would have to change from the Bishopric of Constance to a new venue. After all, Germany was now a hotbed of religious and civil conflict. They would not be safe within its borders. As such, the final Council of Constance would be moved to neutral ground in Córdoba, Spain, in this timeline. The subordinate quickly bowed his head to the Pope and agreed immediately to his demands. "Of course, Your Holiness." With that, subordinate had rushed to fulfill his task, leaving Pope Simeon II fuming in anger at the thought of Berenger's influence over southern Germany, which had spread like wildfire since the Pope had first heard of the young man less than a year ago. He did not know how Berenger had managed to achieve such things, yet it was becoming clear that if Simeon was the representative of God on earth, Berenger was Satan's representative. Or at least in the eyes of the Catholic Church. Berenger the Accursed had caused too much damage to Catholic influence over southern Germany, and his views would only spread further now that they had received legitimacy in the eyes of high-ranking clergymen and nobility. Simeon scoffed at the idea and voiced his inner thoughts aloud for all nearby to hear. "Church of the German Reformation. What nonsense is this? These heretics will pay for their sins one way or another. I swear by the Heavenly Father that I will personally see an end to this farce." Despite this solemn vow, Simeon would have a difficult time doing so, as the reconciliation between the Papacy of the Vatican and the Papacy of Avignon at the upcoming Council of Constance, or as it would be known in the future as the Council of Córdoba, would prove to be a challenge to his authority as Pope. After all, he intended to mend the schism between Avignon and the Vatican, and this would require some form of agreement to come into place about who was the one true Pope. The Council of Kufstein and the following proclamation of the German Reformation would forever alter the history in this timeline. Years of bloodshed and destruction would follow this development. However, in the end, these events would lead to further schisms in the Church. The Protestant Reformation had begun, and Pandora's box had been opened. Despite the Catholic Church's best efforts, they would never be able to hold on to the absurd amount of power they had sustained throughout these past centuries. Berenger had made sure of that. Ironically, the papacy had brought this upon themselves. If the Church had left Berenger alone, he never would have started this conflict so early in his lifetime. Initially, he had planned to live out a life of peace as a lowly baron and bring wealth and prosperity to his people. However, Lambert's actions and those of his allies in the Church had forced his hand. As Berenger accumulated more power, so too did his ambitions and enemies grow, and when the Church reached out its hand to swat him away like a mosquito, he bit down into it and inflicted a dangerous disease upon it. Thus, they had created a powerful enemy by trying to get rid of a seemingly insignificant baron's son in an isolated region within Tyrol. One who would forever liberate the German people from the shackles of the Catholic Church and the immense corruption that sustained it. Chapter 162-161. The Council of Córdoba. Enough time had passed since the proclamation of the German Reformation, to the point where the authorities of the Catholic Church, or at least those who were still loyal to it, had gathered in Córdoba at its famous cathedral. There they began to squabble about the ongoing events that were of pressing concern. Berenger's Reformation was far more popular than they had initially estimated, especially after the revelation of the Church's infinite corruption and crimes by Ludolf. As such, this was the most important concern in which they discussed at the gathering. Simeon, as always, had started the meeting by shouting at anyone who opposed him. Though he called this meeting ahead of schedule to address the German Reformation and the schism between the papacy in Avignon and the Vatican, he was not a diplomatic man. He was currently engaged in a debate with the Pope of Avignon, Avilius III, over what should be done about the matter. If we do not mend our differences, this heresy being called the German Reformation will sweep across Christendom like a plague. However, Avilius was in disagreement after all. Berenger had labeled it the German Reformation. After the last meeting, the French Pope had gathered quite a bit of information on Berenger. As far as he could tell, Berenger's ambitions solely lay within the German-speaking regions. Thus he did not accept the notion that this Reformation was designed for anything more than Germany. Thus he was certain to voice his opinion on the matter. Berenger and his pet priest Ludolf have labeled this the German Reformation. Why should I care what those savages to the east believe? The Holy Roman Empire is your puppet, not mine. Avilius, as always, was drinking from an entire flagon of wine while making his opinion well heard. Though he was not as abrasive as Simeon, he was equally short-sighted, not realizing that allowing the German Reformation to fester could allow newer branches of Christianity to pop up and further challenge papal authority. These two men were both proclaiming themselves to be the central figure of authority for all of Christendom, and as such, were constantly at one another's throats. Simeon, as always, was flushed with rage. His face was practically the color of a tomato as he shouted at Avilius once more. Not your problem. The souls of every German are at risk to this heresy. Do you not care about their salvation? Avilius merely smirked smugly in response to Simeon's accusations. He could not very well admit his utter contempt for the German people. After all, such a declaration would be unbefitting of a man who proclaimed himself Pope. However, he could not reject the claim in good conscience, as doing so would compromise his beliefs. This action, of course, further enraged Simeon, who struggled to contain his growing wrath. Seeing the direction in which the meeting was heading toward, one of the cardinals present immediately raised a major concern. After all, the voice of reason who normally convinced these two to behave themselves was no longer present, for he had switched sides and joined the German Reformation. Cardinal Engelbert is no longer with us, and as such, we should take time to consider the consequences of having a cardinal join this heresy known as the German Reformation. Seeing that the discussion was switched in another direction, the two popes decided to put aside their differences for the time being and address this concern. Avilius' reaction was quite extraordinary. We should capture all of the German cardinals and interrogate them to find out whether or not they have sympathies for this heresy. It is the only way to ensure that more of them do not flock to this so-called Reformation. Simeon, on the other hand, was once more outraged over Avilius's ideas. Though the Italian monarch led the Holy Roman Empire, the Kingdom of Germany had always been an important factor in the empire's stability. For many centuries, the German monarchs ruled the empire. With the ongoing civil and religious crisis in Germany, the power and authority of the Holy Roman Emperor had diminished. In Simeon's view, if they were to discriminate against the German cardinals who have shown no sign of heresy, then they would be driving more people into the German Reformation, thus weakening the authority of not only the Vatican but also the Holy Roman Empire. Of course, the only person who would benefit from such an outcome would be Avilius, the Pope of Avignon, whose influence greatly stretched to the Kingdom of France, which had a long-standing rivalry with Germany for many centuries. As such, Simeon quickly responded to this idea with contempt. You would like that, wouldn't you, Avilius? The only person who could benefit from the resulting chaos that would ensue would be you. Avilius, of course, was drinking from his flagon of wine when he denied the accusations against him. I am sure I have no idea what you are talking about, Simeon. The result of this brief exchange caused the entire council to result in chaos as the cardinals and bishops who gathered all began to scream at each other and hurl insults. Eventually, a loud whistling noise appeared across the room, instantly silencing all of the banter. When the cardinals and bishops searched for who was responsible for the noise, they noticed a cardinal scowling at all of them as if they were a bunch of bratty children. After staring down the crowd of clergymen for some time, the cardinal finally voiced his opinion on the matter. It has become increasingly clear to me that neither Avilius nor Simeon are fit to be pope. Thus, what I propose is simple. Both of you, two imbeciles, step down from your positions and allow us all to elect a single new pope, one who is actually capable of combating the crisis in which we find ourselves. Avilius and Simeon immediately protested this option. However, they found little support in the room. Absolutely not. Who are you calling an imbecile? Yet, not a single voice defended them among the crowd. The two men finally realized that their support had dwindled. Last year, this council was split into two sides that supported either of the two potential popes. However, now, after the debacle that had occurred during this time frame and their petty squabbling, not a single clergyman within the room was in support of either of these prospective popes. The cardinal who voiced this option stared menacingly at the two self-proclaimed popes and chastised them like children. Engelbert joined the reformist movement because he was sick and tired of dealing with you idiots and felt that the reformist movement provided a better alternative. If neither of you is willing to abdicate, then you leave us with no choice. We will elect a new pope and declare both of your positions invalid, which will only further increase the volatility of the situation we find ourselves in. For once in your lives, you two should do what is best for the church and not your own selfish ambitions. After such a verbal thrashing, both Simeon and Avilius looked at each other with helpless expressions. Ultimately, Avilius was the first to speak. I voluntarily abdicate my position as head of the papacy of Avignon and hereby declare my support to the election of a new unified pope. With Avilius' abdication, all that remained was Simeon. As such, the entire council of Córdoba stared at him with intimidating eyes before finally the man broke from the pressure and bent to their will. I, too, abdicate my position. With that, the two former popes sat down in their seats and admitted defeat. They may be a pair of incompetent fools. Still, even they could realize when they lacked support if they refused to abdicate, they would be forced by the ecclesiarchy out of their positions and wander the world as self-proclaimed popes with no real power or authority. It was best to remove themselves and still maintain some degree of authority within a unified Catholic Church. Thus, the College of Cardinals would hold an election in the upcoming month, where a single pope would be elected and placed in command of the Catholic Church for years to come. Whether or not this pope would be more competent than Simeon and Avilius were yet to be known, but it was a good start on the path to recovery. Though they solved one of the major issues of contention, two major issues presented themselves, which needed to be thoroughly discussed. The ongoing German Reformation and the Teutonic States' war with the Golden Horde. As such, the Council had only begun to solve the current crisis the Catholic Church was going through. While the Council of Córdoba was ongoing, Berenger and his allies in the German Reformation had made great plans to secure the regions in which their movement had taken a foothold. Tyrol, of course, was as secure as a region could become in this chaotic age, yet Berenger's neighbors would need some assistance, and the young count was more than happy to capitalize on such a venture. Chapter 163, 162, Council of Córdoba. Too many of the cardinals and bishops had gathered within the Cathedral of Córdoba to discuss the many problems currently plaguing the Catholic Church. Though they had finally found a solution to mend the old Western schism that had been ongoing for close to half a century, there were still two major issues that presented themselves. Chief among them was the ongoing German Reformation, which had spread beyond their control to the southern regions of Germany. As such, the various cardinals and bishops were discussing how to move forward. With Simeon and Avilius removed from power, the conversation was far more cordial between the various factions of the Church. At the moment, the answer which everyone had agreed to was military force. However, the military orders of the Catholic Church were all busy fighting external enemies at the moment, and the last group of crusaders, which was tasked with eliminating Berenger and purging Tyrol of heretics, was slaughtered in battle by Berenger's forces. As for the Vatican, they were aware that Berenger was using advanced weapons within his army. One man, in particular, acted as a second-hand witness to this information. That was the Prince Bishop of Trent, whose lands were annexed by Berenger during his winter campaign to seize Tyrol. The Prince Bishop spoke with an intense hatred for Berenger about the issues at hand, and how it would not be an easy task to rout out the reformists who have mostly formed within the mountainous territory of the Alps. The weapons in which Berenger's infantry use have the capacity to kill a man at over 400 yards. They penetrate through plate armor with ease and leave an untreatable hole in the victims' bodies. These are no mere hand cannons, but something else entirely. The average soldier is equipped with plate armor that covers their vital areas and is virtually impenetrable by man's weapons. If we are to march on the Alps, we would need a massive force, one in which is armed with the hand cannon in vast numbers. The surrounding clergymen listened to this Prince Bishop's rant, and many of them did not believe their ears. After all, how could such a weapon possibly exist? Nevertheless, what came next shocked them further. He employs cannons, whose cannonballs explode upon impact, killing multiple men within the blast zone. These cannons are highly maneuverable and far more destructive than anything we have seen before. I know not how he obtained these advanced weapons, but we cannot win by sheer numbers. After all, the Teutonic Order tried these tactics, and they were trapped in the mountains where the heretics mercilessly slaughtered them. The more the Prince Bishop ranted and raved about the spectacular performance of Berenger's weapons and the armies who wielded them, the more clergymen within the meeting began to disregard his words as pure fiction. At a point, a relatively fat and loathsome cardinal raised his head and began to insult the Prince Bishop. "I suppose you personally witnessed these weapons in use?" This question immediately made the Prince Bishop of Trent frown. After all, he had not witnessed the battle that had taken place. Instead, he was hiding like a coward in his cathedral before fleeing the city while his soldiers sacrificed themselves. Ultimately, he had to admit to the fact that this was all second-hand information from his garrison commander. "I am afraid not. However, this information was reported to me by my garrison commander before he and his men distracted the heretics long enough for me to escape to the Vatican to deliver the news," Several of the attending members of the Council of Córdoba began to scoff at the Prince-Bishop of Trent's words. Clearly, the Prince-Bishop believed the wild tales of a frightened soldier, or so many of the council members believed. Ultimately, few decided to take the Prince-Bishop's warning seriously. After all, they severely lacked the manpower to invade southern Germany in the first place. That is, of course, until one of the cardinals proposed an opportunity. Why don't we call for a crusade to wipe out the heretics in Germany? It has worked before. Even if they are as well-armed as the Prince-Bishop claims, what can they possibly do against an army of 100,000 men who have taken up the cross? Surely we can sponsor such a vast army by calling upon the lords and knights of Europe to defend Christendom from this vile blasphemy? Do we really need to wait for the existing holy orders to finish their wars when we can create new ones? These were all excellent questions, which could easily be answered. After all, it had been quite some time since a pope had declared a crusade, and due to the success of the previous crusades in this world, the idea was quite popular and would undoubtedly draw in a lot of potential troops to invade southern Germany with. After a bit of discussion, this was how the Council of Córdoba chose to deal with Berengar and the reformist movement. Unfortunately for the future Crusaders, by the time they could fully prepare such a massive force for the invasion, years would have passed, and Tyrol would be a self-sustaining stronghold. Berengar would be more than ready for such a force. However, how could these men possibly know the future? As such, after figuring out how to deal with the German Reformation, they moved on to the last topic at hand. One of the participating cardinals brought up the matter of the Teutonic state and the crisis they were currently facing. The Teutonic Order has angered the Golden Horde by waging war against the Grand Duchy of Moscow, which is their protectorate. They are currently facing a crisis the likes we have not seen in decades. If we aid them, we will only be furthering the rift forming with the Eastern Orthodox Church. How shall we proceed? Instantly, the opinion of the participating clergymen was divided. Some supported the Teutonic Order, and others believed they should never have been attacking the Orthodox to begin with. As such, they quickly devolved into an argument about this issue. One of the bishops attending voiced his support for the Teutonic Order and their conquests of the East. The Teutonic Order is the bulwark of Christendom in the East. They must not fall to these heathens. I say we supply them with the funding and equipment necessary to win the war at their doorsteps. However, a cardinal instantly voiced his objection to this matter. Preposterous, we should never have been involved with the Teutonic Order's war in the first place. If Simeon had not supported them in their efforts, they never would have had the ability to take over the Muscovites. Now more than ever, we need to rely on our allies to the east. The German Reformation will be causing a lot of troubles in the future, and we will need the support of the Orthodox Church if we seek to end it swiftly. Without a pope in the audience, there was no way to move forward with the ideas presented unless all parties agreed. They could easily agree on a crusade to crush the German Reformation. But supporting the Teutonic Order during their crisis in which they brought upon themselves? That was a point of contention between the various factions of the church. As such, the men continued to squabble amongst themselves over this one issue for a week before concluding that they would provide material aid to the Teutonic Order, but they would not provide any troops or economic support. The Teutonic Order was left on its own to fight the enemies in which it had created, at least for the most part. After all, the Church was more concerned with putting down the German Reformation, which posed a far greater threat than the Golden Horde. If this were the army of Genghis Khan from centuries prior, then maybe there would be a need for concern. However, at the moment, Berengar was a far greater threat for the Church, and they needed time and resources to prepare for a great crusade against him and his followers. Berengar, of course, anticipated this move by the Church, and he had no qualms building a sufficient force in the meantime to deal with the threat the Crusaders would pose shortly. However, for now, he was fairly relaxed as he focused his efforts on what he had been doing since his return from the campaign in Tyrol. building his army and defenses while maintaining his trade with the various factions who wanted his arms and armor. As for the Reformation's place in this world, it was not so easily diminished. Word had spread that the German Reformation had begun, and plenty of people saw it as an opportunity to take back power from the Church, something in which most secular rulers had desired for some time. Even if they did not necessarily agree with the teachings of the German Reformation themselves, the idea of getting rid of the Church's influence over secular affairs was attractive enough to join in with the reformist movement. As such, Berenger's allies grew in numbers, which would be useful in the upcoming war with the Catholic Church. Ultimately, the Council of Córdoba ended in what could be considered a monumental success for the Catholic Church. The Western Schism had been mended, and a plan was in place to deal with the German Reformation. As for the Teutonic state, they were left to their own devices for the most part. Thus, the Catholic Church had addressed the ongoing crises from which it was currently suffering. However, in the end, this would not be enough to stop the growing tide of the German Reformation and Berenger's rise to power. Chapter 164. 163. Catfight. The light of the sun shone down upon Adela's room and through her glass window, illuminating her doll-like face as she slept beneath her covers. It was well past dawn, and yet the young girl still slept. After all, she was still growing and, as such, needed her beauty rest. After a short period of struggling to adjust to the light which beamed upon her, she began to pout before opening her deep sapphire eyes and gazing at her window with contempt. Now that she was awake, she decided to get out from under her covers, where she wore a frilly white nightgown. As per most of her clothing, Berenger designed it with both comfort and aesthetic in mind. The soft silk material dangled loosely from the growing curves of her adolescent body. After stretching for a little bit, she decided to go about her morning basic hygiene ritual such as bathing, brushing her teeth, and flossing before finally dressing in her exquisite attire based on Tudor and Elizabethan clothing patterns from Berenger's past life. After getting dressed in her daily attire, she progressed to the dining hall where her family was gathering to eat breakfast. Ever since her sister Ava had arrived in Graz, Adela had been doing her best to stay away from the woman. After all, despite being siblings, the two got along about as well as cats and dogs. For whatever reason, the Count of Salzburg's son and heir was spending his time in Graz with his wife and 3 children. Though Adela did not understand why this was the case, after all, Salzburg was safe enough, and the excuse of being on vacation visiting Ava's family had long since grown suspicious. Despite Adela's growing concerns over her eldest sister's stay, she still tried to play nice with the young woman, and as such, the two sat across from one another at the dining table, where the two began to mince words. Ava was, as always, the perpetrator of their little disputes, and as such, decided to bully her cute little sister. Adela, I heard your fiancé was bold enough to declare his heresy as a reformation. I wonder what will happen to him when the Pope finally declares a crusade to deal with the trouble he has caused. I worry for your safety. After all, you're engaged to the man that the Church refers to as Berenger the Accursed. Immediately the women went straight for the heart, knowing that Adela's relationship with Berenger was her most vulnerable point. However, since their first dispute, Adela had grown wiser and noticed that her eldest sister so commonly targeted Berenger with her words in an attempt to rile her up. As such, Adela was as calm as a pond's surface as she rebutted Ava's taunt. Any force the Vatican sends into Tyrol will end up the same as the last group of fools who entered Berenger's domain in an attempt to remove him from power. She was quite obviously referring to the slaughter of the Teutonic Order's army, which marched into Berenger's lands. The result of that battle was well known among the lords and ladies of the German-speaking regions. However, Ava knew something that most did not know. After all, her husband was the son and heir to the Count of Salzburg, and his father's spy network was extensive. As such, she further taunted Adela with her attacks on Berenger's character. Poor sweet little Lambert. I heard Berenger used some vile sorcery to kill that poor boy in battle. What kind of black-hearted man murders his own little brother? Though Adela tried to stay calm, hearing her sister compliment Lambert while insulting Berenger's character was enough to invoke ire in her heart. Ava dared to act like Lambert was a saint, despite knowing of his past deeds. However, this was exactly how the church was behaving about the issue. Ever since Lambert's death, he had become a martyr in the eyes of Catholics and a stain on Berenger's reputation. Every wicked deed the boy had ever committed was wiped away from his past by the powerful propaganda network of the church. The Catholic Church depicted him as an exceptionally pious man who voluntarily gave up his inheritance to serve the Teutonic Order, where he was deployed to bring his brother, a condemned heretic, to justice. However, as the two fought on the battlefield, Berenger blinded Lambert with some vile sorcery before stabbing him in the back. This was the tale in which the Catholic Church told the world about Lambert and Berenger's duel within the battlefield of Oberstdorf. Obviously, it was completely fabricated, but unlike Adela, who now thought of herself as a reformist due to Berenger's influence, Ava was a devout Catholic much like the rest of her family and chose to further propagate the story, despite knowing its falsehood in a deliberate attempt to mess with Adela. Hearing such provoking words, Adela could not control herself and immediately lashed out at Ava, who had succeeded in her aim. You know full well that Lambert was a devious little scoundrel who on multiple occasions tried to murder Berenger. What was his punishment for such actions? He was disowned and sent to the Teutonic Order to redeem himself, where he used the first opportunity he could get to try to get revenge on Berenger for being merciful. If you ask me, Berenger should have cut off his head to begin with. It would have saved everyone some trouble. Ava smiled devilishly as she witnessed Adela fuming with anger, to the point where her cheeks were puffing like a chipmunk and were slightly flushed. In Ava's eyes, it was adorable. After seeing such a sight, of course, Ava could not resist and further poured salt on the wound. I suppose that is the excuse he told you after stealing Lambert's fiancée and impregnating her, right? Adela continued to fume in anger, but she did not lose control of her emotions. Instead, she forced herself to calm down before addressing Ava's last point. For the past few months, ever since Ava arrived, she had continuously beaten Adela in any argument solely because she would bring up this point after being sorely defeated in the previous rounds of engagement and cause Adela to throw a tantrum. However, not this time. Adela had finally figured out how to beat Ava this time around, and she threw her words right back into her face. So what if Berenger has a lover? He is a great man, and plenty of great men have had multiple women by their side throughout history. If your husband was half as accomplished as Berenger, he too could take a lover, and I doubt you would mind. These words completely baffled Ava and attacked her weakest point. She knew her husband was not nearly as accomplished as Berenger, nor would he ever achieve half of the things Berenger had in life. Aside from coming from a powerful family and being slightly good-looking, her husband was a relatively dull and unambitious man. The fact that her youngest sister managed to get someone like Berenger as a fiancé had greatly invoked her ire, and it was her reason for picking on Adela all of the time. While Ava had an ugly expression on her face, Adela was smirking smugly at her. Oh, how the tables have turned. As for her husband, who was slightly older than Ava herself and was named Wolfgang von Salzburg, it took him a few moments to realize that Adela had essentially implied he was a loser. During that time, Ava lashed out at Adela as she pounded the table with her fists extremely uncivilly. You think you are better than me because your fiancé is extremely handsome, has never been defeated in battle, and is absurdly wealthy? How dare you? Adela was delighted at the moment. Ever since Ava had first arrived, she had continued to lose these daily catfights, but now the shoe was on the other foot. Apparently, Ava was a very sore loser. As such, Adela merely scoffed at Ava and told her the words she was told every time she erupted at Ava in the past. We will discuss this later when you calm down. If Ava's expression was ugly before, it was now outright hideous. She wanted to pounce at Adela on the spot, but she knew she could not do so. After all, such behavior was unladylike, and she had an image to maintain. As such, she quickly dug into the food on her plate while grumbling under her breath. Of course, it was at this moment Wolfgang finally realized that maybe there was a slight possibility that Adela had just insulted him, and as such, he whispered in Ava's ear asking about it. "Did she just call me a loser?" Ava nearly snapped at her husband's response. Not only was he dull enough not to realize that he was insulted, but he had the nerve to ask her about it in front of the perpetrator. She really wishes she was married off to someone more like Berenger. Though she looked down on Berenger for being born into low nobility, the more he accomplished, the more Ava became jealous of Adela. After all, who cares about whether someone is born into low nobility or not when they go from being a baron's son and heir to a count mighty enough to flip the bird to the Vatican in under a year? After this little catfight was over, the family's breakfast continued in awkward silence. The only one satisfied with the results of this meal was Adela. She had won a great moral victory today against her sister. Adela believed it was doubtful that Ava would mock Berenger further now that her weakness was exposed. As such, she enjoyed the thick German pancakes on her plate with delight. Chapter 165, 164. Death of a Duke. For the past few months, Duke Wilmar of Austria has been in the process of conquering Bavaria. However, despite his initial progress, he currently found himself in a stalemate with the armies of Bavaria, which have returned from their campaign in northern Germany to reclaim the land in which they had lost to Austria. Despite the advantages the Austrians initially had in this war, they now found themselves struggling to maintain the ground they had conquered. The Bavarians had made great gains in northern Germany, pursuing their claim for the vacant throne. However, after realizing that the Austrians had stolen their capital, they were forced to withdraw from their holdings and leave it to reconquest by the House of Luxembourg and their allies. As such, they were in a furious state as they gazed across the battlefield to see the dastardly Austrians who had attacked them while they were pursuing their ambitions. The two dukes led their respective armies with Duke Wilmar von Habsburg in control of his personal forces and those of his vassals. Duke Dieter von Wittelsbach was in charge of the Bavarian army. Seeing as how nearly all of the two dukes' forces were gathered for this event, this would be the single most important battle of the war in southern Germany to decide who would reign supreme, Austria or Bavaria. The battle ultimately would take place outside the city of Passau in eastern Bavaria. Duke Wilmar was currently discussing the plans for the grand battle which was about to take place with his vassals, who were commanders in his army. "Count Otto, my old friend, I wish for you to command the rear guard. Make sure that our flanks hold the line against any potential attack, especially that of cavalry." Seeing that he was not tasked with leading the vanguard, Otto frowned. However, despite his objections, he agreed to the Duke's orders and voiced his support. "I will do as you command, your grace." Duke Wilmar was, of course, pleased with this result. As for the next comment from the Duke, it surprised nobody. "Count Wolfried von Salzburg, you are tasked with leading the vanguard." Wolfried pounded his chest as he saluted his liege while responding to his orders. "You honor me, your grace." With those two positions taken care of, Duke Wilmar moved on to his overall strategy. "While Wolfried advances with the vanguard, I will lead the cavalry, which we will split into 2 units and circle around the enemy's lines, where we shall attack them from the rear of their flanks. Once the flanks are crushed, the Bavarians will have to fall back and reinforce their lines. As they do so, the vanguard will rush in and cut them down before they manage to do so." It was a simple enough strategy and had worked numerous times before. As such, none of the lords who were present had any complaints about the tactics they would use to defeat the Bavarians. The last remark the Duke made was about his archers. The archers will be placed atop both of these hills on both sides of the battlefield, where they will rain missiles down upon our foes. After these words were stated, all of the lords who witnessed this conversation nodded in agreement. Shortly thereafter, they were all set to the task, and the battle had begun. The archers took their positions on the hilltop and began to rain their arrows down upon the enemy forces, just as planned. However, unfortunately, it appeared as if the Bavarians were just as well equipped as the Austrians. As such, the arrows were largely deflected off of the heavily armored infantry of the enemy. The fact that the Bavarians were so well equipped was shocking to the Austrians, seeing as how the Austrian lords had spent a fortune on Berenger's arms and armor preparing for this war. Despite this fact, the Bavarians seemed to be equally well equipped, at least for the most part, which began to fill the lords of Austria with doubt over Berenger's loyalty. Nevertheless, now was not the time to worry about such concerns, and though the arrows could not pierce the brigandine or plate, they easily slid into the gaps in the enemy armor when fired in a volley numbering in the thousands. There were still many wounds inflicted on the Bavarian troops before they arrived in combat with the Austrian infantry. Still, it was strange that there was no sign of Bavarian archers or crossbowmen deployed to the battlefield, which filled Count Otto with angst as he commanded the rear guard, watching the battle from afar. The moment the two feudal armies made contact with one another, blood and death began to spray about the fertile grassland that was the battlefield. Corpses littered the field as the steel-clad armies clashed with one another like an enormous metallic tidal wave. As the battle continued to rage, Duke Wilmar finally found an opening for his cavalry, and as such, he began his charge, just like in the battle plan. The heavily armored knights mounted on horseback broke into two units, and went around the vanguard of the enemy army where they proceeded to attack their flanks from the rear. With their lances couched, and the force of the horses' charge, even high-quality steel plate armor could be damaged by such a powerful blow. As such, the heavily armored knights of Austria led by Duke Wilmar crashed into the enemy flanks, driving their lances through their chests and ending their lives. Quickly the Bavarian flanks began to crumble, and the plan seemed to be working perfectly. However, unlike Duke Wilmar had estimated, the moment the enemy flanks crumbled, the men began to rout and fled into the distance. Seeing this as an opportunity for victory, Duke Wilmar charged ahead of his infantry and into the routing forces. However, this turned out to be a grave mistake, as the enemy forces were pulling a classic feigned retreat. By the time the Knights of Austria arrived in front of their enemies, they were encircled by thousands of crossbowmen and archers who unleashed a massive volley from 360 degrees around the Austrian knights. Though the bolts of the crossbows could not penetrate the toughness of the steel plate armor, they could get into the gaps between them, causing injuries to the knights and noblemen who were encapsulated, as well as their trusty steeds. Before long, the entire contingent of knights who had broken the Bavarian flanks found themselves dismounted as the continuous volley fire had gravely injured their horses. Many of them were wounded or had even perished in the attack by the crossbowmen. After all, the plate armor of the time was not as advanced as what Berniger equipped his cavalry with. Many knights wore mail aventails for throat protection, rather than gorget or great bassinet, which allotted some degree of steel plate throat protection. Thus the crossbow bolts of the heavy steel crossbows were capable of piercing through the mail aventail and into their throats. Duke Wilmar and his surviving knights quickly recovered from the attack. However, they soon found themselves surrounded by the enemy infantry, and they were a long way off from their own army. As such, a vicious struggle appeared as the Knights of Austria battled to the death with the men at arms of Bavaria. Where the Bavarian knights were located, Wilmar did not know. Though the Austrian knights were afforded greater protection and had better skill than the Bavarian men at arms, they were severely outnumbered. They quickly found their ranks dwindling as they were surrounded on all sides and ruthlessly battered by the Bavarian forces. Duke Wilmar stood side by side with his knights and vassals, who had followed him into death as he parried an oncoming spear thrust and lunged towards the soldier's face with his longsword, piercing through the man's skull and ending his life. However, he shortly thereafter received a crossbow bolt in the crook of his elbow, which pierced through the gap beneath his plate armor and through the mail and gambeson which protected it. With a massive bolt piercing through his elbow, he no longer had the ability to wield his long sword with his dominant arm and thus resorted to using the weapon one-handed with his offhand. Count Otto gazed in horror at the sight of the Austrian knights being rapidly cut down by the enemy forces, yet there was nothing he could do. He was tasked with protecting the rear guard, and he was far too distant from his liege's position to provide any aid. All he could do was watch as the ranks of the Austrian knights slowly dwindled in a desperate struggle to wait for the Austrian infantry to arrive at their aid. However, right when the Austrian infantry was about to intervene, the Bavarian cavalry rushed upon their loose and disorganized ranks, which was the result of panic, and began to halt their advance. Duke Dieter was at the head of the ranks of his cavalry as they lanced through the Austrian vanguard as if they were cutting through cream cheese. The last thing Duke Wilmar saw before he was viciously struck upon the back of his helm with the mighty warhammer was the devastation wrought upon his forces by the Bavarian army. He quickly collapsed to his knees from the impact, where he was once more struck by the warhammer, ending his life. As for the fate of Count Walfried von Salzburg, he had either perished in the conflict or been captured alive. To Count Otto, such a thing did not matter at the moment. Despite being his daughter's father-in-law, Otto had no plans to stay behind and rescue the man. As such, he quickly ordered his troops to withdraw from the battlefield, for the Austrian army had already lost. With this one battle, the fate of Austria had seemingly been sealed, the Duke was dead, and his armies were routed. Those few who survived and remained free from bondage were the members of the rear guard who watched their armies cut to pieces. When all appeared to be lost, they fled the battle scene and headed back to their homes in Austria. After all, someone had to defend the homeland from the massive Bavarian invasion of Austria that would soon follow. Chapter 166, 165. Preparing for an enemy invasion. Nearly a week had passed from the fateful battle in which the Austrian army under the command of Duke Wilmar was horrendously defeated by the Bavarians. Count Otto had maintained his army's march back to Graz, where he intended to defend his home and family until death. As for the result of the battle, Count Otto had dispatched messengers and carrier pigeons to all corners of Austria, informing the realm of their liege's death and the results of the catastrophic battle. When Berenger finally received the news, he was sitting on his seat of power, with Linda on his lap, where he was in the process of teasing her. He indeed had no shame as he continued to grope her exquisitely proportioned figure through her velvet dress, which caused her to flush with arousal. Truthfully, this entire public display of intimacy was her idea, and Berenger was her lord, and master would not decline an opportunity to show off his dominance. As such, the young count entertained himself with the voluptuous body of his lover. That is until a messenger came rushing into the great hall and witnessed the erotic scene. Upon witnessing the intruder, Linda quickly became overwhelmed with embarrassment and hid her charming face with her hands. Nevertheless, Berenger continued to play with her ample bosom despite the new arrival. While behaving so shamelessly in public, Berenger shouted at the messenger who had just arrived. "Do you have something important to tell me? If not, get out. As you can see, I am currently preoccupied." Not knowing how to react to the bold scene in front of him, the messenger stammered as he tried to discuss the letter which had arrived, containing the seal of House von Graz. "Why? Your Excellency, Count Otto von Graz sends an urgent message. I am here to deliver it." Berenger's hand, which was latched to one of Linda's large breasts, immediately stopped what it was doing and released its grip. Shortly thereafter, a sigh escaped from his lips as he demanded the messenger pass the letter to him. "Hand it over." The messenger quickly bowed before walking up to Berenger and Linda, where he handed it to the young count whose arm was still wrapped firmly around his lover's waist, preventing her from fleeing the scene. After the man handed Berenger the letter, he quickly absconded from the spot. After all, watching Berenger openly play with Linda on his seat of power was not something to which one would normally stick around to see. It was only after the man had left that Linda released her hands from blocking her gorgeous face, where she began to pout. She truly only had herself to blame, as she was the one who suggested such an open display of intimacy. Nevertheless, she still felt Berenger had gone too far by not immediately stopping his actions with the arrival of a third party. Ignoring Linda's cute reactions, Berenger opened up the letter and read its contents, which caused his eyes to spread open with shock before settling into a grave expression. Seeing his reaction, Linda could not help but pry into his business. After all, she was his spy master, and as such, she quickly voiced her concerns. "I know that look. Something serious has happened, has it not?" Berenger nodded his head before announcing the results of the battle outside Passau. "The Duke is dead, his army was crushed in Passau, only Count Otto and his forces have returned from the battlefield. The lords of Austria are either dead or captured. I'm sorry, love, but I have more important things to attend to at the moment. I will have to play with you again some other time." Linda once more began to pout as Berenger forced her up from his lap and began to head to his study. They had only just begun their fun, and yet already he was leaving. She began to believe that such news always presented itself at the worst timing. She sighed to herself as she watched Berenger leave the scene. However, it could not be helped. He had to make preparations for the likelihood of a Bavarian invasion into Tyrol. As such, she decided she would spend her free time feeding her child. Berenger, on the other hand, quickly got to work. Those star forts had begun construction across Tyrol. He had always made a priority on the construction of forts in the border regions and within Kufstein. As such, the borders were adequately defended, at least in terms of fortifications. However, he now needed to transfer more forces to their garrisons. After all, the Bavarians were likely to invade through Tyrol with at least one army. By now, Eckhard had already returned to Berenger's court as his field marshal. Berenger liked to have him nearby to advise on strategies and tactics. As such, Berenger quickly called for Eckhard to meet him in his study, where the man arrived in a timely manner. Initially, Eckhard thought Berenger wanted to have a midday drink. After all, the two men had become close friends throughout the vast amount of time they spent together. However, after noticing the grave expression on Berenger's face, Eckhard's professionalism immediately took over. "Your Excellency, what has happened?" Berenger immediately relayed the news he had become privy to. "The Duke is dead, and the Austrian host was shattered. Only a few thousand troops made it out of the battle, and they returned to Graz with Count Otto. Vienna is left poorly defended after Lothar's rebellion, and it will not stand for long if the Bavarians decide to invade." Hearing such disastrous news, Eckhard frowned. By now, he knew where Berenger was headed with this train of thought. As such, he asked Berenger the question on his mind. "Yet you do not plan to provide relief to the new Duke?" Berenger grinned as he heard Eckhard's response. The man knew him too well. "Of course not. Though the Bavarians may send an army into Vienna, they will undoubtedly also send one into our lands as well. After all, Tyrol exists along the southern border of Bavaria, and I doubt they plan to leave us out of their conquests. We must properly defend ourselves." Eckhard nodded. The situation of the Duchy of Austria did not bode too well. However, as the Count of Tyrol, Berenger's first and foremost responsibility was to protect his own lands, which was the wisest course of action in such uncertain times. However, an idea popped into Eckhard's head as he thought about what would happen to Austria. What if the armies march on Steiermark? Will you leave your little fiancée to her fate? Berenger scoffed at Eckhard's suggestion and immediately retorted, "If those Bavarian bastards dare to think about laying a hand on Adela, I will bring the might of steel and shot upon their feudal armies. I will never allow harm to come to a single strand upon either of my women's heads." Eckhard stared at the conviction in Berenger's eyes and knew the young count was serious. Despite Steiermark being a rather distant county of Austria, at least relative to Tyrol, the grizzled veteran did not doubt for a second that Berenger would break any siege that took place in Graz and forcefully take his fiancée with him back to Kufstein, where she would be safe. With that in mind, the man had decided on the best course of actions in which Berenger's army would take and pointed to the map of Tyrol. "We will split the field army into two forces. As you know, we have mostly replenished our losses from the battle with the Teutonic Order, and as such, our numbers are back to their peak. 7,500 men will march up to Riet with Arnulf as their commander, where they will be stationed as a rapid response force to any invasion through our northwest borders. As for the other 7,500 men, they will be stationed in Kitzbühel, where I will lead them. If the Bavarians even dare to attack our northeastern border, I will crush them. As for any attacks on our allies in Steiermark, we will be able to more swiftly get to their aid by having our troops stationed in Kitzbühel." It was a good plan, and Berenger immediately agreed with it. As such, he complimented Eckhard before ordering him to put it into action as soon as possible. "Excellent work, Marshal Eckhard. With this strategy, we should be able to defend our borders from any incursion adequately. Relay this information to the army and have it enacted as quickly as you can." Eckhard nodded with a smile on his face before saluting Berenger. "Of course, Your Excellency. I will dispatch the army at once." Afterward, the man exited from Berenger's office and began to enact the plans promptly. Berenger's defenses were rather solid, and though most of the star forts were still under construction and would be for years to come, the border defenses were at least partially completed. As such, he did not fear the Bavarians seizing his land. Chapter 167, 166. The way is blocked. Rain poured down upon the mountainous borders of Tyrol and Bavaria. At the moment, an army of Bavarians was on the march. At the head of the military was a count who was quite upset about his current task. For the most part, he and the men of his army were proud members of the German Reformation, and Duke Dietger had tasked them to invade the heartland of their movement. Not only was Tyrol an important place in the hearts of German reformists, but it also housed two of their leaders, that being Berenger and Ludolf. As such, very few men in the army were eager to fulfill this task. On more than one occasion, this count by the name of Siegmund had considered outright insubordination. Yet, here he was at the borders between his homeland and the capital of the Reformation, debating whether or not he should go through with his orders. However, the closer his troops approached Tyrol, the more they were able to notice that a fortress was constructed in the area, one whose design was unlike anything Siegmund had ever seen before. It was in the shape of a star and flew the coat of arms of House von Kufstein. It was a fortress constructed by Berenger to protect the routes into his lands. Siegmund decided to halt his advance when faced with such a mighty fortress, which was visibly defended by relatively massive cannons and hundreds of men armed with what he perceived to be hand cannons. He was no fool, and he could tell by the design of the fortress that if he were to attempt to take it over, it would be a long and bloody battle. Not only were his men vulnerable to fire from all directions, but there were no blind spots to take advantage of. If rumors were to be believed, the hand cannons in which the defenders were equipped were devastating weapons. When faced with such a challenge, Siegmund only had three options. First and foremost, he could withdraw from the region and find another route into Tyrol, one he hoped would not be as heavily defended. The second option was for him to disregard his losses and attack the fortress in an attempt to force his way into Tyrol. His third and final option was to give up on the idea of attacking the region and set up camp on the edge of the border, and act like he was doing something, hoping that his liege would not realize he had sat still and done nothing. After all, neither he nor his men were too keen on the idea of attacking Tyrol. Count Siegmund von Augsburg took a few moments to contemplate his options when one of his commanders approached him. "Your Excellency, the path forward is blocked by the strange fortress. I fear as if it will be a difficult task to invade Tyrol." Count Siegmund immediately felt a headache looking at the situation before him. If he did not advance into Tyrol, he would be labeled an oath-breaker, and after the war was over, Duke Dieter would surely come for him and potentially his family. As such, he mustered his courage and ordered the army to advance on the fortress. "Prepare to lay siege to the fortress. We have our orders." While giving out the command to his army, Siegmund told himself in the back of his mind, "May God have mercy on my soul." As such, a siege camp was prepared, and within a few hours of preparations, the Bavarian army began to attack the Star Fortress. Men at arms rushed towards the fortress curtains, hoping that the solid portion of the wall would provide a steady platform to raise their ladders. However, the moment they came within engagement distance, the several hundred soldiers of Berenger's army who were garrisoned at the fort unleashed the 24-pound siege cannons onto the invaders. The explosive shells tore the besiegers asunder long before they made it to the wall section, which was their goal. Limbs were hewn from the victims of the blast, and blood splattered across the grassy mountain pass. Yet this did not stop the dozens of cannons mounted on the fortress walls from firing in the direction of the invaders. The thundering echoes of the guns filled the air alongside the blood-curdling screams of the invaders. Though the defenders only numbered in the hundreds, the fortress was so well designed that, even with their 14-17 land-pattern smoothbore muskets, they were capable of causing massive devastation to the enemy forces. By the time the third volley of cannon fire went off, the besiegers had fled back to their siege camp, which was unbeknownst to them well within the range of the mighty 24-pound cannons. However, the defenders did not attack the encampment. Instead, they halted their fire and allowed the enemy to retreat. The goal was not to annihilate the enemy force as quickly as possible. If they did such a thing, Duke Dieter would take one of two actions. He would either abandon Tyrol altogether until he had successfully taken all of Austria excluding Tyrol, or he would send a massive invasion far more significant than the current force in retaliation. Neither of which was appealing to Berenger. As such, the young Count of Tyrol had tasked his defenders to wage a war of attrition. If Berenger's forces could keep these tens of thousands of men bogged down outside their borders indefinitely, Duke Dieter would surely continue to send reinforcements and supplies to ensure the offensive against Tyrol continued. This would significantly weaken their attack on the remainder of Austria and divide his armies, allowing the Austrian lords a decent chance to fight back. However, Count Siegmund had no way of knowing Berenger's plans and was simply in awe of the weapons that his opponents fielded. Thus he stood with his mouth agape after watching his army collapse so quickly against the mighty Star Fortress. The man was so shocked by the disastrous result of the brief engagement that he accidentally voiced his thoughts aloud for all the nearby men to hear. God is on their side, for how can man build such destructive weapons without divine intervention? These words weakened the already low morale of the troops, many of which were reformists, and had no desire to attack the heartland of their religion. After saying these words, one of the commanders under Siegmund voiced his concerns. If God is on their side, then how do we fulfill our orders? It was only at this moment that Siegmund realized he had spoken his thoughts aloud, and as such, quickly came up with a scheme to avoid further conflict while making it seem like he was actively participating in an attempt to seize Tyrol. Write to Duke Dieter, tell him the northwest passages into Tyrol are blocked by mighty fortresses, and we need reinforcements if we are to achieve our objective. He will either send us aid, which will give us a period of reprieve, or he will ignore our pleas, and we will have our justification to sit back and do nothing. Hearing their liege's orders, the commanders all agreed that it was the best course of action and immediately set to task. As for the defenders in the fortress, not a single man was wounded in the conflict, and as such, they were sitting back and relaxing. After all, they had access to plenty of supplies and relieving forces. Theoretically, they could stay and guard the northwest borders of Tyrol indefinitely. While the besiegers lived in an exposed and muddy siege camp, the defenders stayed in fine barracks to shelter them from the elements, which allowed them a sense of comfort as they guarded the borders of Tyrol. The stalemate at the Tyrolean border had just begun, and this star fortress was not the only one facing a similar situation. To the northeast near the edges of Kitzbühel, the defenders were also facing a similar problem. After all, the attempted invasion into Tyrol was a two-prong offensive designed to encapsulate the region swiftly. However, in its initial advancement, it had been completely halted. When Duke Dietger finally found out that his troops could not penetrate Tyrolean territory, he would be shocked that his strategy had failed so miserably. However, the sunk cost fallacy was a severe issue of the human psyche, and the old Duke would surely continue to send aid towards the besiegers of Tyrol at his own army's expense. As for the rest of the invasion of Austria, aside from Vorarlberg, the remainder of the Austrian counties were not as lucky as Tyrol to have its natural defensive barriers, and as such, would fare far worse in the ongoing invasion. As the war progressed, Tyrol would become the symbol of Austrian resistance against Bavarian occupation, and Berenger would gain recognition as the leader of said resistance. As for now, the Bavarian invasion had just begun, and as such, no county had yet fallen to the enemy. While the attempts to invade Tyrol had been halted in their initial advance, Berenger was sleeping peacefully in the arms of his lover. Chapter 168, 167. Henrietta's concerns. The light of dawn shone into Berenger's room, exposing the scene of the young count and his lover entangled in each other's arms. As per usual, this was the signal for Berenger to awaken. As for Linda, she would continue to sleep for some time. The days of her waking up early to sneak back to her temporary quarters were long past. These days, everyone knew of her relationship with Berenger, and she openly slept in his room. As such, she could sleep in as long as she wanted, and Berenger never complained. Thus Berenger skillfully climbed out of bed without awakening Linda and got dressed in his athletic attire. As per usual, his morning was filled with a 5-mile run, followed by lifting weights and sword practice. When he was finally done with all of those things, hours had passed, and he had entered the bath to get rid of all the sweat on his body. When he opened the door to the tub and entered the pool of water, he found Linda already enjoying herself within. A large smile appeared on her face as Berenger sat down alongside her and enjoyed the steaming water. After a prolonged workout, soaking in a hot tub was something that Berenger had come to enjoy immensely. After fooling around in the tub with Linda for some time, the couple left the bath and tidied up their appearance while fulfilling daily hygiene like brushing their teeth and flossing. Afterward, they got dressed and headed to the dining room where they shared a meal. As per usual, the only other person present at the table was Henrietta, who had long since grown accustomed to Linda being present, and though their relationship had improved, she still supported Adela in her little rivalry with Linda. Adela, of course, had not been back to Kufstein since she left so many months ago. Berenger had yet to inform Henrietta of Lambert's death at his hands in the Battle of Oberstdorf. Of course, when he did finally tell her of such an important matter, it would be an entirely fabricated story about the boy dying in the glorious crusade against the Golden Horde. After all, Henrietta had always cared for both of her brothers, and she was still not fully aware of the evil in which Lambert had done in his life. Being a young child, it seemed unfair to Berenger to reveal to the girl the truth behind Lambert's misdeeds and the cause of his death. Thus he chose to allow his little sister to remember Lambert in a good light, at least until she was old enough to properly understand the depth of his actions and his wicked character. As such, Berenger drank out of the skull chalice, which was fashioned from his little brother's skull, while talking to Henrietta about how she spent her time recently. "So Henrietta, how have you been lately?" "I have been so preoccupied with work that I have been unable to check up on you." Henrietta had been attending classes at one of the public institutions which had been set up in the city of Kufstein to educate the young generations. After all, if she stayed cooped up in the castle of Kufstein with no contact with children her age, she was bound to have some issues properly socializing later in life. Thus Henrietta had a giant smile on her face as she devoured the delectable omelette on her plate. The omelette itself was filled with spinach and cheese and had become one of the girl's favorite breakfast dishes. However, the moment she heard this, her expression soured slightly, which did not go unnoticed by Berenger and Linda. "I am fine." Henrietta was a rather shy girl, and as such, she did not like revealing too much about her personal life. However, Berenger was persistent and made sure to pry into the girl's life. As such, he asked another question. "Are you enjoying school? Does everyone treat you well?" Henrietta nodded as she snacked more on her breakfast. She did not say much other than, "Uh-huh." Despite her answer, Berenger did not believe that to be the case. After all, he knew his little sister reasonably well and, as such, became deeply concerned. It was not simply a matter of being shy. Ever since Berenger got his eye patch and began drinking from a skull chalice, he had an aura of intimidation around him, which made Henrietta subconsciously afraid of him. As such, she acted as an obedient little lamb and merely nodded her head and answered Berenger's questions. Noticing such behavior, Linda put a gentle smile on her face and questioned the girl on Berenger's behalf. She was a far less frightening character in Henrietta's eyes, and as such, the girl was more open to talking to her. "It is okay. Why don't you tell me if you have any concerns?" Henrietta's gaze switched between Berenger and Linda for a few moments before she finally opened up about her problems with her school life. Due to being cooped up in the castle most of her life, Henrietta's was, as previously mentioned, a timid girl, and as such, she did not know how to interact well with others. Berenger's worst fears about her upbringing had already become realized, and as such, Henrietta revealed her difficulties at school. "I don't have any friends." With this information revealed, Berenger was not entirely surprised. He had deliberately put her in his public education program so she could socialize and become accustomed to the common populace, but she was still the Count's little sister. There was a natural air of intimidation that surrounded her, at least as far as the ordinary people were concerned. The parents probably instructed their kids not to do anything to upset her. When combined with her naturally shy and docile personality, she most likely sat alone in a class all day and simply went over her schoolwork. It seemed Berenger's guesses were correct as Linda further questioned the young girl. "Well, have you tried talking to anyone in your class?" Henrietta merely shook her head in response to this question, causing Linda to put on a warm smile once more. "Well, maybe you should try it out?" Henrietta's response was quick and filled with dejection. "It won't matter." Linda tried to dig to the root of the problem, and as such, further questioned Henrietta's response. "Why not?" Henrietta's expression turned gloomy, which was rather adorable on her cute little face, at least as far as Berenger was concerned. However, she muttered in a hushed voice, "Because I am the Count's little sister." Though she was quiet, the large dining room was virtually silent aside from her voice, and Berenger and Linda both heard her complaint. Now it was Berenger's turn to cheer her up, and he finally voiced his opinion on the matter. "It sounds to me like the other kids might be a little bit intimidated by your position. I'm willing to bet you don't voluntarily interact with any of them, and you simply sit there in class with an indifferent expression on your face. Am I right?" Berenger knew his sister all too well, and he had guessed correctly. Henrietta squeezed her favorite doll that she carried with her everywhere into her arms and pouted. Berenger was right on the money, and she felt like she was being scolded. However, what he said next gave her some hope. "Why don't you try introducing yourself to your classmates? I know you are shy, but if you make a sincere effort, they might stop thinking of you as a little ice princess who should not be offended and instead treat you as part of the class. I am sure the girls in your class would love to talk about your cute dresses." Hearing this, Henrietta continued to pout until finally, she uttered a single phrase. "I doubt that." Berenger laughed at the little Loli's cute expression and decided to counter her words. "Is that so? Then what are the girls in your class interested in talking about?" Henrietta's face slightly flushed as she recalled the subject the girls in her class were constantly talking about and immediately looked away from Berenger, which deeply confused him. As for Linda, she had a general idea of what the popular topic was among the little girls of Kufstein and merely smiled as Berenger tried to wrap his head around it. After a few seconds of contemplation, Berenger could not figure it out and promptly asked again. "Henrietta, what are the girls in your class interested in?" Hearing the authoritative voice of the Count speaking to her in such a forceful manner, Henrietta nearly jumped out of her seat from fright. However, she merely turned her head to look back between Berenger and Linda before muttering a single word. "You." Berenger did not believe he heard correctly, and as such, he asked her one more time. "I'm sorry, what was that?" Henrietta was already thoroughly embarrassed by the conversation and shouted out what she had said in a fit. "You. The girls in my class always talk about you." Now it was Berenger's turn to be embarrassed. This was not exactly a demographic he wanted to be popular with. As such, he turned to Linda looking for advice, who was merely smirking at his misfortune before teasing him. "My oh my, to believe my man is so popular with little girls." Hearing that phrase, Berenger immediately wished he was a turtle so that he could hide in his shell. It was indeed something he had never expected in life. Though he was popular among the women of Kufstein for many reasons, chiefly among them were his good looks, his charismatic personality, and the fact that he had achieved so much in life despite being only 21 years old. He never thought the girls Henrietta's age would be talking about him as if he was some form of Prince Charming. As such, Berenger merely cleared his throat before putting on a professional act and began giving Henrietta some advice. "Well, you should fit right in then. I mean, after all, who knows more about me than my precious little sister? Surely you must know some juicy details that the girls of your class will be interested in? Use that as an icebreaker, and then try to find some common interests." Linda laughed faintly at Berenger's reaction. Despite being embarrassed by the situation, he still managed to turn it around in Henrietta's favor. After pondering about it for a moment, Henrietta realized Berenger was right. If the girls in her class all treated her brother like he was a dashing prince, then she could talk about him to gather their interest, and from there, they could talk about other things. As such, she no longer felt embarrassed and smiled gratefully at Berenger. "Thanks, big brother." Despite his more intimidating appearance nowadays, he was still the kind and caring big brother she had grown up with, which made Henrietta happy. Now that she had a way to make friends at school, Henrietta and the others enjoyed the rest of their meal in peace. As for Berenger, he was cursing his luck for being so popular with girls of all ages. The last thing he needed was another reason for Linda to tease him, and she would indeed never allow him to live this down. Chapter 169, 168, Constructing the Grand Cathedral. While Berenger was enjoying a peaceful life in Tyrol, the Bavarian invasion had spread to the other corners of Austria. Luckily for Berenger, his position was secure for the moment. As such, he spent his time overseeing the usual activities. After finishing his breakfast with Linda and Henrietta, which had taken an unusual turn, Berenger had moved on to the main highlight of his day, which was presenting the architectural designs of his newest project to his favorite architect. With the German Reformation in full effect, Berenger wanted a symbol of his movement. As such, he decided to make a grand cathedral in Kufstein to represent the new era of Christianity. While Berenger was far from an artist, he still could draw some rudimentary architectural blueprints. The style he had in mind was that of the German Renaissance. Berenger had already begun implementing such designs across Kufstein for all of his major architectural projects, for example, his Grand Palace, which was primarily based upon the designs of the Schloss Johannesburg from his previous life. As such, he was currently in a meeting with his favorite architect who had been overseeing a lot of his projects within Kufstein. The man's name was Burkhard, and he was a refugee who had fled to Kufstein during the early days of the war in Germany, where Berenger immediately noticed his talents and put him to work. At the moment, the two men discussing the details of the Grand Cathedral with each other as they went over the designs. Burkhard being the first to voice his opinion. As usual, Your Excellency, you know how to build a basic blueprint, but are completely lacking in creativity. I am afraid to say you are without any form of artistic talent. Burkhard was a man in his early 50s. He was an unusually blunt man. Even to someone of Berenger's position, he was not afraid of voicing his true thoughts, which Berenger honestly enjoyed. Berenger was constantly surrounded by too many sycophants who told him exactly what he wanted to hear and not the reality he needed to hear. As such, Berenger merely laughed at the older man's comment and expressed his concerns. Yeah. I know I am not meant to be an artist. The question is, can you make something magnificent with the designs I have presented you? The older man with long overflowing gray hair and steel blue eyes began to contemplate for a few moments while rubbing his bare chin before sighing. It will take a lot of work to fix your mistakes, but I promise you, by the time I am done with this grand cathedral of yours, it will put anything the Vatican has to shame. Berenger chuckled upon hearing the man's confidence and patted him on the back as he brought the topic to interior design. For the interior, I was thinking stained glass windows. I have a soft spot for such things. Burkhard snorted when he heard those words before interjecting his opinion on the matter. Of course you want stained glass windows. Everyone wants stained glass windows in their cathedrals. Far be it from me to question Your Excellency's brilliant mind. Burkhard was bitter about the topic, though Berenger did not know why, and frankly, he did not care so long as his vision was brought to life. Thus Berenger switched the topic to the time frame it would take to complete it. How long will it take to be finished? Burkhard immediately scoffed at Berenger's remarks. The young count was always rushing him on his projects. Despite the vast wealth and resources at his disposal, it was not like the man could pull a miracle and complete such a large project overnight. Despite his inner monologue, Burkhard gave his best estimate. Considering you have me running around the clock building your palace, and now I have this damn cathedral on top of it, it will take at least 2 years. You are lucky you pay me so well and allow me the freedom to express my creativity with these designs, or else I would have quit long ago. Berenger was not the slightest bit upset by the level of informality in which the architect spoke to him. In fact, it was pretty refreshing listening to someone who did not bow and express meaningless flattery in every comment they made. As such, Berenger let the man's seemingly foul attitude slide. In reality, Burkhard was very passionate about his work and was glad to have the near-unlimited resources at his disposal which Berenger provided him to design and construct so many grand projects. Not to mention the freedom in which he was allowed to tinker with the rudimentary designs Berenger had provided him, thus giving him the opportunity to turn them into true masterpieces. Burkhard was right about one thing. Though it might take 2 years at the earliest to complete, it would be far grander than anything the Vatican had at the moment, and as such, the man was immensely proud to stick it to those old fools who had denied him his dreams when he was a young man. The Vatican once hired Burkhard to construct a project for them. However, the cardinals in charge of the project micromanaged every step of his creative process, and in his opinion, ruined the final result. As such, he was glad to see those old bastards get a taste of their own medicine. Berenger, on the other hand, was a much more convenient employer. As long as the result was fantastic, the young count could care less if it stuck faithfully to his original design. This was how Berenger outsourced all of his creative ideas, especially in the textile industry. Those with more artistic talent than himself were allowed to be creative with the basic concept he presented, resulting in styles based upon the clothing of the Renaissance from his previous life. However, maybe not 100% historically correct, nevertheless, they still ended up looking fantastic and selling well, and those two things were all that mattered in the end. After hearing that it would take at least 2 years to finish construction, Berenger was pleased. It usually would take years, maybe even decades, to construct such an extensive project. However, Berenger had introduced essential materials that significantly reduced construction speed and increased structural integrity over the traditional form of masonry. That was, of course, structural steel and concrete. With these two materials, his construction crews could create grand projects such as this cathedral in a far shorter time frame, with greatly enhanced sturdiness, especially when compared to the traditional methods. If one knew what they were doing, they could make a steel-reinforced concrete building look as attractive as any other building. As such, Berenger made use of these advanced construction materials to build his city rapidly as well as his defenses. Despite being pleased with the estimated time frame, Berenger liked to mess with the older man. Considering Burckhardt's naturally crotchety attitude, Berenger put on an authoritative facade and said in a stern voice, "That is too long. It needs to be constructed in half that time." Upon hearing such an impossible task, Burckhardt nearly had an aneurysm as a large vein protruded from his forehead while he was seething with anger. However, before long, Berenger broke out into laughter after seeing the older man's twisted expression, and Burckhardt instantly realized that Berenger was screwing with his head. As such, he forced himself to calm down and responded to Berenger's jest. "You know you are not half as funny as you think you are, right?" Berenger, however, had a great smile across his lips. The look on Burckhardt's face just now was priceless. After all, Burckhardt was one of the few people he knew who he could joke around with like this. With others, Berenger had to maintain his prestigious appearance, yet Burckhardt was different. He did not care in the slightest for the face of the nobility, and as such, Berenger could be himself around the older man. Of course, Burckhardt also found Berenger to be one of the more tolerable members of the nobility he had met. While the man was a member of the lower nobility, he was always looked down on for his lowly status, and as such, never cared for the noblemen and women who commissioned his work. However, he respected Berenger to a degree. Berenger was born to a lower noble house, a mere baron's son, and yet in under a year, he made himself a count. This was not an easy feat in this medieval world. After playing his prank on Burckhardt, Berenger noticed what time it was and realized he had to be at a strategy meeting in a few moments, and as such, he let Burckhardt get back to work. "Well, Burckhardt, as always, it has been a pleasure, but I am afraid I am needed elsewhere. I will let you get back to your work." Burckhardt snorted when he heard this and responded in a cold manner, "Just make sure I am paid properly." Berenger chuckled when he heard this response and walked away, leaving a rhetorical question in his wake. Have I ever failed in that regard? With that, Burckhardt was left with a basic outline for Berenger's Grand Cathedral, and he had a lot of work to do on revising the design into a proper blueprint before he could begin construction. Of course, this cathedral was not the only project he had to work on. After all, the palace was still under construction, thus the man had his work cut out for him. However, he was pretty happy with his place in Kufstein and had no plans to leave. As such, he rolled up his sleeves and got to work on the new project presented to him. In the distant future, Kufstein would be considered not only the seat of imperial power of Germany, but also the religious center of the German Reformation, mainly in part to the efforts of Burkhard. Chapter 170, 169, Catfight 2. While the Bavarians were halted at the Tyrolean border, the same could not be said for the rest of the Duchy of Austria. At the moment the Duke of Bavaria's forces were laying siege to Salzburg, the Count of the region was missing in action. Nobody knew if he was alive or dead after the battle in Passau, and his eldest son was currently staying within Graz with his wife and 3 children. The defense of the county of Salzburg was left to the second son of Count, who was slightly more intelligent than Wolfgang, but was by no means a genius, let alone a master of military strategy. As such, the region was in dire straits while it faced the Bavarian forces. Wolfgang's younger brother Adelbrand opted to give his troops the orders to stay within their castles and fortresses, challenging the Bavarians to fight them where they had the advantage. On paper, this might seem like a good idea. However, in reality, this left the towns and villages that provided the food to the castles, cities, and fortresses completely defenseless, resulting in the raiding, raping, and burning of Salzburg's common population by the invasive Bavarians. Of course, Wolfgang had no way of knowing what was going on in his family's territory, nor did he really care. After Otto arrived with his armies and secured Steiermark, the fearful man opted to stay with his in-laws, allowing the lands that should be under his protection to burn in the fires of war. This, of course, infuriated Eva, as she had yet another dispute with her little sister. Since their last catfight, Adela had been increasingly winning the little battles she had with Eva, to the point where Eva would rather stay in the castle in Salzburg than continue to be insulted in this manner. However, once more, Eva decided to provoke a fight with Adela now that she had nowhere else to return to. At the moment, the 2 women were standing in the grand hall fighting over, well, frankly, nothing of importance. I'm just saying, where's Berenger when we need him the most? He supposedly has an army capable of wiping out 30,000 men of the Teutonic Order, and yet he hides in his mountainous territory like a coward. If he is as great as a man as you claim, he should be leading the charge against the Bavarians, and yet Salzburg bleeds while he sits back and does nothing. Adela pouted after hearing her eldest sister slander Berenger once more and quickly countered her remark. Berenger is the Count of Tyrol, and as such he is currently protecting his lands from the invasion of the Bavarians, according to our father. He has completely halted the enemy's advance into Tyrol and is currently maintaining his field armies in the event that the Bavarians break past his fortifications. He is doing far more for his family's lands and the people within it than your cowardly husband. Now that Adela knew her sister's weakness, she made every remark a stake to the heart, which greatly wounded Eva's pride, and in all reality, she was correct. Rather than deal with his own enemies, Wolfgang hid in Graz under the protection of Otto's armies while his lands were torched and his people massacred by the Bavarians. Of course, even if he did show up to counter the enemy, there was not much an inbred dullard like Wolfgang could do about the situation. Still, Eva was greatly dissatisfied with her husband's behavior, and of course, Adela took advantage of that. Eva was scowling at Adela's remark, yet she quickly offered a retort. After all, much like Adela, she was privy to Otto's intelligence about the situation in Austria. However, Berenger had taken borderline paranoid lengths to remove spies and scouts of other powers from his territory. With his vast intelligent network, a part of it was dedicated solely to counterintelligence, and as such, gaining information on the events in Tyrol was quite difficult. Mostly they had to go with the intercepted messages they took from the Bavarians. According to father's reports, Berenger is sitting back in Kufstein enjoying himself with his lover and bastard child while his armies defend his borders. Just how exactly are those the actions of a great man as you proclaim him to be? Eva had a point. Berenger was not currently at the front lines as he had always been in the past, but the reason for this was simple. His army was a well-oiled machine, and the garrisons were explicitly trained to defend their star fortresses in the most effective means possible. Their commanding officers were battle-hardened veterans from Berenger's campaign in Tyrol and knew full well how to siege a fortress and how to defend one. There would be no purpose other than morale for Berenger to stay at one of his defending forts. The men were already in high spirits due to the exceptional conditions they found themselves in and the minimal losses they suffered. No matter how many times the enemy rushed at the star fortresses, the combination of rifled and smoothbore muskets, alongside the 24-pound cannons, was enough to quickly repel any attempted invasion. When one could repel an invasion in under an hour and spend the rest of the day playing cards and drinking tea while munching on biscuits and cookies, there was not a lot of anxiety to be had. If Berenger was going to enjoy luxuries while his soldiers were defending the borders, then he sure as hell was going to make sure his troops maintained some degree of luxury as well. Thus cookies, biscuits, tea, and other luxury items were shipped to his troops at the border to enjoy themselves with while they weren't in battle. There was no army in the world aside from Berenger's who could so thoroughly enjoy a siege in such a manner. Of course, due to the constant letters Berenger had written to Adela, she was thoroughly informed of such matters, and as such, she was well prepared for such an attack by Ava. You really are lacking in intelligence. Berenger may be in Kufstein, but his armies are well supplied and even have luxuries such as properly constructed tenements for shelter, cookies, biscuits, tea, as well as meat and eggs for meals. The only reason Berenger himself is not present on the front lines of defense is that it would serve no purpose. His armies are fully capable of defending his borders without him, and he makes sure they enjoy a similar level of luxury as himself while they are doing so. Being thoroughly defeated in the current war for words, Ava was once more showing an ugly expression. She could not confirm nor deny whether or not Adela was telling the truth, and as such, she was quite perturbed by this. Just how exactly did Adela know so much more about the situation in Tyrol than she did? Ava honestly did not believe that Berenger cared so much for Adela that he would constantly write to her informing her of his progress and daily life. I mean, after all, the man had taken a lover to enjoy his time with while Adela was stuck in Graz, just how much could he care for the girl? Nevertheless, Ava recovered from her poor attitude and once more began to sling mud in Berenger's direction. If he has such an easy time defending his borders, then why does he not send his field armies into Salzburg to liberate the region and end the people's suffering? Ava had a smug smile on her face as she asked this question, believing she had caught Adela in a corner. Nevertheless, she did not expect Adela to respond in the manner in which she did. The young adolescent girl smiled with a look of pity on her face for Ava. Clearly, the woman had nothing but boobs for brains. The answer to this question was so obvious Adela felt embarrassed to point it out to her older sister. Nevertheless, Adela masterfully executed her retort by looking at Ava as if she were a simpleton before stating the reason. Because Salzburg is not Berenger's responsibility, it is your husband's. The moment Ava heard those words, she felt as if her mind had imploded. Despite just a few moments ago believing she had cornered her little sister in this little argument they were having, Adela had so masterfully evaded her vicious strike and dealt a deathly verbal blow of her own. Realizing that she had been defeated, Ava had a hard time controlling her emotions. With every fiber of her being, she wanted to claw Adela's cute doll-like face off. Yet, she resisted the temptation to do so and instead snorted before walking away from her little sister. Ava absolutely refused to engage in this little debate any further. Adela, on the other hand, was entirely satisfied with the result of this entirely meaningless debate. She had once more beaten her eldest sister in a war for words, and though this may seem pointless to logical and rational individuals such as men, to a young woman such as herself, this was a great moral victory. Chapter 171. 170. The progress of civilization. Weeks had passed since the Bavarians first invaded Austria, and though their advance into Tyrol was halted at its borders, the war continued to spread to the rest of Austria. From Salzburg to Kärnten, and even into Upper and Lower Austria, the fires of war consumed the Duchy of Austria. At the moment, only Tyrol and its western neighbor Vorarlberg were primarily left untouched by the conflict. The only reason Vorarlberg had not fallen yet was because Berenger had sent troops to their aid. He could not allow himself to be cut off from the rest of the world, and as such, had spent some effort repelling Bavarian troops from Vorarlberg. Tyrol was utterly cut off from the eastern half of Austria. If Berenger wanted to aid the Count of Steiermark, his uncle and ally, his army would need to advance through Bavarian-occupied territory. It would indeed be a difficult task, but Berenger would have no choice but to do so if the city of Graz were indeed in danger. After all, he would never allow harm to come to Adela. There was an even more significant concern that had reached Berenger's attention. The Bavarians had largely isolated Tyrol. Because of that, Berenger could only trade with his partners in Italy and, by extension, the trade routes from the Italian peninsula into the Near East. As far as his German trade routes were concerned, they were utterly blocked by the Bavarian invasion of Austria. While Berenger was still making a significant profit from his trade with Italy and the Byzantine Empire, many of his customers no longer had access to his products. As such, he saw his earnings decrease significantly. At the moment, the young count was thinking of establishing trade with the remainder of Germany. Spread out in front of him was a large map of Europe. If Berenger wished to continue supplying the other German regions with steel and textiles, then he needed to maintain security in Tyrol and the county of Vorarlberg, which sat on his western border. After observing the map for some time, Berenger realized the only way to re-establish trade with northern Germany was to bring his supplies westward through Vorarlberg and the Swiss Confederacy, where they would travel north into Württemberg. From there, his products could once more spread across Germany. Due to the ongoing conflict within the German-speaking regions, Berenger would need to safeguard his trade caravans with armed forces. After coming up with this new trade route, Berenger set the task into motion and dispatched his orders to the necessary units who would conduct the trade operation. Now that he had concluded that job, he sat back in his soft leather chair within his study and sighed heavily before taking a sip from the wine contained in his gold chalice. Shortly after that, Berenger heard a knock on his door, and he immediately responded. Come in. With that, the large wooden door creaked open to reveal Linda's beautiful figure, who was holding the baby Hans in her arms. The tiny red gold-haired infant had a curious expression on his face as he peered at his father with his deep sapphire eyes. Linda had been spending time with Hans whenever she had the opportunity. She was quite the doting mother. After Linda approached Berenger with their son in her arms, she began to speak to Berenger with a severe expression. She was here for business and, for whatever reason, had brought their infant child with her. The heavenly beauty quickly got to the point as she relayed the information she had received from Berenger's spy network. The Bavarians will be assaulting Vienna soon. The city will not be able to hold out for long. Judging by Duke Dietger's fearsome reputation, he will eliminate any potential rivals to his authority over Austria, which means that the late Duke Wilmar's children will most likely be executed after the Bavarians have taken the city. Berenger contemplated Linda's words as he stared at her with his one good eye. Obviously, Linda did not just come here to inform him of this matter, and knowing his lover well enough, Berenger assumed she had come up with a plan to benefit the two of them. As such, he asked about it. So, what is your plan? A pretty smile spread across Linda's immaculate visage as she heard Berenger's words. The man honestly did know her too well. As such, she quickly got to the point. We have agents in the castle of Vienna who are currently on standby. When the castle falls, We will take advantage of the chaos to smuggle Duke Wilmar's youngest son, Conrad, out and into Kufstein, where we will then coerce him into naming you regent and creating a government in exile where you can begin a reconquest of Austria after your forces are fully prepared. Berenger was shocked by the plan Linda had presented him. It was unexpected and brilliant. Berenger had initially planned to sit back and gain Tyrol's independence through the conflict before invading Austria at a later date to claim the title of Duke for himself, but this was an even better plan for his ascension to power. Of course, there was only one question on his mind about the whole situation, which he was quick to inquire about. After we have retaken Austria, and I am declared regent, what do we do with Conrad? A wicked grin spread across Linda's lips as she had already thought about this plan and had prepared accordingly. We let the boy act as a puppet for a few years while we solidify our gains, and then we begin poisoning him in small doses until he becomes gravely ill and passes from this world, leaving you the regent of Austria with full authority to assume the mantle of Duke. Hearing Linda's devious plot brought tingles to Berenger's spine as an equally sinister smile spreads across his face. This was a vastly superior plan than the one he had come up with and was far more likely to quell any potential rebellion against his rule. After all, with this, he gained some form of legitimacy to his claim of the title Duke of Austria when he finally succeeded. Indeed, Linda's mind was far better at scheming than Berenger's, which was one of the reasons she was such an effective spymaster. After hearing her devious plot, Berenger got up from his seat and embraced his lover and child before whispering in Linda's ear. "You're a devious little vixen, did you know that?" After hearing Berenger's words, Linda began to blush. Those words were not intended as an insult but a compliment, and she was well aware of that fact. Having said those words, Berenger let go of Linda and walked away with his hands clasped behind his back. "I approve of your plan. Make sure preparations are in place to evacuate Conrad the moment the opportunity presents itself." Linda obediently nodded before departing with Hans in hand. "Of course, master, I will not fail you." Berenger smiled and sat down after Linda had left his study. He proceeded to pull out a flagon of wine and top off his skull chalice before taking a sip from it and staring out his window. Opportunities presented themselves when one least expected them. With Linda's plot, he would be able to secure the position of Duke of Austria more efficiently, and though it might be a few years before he had the title, in practicality, it would only be a few months before he held the power of the position. Despite the ruthless plan to seize power, Berenger did feel pity for Conrad. Soon the boy would be the last living member of a powerful dynasty from his previous life, and he would not live long enough to continue said dynasty. It could be said that Berenger's interference in this world's timeline had brought the end of the Habsburg dynasty before it even reached the zenith of its power. However, he was not deeply concerned about such a thing. After all, the Habsburgs in this world would become nothing more than a stepping stone on his own dynasty's rise to power. With Linda busy preparing for this grand scheme of hers, Berenger himself realized that he could no longer sit idly by. As such, he quickly began drafting orders for further conscription. By the time the Bavarians had conquered most of Austria, Berenger would need a much larger force to deal with them. Luckily, it would take months before Austria finally yielded to Bavarian occupation, and that gave Berenger enough time to train another division. Luckily for him, the population to provide such a large number of troops was not much of an issue. With the increase in refugees coming to Tyrol and the size of the native population, Berenger had more than enough men to draft into service, something which could only be achieved because of his agricultural reforms. Without such reforms, most men would have to be in the fields to produce food, yet now they could be drafted and trained to be soldiers. Such was the progress of civilization. Chapter 172, 171. We could just surrender. While Linda was setting her plans into motion, Berenger had begun another round of conscription. With the time it took to train recruits, he could have another division when Austria finally fell to the Bavarians. The Army of Tyrol was a well-oiled machine at this point, with a large batch of veterans acting as non-commissioned and commissioned officers. Their experience from Berenger's previous campaigns allowed them to maintain control of the many new conscripts who formed the majority of the new units which were appearing. Infantry and artillery had been prioritized in recruitment. As for the cuirassiers and other forms of cavalry, such as the lancers in which Berenger was fostering, they were costly to train and maintain, and as such had taken a back seat. By now, 3/4s of all of Berenger's forces were equipped with the 14-17-18 rifled musket, allowing a massive range advantage on the battlefield and during sieges alike. Because of this, Berenger had decreed the 14-17 land pattern musket, which was smoothbore, to be halted in production, and the existing muskets were to be converted into rifled muskets. When Berenger finally marched to war in an attempt to reclaim Austria, all his troops would be equipped with rifled muskets. Aside from line infantry, units of grenadiers were fostered by the more talented conscripts and were utilized as shock troops. Berenger had also begun forming Jaeger companies comprised of lightly armored soldiers with special rifles designed for long-distance shooting. These rifles were based on the Whitworth rifle from the American Civil War during Berenger's past life. The primary difference is that they utilized a flintlock system instead of a percussion cap system. These precision rifles employed Special's hexagonal bullets in a .451 caliber and were capable of an effective range from 800 to 1,000 yards. The Jaeger companies would be used as marksmen on the battlefield and would precisely execute high-profile targets, such as enemy commanders. These Jaeger units were dressed in green and black lanzknecht clothing and wore very little in terms of armor. After all, they were engaging targets at such a distance they seldom needed the protection afforded by armor. The Jaeger recruits were handpicked from the most capable shooters and trained explicitly in marksmanship. They would indeed have a fearsome reputation on the battlefield when they were finally deployed. While Berenger's forces improved in size and strength, the battle at the borders of Tyrol was still ongoing. Reinforcements had arrived to Count Siegmund's forces, and he was now forced once more to march on the walls of the Star Fortress. His medieval soldiers boldly held on to their weapons as they charged at the walls of the mighty fort in front of them. Trepidation filled every step, as those who had been present to witness the bloody spectacle of the last charge were all too aware of what awaited them. Nevertheless, the men were pushed forward towards the steel-reinforced concrete walls in which the Tyrolean forces were garrisoned. After advancing towards their objective, the thunder of the cannons mounted on the walls began to echo in the air, and the explosive shells rained down upon the invaders who prayed for their survival. However, if God truly existed, he was far from merciful. After the first barrage of cannon shells landed into the enemy's formation, they exploded upon impact and sent shrapnel in all directions. The blast itself was deadly. However, the shrapnel caused absolute carnage, which tore its way through the gaps in the Bavarian soldiers' armor and wreaked havoc across the battlefield. This was only the first volley. As such, the cannons were rapidly reloaded before being fired once more. Meanwhile, the defenders of the garrison began firing their rifled muskets at the enemy when they appeared within range. The large .58 caliber lead bullets tore through the brigandine and plate armor of the attackers, rendering their defensive equipment practically useless. Blood spilled with every successful hit, and bodies fell to the floor. Despite this, the Bavarians continued to advance, hoping to get to the fortress and raise their ladders. Yet such a thing never occurred, as they were quickly torn to shreds by the defenders' mighty weapons. It did not take long before the survivors began to rout back to their siege camp once more. Despite the reinforcements received from the Duke, Count Siegmund's army had once more failed to reach the sturdy walls of the Star Fortress. Filled with fury from the recent defeat, the Count began to curse to himself as he witnessed the bloody spectacle unfold. I can't even build a goddamn trebuchet without it being blasted to shreds by those wretched cannons. How the hell am I supposed to take this fortress? The commanders of his army were circled around him, and every one of them could feel the Count's pain. Duke Dieter of Bavaria had ordered the man to invade Tyrol from the northwest, and despite his best efforts, he could not even get close to the fortress which blocked his path. Every time he attempted to do so, his men would be torn asunder by the powerful weapons in which the defenders possessed. It was not simply a matter of explosive power, but the exceptional range in which the defenders held. Archers and crossbowmen did not stand a chance to get a shot off before getting gunned down by the rifled muskets. Due to the range of the cannons, Count Siegmund could not advance siege weapons into a position without them getting torn apart by the guns above. Trying to invade Tyrol was a nightmare for Count Siegmund, especially since he was morally against the idea, to begin with. Was this God's punishment for daring to march on the center of the Reformation? This was a question Count Siegmund had asked himself many times since he first arrived at the Tyrolean border. Nevertheless, Duke Dieter would not accept failure. The rest of Austria had been invaded, so why were he and the other commander who took a position in the northeast having such a hard time advancing into Tyrol? No matter how Siegmund tried to inform Dieter of Berenger's weapons, it was of no use. One would have to personally witness their destructive power to believe their effects, for they were something that had never been seen before in this feudal world. Eventually, one of Siegmund's commanders voiced a suggestion on how to proceed. Why don't we just wait for Duke Dieter to conquer the rest of Austria before we attempt to attack again? Morale is shaking, and there is no point sending more men to the slaughter. Before long, we will have a mutiny on our hands. It is simply impossible to enter through Tyrol through the borders of Bavaria. What the man said was the most reasonable course of action for the Bavarians at the Tyrolean border. Any further attacks would be a waste of lives. Since they could not enter through the border with Bavaria, they would have to wait for Dieter to march on Tyrol from Salzburg, which could only happen after the eastern portion of Austria was taken. Of course, Siegmund was fearful that if he took this approach, his liege would punish him severely for his cowardice. As such, he was hesitant to adopt such a strategy. Thus he tried to encourage possible alternatives from his commanders. Is there any other ideas on how to break through this fortress that has blocked our path? After a few moments of silence, one of the other commanders decided to voice his idea, despite knowing it would probably be rejected. We could just surrender. The moment he said this, all eyes stared at him as if he were an imbecile. As such, he quickly coughed before explaining himself further. There are probably less than 500 men in that garrison, and Berenger has these forts all over the border, assuming his entire army is equipped with such terrifying weapons. Do we really believe Duke Dieter can win this war? Is it not better to surrender to Berenger's armies now and be treated with dignity? I hear he is quite merciful to those who surrender willingly. After explaining himself thoroughly, the other commanders present began to take his idea as a realistic suggestion. They had already lost thousands of men in their multiple attempts at the wall without injuring any of the defenders. Even in a field battle, the weapons the Tyroleans used would be disastrous to fight against. Maybe the man had a point? After a heated debate, Siegmund had finally come to a decision. He would no longer waste the lives of his men trying to invade Tyrol. It was a pointless endeavor, but he also would not surrender to Berenger until he knew who would win the war. As such, he gave his commands. We will sit back and do nothing until we can see who a clear winner of this war is. If Dieter's armies begin to pressure Berenger's, we will launch another offensive. If they are soundly defeated, we will surrender to Berenger. Does anyone disagree with this approach? After having a vote, the result was unanimous. The army at the northwest border of Tyrol would no longer actively engage in this conflict, giving Berenger and his forces some reprieve. Chapter 173. 172, Fields of Steiermark. In the Fields of Steiermark, near the border of Salzburg, two armies had met. On the side of the Austrians, Count Otto was facing off against the Bavarians who had the gall to enter his lands. Though the nearby regions were set ablaze from the ongoing invasion, Steiermark had been one of the few counties capable of defending itself for the time being. The reason for this was simple. Count Otto and his armies escaped from the fields of Passau primarily intact, and as such, he had the most significant remaining professional force within the entirety of Austria. Outside of Berenger's army, that is. As such, the man was able to competently defend his territory, though that did not stop the Bavarians from trying to force him into submission. While the battle waged, Count Otto found himself dismounted and engaging with the enemy forces in melee combat. While he did so, a few bolts flew past the Count's face, which was covered in a great bassinet. One of these bolts even directly collided with his throat plate. However, it was effortlessly deflected by the sturdy steel helmet. Like most of his army's equipment, the armor Count Otto was equipped had been provided by the man's nephew. Berenger had not cut corners when creating Count Otto's plate armor, and though it was not as advanced as the designs of full plate armor in which Berenger had access, it was made with the finest materials and by the greatest craftsmen of his realm. As such, Count Otto was adequately protected against the enemy's missile fire. After his armor deflected the oncoming bolts with ease, Count Otto found himself engaging in a sword fight with a relatively well-equipped man-at-arms. Wielding his long sword with excellent skill, Otto quickly disarmed the enemy opponent before gripping the blade of his sword in a technique that is referred to as half-swording, where he drove the tip of the blade into the gaps in the enemy's armor. The opponent grunted in pain as his shoulder was pierced, and Otto followed up with a murder stroke, smashing the pommel of his sword against the opponent's helmet, acting as a makeshift mace. After a few mighty swings, the enemy collapsed, his skull thoroughly crushed by Otto's onslaught. After ending his opponent's miserable existence, Otto gazed upon the battlefield and noticed that the tide had begun to turn in his favor. Though the Bavarians were more significant in number, Otto was an experienced commander and easily outmaneuvered the hostile army. While he was engaging the enemy forces as the commander of the vanguard, his cavalry, which was led by one of his vassals, had passed beyond the enemy's flanks and smashed into them with their lances like an unstoppable tidal wave. In doing so, the cavalry broke the enemy formation and forced them to regroup. This was the strategy Duke Wilmar had attempted to use at Passau. However, this time, it worked as intended. Mainly because the Bavarians were not prepared for another feigned retreat. With their flanks smashed and the survivors beginning to rout, the enemy lines quickly began to crumble. Noticing that the battle had begun to shift in his favor, Otto continued his onslaught of the men in front of him with fierce determination. Surrounded by a group of disarmed knights, the courageous Count charged towards the enemy like an enraged tiger. Not all men-at-arms of the Bavarian army were equipped head-to-toe in brigandine and plate, and as such, the sword was still quite the effective weapon. With great finesse, Otto swiftly dodged an oncoming strike before lunging with his blade into the enemy's thigh, piercing through the femoral artery and causing the man to bleed out on the spot in rapid fashion. However, the Count did not have time to breathe as he was quickly rushed by another enemy, who immediately bound Otto's sword with his own. As the two were caught in a struggle, an oncoming lancer pierced through the backplate of the enemy, aiding Otto in his conflict. Sweat began to pool on Otto's forehead as he continued to exert his energy in the heat of battle. The Bavarian forces started to retreat after a while. Even though the enemy was routing, Otto did not pursue them. He feared he would fall into a trap similar to the late Duke Wilmar. As such, the surviving Bavarians fled back into Salzburg, which was primarily occupied by the Bavarians. By winning this battle, Otto had secured the county of Steiermark for a bit longer. However, If the Bavarians kept persisting in their attempts to invade his territory, sooner or later, his armies would falter. Gazing at the losses on both sides, Otto began to lament the deaths of those brave soldiers who fought for their homeland. What he needed now was the aid of an ally. Unfortunately, most of his supporters were significantly weakened by the horrific loss at Passau and were themselves struggling to maintain their territory. The only one who was able to help the man was Berenger, and Otto did not fully trust his nephew. While Berenger had supplied Otto's forces with a great deal of equipment and resources, it became increasingly apparent that the young Count of Tyrol had no intentions to intervene in the war and merely sit it out in his well-defended territory. What was even more suspicious was that the Bavarians were all equipped with a similar level of equipment that the Austrians were using. This led Otto to believe that Berenger was supplying both sides of the conflict as a war profiteer. The fact that the only action Berenger had taken during this conflict was defending his borders, and that of his western neighbor further filled Otto's doubts of his nephew's loyalty. Though Berenger seemed to care for Otto's youngest daughter Adela unless the Bavarians threatened her life, Berenger was unlikely to aid Otto, and the man knew it. However, Otto also knew that Berenger was a man driven by self-interest. If that were the case, if he wanted to acquire his nephew's help, precisely that of his armies, he would need to develop some incentive for him to do so. These were the issues Count Otto thought about as his soldiers began to clean up the battlefield. Eventually, one of the Count's commanders approached him and handed him a letter. "My liege, there is a letter for you which contains the seal of the von Habsburg dynasty." Count Otto sighed heavily as he grabbed a hold of the letter and began to read its contents. He could already guess what information the letter contained. After reading the letter, Otto tore it up and cast the shredded remains into the wind. The action, of course, shocked his commander, and the man could not help but voice his concerns. "Your Excellency." "What is it?" Count Otto stared into the distance towards the direction of Vienna with a solemn expression before answering the man's question. "Vienna is under siege once more, and Wilmar's heir requests our aid." After receiving such news, the Count's actions further confused the commander, and as such, he asked the question on his mind. "And we are not providing it?" Count Otto then stared grimly into the commander's eyes before making his stance clear. Web audio channel announcement. Thank you for listening. If you want to listen to the full series and hundreds of audiobooks similar to this, please join our Discord or join our Patreon on patreon.com/webaudio. The link will be in the description and also pinned in the comment section. Thank you. With what army? The survivors of this battle need to defend Steiermark from further incursion. We do not have the men to spare if we wish to break the siege of Vienna. I have already done enough for the Habsburgs. I need to think of my own family's safety. Though the commander was initially shocked, he also understood Otto's thoughts on the matter. This was a war Austria was now fated to lose, and the Count of Steiermark had to think about his family's future. To prevent the most losses to his territory, he would have to abandon the Habsburgs to their fate. Of course, neither of the men had any idea that by doing this, they were playing into Berenger's plot to topple the Habsburg dynasty and place himself as duke in the upcoming years. After cleaning up the battlefield and scavenging the equipment from the corpses that were buried in mass graves, the armies of Count Otto began to return to Graz, where they would rest, until a time where they were needed to defend their borders once more. Unfortunately for the von Graz family, they were not located in the mountainous region of Tyrol. As such, they were not afforded the natural barrier in which the Alps provided Berenger. Thus, they would have to meet the enemy in the field every time they presented themselves. Thus, with the battle being completed and the von Graz family rejection of the Habsburgs' request for aid, the war in Austria began to advance towards Berenger's interests. For now, Steiermark would remain free from Bavarian influence, but whether they could endure the tides of war long enough to be a part of Berenger's resistance to Bavarian authority was yet to be determined. Chapter 174, 173, War Council I Berenger was currently standing in the middle of his great hall. He was posing for a painter who had shown exceptional talent over the last few months. So much so that Berenger had commissioned this painter to paint a portrait of himself. The first of many to come. It was no secret that Berenger was an incredibly vain man. He cared greatly for his appearance and those around him. There was a reason he outfitted his forces in the flashy attire of the Landsknechts from his previous life. He secretly wondered if he had inherited this from his father in this life, or if he had developed it over time. After all, in his previous life, Berenger was an exceptionally average-looking man. His great attracting feature was the body he had put a lot of effort into developing into that of a warrior's. His face, however, was nothing special, and though it was not ugly, it was certainly not attractive either. However, after reincarnating into this life, he found himself in the body of an exceptionally handsome young man. If one went from average to a 10 out of 10, it made sense for them to become slightly obsessed with their appearance. At the moment, the young count stood dressed in his armor. The 3/4 plate armor was made out of blackened steel, with exquisite gold embellishments. The pauldrons were perfectly sloped over the gaps in the armor to the point where rondelles were unneeded. His gauntlets allowed access to the individual fingers, and he currently held onto the grip of his heavy cavalry sword, which was slung across his waist and sitting within its sheath. His free hand rested on his equally embellished open-faced burgonet, which sat on a nearby end table. Berenger's facial expression was cold and indifferent, which went perfectly with his gilded black velvet eye patch, creating an oppressive atmosphere. The portrait itself was from the waist up, and as such, the armor which protected his thighs and groin were not visible. In the audience watching the painter display, Berenger's majestic appearance with excellent skill was Linda, who greatly admired the process. Berenger had promised that if it turned out as well as he thought it would, then he would commission one of Linda as well. As such, she was pretty excited as she saw the portrait slowly take shape. The painting was of far more excellent quality than the average medieval period painting. Berenger was far from an artist, but he knew how to explain how to use basic principles from his past life. After all, he had taken a few painting classes in high school as an elective. So he was able to help the artists in Kufstein advance their skills so that their paintings would be more lifelike. As the painting neared completion, it significantly resembled other portraits from the Renaissance period from Berenger's past life. It was quite the magnificent work, and the painter would never have acquired such skills without Berenger's instruction and the funds that the young count provided artists in Kufstein to pursue their passions. After the work was completed, the young painter showed Berenger the end product. As Berenger witnessed the creation with his own eyes, a large smile spread across his face as he handed the man a pouch filled with gold coins before complimenting the artist. As always, your paintings never cease to amaze me. Well done, lad. It was pretty awkward for Berenger to refer to the young man as a lad. After all, he was only 21, and the artist was of a similar age to him. Nevertheless, one does not question what the count calls you, and the man merely smiled at the compliments he was given, and, more importantly, the pouch he received, which was filled with gold coins. Berenger then placed his steel-clad arm around the man's back and instructed him on his next task. Go and rest. You have earned it. Whenever you feel the tingle of creativity in the back of your mind once more, return to my castle and paint a portrait of my beautiful lover. The young man merely nodded at Berenger's request and left the room, where Linda was waiting in the background for the two men to complete their transaction. She had a lovely grin on her face as she looked at the portrait before expressing her opinion. It looks phenomenal. Who knew art could be so beautiful? Berenger merely chuckled as he began to strip his armor off of himself, which Linda immediately took notice of and assisted in the process. While they were in the process of taking off his equipment, Berenger voiced his opinion on the piece. The artist was lucky that I am so handsome. If I were an average man, the piece would not be as inspiring. Linda merely rolled her eyes at the sight of Berenger complimenting himself yet again. She was well aware of his sense of vanity. Still, that honestly did not make her think any less of him. After all, she was first attracted to him because of his appearance. She chuckled as she thought how foolish she was for trying to drug and enslave Berenger when they first met. Though things did not turn out as she had intended to that night, she was far happier with the actual result. Thinking about their first night together made Linda incredibly aroused, and after she finished stripping off Berenger's armor, she pressed her ample breasts into her lover's chest in an attempt to seduce him. Noticing Linda's longing gaze, Berenger chuckled. He had no idea what she was thinking about to bring on this sudden change, but she was seriously too tempting. It was no wonder he fell for her charms when they first met. Nevertheless, he was much too busy to satisfy her at the moment. The portrait was just one of his many responsibilities on his daily list. Before he could fool around with his lover, he had to take care of the realm. As such, he flicked the girl on the nose as she tried to seduce him with her beautiful figure. "Be patient. I am swamped with work at the moment. However, I promise I will satisfy you later tonight." Linda began to pout when Berenger rejected her, but she knew that he always kept his word, and as such, she put on a sultry smile as she kissed him passionately. It was only after she released herself did she say the comments on her mind. "I will hold you to that promise." Afterward, Linda fled from Berenger's sight, leaving him behind in the room by himself. Berenger merely licked his lips as he said to himself aloud, "I am going to make her pay for that." Now that his portrait was finished, Berenger had plenty of other matters to attend to. So did Linda. As the master of Berenger's spy network, she quickly got to work compiling information on Berenger's enemies, expanding the web that covered southern Germany. Soon enough, Berenger's agents would be in every corner of the Holy Roman Empire, collecting information and waiting for an opportunity to strike. As for Berenger, he had a meeting to attend to, where he would be consulting with several officers in his army about the ongoing war in Austria. Though now was not the time to strike, preparations were in progress for the critical moment when Vienna fell, and Conrad was extracted to Kufstein where he could set up an Austrian government in exile. If even one cog in the machine that was his army failed to fulfill its duty, Berenger could lose everything in this upcoming ploy. With this in mind, Berenger got changed into his civilian clothing and visited the building constructed to act as the headquarters of his Department of Defense. When he arrived in the war room, Berenger noticed that several officers were waiting for him inside it, and they quickly jumped into salutes as Berenger made his presence known. Berenger, of course, returned the salutes before giving the command. At ease, where the officers slightly relaxed their position. Afterward, Berenger and the officers in the war room sat down in the chairs that were provided for them, where Berenger began to start the meeting. "First and foremost, how are the 2,500 troops I sent to Vorarlberg doing?" One of the officers, who bore the rank of general, quickly announced the status of the operation to defend the western borders of Austria. "Your Excellency, the Count of Vorarlberg is grateful for the troops we have sent, and under the command of the officer in charge, they have done an excellent job in repelling the advance of the Bavarians. By now, the Bavarian army which attacked the region has been completely pushed out, largely in part to our forces. However, the Count of Vorarlberg and his armies should also be commended for their success." Berenger nodded in approval at this news before addressing his next concern. "So the region has been secured for our trade caravans to pass through?" The general quickly responded in the affirmative. "That is correct, Your Excellency." Berenger smiled when he heard those words. Now that the Western Front was secure, Berenger did not have to worry about fighting on two sides when he finally got involved in the war for Austria. As such, he began to address the border crisis. "How about the border forts? How are they holding up?" Another man bearing the rank of colonel quickly informed Berenger about the ongoing conflict at the border as he spread a map across the table and placed a few minifigures that represented the forces involved in the battle. The Northwest garrison has completely halted the advance of the Bavarians. After trying to attack numerous forts, they have given up completely and are simply maintaining their presence at the border. As for the northeast border, the Bavarians are still concentrating their efforts to break through the defense. However, they are making no progress due to the construction of the star forts in the area and how well defended they are. The enemy army usually routs after a few artillery barrages. We have yet to suffer a single casualty, well aside from some minor wounds. Berenger smiled and nodded at this news, ultimately. For the time being, Tyrol was secure. As such, Berenger decided to inform his officers of his upcoming plans, for they could not adequately prepare themselves if they were unaware. As such, Berenger deeply thought about the words he would use next, as they were of critical importance to his future plans. Thus the officers in the war room were left in silence as they waited for their liege and commander to give his passionate speech on the future of the war in Austria, one which would one day be recorded in history as a symbol of Berenger's rise to power. Chapter 175, 174, War Council 2. The silence permeated throughout the stale air of the war room for some time before Berenger finally voiced his concerns over the upcoming period with an impassioned speech. Gentlemen, we are at the dawn of a new era. The invasion from the Bavarians has brought us an unforeseen opportunity. Vienna is under siege, and the Habsburg dynasty is nearing its end. If we take advantage of this upheaval to rescue the youngest member of the dynasty from the predicament he finds himself in, we will be able to benefit from this crisis and establish a government in exile, with our county at the center of the resistance. Imagine a new Austria with Tyrol at the core of its power. For this vision of the future to become a reality, I need every one of you to seize this opportunity that lies before us. For a greater Austria, every man within the war room of the headquarters of the Department of Defense was an ambitious man, at least to the point that they were eager to follow Berenger in his future conquests. Not a single one of them were displeased with this plan that would allow their liege to usurp the Duchy of Austria in the future. As such, when Berenger finished his speech, it was met with the battle cry of the Tyrolean army from all of the officers present. God with us. Seeing the officers pound their chests in a unified salute and scream the battle cry of his army, Berenger was pleased. It would appear that the core of his officers had taken his side in the upcoming conflict. Though Berenger did not doubt their loyalty, he was an exceptionally cautious man and had to prepare for the event that he would be betrayed. As such, he was closely examining every member of his staff before nodded his head in approval. After witnessing the scene of his officers come to terms with his plan, Berenger pointed towards Vienna on the map before sharing his and Linda's plan with the high-ranking officers who made up the core of his military hierarchy. Our agents have long since infiltrated Vienna's castle. When the city falls and the castle with it, we predict that Duke Dieter of Bavaria will butcher any potential rivals to his claim over Bavaria. And as such we will smuggle Conrad out of the castle of Vienna, where we will coerce him into making myself regent, while we work towards restoring the Habsburg dynasty to power over Austria. In name only, of course. The real power behind the throne will be me as regent, and by extension all of you as officers in my army. You all do not need to worry about this operation's success, as it is left to the Department of Intelligence. As for your jobs, it will be to ensure that our forces are prepared and amassed at our eastern border for the three-prong invasion through Salzburg, Kärnten, and Upper Austria. After we have seized those regions, we will rally with the forces of Steiermark and march on the Bavarians in Lower Austria, which will allow us to seize Vienna and declare our war a victory. Hearing Berenger's plan for invading Eastern Austria and reclaiming it, the officers were all impressed. By the time they were able to invade Bavarian-occupied Austria, they would have roughly 30,000 men. They would be able to split their army into 3 divisions of 10,000 men each to advance on the 3 locations. Each division would have enough firepower to successfully defeat any army they might come across. The strategy itself was planned by Berenger, considering Eckhard was currently overseeing the forces stationed in Kitzbühel. The young count had to design the operation entirely by himself, and as an avid strategy gamer from his past life, he was more than capable of devising an invasion plan such as this. The officers comprised of the core of his military hierarchy all agreed with the strategy, and though a few of them added some minor inputs, the invasion plan was mainly complete. As such, after a thorough discussion, the officers were eventually dismissed, and Berenger found himself alone in the war room staring at the map. One day soon, Austria would be his, and his plans for unifying Germany into a greater German empire would be one step closer to reality. After looking over his battle plans one more time, Berenger rolled up the map and stashed it away, where he then left the headquarters of the Department of Defense and returned to his castle, where Linda and Henrietta were waiting patiently for him to attend dinner. The moment Berenger sat down at the head of the table, he overheard Linda's feminine voice call out to him. "So, how did the War Council go?" Upon hearing these words, Berenger smirked, before tussling Linda's silky red gold hair. Afterward, he took a sip out of the Doppelbock beer, filled in his skull chalice, before responding. "You do not need to worry so much. Everything is going according to the plan. Soon enough, we will rule this land." Henrietta, of course, had no idea what the young couple was conspiring about this time, nor did she care. Instead, she spoke up voluntarily for the first time in a while with a broad smile on her face. "I made a friend today." Hearing Henrietta openly declare such a thing brought a great sense of surprise to both Berenger and Linda, who had not expected her to make a friend so quickly after they had given her advice. They thought it would take a while before Henrietta would leave her comfort zone and approach the other girls in her class. As such, Berenger immediately took a sip from his chalice before replying to Henrietta. "I am glad to hear it. So who is this little friend of yours?" Henrietta was all too eager to announce her friend's name and how they met. As such, she quickly began to spit out the events of what happened as rapidly as machine gun fire. "Not that such a thing existed in this world. Her name is Charlotte, and she is the daughter of one of the soldiers in your army. We met at lunch when I overheard her talking about how her father always brags about your victories in battle and how he was a part of them. So I told her you are not always the bold commander you are today and how you used to be a sickly, foolish boy. She was eager to hear about your past, so we talked throughout the lunch period about how you used to be and how you changed." Berenger nearly choked on his beer when he overheard Henrietta informing her friends of his embarrassing past, Linda. On the other hand, she was smirking at Berenger's misfortune and began to encourage Henrietta to continue with her behavior. "That's good, Henrietta. I remember when I first heard of your brother years ago. The rumors that were flowing about then was that he would not live to be 20. And he spent most of his days idling about and throwing childish tantrums every time something did not go his way." Berenger glared at Linda when she reminded him of the original host of his current body. Every time he looked back on those memories, he began to cringe at the old Berenger's immature behavior and dull mindset. If he had not reincarnated in this body, that fool would have ended up dying anyway, and Berenger would never be able to achieve anything significant in life. Luckily for him, he was able to reinvent his image through many difficulties, that is. As such, the younger generation was utterly unaware of his original reputation, despite it roughly being a year since his massive change in behavior. After listening to the two girls criticize his past, Berenger coughed a little before addressing Henrietta's conversation about him with her friend Charlotte. "Henrietta, my dear sister." Henrietta perked up her head like a bit of meerkat when she heard Berenger address her in such a manner. "Yes." Berenger took another sip from his beer before finishing his train of thought. The whole scenario vexed him. If you love me as your brother, you will do best not to remind people of my embarrassing past. Linda chuckled as she witnessed Berenger's pained expression. As for Henrietta, she was confused. After all, Berenger was the one who encouraged her to talk about information most people did not know about him to the other girls in an attempt to make friends. However, she quickly realized she might have wounded Berenger's pride as the Count of Tyrol and began to pout before nodding her head in agreement. Okay, I will only say the good things about your past from now on. Seeing that Henrietta had agreed to his request, Berenger smiled gratefully before reaching across the table and patting Henrietta's little head while praising her. Good girl. This action, of course, brought a gentle smile to Henrietta's face as she basked in the affection of her dearest older brother. Linda, of course, would not miss the opportunity to make fun of Berenger and quickly muttered under her breath, "Lolicon." This statement instantly disrupted Berenger's actions and brought a frown to his face. As such, he withdrew his hand from Henrietta's glossy golden blonde hair before awkwardly digging into his meal. After which Henrietta began to pout at Linda for disrupting her moment. The meal continued in awkward silence as the trio enjoyed the gourmet cuisine made for them by the talented chefs of Berenger's castle. Chapter 176. 175. A normal day for the Count of Tyrol. After dining with Linda and Henrietta, Berenger was finally able to relax. As such, he sat in front of the fireplace as the evening came and went. Drinking wine from his skull chalice, the more he drank, the more intoxicated he became until finally, he started speaking to his goblet as if he were speaking to his brother himself. "Lambert, my little brother, why do you hate me to such a degree that you must attempt to end my life and usurp my title?" Though Berenger had roughly heard about the reason for Lambert's actions during their duel at Obserdoft and could slightly sympathize with him, after all, if he was in the boy's position and had an older brother like Berenger from before his reincarnation, he too would have plotted against such a fool. Yet to Berenger, Lambert's actions were unforgivable, mainly because he continued to engage in such behavior after Berenger had proven himself capable of leading the house to greater power and prosperity. Obviously, the chalice made from Lambert's skull did not reply to Berenger's question. Meanwhile, Linda had walked in and observed Berenger's drunken conversation with the inanimate object, and as such, she quickly approached him and grabbed the chalice from his hands as he attempted to take another swig. "I think you have had enough, master." Gazing at Linda's worried expression and the look in which the skull chalice was giving him, Berenger merely chuckled before allowing Linda to snatch his goblet away from his grasp. The young count voiced his support for his lover's actions as he struggled to get to his feet while leaning on Linda for support. "You are probably right." After finding his balance, Berenger slowly followed Linda to their room, where she helped him get undressed and into bed. Shortly thereafter, she followed suit. Berenger was too drunk to fulfill his promise earlier in the day, and because of that, the young beauty pouted. Nevertheless, she found comfort in the act of cuddling in the arms of her lover as the two drifted to sleep. Before long, the light of dawn shone through the window, and Berenger awoke from his drunken stupor. Miraculously, he did not have a hangover, which he was thankful to Dionysus for such a result. He commonly found himself thanking the old pagan gods whenever something good happened to him related to their mastery. It was a light-hearted joke, and obviously something he kept to himself. As an atheist, he did not truly believe in his jests. However, when he gazed at the unsatisfied expression on Linda's sleeping face, he realized that he had failed to fulfill his promise. As such, a wicked smile appeared on his face as a sinister plot formed in his mind. However, before he could begin to enact such a thing, Berenger heard the infant cries of Hans in the other room, and Linda's maternal instincts took over with her sky-blue eyes instantly opening and her head is rising from her pillow. Seeing her bare body glistening in the light of dawn, Berenger wanted to pounce on the mother of his child then and there. Still, unfortunately for him, she was too focused on their son and his cries as such. She quickly got out of bed and dressed in her nightgown before leaving Berenger to pout like a child who had just been denied his favorite toy. Seeing that he no longer had the opportunity to fool around with Linda this morning, Berenger too got out of bed and dressed in his loose-fitting athletic attire before beginning his daily routine. After doing his morning run, push-ups, sit-ups, squats, and pull-ups, Berenger began lifting weights before training in swordsmanship. Now that his right eye was no longer usable, his combat prowess was greatly diminished, especially since he had been forced to retrain himself in using his offhand. After all, without the use of his dominant eye to oversee the use of his dominant hand, fighting with his right hand was merely asking for trouble. As such, he was once more thoroughly thrashed in his sparring session with one of the knights under his command. However, Berenger was a persistent man, and he would not give up until he was once more adequate in using the sword. However, he would not be leading any charges on the battlefield until then, and would merely stay at the rear and allow his soldiers to fight for him. The idea of which greatly wounded his pride as he thought about it. Nevertheless, that was the price to pay for his arrogance. As such, he spent his bath time greatly reflecting on the foolish actions of his past, the results of which were brought upon by his growing ego. After getting out of his bath and fulfilling his other basic hygiene requirements, Berenger ate breakfast with his family. Ultimately, the meal was uneventful, and nothing of importance was discussed. As such, Berenger soon found himself thrust into his work where he mainly oversaw the approval of budget concerns enacted by the House of Lords. Now that he had capable and loyal men leading the charge in his reforms, Berenger had little to micromanage and thus had a much larger degree of spare time than he had in the past when he had to lead the efforts in every small thing. Eventually, a peculiar file found its way to his desk, which was for the approval of the appointment of a member of the House of Lords, a man with which Berenger had spent much time in the past, but lately had left to his own devices. Gunther, the reputable farmer who had helped him implement his agricultural reforms in their early stages, was voted into the House of Commons by the standard population capable of voting, which was still very few at this point in time. He had greatly embraced education and spent a significant degree of his spare time educating himself on various topics. Seeing that he passed the test that was established to determine one's ability to vote and the other exam that determined one's ability to hold a position of political office, Berenger had no complaints in approving his appointment. During one of the previous amendments to the Constitution of Tyrol, Berenger had amended his constitutional powers to allow the ability to accept a nominee onto the House of Lords and the House of Commons to reside with the head of state. Even though the ordinary people and the lords could vote on their representatives, assuming that they had passed the minimum standard of education to do so, and the other constitutional requirements, it was still not a guarantee that elected person would fulfill the position. Ultimately, the power to choose who represented the people still rested with Berenger. For example, he would never approve someone into a position of power who was antagonistic to his and his family's interests. Nor would he support someone with a track record of sheer incompetency or corruption. Sometimes the people did not know what was best for society, and it was at that point a monarch must step in to prevent the foolishness of said people from harming the nation. However, Berenger had no complaints with Gunther. The man was quite intelligent for someone born into the position of a serf. He had also proven his competency in the initial stages of Berenger's agricultural reforms. Now that he was fairly educated, he was the perfect representative for the common people. As such, Berenger quickly signed his approval to the document before moving on to the next candidate. After getting through a list of potential candidates to fill the vacant seats in both parliamentary branches, Berenger had rejected over 75% of them, mainly due to the lack of ability they had demonstrated in their respective fields. As such, the parliamentary system was still largely unfilled. Yet, it was beginning to take shape, and as such, Berenger's workload thoroughly decreased with each passing day. Still, Berenger had plenty of documents to read through and sign, and as such, he spent the rest of his day doing such a thing. By the time he had finished with his day's work, it was well past the dinner hour. He had once more missed the occasion to dine with his family. Nevertheless, Berenger quickly got up from his seat, in which he had been sitting in all day for the most part, and headed to the kitchen for a meal, where he dined by his lonesome before returning to his room. Much to his surprise, Linda was waiting for him, completely naked and lying on his bed with a lustful smile on her face while showing off her alluring figure. Berenger quickly shut the door behind him as he entered the room, and Linda beckoned for him to join her as she stated the words, "It is time to fulfill your promise." An eager smile appeared on Berenger's face as he stripped out of his luxurious clothing and pounced on his lover. He had been waiting for this all day. The couple spent the rest of their waking hours making love, where Berenger was exceptionally careful not to get her pregnant. After all, they already had one child, and Linda was still young, with many years of fertility to come. It was best not to rush such things. With this, Berenger endured a typical day in his routine as the Count of Tyrol. Chapter 177, 176, selling armor to the Byzantines. While Berenger's armies were maintaining the situation at the border, Berenger himself was able to thoroughly enjoy the peaceful nature brought about by the stability of his lands. Though several of the other lords of Tyrol in which he had subjugated in his conquests were primarily upset by the many reforms he had forced upon them due to his careful deployment of troops in every central region, they had little power to rebel against him. Most of them, of course, was wise enough not to take such an action while the Bavarians ravaged the rest of Austria. Berenger may be a tyrant who stripped them of several of their feudal powers, but he provided a stable and economically efficient realm in a time of chaos and destruction. As such, the benefits they gained from Berenger's economic ventures outweighed the disadvantages they gained by surrendering their authority to raise their own troops. In fact, with Berenger's military reforms, creating a centralized army under his command, the individual lords of his realm were spared the expense of training and outfitting such troops. Though these soldiers who garrisoned their cities were fanatically loyal to Berenger, they had not caused any problems for the authority of his vassals, aside from reminding them to follow the laws in which Berenger had enacted. The complex imperial-style bureaucracy which Berenger had put into effect throughout Tyrol had greatly diminished the amount of time these lords needed to work on governing their realms, allowing them to maintain a lavish lifestyle filled with far more leisure than before. The younger nobility greatly appreciated Berenger's political reforms, as they had far less work to do and could enjoy themselves with their vast fortunes. The critical positions of nobility, such as viscounts and barons, was filled mainly with Berenger's generation. After all, most of their parents had taken part in Lothar's rebellion and ended up with a similar fate to the late count. At first, many of them greatly despised Berenger and blamed him for the result. However, Berenger was crafty, and he showed off the wealth generated from the industrial districts in the cities of Kufstein and Innsbruck to lure these young noblemen to his cause. If they proved their loyalty and put aside their foolish beliefs, they too could gain the approval for an industrial district in their region. Ultimately, whether or not Berenger was to blame for their parents' deaths quickly became an afterthought in the minds of many of these young noblemen when they realized the vast fortune that could be gained by following Berenger. Peace reigned over Tyrol while most of the German-speaking regions were bleeding in constant conflict. Because of this, Berenger's trade flourished internally and with his trading partners in Italy and the Byzantine Empire. At the moment, Berenger was hosting a feast for Arethes, who brought him some great news from the empire in the east. It had been several months since he last saw his most significant trading partner. As far as Berenger was aware, the man was in the process of convincing the empire to outsource a portion of their equipment to Berenger's factories. Finally, the strategos of Ionia had brought him the news in which Berenger wanted to hear. The Emperor has finally agreed to my request. We expect a third of our army's equipment to be manufactured here in Kufstein. I assume your facilities can handle such a large request? Berenger chuckled as he drank from his skull chalice before answering the man's question. Of course. It will not be a problem. Arethes was happy to hear such a thing as he toasted his chalice of wine to Berenger and their upcoming business venture. To our collective fortune. May it be a long and fruitful relationship. Berenger lifted his goblet in the toast before drinking from it once more. The fact that Berenger was now drinking from an exquisite skull chalice and had an eye patch did not go unnoticed by the Byzantine nobleman who awkwardly brought up the subject. So, I can't help but notice the skull chalice and the eye patch. Is there something I should know about? Berenger quickly put down his knife and fork when he heard those words. His expression became stern as he closely observed the skull of his little brother, which had been turned into an extravagant drinking cup. Eventually, a sinister smile spread across his face as he told the man the truth of the matter. Someone close to me sought to do me harm. After they had made numerous attempts on my life and were exiled from my domain, they returned with an army to usurp my position. During the battle, that person took the sight from my right eye. For that I killed them and seized their skull as a trophy. I decided to turn it into a drinking cup so that I always remember that even the closest members of your friends and family can betray you. And the price that is paid for being merciful. Berenger's chilling words permeated the air and were quickly followed by silence. Linda was the only person aware of who Berenger was referring to. Henrietta was blissfully unaware that the skull chalice in which Berenger always drank from was that of her other brother. Naturally, she was not informed of Lambert's death nor his treasonous actions. As such, she assumed it was someone else. As for Arethes, he was greatly disturbed that the chalice was an actual human skull dipped in gold and not some monstrous work of art. Such barbarism was unacceptable in the empire to the east, yet the Count of Tyrol looked upon the skull chalice with a sense of pride. Such a thing was genuinely unthinkable for civilized people. Despite his inner protests, Arethes knew that his business relationship with Tyrol was worth more than his internal disgust. As such, he quietly calmed himself before responding to Berenger's tale. I see. With that said, Berenger shifted the conversation to that of business and began to inquire about the order's details. Tell me, what style of armor will I be creating for your empire's forces? Seeing that the topic was shifted from its previous grim nature, Arethes quickly addressed Berenger's question. I believe you referred to it as mirror pattern armor. As long as you can make those complex pieces, we can handle the rest of the production, such as the mail armor that goes underneath it. This was a simple enough request, and Berenger would be happy to fulfill it. Mail took longer to manufacture anyways, and was hardly worth the efforts of his industry. As such, he was pleased with such news. Thus Berenger quickly addressed his next concern. Will you need us to manufacture helmets or arms? Arethes shook his head before answering. Unfortunately, all I was able to get approval for was the production of the mirror-pattern breastplates and its pauldrons. As such, those are the only pieces of equipment we require you to manufacture. Berenger nodded in approval. It was much simpler to divert a production line to a single piece of equipment, and as such, he was more than happy to manufacture it. After all, it was an expensive piece of armor to produce, and doing so in massive numbers would allow him substantial profit. As such, he replied to Arethes' request in the affirmative. Fine by me. The price is negotiable, but such complex pieces will require a significant production line to be laid down for it. As such, my initial offer is 15 hyperpyrons per piece. The hyperpyron was a gold coin in use by the Byzantine Empire during its later days of Berenger's past life. In that timeline, it was gradually debased to the point of worthlessness. However, in this timeline, the Byzantine Empire was still powerful, wealthy, and largely stable. As such, the currency maintained its value of roughly 20.5 carats or 4.1 grams of gold. It was by no means a small sum, but then again, Berenger's armor would be of substantially better quality than the iron products the Byzantines currently used. Aretha's face twitched as he heard such a large number. Luckily, Berenger prefaced his statement with the phrase, "The price is negotiable." As such, he began to haggle with the young count sitting before him as he dined on his schnitzel. 10 hyperpyrons. Berenger shook his head as he counteroffered 14. The two noblemen haggled over minute details until finally, a price of 12 hyperpyrons per armor set consisting of a breastplate and pauldrons. Berenger was satisfied with the result, but Aretha's was clenching his teeth. This would cost the empire a significant amount, but it would be well worth the price, and as such, he finally accepted the outcome. After the two men concluded their negotiations over the cost of the equipment, they shared a meal and continued to enjoy the peace that was afforded to the region of Tyrol. Now that Aretha's acted as the importer to Berenger's equipment within the Byzantine Empire, he gained some degree of profit. The two noblemen from very different regions of the world were now intertwined in the arms and textile trades, which acted as a huge source of income for both parties. With the business negotiations concluded, the two parties enjoyed the remainder of the meal, engaging in casual conversation about what the two had been up to over the past few months since they last met. Obviously, Berenger made sure to stay away from the topic of his battle with the Teutonic Order, as his savagery in that event seemed to cause great discomfort to the noblemen from the east. Then again, Berenger was a German, a descendant of the barbarians who sacked Rome and destroyed its empire. The idea that a Roman from the East and an intensely nationalistic German who took pride in his ancestors' accomplishments could form such an amicable relationship was entertaining to Berenger. Despite this, Berenger was aware that such a relationship was vital to his plans. Thus he tried his best not to pour salt on the grave of the Western Roman Empire. Chapter 178. 177. School days. At the moment, Henrietta was currently in class, silently listening to the teacher explain basic arithmetic. In the classroom around her were a bunch of female students her own age. Under Berenger's public education system, he had separated it by gender in order to avoid any unnecessary distractions, especially among those who might be entering their adolescent years. This way, he was also able to design the curriculum in a way that catered to the ways in which boys and girls tended to study. As such, this was an all-girls school with only female instructors. The woman in charge of teaching basic mathematics was a noblewoman who had at Berenger's request filled the position. After all, there was not much for a woman of her status in life to do, and it felt good to aid in the development of the next generation. Charlotte was sitting next to Henrietta and was struggling with the basic concepts. She was by no means a prodigy when it came to math, but she had a fairly creative mind. Unlike Henrietta, whose mind greatly resembled Berenger's in so far that it functioned well with mathematics and critical thinking. After the basic instruction was concluded, the girls were split into groups to work on the problems, where Henrietta and Charlotte grouped up together with a third girl who was nearby. The problem was a simple product of multiplication. However, the other girls were struggling with the concept. As such, Henrietta showed the multiplication table Berenger had designed and informed them as to her understanding as to how it worked. 2 times 2 is equal to 4 because it is the addition of 2 2s. However, 2 times 3 is equal to 6 because it is the addition of 3 2s, and so on and so forth. Charlotte, on the other hand, was incredibly frustrated. It was basic mathematics, and yet she was already struggling. One could tell she was not destined to be an engineer or anything which utilized a great deal of math. Instead, she had drawn a picture of a bird, which for her age and lack of proper education was quite acceptable. She of course drew it on the back of her worksheet, which caused Henrietta to lecture the girl. Of course, you are not going to understand it if you keep drawing on the back of your worksheets instead of paying attention to the lecture. On the other hand, the other girl in the group perfectly understood Henrietta's explanation and thanked her for the help. Thank Henrietta. You are always a great help. This caused Henrietta to smile. She never knew it would be so fun to interact with people of her same age. If it was not for Berenger insisting she go to school and interact with the other girls, she probably would have been sheltered alone in the castle her entire life. As such, she responded to the girl's compliment. It is no problem. Seeing Henrietta and the other girl get along so well, Charlotte began to pout. She was quite a cute girl with a dirty blonde ponytail and mint green eyes. Though compared to Henrietta, her appearance was severely lacking. After all, she was dressed in a peasant gown, compared to Henrietta's luxurious, noble attire. By the expression on her face, she greatly desired to monopolize Henrietta to herself. Of course, the young girl quickly found a way out of work and began to ask Henrietta questions about her older brother. Henrietta, tell us another tale about Berenger. I heard that he has an eye patch now that looks super cool. The moment Charlotte brought up such a topic, all of the girls in the class began to listen into Henrietta and the tale she would tell this time. They had completely forgotten about the lesson plan and were attracted by the stories of the dashing young Count of Tyrol. Remembering what her brother had told her, Henrietta decided to tell a story from Berenger's past that was not super embarrassing. Where should I begin? I suppose you could say that Berenger was always sickly growing up, ever since he was a small child, yet despite that he tried not to let his frail nature get in the way of living his life. For example, when I was 5, and he was roughly 15 at the time, some older kids among the nobility began to bully me. They had stolen my doll and tossed it up into a tree. When Berenger found out about it, he decided to climb the tree and get the doll himself, despite being incredibly weak. He initially fell down from the tree after only managing to climb a few steps. However, he was determined, and as such, despite not having the strength to climb the tree himself, he found a ladder and used it to scale the tree and get my doll back. Afterward, he told me that if I was ever bullied again, to come to get him, and he would give the girls a scolding. Charlotte's eyes began to glitter in excitement when she heard the chivalric actions of Berenger helping his beloved little sister. She could not help but ask the question on her mind. What happened next? Henrietta instantly realized the remainder of the story was not favorable to Berenger's prestigious image, but the entire class was staring at her with curiosity. And as such, her resistance immediately collapsed and she revealed the embarrassing details. The girls returned and bullied me again, so I did as my big brother instructed and went to get his help. After he chastised them for their behavior, the older girls, well, they beat him up. The cute and innocent expression on Henrietta's face when she revealed another embarrassing secret of Berenger's made the girls in the class instantly break out in laughter. Even the teacher began to chuckle when she heard about the side of the man often referred to as Berenger the Indomitable by his supporters. To think the man who ruled over the region with supreme authority and dominance was so pitiful in the past was truly an entertaining thought. Henrietta continued her story for a brief bit longer as she addressed the class. After that, I learned that I should not rely on Berenger when I needed to teach someone a lesson. Instead, I went to my other brother Lambert. Though I guess that is no longer the case. The girls were curious about Lambert as most of them had not heard the name before. This sparked curiosity among Henrietta's classmates as they began to daydream about who Lambert was. Surely if he was the stronger of the two brothers, then he would be a renowned warrior. Thus one of the girls quickly asked about Lambert. Who is Lambert? Where is he now? Henrietta's expression sunk, though her family did not explicitly tell her that Lambert had done something horribly wrong. She was not foolish enough to believe he was innocent. She knew Lambert must have done some unspeakable act to be exiled from her family. She just did not know what exactly had transpired. Thus, a gloomy expression appeared on her face as she went silent. The teacher noticed the sullen expression on the girl's face and immediately tried to redirect the girl's attention so that they would focus on their work and give Henrietta some reprieve. Though she was not aware of Lambert's fate, she knew it could not be something good by the way Henrietta looked when he was mentioned. "Come on, girls, pay attention and get your work done." The classroom full of young girls all began to moan in displeasure, but they eventually did what they were told and got back to work. Charlotte whispered to Henrietta while they were going over their worksheets, "That was really funny. Your big brother is the best." To which Henrietta blushed in embarrassment. She knew full well that she should not be revealing such info to the girls in her class. However, they all seemed so interested in the story, and as such she could not prevent herself from leaking the information. As such, she felt slightly guilty for her actions, but not enough to prevent her from doing it again. Henrietta quickly buried herself in her work, and it would not be until lunch period where she was vocal about Berenger's embarrassing past once more. Meanwhile, in Berenger's office, the young count felt a sudden itch in his nose, and before he knew it he had sneezed loudly, enough so that if one were nearby they might think it was a blast of thunder. After doing so he rubbed his nose and instantly said his thoughts aloud. "Who is talking shit about me?" Berenger had no way of knowing that Henrietta had revealed another embarrassing event from his past, for if he did he would surely grab a hold of her puffy little cheeks and pull on them until she was red in the face. However, being unaware of Henrietta's revealing his embarrassing secrets for social clout, he quickly got back to work on approving budgetary concerns. Chapter 179, 178. Escaping from Vienna. Weeks had passed since the siege of Vienna had begun, and the army of the Bavarians had already breached the city's gates. They were close to accomplishing what Lothar had failed to achieve during his life, and that was to capture the city of Vienna and overthrow the main Habsburg line. Duke Dieter smiled from afar as his battering ram smashed into the gates of the city's castle. Soon enough, he will be the reigning authority in Austria and unite the Austro-Bavarian kingdom. He would no longer be a mere duke but a proper king. At least that was his ambition in life, and he was close to seeing it to fruition. As the battering ram battered open the sturdy gates, the remaining defenders did their best to persist, but eventually the gate fell. With it, an army of Bavarians charged into the castle seeking to claim it for themselves and round up the late Duke Wilmar's family so that they could be properly dealt with. The clash of steel resounded throughout the stale air of the castle's walls. Though Duke Dieter was not leading the charge against the invaders himself, the same could not be said for Gottbert, who bravely defended his family home until his last dying breath. The young duke, who had yet to be appropriately recognized for his title, courageously fought against a knight of Bavaria, as the two men wielded their swords with excellent skill in a fantastic display of medieval might. Surrounding them were the soldiers of both sides thrashing about in a grand melee, trying to gain the upper hand in the conflict. As their swords bound against one another, Gottbert unleashed a vicious backhand with his steel-clad fist, which smacked against the knight's pig-faced bassinet, though the damage was not severe. It bought Gottbert enough time to redirect his blade into the gaps in the enemy's shoulder, which was not adequately protected by a rondelle. As such, the knight staggered from the tempered high-carbon steel which found its way piercing through the mail armor, the gambeson beneath it, and finally his flesh. However, at this moment, Gottbert was struck by the attack of a nearby opponent, which merely glanced off of his mighty steel armor. Despite this, such a blow forced him to redirect his energy to defend against a second opponent. As such, the knight who had his shoulder pierced was allowed reprieve as another soldier took his place in the front line. Gottbert and his allies quickly found themselves on the back step, slowly receding into the hallway, while their numbers dwindled to the exceptional display of violence. While the Bavarians slowly made their way into the castle, the young boy Conrad was hiding in his room, scared witless from the ongoing events. His father had recently perished, and the city had fallen. His family's enemies had come to take their lives, and as a male of the family, his fate was sealed. Though his sisters might be spared and wed off to members of the von Wittelsbach family, he was a threat, and he knew with Duke Dietger's reputation he would for sure be destined to die. However, as the boy started to lose his mind to the sound of the echoing screams in the hall, he felt a hand grab a hold of him and drag him from his hiding spot. The boy was in no condition to observe his surroundings and quickly began to struggle as he struck the person who had grabbed a hold of him, screaming for his life. "No! I don't want to die. Please spare me." However, the result was not what he was expecting as he felt a dainty and feminine hand slap him across the face, which dragged him to his senses. In front of him, clasping onto his arm, was one of his maids, who went by the name of Elma. She stared at him fiercely, with a degree of determination in which he had not witnessed before. She quickly threw a set of peasant clothing to Conrad and ordered him in a stern voice. "Get dressed in these. Do it quickly if you want to live." Hearing there was hope for survival, the boy quickly stripped himself and got into the clothes, despite the fact that there was a pretty woman in front of him after he was dressed in such clothing. Elma pulled a hood over his head and gave him further orders. "Come with me." She quickly dragged him away by the arm as the two absconded from the castle into a secret corridor that led into the city below. Conrad, of course, was greatly confused by the sudden changes in events and began to ask the questions on his mind. "Where are we going?" However, Elma merely glared at him and gave him further orders: "Don't ask questions and stay silent." Conrad may have been an entitled brat and a fool, but he was at least capable of understanding the situation he was in at the moment, and as such, he nodded and obeyed Elma's orders. After the duo exited the secret tunnel, they entered the city below, where they began to act like a pair of peasants stuck in the city. As they slowly navigated the chaotic scene which displayed itself in the town, they were eventually stopped at the city's gates, where they were interrogated by the men at arms who were left to guard the city's entrances and make sure that nobody of significance escaped the town. Unlike Lothar's army, the Bavarians conducted themselves with some form of dignity. As such, they were not going around looting, raping, and burning the city to the ground, at least not yet. The guard on duty quickly halted. The duo soon noticed the team approaching the gate and bellowed his commands at them. "Halt! Nobody is allowed to leave the city. You must return to your homes." Elma had already prepared an excuse beforehand and held onto forged identification papers to allow her access through the city's gates. As such, she quickly reached into her cloak and received a letter, which contained the seal of Count Siegmund of Bavaria. The letter notified that she was a spy set in place by the Bavarian count at the request of Duke Dietger, and she had urgent business to report to her liege. It appeared to have the proper mark of Count Siegmund, and as such, the guard accepted it as appropriate identification. He had no way of knowing that it was a counterfeit made by Berenger after his spies intercepted one of Count Siegmund's letters. They had largely replicated the Count's handwriting and seal through great effort, at least so much so that someone who was not overly familiar with such a thing would believe it. However, the guard was concerned about the young boy who was beside the woman claiming to be a spy, and as such, he quickly interrogated her about his identity. "Who is the boy? Why is he with you?" Elma looked over at Conrad with a glance that said, "Play along," before putting on a flirtatious smile and began to approach the guard in a seduction attempt. "Who this?" "This is just my slow little brother. He does not know how to speak. He was sent with me as part of my cover. He is not important. However, I would greatly appreciate it if you allowed us to pass. After all, my liege is expecting me. Since we are both in service to Duke Dietger to some extent, I am sure we will cross paths in the future, and when we do, I would owe you one." Elma was a relatively attractive woman in her late 20s, and as such, the man quickly bought into her charms before giving the order to his troops to let her pass. Open the gates. These two work for Count Siegmund. They have proper authorization. After the gates were fully opened, allowing the duo to pass, Elma put on a sultry facade and kissed the man on his cheek, which was on full display from his open-face bassinet. Until we meet again. With that said, Elma and Conrad escaped outside of the confines of the city, and when they were far enough away, they changed directions from the main road where they entered the nearby woods. Luckily for Elma, she had long since prepared an escape route, as were her orders from Linda, and she would be meeting with another agent of Berenger's Department of Intelligence, who would be waiting outside the city gates with a wagon to carry the group off to the borders of Kufstein. As such, Elma and Conrad quickly regrouped with the other agent of Berenger's vast spy network, where he was sitting on a wagon which was seated for two people. The back of the wagon was filled with straw, and Elma quickly gave Conrad another demand. Hide in the straw. We will be safe when we get to our destination. However, at this moment, Conrad could no longer contain his curiosity and, of course, his concerns for his safety. As such, he ripped his hand away from the woman's grasp and began to shout at her. Not until I get some information. For example, who are you people, and why are you helping me? Elma sighed as she witnessed the fit in which Conrad was throwing. They did not have time for this, but she knew with the way Conrad was acting, he was liable to flee in the other direction and get himself killed if she did not tell the truth. As such, she quickly explained her reasoning for her actions. We are going to Kufstein. Count Berenger has asked us to escort you to his realm so that you may be safe. Conrad was shocked by this news. He thought for sure he had thoroughly outraged Berenger at Adela's birthday celebration, and yet the man had gone through the trouble to escort him to safety. He was beginning to reevaluate the man who his father had praised so much in the past. Then again, his father was also wary of Berenger's rise to power and had frequently spoken about the man with caution in his voice. Conrad did not know how to act at this moment. However, another thought quickly appeared in his mind, and he could not help but ask, "What about my siblings?" Elma quickly shook her head as she urged Conrad to get into the back of the wagon and hide in the straw. "We don't have time for this. Quickly do what I say. The Duke could realize you are missing at every minute, and if he sends out a search for us, we will be caught. If you care about your own life, you will do as I say and get in the straw." Though Conrad was confused and slightly concerned about Berenger's objectives, ultimately, he was more concerned about his safety than that of his siblings and did what he was instructed, jumping into the back of the caravan where he hid in the straw. With that, the group escaped from the city of Vienna during the cover of darkness, entirely without Duke Dietger or his army realizing that the late Duke Wilmar's youngest son was missing. Chapter 180, 179. The Fall of Vienna. As Conrad and Elma escaped into the night, Gottbert was currently fighting a losing battle, as he defied Duke Dietger's army with every fiber of his being. However, the longer he defended his family's castle, the more of his men fell to the meat grinder. As such, corpses had begun to stack within the halls of the castle of Vienna, their blood flowing onto its cold stone floors. With every loss, Gottbert and his allies found themselves closer to the precipice. The young duke desperately swung at one of Dietger's knights with his long sword in his hands. However, he immediately felt a blunt object slam into the back of his helmet, which knocked him out cold. When he finally regained consciousness, he found himself sitting in the great hall, gathered together and bound among his siblings. Due to the impact on his skull, he did not initially realize that Conrad was missing from the group. Duke Dietger quickly entered the scene, and when he saw that Gottbert was bound and tied alongside his family, a wicked smile appeared on his face as he began to mock the man before him. "I must say your struggle was brave, yet foolish. You should have just surrendered your home and title to me the moment your father died in battle. Gottbert glared at Dietger with disgust. His only response to the man's provocation was spitting in his general direction, which caused a great sense of outrage to dwell within the Duke of Bavaria. In response to this insult, Dietger quickly snapped his fingers, and as he did so, one of his men at arms struck Gottbert with his steel-clad fist, knocking several of the young man's teeth loose. However, all that managed to accomplish was provoke a greater stare of enmity from Gottbert, who continued to defy Dietger. Thus Dietger once more tried to insult the young duke, who had only recently inherited his father's position. "You and your family belong to me. If you do not submit, I will exterminate the male line from your bloodline and marry your sisters off to my sons and grandsons. Your dynasty will forever perish from this world." Though Gottbert was at first resilient to Dietger's threats, when he heard that his family line would be extinguished forever, he grimaced as he began to contemplate his actions. Dietger was every bit as ruthless as the rumors had presented him. However, what came next was out of either of the two men's expectations. One of Dietger's knights approached the scene and proclaimed news that shocked not only Dietger, but everyone present. "Your Grace, Wilmar's youngest son, has escaped the confines of the castle. We have no idea where he is at the moment." Hearing this piece of information, Gottbert grinned at Dietger with a mocking expression and began to taunt the man who had conquered his home. "Conrad must be long gone. You will never find him. Even if you execute me and those of my brothers who are present, you will never be the legitimate ruler of Austria so long as my youngest brother still draws breath. Go ahead and do your worst, but one day Austria will be independent and ruled by the Habsburgs once more." This insult stung Dietger like 1,000 wasps. As a result, the Duke of Bavaria furiously backhanded the bassinet of the knight who had informed him of such a thing. Of course, he was not wearing his gauntlets and nearly broke his hand from the impact, which put a painful expression on the man's face, thus causing Gottbert to laugh at the man's misery. Seeing Gottbert's mocking expression, Duke Dietger finally snapped and gave his men an order. "Drag this bastard and his brothers out to the courtyard and behead them. As for Conrad, I want a search party sent out to find him. I fail to believe that he has escaped beyond the city's gates." Despite these orders, Gottbert showed no sign of dismay. Instead, he accepted his fate, knowing that there was still one heir left to his dynasty. Though the boy was a spoiled brat and still quite naive, he had plenty of years to grow into a great man, and as such, Gottbert died with a smile on his face, believing that Conrad would one day avenge him and their family. As for Dietger, he spent the remainder of the night searching every corner of the city for Conrad. However, when the dawn finally rose, he came to the realization that the boy was nowhere to be found in the city and had secretly escaped. Seeing that this was the case, Dietger flew into a fit of fury and demanded to find the culprit who had been lax on their duties and allowed such a vital pawn to escape the city unnoticed. Eventually, the guards who Elma had tricked were brought before Dietger, bound and chained, where they were deeply confused about what they had done wrong. As such, Dietger made it abundantly clear as he asked them for the truth as to what had transpired several hours before. "Did you allow anyone to exit the gates you were entrusted to protect?" Not knowing the trouble he had caused, the man at arms who had given the order to open the gates quickly nodded his head and told the man of the information that he knew. One of Siegmund's spies requested to leave. She had a young boy in tow with her who she said was her little brother. Dietger immediately became suspicious of this news and inquired about it further. "This woman, how do you know she was one of Siegmund's spies?" The guard quickly coughed up the details of what had happened. "She bore a letter with his seal, which informed me of her identity. In the letter, it stated that she was acting under your orders." Dietger was so thoroughly enraged by this news that he could feel his brain was about to explode. As such, he forced himself to calm down. After a few death breaths, he ordered his knights to take care of the men who had failed their duties. Behead these men and place their heads on spikes so that all may remember the price of failing to fulfill their orders. As for Sigmund, I will take care of him when I get the chance. Dieter was already suspicious of Sigmund's loyalty, especially after his inactivity at the Tyrolean border and his constant request for reinforcements. He had already planned to punish the man for failing to fulfill his orders to advance into Tyrol. However, now it would appear that the man had schemed against him. This was simply intolerable. Thus, Berenger had inadvertently shifted the blame for Conrad's escape onto the man who was currently besieging his borders. Though Berenger was crafty, he never expected Dieter actually to believe the excuse he came up with himself. With time being of the essence, Dieter quickly gave orders to several of his knights. Hunt down that bastard who has escaped and bring me his head. He is heading to Sigmund's territory. Go now. Dieter had given the orders to follow a trail that did not exist. As such, several of his knights would be sent on a wild goose chase in their attempts to track down Conrad and bring back his skull, thus allowing him and Berenger's agents to successfully exfiltrate back to Tyrol. When Dieter finally found out that Conrad had made it to the safety of the borders of Tyrol and into Berenger's clutches, he would lose his mind over the issue. However, for now, he suspected Sigmund was the culprit and was so enraged he could not even piece together who the real mastermind was. As for Conrad and the others, their wagon had successfully joined up with a trade caravan headed towards Kufstein's direction. After all, the area had become the center of trade within southern Germany, even during this time of widespread warfare. As such, they seamlessly blended in with the other merchants, who had no way of knowing they were harboring the target which the Duke of Bavaria and their armies were pursuing. Thus, Conrad, Elma, and the other agent were able to enjoy the journey to Kufstein peacefully. After all, any trade which intended to enter Berenger's lands was protected sufficiently with proper caravan guards, but also with the understanding that if they were to be attacked, Berenger would bring the full might of his army on anyone who was foolish enough to do such a thing, a fear that was burned into the minds of any would-be profiteers after the war with Kitzbühel. Thus Berenger's plans for the future were in full effect, with Conrad rescued and the remainder of the male line of the Habsburg dynasty executed. There was nothing to block his ascension as he fought for power within Austria. All that remained was to convince Conrad to name Berenger regent and retake the duchy with fire and fury, both of which Berenger was fully capable of accomplishing. Chapter 181, 180. Visiting Graz as Conrad, Elma, and the other agents slowly made their way to Kufstein and the sanctuary it provided. Berenger was on his way to Graz, where he had planned to meet with his uncle and discuss his plans for the future. Albeit not to their fullest extent, after all, poisoning Conrad after assuming the position of regent was not exactly something he wanted to become public knowledge. However, Berenger also had a far more critical goal at the moment, and that was to meet with Adela. It had been many months since he was last able to see her cute little face, and he was beginning to wonder how much she had grown in this time. Thus, in all reality, the meeting with Otto was a cover so that he could spend some time with his cute little fiancée. For this meeting, he had left Linda behind in Kufstein. After all, he was pretty sure that Count Otto would disapprove of him bringing his lover and bastard son to the meeting. As Berenger and his caravan approached the city of Graz, they could tell that it had seen better days. Despite the fact that the city of Graz had not been besieged, the flames of war had ravaged many of the surrounding areas, which provided it with supplies, and as such, the people were struggling to feed themselves. When the city guards noticed the banners of House von Kufstein flying in the wind, they quickly went to inform their liege that Count Berenger of Tyrol had arrived. Of course, Count Otto was already aware that Berenger would be traveling to Kufstein. Berenger had made sure to inform him of his visit. As such, he was welcomed into the city with open arms. Before long, he and his caravan had reached the castle, where he stepped out of the carriage and greeted Count Otto at the footsteps of his castle. The man had an amiable smile on his face as he welcomed his nephew and future son-in-law. "Berenger, my boy, it is good to see you. How's your father doing?" Berenger smiled as he returned his uncle's greeting. "Though I have not had the time to visit my parents, I have received regular reports from the staff who tends to their needs, and they seem to be adjusting quite well to life in the countryside. Naturally, they are sufficiently protected from the potential invasion which tries to break into my lands as we speak." Hearing this news, Count Otto and his wife Wanda smiled. It was good to hear that their relatives were doing well. As for Adela, she was standing in line with her other siblings, ready to greet Berenger. However, before she could do so, Ava stepped forward with a sultry smile on her face and began to analyze Berenger's appearance from head to toe. She was deeply filled with regret that she was not engaged to her cousin when they were younger. Though he was sickly in the past, he had grown into an exceptionally handsome man and was far more fit to be her husband. The moment the woman stepped forward, she embraced Berenger as if she had seen her long-lost lover. She made sure to press her ample bosom, which was even mightier than Linda's, into his chest. This was an act of provocation to mess with Adela's head. As she did so, the young woman cupped Berenger's face into her hands and gave her greeting to Berenger. "Dearest me, is that you, Berenger? You have grown so handsome over the years. I remember that you could not even stomach meat when you were so sickly. Surely times have changed." Berenger did not fall for her tricks. He quickly spotted the upset appearance on Adela's face and could guess Ava was using him to torment her little sister. Berenger promptly released himself from Ava's grip and hardly paid her any attention at all. After all, Ava's breasts may be larger than Linda's, but Linda's had a better shape and firmness. He could quickly tell such a thing just from having the woman press up against him. Instead, he merely accepted her greeting with a nod before pushing her aside to visit Adela. The act greatly infuriated Ava. She thought she could use her figure to seduce Berenger and thus cause Adela some mental anguish, yet it turned out the man had no interest in her. Was he a lilycon? Of course, she had no way of knowing that Berenger was not easily impressed by Ava's attempts after being with Linda for so long. After approaching Adela, Berenger wrapped his arms around the girl and openly declared his affection for her, which caused her face to flush in embarrassment. "My sweet little Adela, I have missed you so much." When Berenger hugged the girl, he made sure to check up on her development, and as such, he noticed that her chest had grown a bit larger from the last time he had seen her, which greatly pleased him, for he was not, in fact, a lilycon. Of course, he would not reveal such thoughts, nor his unscrupulous actions, and instead, he merely presented himself as someone who missed his fiancée a great deal. After latching onto Adela for quite some time, she nearly passed out from embarrassment before she was finally able to address the man she loved. Eventually, she found her voice, but she stuttered as she tried to present her jumbled thoughts. Me too." Ultimately, she ended up muttering the phrase, and Berenger decided to tease his little fiancée by letting go of her and acting as if she had not heard what he said. In the process, he created some distance to allow her to state it clearly for everyone. "I'm sorry, I did not hear you. Could you repeat that?" Ava immediately noticed the mind games Berenger was playing with her little sister and found Berenger's character to complement her own, thus making her frown in jealousy. Adela struggled with the embarrassing situation she found herself in, and eventually, she just blurted out her thoughts. "I said I missed you too, okay?" Afterward, she immediately began to pout, which caused Berenger to chuckle. Adela was just too cute when she was upset. Seeing the young couple getting along so well, Count Otto was incredibly pleased. It appeared as if Berenger still treated Adela well despite his infidelities. As for the Countess, She was even happier at the sight of Berenger and Adela's little dispute. To her it was a sign that they were meant for each other. However, she glared at Ava and her attempts to seduce Berenger, even if it was meant only as a means to provoke Adela. The young woman had gone too far. Luckily, Berenger had seen through her actions and merely chose not to entertain such illicit behavior. After saying their initial greetings, Count Otto made a suggestion. "Berenger, you must be weary from your journey. How about we all sit down at the table and discuss your journey over a feast?" Berenger smiled and nodded while holding Adela's hand before replying. "Lead the way." With that, the group of nobles entered the castle and approached the dining hall, where they sat down in their respective seats. Ava's husband Wolfgang had witnessed her overly affectionate display when she greeted Berenger. As such, was not happy with her performance, yet he was too dull to realize that it was not an earnest seduction attempt, but just a means to irritate her little sister. As such, he did not say much during the initial portion of the meal. As for Berenger, he dined upon the delicacies which Adela had brought back the recipes from Kufstein. The chefs in this castle were every bit as talented as the ones in his own, and as such, he thoroughly enjoyed the meal presented to him. As for the beer, it was still the standard light beer brewed everywhere in Europe. It was not the grandiose Doppelbock or Oktoberfest beers in which he had brewed in his domain. However, it was enough to satisfy his thirst. While sitting at the table, enjoying his meal, Count Otto began to discuss with Berenger about his trip from Kufstein to Steiermark. After all, to get to the Count's territory, he had to pass through Bavarian-occupied territory. "So, how was your journey?" "I hope it was not exceptionally dangerous." Berenger shook his head as he dug into the beef-related sitting on his plate before answering the question. "Not exceptionally so. There was an attack on my caravan, but with the firepower I brought with me, the Bavarians were easily repelled. There's a reason I brought so many troops with me. It seems that Salzburg has completely fallen to the Bavarians, or at least to the degree that the roads and the forts between them are under Bavarian occupation. Whoever the Count of that region is, has surely failed in his duties." Berenger was aware that Ava's husband was the Count of Salzburg and was actively taking a jab at him. In his opinion, it was utterly disgraceful for the man to stay hiding in Graz while his brother was left to fend for the region in which Wolfgang was responsible for. As such, Berenger was not afraid to insult the man directly to his face. As for Wolfgang, he was scowling at the remark. However, everyone else present at the table agreed with Berenger's statement, even if Wolfgang was too dull to realize it. Instead, the man lashed out at Berenger and used one of Ava's talking points that she had always used to scold Adela. "If your army is so capable, why have you not brought stability to all of Austria? Instead, you hide in Tyrol like a coward." Berenger smirked as he heard such a poorly thought-out response. He was more than happy to spar with this man verbally. Wolfgang was clearly out of his league. As such, Berenger responded in a condescending tone, as if he was educating a moron about the art of war. "My troops are needed to protect my borders from constant invasion. Even though I am working overtime to draft new troops, these things take time. I can't just create an army out of thin air." "Do not worry, boy. I will have won this war by the year's end." Berenger, being several years younger than Wolfgang, called him boy, which greatly outraged the man. However, Wolfgang could not think of a retort to such a well-thought-out statement. Instead, he merely gnashed his teeth and accepted his loss. Ava was outright disgusted with her husband's stupidity for fighting with Berenger in a war of words. After all, the man was well renowned for his quick wit. As for Adela, she was chuckling while sitting next to Berenger. The whole situation was funny to her. After this brief exchange of insults, the dust had settled, and Berenger was able to enjoy a fine meal with his fiancée. He would discuss his plans with Otto at a later date. As for Wolfgang, Berenger was more interested in conversing with his little brother about the matters at hand. The man in front of him was a dullard who would only screw up any job Berenger gave him. Thus the evening went by, and Berenger was content with his first night in Graz. Chapter 182, 181. Visiting Graz too after dining with his in-laws, Berenger took a bath before entering the room he was provided. It was down the hall from Adela's and Ava's. However, he had no intention to visit either of them in the night. Adela was too young for his interest, and Ava, well, he did not desire her, though he was wary that the woman might pull something in his sleep. As such, he made sure to latch the doors and windows to his room thoroughly. One could never be too careful. If Berenger were in the modern era, he would probably search his room for bugs before resting, but this was the medieval world. Such sophisticated technology did not exist at this time. As such, he was able to sleep the night away without concern. By the time dawn rose, Berenger had naturally awakened. After all, his body was used to waking up at such an hour. Despite this, he was left with nothing to do as he had no major work concerns while he was in Graz, and most of his exercise equipment was at home. As such, he decided to do a small workout, where he did his usual routine of push-ups, sit-ups, and squats. As for his pull-ups, he would not be able to do such a thing as he lacked a proper pull-up bar. As such, he skipped it for the day and went on a run around the city, though he dressed as a peasant to avoid any trickery that might occur on his journey. After his journey was over, he returned to the castle where he intended to take a bath. However, the moment he opened the door to the bathroom, he noticed that there was a figure already inside the tub. Her massive chest was on full display as she scrubbed herself with soap. Her long blonde hair was wet and slung over her delicate shoulders that appeared as if they were sculpted out of jade. Berenger immediately recognized the chest before him to be Ava's, and he stared at it for several seconds before coming to his senses. By the time he came back to reality, he saw that Ava's pretty face was flushed with embarrassment and her mouth agape. She looked like she was about to scream, and as such, Berenger quickly shut the door and hid behind it. Ava immediately sunk into her tub with embarrassment after Berenger shut the door. She had utterly forgotten to scream, and she did not realize that she had forgotten to latch the door. As such, she was struggling to cope with what had just happened. Berenger, on the other hand, briskly walked away as if nothing had happened, with a smile on his face. As he was doing so, he thought to himself, "That one is being saved to the memory banks." Afterward, he arrived in his room and waited until a time where he felt as if Ava would have left the tub, which was a safe 30 minutes. After waiting, he returned to the bath where he knocked on the door. When there was no sound, he entered, stripped, and began his bath. It was an exceptionally long bath as he vividly thought about the scene he had witnessed not long before. In times like this, he was glad he had a photographic memory. After getting out of the tub, Berenger returned to his room, where Ava was waiting for him, sitting on his bed, fully clothed and embarrassed. Berenger had no desire to do anything to her, and as such, he merely sat down in the chair across the room from her. He left the door open in case she tried anything. After sitting in the chair, Ava squirmed around for a few moments before she asked the question on his mind. "How much did you see?" Berenger played the part of an idiot and tried to dodge the awkward situation that presented itself. "Not much. The steam blocked my sight." "I suppose that's a good thing." Berenger's words stung Ava's pride as a woman. The way he communicated his last sentence made it sound as if he was not the least bit interested in her. As such, she began to pout before expressing her thoughts. "Why am I not good enough for you?" Berenger laughed when he heard this statement and made it clear where he stood on the issue. "You're my fiancé's sister and are already married with 3 kids. Sorry, cousin, but I have no interest in your body. Maybe if you were a few years younger and still pure, but that ship sailed a long time ago. This awkward situation is entirely on you for not locking the door while you were bathing." Hearing Berenger's harsh words, Ava began to grind her teeth. Berenger had outright admitted she was used goods, and he had no interest in such a thing. Not only had he walked in on her bathing, but he also had the nerve to insult her afterward. She quickly realized that he was the worst kind of person. As such, she got up from her chair and walked towards the door before asking one more time. "You really did not see anything?" Berenger nodded his head with a blank expression. By now, he was a master at lying to women, and as such, Ava snubbed him before walking out the door, leaving behind the words, "Your loss." Berenger, of course, laughed the moment she was out of earshot. He had to admit Ava did have a great chest, but Linda's was better. Size was not everything when it came to judging such a topic. As such, he released a sigh and voiced his thoughts aloud. "I just dodged a bullet with that one." The last thing Berenger needed was to be entangled with another man's wife. Especially if she already had children, he may be susceptible to beautiful women, but he was not entirely brainless. As such, after calming himself down, he left his room and headed to the dining table, where he joined up with the others for breakfast. Sitting at the breakfast table was Count Otto, his wife Wanda, Ava, her husband, and her 3 children, as well as the remainder of Adela's siblings. Adela was also present and saved a seat for Berenger, which Berenger was more than happy to take advantage of. After sitting next to his little fiancée, Berenger tousled her hair as he greeted her. "How did you sleep last night?" Seeing the charming look on Berenger's face, Adela smiled and responded to his question. "I slept well enough." Berenger nodded his head in approval. It was only after he had said his greetings to Adela that he noticed Ava staring at him with a sense of overwhelming fury, which did not go unnoticed by the other people seated at the table. However, they chalked it up to Ava being pissy about how he snubbed her the day before. After all, she was pretty well known for being petty. Hell hath no fury like a woman scorned, and Ava was exceptionally so. Not only did Berenger catch a glimpse of her naked body, which if she was honest with herself did not bother her so much when compared to the fact that Berenger once more treated her like her value as a woman was worthless. As such, she was furious with Berenger. She could not understand why he would react in such a way to her curvaceous body. As such, the atmosphere at the table was quite tense as Ava continued to stare at Berenger as if she wanted to set him ablaze with her mind. Berenger, on the other hand, was quite entertained by this, but he genuinely had no interest in Ava. As such, he spent his time at the dinner table pandering to Adela, which only further increased the wrath in Ava's heart. Berenger was talking to Adela and noticed she was wearing the colors of his house, with the jewelry he had provided to her for her birthday. "You look good in those colors, Adela." Though he was complimenting her, there was also a political statement behind his intent. However, Ava merely pouted. Though she had been able to get her hands on some of Berenger's fashion designs, it was never as good as what Adela was able to get her hands on. The reason for this was simple. Berenger reserved the best clothing designs, made from the finest materials for his 2 women. Everyone else had to get their hands on clothing and accessories that were still better than anything else on the market, but not quite the quality Berenger gifted to his women. As such, Ava continued to behave like a jaded lover to Berenger, and he ignored her. Wolfgang eventually caught on to the looks which she was giving Berenger and began to chastise his wife in a low enough voice that it could not be overheard by the others present at the table. "Quit glaring at him like that. You look as if he has stolen your innocence." Wolfgang knew that such a thing had never occurred, but it was still infuriating to see his wife gaze at another man with such passion, even if it was mostly fury. The only people who seemed to sense that something had happened between the two were the Count and Countess, who quickly made a mental note to find out just what had happened between Berenger and their eldest daughter. They may be willing to sell Adela to Berenger for a political alliance that benefited them. However, they would be damned if they would allow the young count to do to Ava what he did to Linda. Of course, they had no idea that the reason Ava was so furious was that Berenger had rejected her advances. As such, the breakfast continued with a great deal of drama at the table, which Berenger would only be able to relieve himself from when it was finally finished. As for the meeting with Count Otto, that would come later in the day. Chapter 183, 182. Taking advantage of a crisis after Berenger shared an awkward meal with his in-laws, he and Count Otto finally moved into the old Count's study, where they could communicate about the issues at hand. Count Otto was aware that Berenger was primarily here to see Adela, but officially the young Count was in Graz to discuss business. As such, the two men quickly got to the issues at hand, with Count Otto taking the lead. So, Count Berenger, tell me what is so important that you would cross a battlefield just to speak with me in person? Berenger smiled at the way his uncle addressed him. In a formal setting such as this, referring to Berenger by his noble title was a way to show respect to his position. Berenger followed in a suit when he gave his reply. Count Otto, I am here to address the ongoing crisis in the borders of Austria. By now the Bavarians have taken Vienna and occupy large portions of Upper Austria, Lower Austria, Salzburg, and Kärnten. The only 3 counties left that are remotely intact are that of our regions and Vorarlberg. As such, I have come to request your assistance in resisting Bavarian tyranny. Count Otto narrowed his eyes at Berenger. He was not yet aware that Vienna had fallen, nor the consequences it had. After all, he did not have a spy in the Duke's court. Thus he was unaware of what had recently transpired. As such, he attempted to clarify his confusion. Since when did Vienna fall? Berenger was aware that his uncle was in the dark of the recent developments in the war for Austria. As such, he quickly informed the mighty Count of the information that he was privy to. The castle of Vienna fell a few days ago. If everything has gone as planned, then my agents were able to smuggle out one of the late Duke Wilmar's heirs before the rest were executed, thus sparing the main Habsburg line from the brutality of Duke Dieter. When he arrives in Kufstein, I plan to establish a government in exile so that we may fully resist the oppression that Duke Dieter and his army of Bavarians bring forth. Count Otto noticed that Berenger was sure of the outcome, despite not providing any substantial evidence. Thus he questioned him further. Do you have any evidence of these claims? In response to this, Berenger merely chuckled before responding to his uncle's interrogation. He was confident enough in his spy network that they had succeeded in their endeavors. After all, he was traveling to Graz while they were at work rescuing Conrad from the Bavarians, so he had no way to know for certain if everything went according to plan. Admittedly, at the moment I am lacking in evidence, however, I am confident in the ability of my underlings. In the upcoming days, I am certain that my claims will become public knowledge. So until you can confirm my words for yourself, why don't we act as if they are the truth and plan accordingly? Though Count Otto was uncertain about whether or not Berenger's claims were true, the sheer confidence the young man had to make plans based on the assumption that everything had gone according to his desires was enough to convince Otto that the likelihood of such an outcome was high. As such, he sighed in response to this news and voiced his innermost thoughts. So my worst fears have become realized. Tell me, which of Wilmar's heirs did you rescue? Berenger smirked as he revealed the name of the heir that he had specifically chosen to save from the Bavarians' wrath. Conrad. Immediately Count Otto's face twisted as he heard those words. He was well aware that Conrad was by no means fit to rule the Duchy of Austria. As a wise man, he could already guess what Berenger was planning. As such, he immediately began to protest. You saved the youngest and least competent of Wilmar's heirs so that he can be your puppet while you possess the real power behind the throne? Berenger did not deny the charges. Instead, his lips curved into a sinister smile before he professed his guilt to the man who questioned him. I am afraid that I am, in fact, guilty of the charges you lay before me. However, let us be brutally honest with ourselves here. Do you genuinely believe that in the entire realm, there is anyone that is more fit to lead our duchy than myself during these darkest of days? Count Otto had a hard time believing that Berenger would outright admit to his schemes, but it appeared as if the young count was unafraid of the consequences in doing so. After all, he knew that his uncle would not reveal his plots, nor side against him. The two men were related by blood. They also shared a similar goal, to reunite Austria. If Otto opposed Berenger's wishes, he would create a civil war between the Austrian nobility who remained free from Bavarian occupation. In such an event were to occur, Otto knew that Berenger would ultimately be the victor and would likely succeed in his efforts to repel the Bavarian invaders. Either way, Berenger would install a puppet on the ducal throne of Austria and claim power for himself. Resisting such an inevitable outcome was an act of futility. Thus Count Otto sighed heavily before accepting the result. He recognized that by not seizing the opportunity to break the Bavarian siege of Vienna, he had played right into Berenger's hands, allowing the young man to usurp the power of the duchy for himself. Indeed, his nephew was an ambitious and cruel man. Nevertheless, by marrying his youngest daughter off to Berenger, Otto ensured that his dynasty would also rise alongside that of the von Kufsteins. As such, Otto had no plans to spoil his young nephew's endeavors. After agreeing with Berenger's schemes, he quickly asked the question on his mind. "So, what is it that you need of me?" Berenger once more grinned as he heard the result. The look in his eye was that of an evil mastermind who was pleased that his ambitions were progressing smoothly. Thus, he answered Otto's thoughts without delay. "It is simple. I need you to endorse me openly. I fear that despite my stern warning, Conrad might still be a bit upset over the fact that I am engaged to the woman he fancies. What I need of you, the father of the said woman, is to help convince Conrad that I am the best choice for the position of regent. There is little doubt in my mind that he will try to select you to fulfill that role, even if it is out of spite." Count Otto nodded his head in agreement. Berenger's concerns were a likely outcome if left to their natural events. If that were the case, he would do his best to convince the spoiled brat that Berenger was the best man for the job. However, another worry instantly appeared in Otto's mind as he thought about Berenger's schemes. Thus he voiced his concerns. What about the Count of Vorarlberg? Surely he would be a potential candidate for the position. However, Berenger's reaction surprised Count Otto as the young man merely laughed at his worries before replying with an arrogant expression. "Do not worry. The Count of Vorarlberg owes me a significant debt for sending troops to his aid. There is also the fact that so long as my armies are on his soil defending his lands, he will never oppose my wishes. The consequences of doing so would be dire, to say the least." Count Otto was not a foolish man. He immediately realized the threat that Berenger hid behind his words. If the Count of Vorarlberg were to vie for the position of regent, Berenger would turn his armies defending the borders of Vorarlberg to attacking its capital. The middle-aged count instantly realized that allowing Berenger's troops military access to his lands was a double-edged sword. On the one hand, they were powerful enough to defeat any potential invading force and could be a great ally. However, in the very next minute, they could be enemies and deal far more damage to his lands than any other army in the world. After realizing this, Otto nodded his head in agreement and said no more. He would do as Berenger wished. After all, so long as Adela was set to marry Berenger, they would remain allies, and Berenger was a powerful ally to have. After thinking about Adela's position, Otto immediately remembered his concerns from breakfast. He quickly began to shift the subject so that he could find out the exact nature of Berenger's relationship with Ava. "So now that we have that settled, I have a question I would like to ask you if you do not mind." Berenger was caught off guard by this and raised his eyebrows in response. Realizing it had nothing to do with his plans, his curiosity was piqued, and thus, he entertained Otto's questioning. "Go ahead. I have nothing to hide." After receiving his nephew's approval to interrogate, Otto quickly asked the question on his mind. What exactly happened between you and Ava for her to be behaving so strangely this morning while we were eating breakfast? Berenger immediately broke out into laughter when he heard such a comment. Otto was not like his own father. He had a critical eye for social issues and quickly noticed something was amiss. However, the man was overthinking it. Because of such confusion, Berenger decided to clarify the issue before it turned into something serious. Trust me, Uncle, I am not interested in Ava. This is a misunderstanding. She forgot to lock the door to the bath, and I accidentally walked in on her. Of course, I immediately retreated when I saw such a thing. However, she later came to find me in my room and attempted to seduce me, where I thoroughly rejected her. She is in a poor mood because I implied I had no interest in a used woman. A giant scowl formed on Otto's face. If one looked closely, one could even see a vein appearing on his forehead. Though he was not angry for the reasons Berenger thought, it was only when the man revealed the reason for his fury in the form of a question did Berenger thoroughly understand why his uncle was so upset. She did what? Berenger had anticipated the man being enraged at him for walking in on his daughter while she was bathing, but instead, he was more concerned with his eldest daughter's actions. Thus, Berenger decided to add fuel to the fire to punish Ava for acting so arrogantly. She tried to seduce me. Honestly, I don't believe she has any interest in me personally. Instead, I think she is jealous of the relationship between Adela and myself and is simply trying to create drama. For a woman who is married and has 3 children, she acts like a child. After hearing this news, Otto sat down in the chair next to him. He needed a breather. Why was it that so many of his children were trying to vex him into an early grave? After taking a few deep breaths to calm himself down, Otto quickly replied to Berenger. Thank you for being honest with me. I will take care of this matter so that she does not cause you or her sister any further insult. Afterward, the man walked out of the room in a fit of fury. Berenger merely grinned at the sight while thinking to himself, "You have brought this upon yourself, Ava. If you were not such a harlot trying to seduce your sister's fiancé, you would not be in such a position." Thus, Berenger and Otto's meeting for future events had concluded. All that was left for Berenger's visit to Graz was to spend time with his darling little fiancé. Chapter 184, 183. You are the perfect wife. Did you know that? After finishing his meeting with Count Otto, Berenger found that he now had unlimited free time. As such, he quickly searched for Adela, where he intended to spend the day playing around with her. He rarely had as much free time as he did while on this diplomatic visit. Thus, he intended to make the most of it. After crossing through the hallways looking for Adela, Berenger soon found himself face to face with Wolfgang, who did not have the most pleasant expression on his face. Instead, he stared at Berenger with an intense gaze of fury, as if his heart contained the fires of Tartarus in its depths. Berenger could tell by the look on his face that Ava had said something. As such, he met Wolfgang's furious gaze with a condescending smirk. Wolfgang, however, noticed Berenger's expression and immediately assumed it meant his guilt as he approached Berenger and tried to latch onto his collar. However, before he could do so, Berenger had grabbed a hold of the man's wrist and put him into a wrist lock which forced the man onto his knees as he winced in pain. Though Berenger was by no means a seasoned grappler, he had gone through basic combative training in the army during his past life, and as such knew a few tricks he could use to subdue an opponent. As Berenger applied pressure to the lock that he firmly grasped onto, he began to chastise the man for his violent attempts. "You know, Wolfgang, it is not polite to assault your superiors for no reason. You should learn your place." On the other hand, Wolfgang verbally struck back at Berenger, especially over his claims of superiority. If anything, in Wolfgang's eyes, he was superior because he was born into the position of count, instead of being an upstart taking advantage of the crisis in the realm. Superior? Don't make me laugh. You are nothing but a lowly baron who has risen through the ranks by profiting from the war which ravages our lands." Berenger's tongue was as sharp as always. If anything, the words he spoke next hurt the man who was struggling in his grasp far more from the pressure from the wrist lock. "And yet I am capable of defending my lands, where you hide in your wife's homeland, allowing your brother to fight your war for you. Now, why don't you tell me the reason that would cause a man in your position to attack me the moment you saw my charming face?" Wolfgang felt no desire to explain his rage to Berenger, a man he deemed to be a lecherous, amoral tyrant. Thus he responded with vulgarity. "Go fuck yourself." After hearing this stereotypical response, Berenger sighed before completing the wrist lock, where he broke the man's wrist without any mercy. Berenger had learned his lesson about showing compassion to those who sought to do him harm. As such, he was ruthless with how he decided to handle the situation. After a loud cracking noise emanated through the cold stone hallway, followed by the wailing that sounded as if it came from a wounded pig, Berenger released the man and allowed him to wallow in his tears on the tile below. Berenger gazed coldly at the current Count of Salzburg before giving the man a warning. "I shall remember your attempt to do me harm on this day. When I finally liberate your lands from the Bavarians, I will make sure it is your brother, and not you, who is named Count of Salzburg. If you come at me again, you will find yourself buried 6 feet under, in an unmarked grave. Do not test me." With that brief exchange, Berenger walked away from the man who lay in the fetal position while clutching his broken wrist. Berenger thought nothing of his cruelty. After all, a man like Wolfgang was neither clever nor powerful enough to pose any harm to him. If anything, he had been lenient with his response to the man's violent actions. A broken wrist was by no means a severe injury and would heal itself in time. While Berenger exited the scene with confidence, the castle guards quickly responded to the sounds of Wolfgang's wailing and dragged him off to the court physician. Meanwhile, Berenger continued on his journey to locate Adela, and when he finally found the girl, he noticed she was wearing a white and golden gown while playing the harp. Dressed in such extravagant attire, with a serene expression affixed on her face as she closed her eyes and strung the chord of the harp, almost made Berenger believe that she was, in fact, an angel, not a human. Nevertheless, he knew such a thing could not be the case and merely stood by and waited for the young teenage girl to finish her rendition of the song that she was currently playing. Adela was utterly unaware that Berenger had arrived and was leaning on a pillar listening to the sound of her music, and as such continued for a while before halting, where she released a short sigh of breath before opening her eyes and seeing her fiancé gazing at her with a smile filled with admiration and respect. The young petite beauty with golden hair and gemstone-like sapphire eyes quickly began to flush in embarrassment as she realized her fiancé had been listening to her the entire time. However, what came next shocked her, as Berenger slowly started to clap before escalating into full applause. The words that followed continued to add to her embarrassment. "I must confess I am rather embarrassed as your fiancé. To think that you had such talent in the art of music, and I was unaware for all this time. I must say I doubt even an angel in heaven could perform in such a manner." Adela could barely look at Berenger while in such a flustered state. Her cheeks were as red as roses as she heard his praise. It had been so long since she had last seen Berenger before he arrived in Graz that she was greatly concerned about him. Now seeing him with an eye patch, she realized that he had suffered in her absence while she stayed locked up in the castle of Graz like some form of fairy tale princess. Thus Adela rose from her seat before slowly approaching Berenger. When she arrived before him, she reached up and wrapped her palms around his face while staring into his one good eye with a worried expression on her face. "You have suffered dearly during my absence, haven't you?" Berenger wanted to bluff his way through her statement, but in truth, life had become rather difficult since he lost the use of his right eye. As the young girl gazed at him with empathy and compassion, he finally lost control of his tough facade and smiled bitterly as a gloomy expression took hold of his scarred, yet handsome visage. Doing so, he nodded, which confirmed to Adela her suspicions. Thus she hugged onto Berenger tightly in an attempt to cheer him up before gazing up at him with an adorable yet inquisitive gaze. "Can I see it?" Berenger instantly knew what she was referring to, and as such, he quickly released her grip before placing his hands on his eye patch and slowly lifting it off of his head. Though his right eye was closed, it eventually opened, revealing an intact but scarred eye. The ugly gash that had initially been there during the early days of the injury was replaced with a vertical scar that connected the gap between the scarred portions above and below his eye. Adela had held her breath throughout the slow reveal, but now that she was looking at Berenger's injury, she realized it was not as hideous as she had thought it would be. As such, she released her breath before attempting to cheer Berenger up by complimenting the look. "It is not ugly like I expected it to be. I think it gives your charming appearance the character of a battle-hardened veteran." Berenger chuckled bitterly in response to her words before revealing his innermost thoughts. "It is not the appearance that bothers me, it is how difficult it has become to function normally. I still can't ride to the forefront of the battlefield like I used to. Instead, I must allow my commanders to lead my troops into battle while I sit back from afar like a coward. Tell me, Adela, how can I be a great man who inspires men to follow him into battle if I am incapable of doing such a thing?" Adela finally understood what had been eating at her fiancé this entire time. Berenger was the type of man to lead by example. At the moment, war was raging at his borders, but instead of leading the charge, he was sitting back in Kufstein eating luxurious food while drinking the best beer and wine. Despite this, his forces had to endure the onslaught of an enemy determined to bring down his realm. To Berenger, there was nothing worse in this era, where battles were primarily fought in close proximity than hiding far from the war zone, allowing your troops to fight in your stead. To him, it was the act of a coward, and as such, he had felt that he was cowardly in his actions. After overhearing Berenger's concerns about his current position, Adela put on a bright smile as she informed Berenger of what she genuinely thought about him. "What makes you great is not only tied to your victories on the battlefield or how you lead your men into the fray. Rather, it is in large part due to the expense you have gone to ensure that your people benefit from your conquests and the wealth you gain." Adela took a brief pause to compile her thoughts and then continued her rant about Berenger and how she and many of his supporters viewed him. "What you have done to Kufstein, what you are doing to Tyrol, and potentially one day even all of Austria is something no other man in this era can achieve. So you have suffered a minor setback. Did you not tell me that Alexander suffered multiple mortal wounds, and yet he always recovered to lead his troops into further glory?" Eventually, she finished her speech with words of encouragement to Berenger, ones that he would forever remember inside the depths of his heart. "You will recover from this, and when you do, all of your enemies shall remember the bravery and fortitude that you used to rally your troops to victory." Having heard Adela speak of him in such an honorable light, Berenger instantly felt like the weight that had been secretly hanging from his heart had finally released its hold over him. As such, he thanked Adela by hugging her tight into his embrace and kissing her on the forehead before complimenting her. "You're the perfect wife, did you know that?" This response immediately caused Adela to blush as she quickly glanced around to see if anyone was watching the romantic display. After realizing that nobody else was nearby, she finally relaxed and enjoyed the moment. Chapter 185, 184. I shot myself in the foot there, didn't I? Unfortunately, the romantic moment between Adela and Berenger did not last long. Soon after it began, Ava came rushing into the room. She was practically steaming from the fury within her heart. If looks could kill then, Berenger would be a dead man. Seeing the deadly glare in her eyes, Berenger immediately began to smirk in the same condescending manner he had done to Wolfgang shortly before breaking his wrist. The young woman quickly ran up to Berenger and placed her finger in his chest before scolding him like a child who had gotten caught with his hand in the cookie jar. "You! What did you do? Why did you break my husband's wrist?" Berenger merely laughed at Ava while Adela gazed in confusion at the two. After taking his time to enjoy the moment, Berenger finally responded to Ava with a question of his own. "What exactly did you tell your husband that would make him so enraged to the point where he deliberately searched for me so that he could assault me?" Ava quickly realized what had transpired. She exaggerated the events from earlier in the morning to her husband, going so far as to accuse Berenger of picking the lock to her bath so that he could peep on her. Afterward, Wolfgang was thoroughly outraged by Berenger's alleged behavior and sought vengeance on behalf of his wife, which resulted in the current situation. However, before Ava could spin this event further in her favor, Berenger broke the silence and added a statement to his question. "Next time, you should pick a better attack dog. Your husband is a worthless fool." Berenger grabbed a hold of Adela's hand and began to lead her into the corridor when Ava shouted out from a distance, "You think you can peep on me in the bath and there won't be consequences? I wonder what your fiancé thinks of your actions." Adela was quite startled by these accusations and looked at Berenger with cautious eyes. Though she wanted to believe he would not do such a thing, he had cheated on her with Linda in the past. She knew that her sister was an attractive young woman and could easily catch Berenger's glimpse. Seeing Adela staring at him in such a manner, Berenger's ire was thoroughly provoked by Ava, rather than tolerate her words and try to explain his actions civilly. He walked up to the woman and backhanded her across the face before responding to her accusations. "Harlot! First, you try to seduce me, then when I reject your offer, you sick your hound on me. Now you slander my reputation. Because you're my cousin, I will be lenient, but this is your final warning. Come at me again, and I will make sure that you and your husband share the same unmarked grave. Now get out of my sight." Ava was furious, not only at Berenger, but also at Adela, who stared at her with a look of pity. After hearing Berenger's words, Adela was smart enough to piece together what happened. After all, she knew enough about both Berenger's and Ava's character to accurately guess what had transpired to cause all of this drama. She would not be surprised if her sister Ava had purposely left her bath unlocked so that Berenger might stumble into it. Ava was rubbing her cheek, which was now red from the strike she had received from Berenger. She had never been treated in such a manner before, and as such, she did not know how to react. On the one hand, she wanted to skin Berenger alive. However, the more rational part of her brain told her that was simply impossible. Her husband was neither clever enough nor powerful enough to harm the young Count of Tyrol. Thus her actions revolved around fleeing the scene with tears in her eyes and complaining to her father. However, Ava was utterly unaware that her father was already mindful of her attempts to cook up drama needlessly, and as such, was already intending to give her a thorough scolding. After Ava fled the scene, Adela began to pout at Berenger, and when he turned around to look at her, he noticed he was not entirely off the hook yet. Before he could protest his innocence, Adela caught him off guard with a question. "Peeping on my sister while she is in the bath, huh?" Berenger instantly felt awkward from the accusation and attempted to defend himself. "In my defense, she left the door unlocked. I merely entered the bath after realizing it was unlocked. How was I supposed to know she was bathing inside?" On the other hand, Adela was more curious about how much he had seen and thus inquired about it. "How much did you see?" Berenger decided the best course of action was to tell a half-truth. Obviously, he could not allow the girl to know that he found her sister attractive, but if she later found out that he lied to her about seeing her half-naked, she would surely be outraged. Only her bare chest. However, it was not nearly as magnificent as Linda's, and as such, I was not tempted by it. Adela reacted in a way that Berenger had not expected. The young girl was trembling with anger when she realized that Berenger's first instinct was to compare her sister's chest with Linda's. Not only that, but he had the nerve to brag about Linda's chest being superior. Did that not mean that when Adela herself finally grew into her full figure that she too would not be as good as Linda? Thus Adela instantly shouted at her fiancé before storming off to her quarters. Berenger, you big dummy. It took Berenger a few moments to realize his mistake before he caught onto exactly what had angered the little girl. After it finally registered in his brain, he placed his palm on his forehead and sighed heavily as he spoke to himself alone in the room which contained the harp. I shot myself in the foot there, didn't I? While Adela was off pouting alone in her room, Ava complained to her father about Berenger's alleged misdeeds. Daddy, he peeped on me in the bath, and when my husband confronted him, the scoundrel had the nerve to break his wrist. Do something about this. Ultimately, Ava felt like she could get what she wanted by exploiting the drama she had created, and that was to break Berenger's and Adela's betrothal. After all, she was incredibly jealous that her youngest sister was engaged to Berenger, considering he was so much more accomplished than her husband. It filled her with fury to know that Adela had snagged a better man than her. However, Otto was not an idiot. He knew his children's personalities, and Ava was among the worst he had raised, a spoiled brat of low cunning who needlessly caused drama to entertain herself. Thus he stared at her with a stoic expression as he voiced his discontent. Cut the crap, Ava. Do you honestly expect me to believe Berenger is the one at fault here? Since you have returned to this castle with that idiot husband of yours and your 3 children, you have done nothing but stir up trouble with Adela. I have permitted your childish tirades long enough. For Christ's sake, you are a countess and a mother. Think of your position before you go around trying to seduce your sister's fiancé. Ava was stunned. Berenger had gotten to her father first and had told his side of the story, which was essentially the truth of the matter. She began to pout at her father and plead with him. Daddy, please. However, the Count shook his head before reprimanding his daughter once more. Do you have any idea who you decided to provoke? Berenger is a vicious and cruel man to those who seek to do him harm. Do you have the slightest clue about what happened to Lambert after the boy crossed him? Ava quickly crossed her arms and said in an undeserved smug voice, he initially sent the boy to the Teutonic Order, where he returned with an army and was killed in battle. Otto stood up from his seat and crowded his daughter in the act of intimidation before telling her the truth of the matter. That is the official story. However, what you probably have not heard is that after Berenger personally killed his little brother in the heat of battle, he had Lambert's skull removed and turned into a golden chalice, which he uses to drink from every day. A look of horror spread across Ava's face as she heard the message. The German people had not engaged in such barbarism since the Dark Ages. Yet, Berenger had resurrected such a savage tradition, and with his brother as the victim. Only now did the young woman begin to comprehend the monster whose tail she had stepped on. Seeing her daughter suddenly realizing his intent, Otto continued on his efforts to frighten her out of messing with Berenger in the future. Tell me, Ava, if the man is willing to engage in such savage cruelty to his brother, what do you think he will do to his cousin and her idiot of a husband? That man will one day be the Duke of Austria. Is riling up your little sister worth making such a monumental enemy? Ava was instantly reminded of Berenger's parting threat and felt a shiver down her spine, forcing her to sit down in the chair next to her as she thoroughly contemplated her actions. It was only then she realized the end of her father's sentence. What do you mean he will be the Duke? Count Otto merely shook his head and informed his daughter slightly of the ongoing political battle in Austria. Duke Wilmar is dead, and so are his living heirs. Vienna has fallen. Berenger has already made a ploy to claim the title of Duke after he drives the Bavarians from our lands, and make no mistake, he has the power to do so. You should apologize to Berenger and your sister before an irreconcilable grudge is formed. Realizing the grave mistake she had made, Ava quickly became covered in a cold sweat and silently made a vow in her heart that even if she had to sell her body to Berenger to repair their relationship, she would resolve this conflict no matter what the cost. Of course, Berenger had no plans for such a thing. Now that he had 2 loyal women by his side, he did not need a third. He had always said 2 women was the perfect number for a man to have. The only way he would entertain the idea for a third was if it meant forming a critical alliance with a powerful nation. Instead, it would take some time for him to find a way to exploit Ava and her husband's apology in a way that benefited his interests. Chapter 186, 185, Sweet Dreams. After the drama that unfolded during his stay at Graz, Berenger found himself in an awkward position. Adela was not speaking to him at the moment due to several complicated reasons that Berenger was too dull in social matters to properly comprehend. As Berenger was thinking over this problem he had no way out of, he heard a knock on his door. As such, he cautiously opened the door and peered out from the crack in it. In the doorway was Adela, who was still dressed in her white and gold attire from earlier. She had a pouting look on her face, though it no longer contained the fury of a woman scorned, and as such, Berenger relaxed his guard a little while opening the door slowly. As soon as the door opened most slightly, Adela pushed her way into the room and sat down on the bed with her arms crossed and her cheeks puffed out. After a long and awkward silence, Berenger was the first to broach the subject. He decided to bite the bullet and apologize. "I am sorry if I offended you. I should not have mentioned Linda's figure when defending my actions." Berenger stared at Adela for a few moments with a puppy dog look in his eyes before the young girl finally spoke. "Do you honestly think I am mad about the fact that you mentioned Linda's near-perfect body?" Berenger looked at Adela with confusion. He had no idea why she was upset if it was not because he mentioned her rival. However, those were not the words that came out of his mouth. Instead, he merely questioned her phrasing. "Near perfect?" This immediately caused Adela to pout again, and she quickly scolded Berenger. "Don't push it." Seeing her mood quickly sour, Berenger decided it would be best to shut his trap, and thus took his scolding from his future wife as a man. Adela, of course, was more than happy to do so. As such, she started her lecture by asking Berenger a simple question that he did not expect. "Berenger, you don't have the slightest clue why I am angry, do you?" Berenger shook his head. At this point, it was better to be honest with his fiancée, and so he acted accordingly. Seeing his reaction, Adela sighed before loosening her posture and collapsing on the bed, where she sprawled out on it before expressing her long and complex thought process. "At first I was angry because you said you were completely untempted by Ava's body because Linda's body was better. I had time to think about why that was, and I eventually concluded that I was worried about the future. When I finally grow into my full figure, which is most likely going to turn out like the rest of the women in our family, that you would not be interested in me in the slightest, because you have Linda." Berenger listened to Adela's complaints closely and realized that this was a concern that he never even considered to be a possibility. However, before he could address her worries, she sat up from the bed and crossed her legs while resting her cut doll-like face on her hand, where she proceeded to glare menacingly at Berenger. Immediately her tone shifted from understanding to wrathful, which caused the hair on Berenger's neck to spike up. Then I realized that such a thing was simply impossible. Though Linda's body is perfectly proportioned, so are many of the women in our family. Ava used to have an even better body than she has now before she had her 3 kids, so clearly, it was not that you found her unattractive, as I know you like a full-figured woman. When I realized that, I knew that you lied to me because you were afraid to tell me the truth, that my sister's body aroused you. I'm right, aren't I? A 13-year-old girl was lecturing Berenger about finding her elder sister attractive. Adela, of course, was right on the money. Berenger lied to her to defend his actions. As such, he was sitting on his knees with his head bent like a small child being lectured by his mother for starting a fire in the living room. After Berenger's silence filled the room, Adela snapped at him. "Well, aren't I?" Berenger quickly nodded his head in affirmation without saying a word, which Adela found to be unbefitting of the infamous tyrant of steel, so much so that she laughed before making fun of him. "Why are you so afraid? It is not like I'm going to have you beheaded." Berenger, of course, took a few moments to collect his thoughts before he let out a defeated sigh. "After screwing up with Linda, I feel like I have been walking on thin ice around you, as if I am one more mistake away from you leaving me, and I am terrified of such a thing. So I lied about finding your sister attractive because I felt if you found out the truth, you would think I am a lecherous fool and abandon me." After hearing Berenger tell her the truth about how he felt, which is all she ever longed for, tears began to form in Adela's eyes. She had no idea that he felt like he was walking on eggshells the entire time he was around her, and such words pulled on her heartstrings. Adela got down from the bed and kneeled next to Berenger, which alerted him, however, in the next moment, before he could react. The teenage girl grabbed a hold of his head and stuffed it in her lap. After doing so, she looked away from Berenger, trying not to show off how embarrassed she was. Where she muttered in a low voice that was just loud enough for Berenger to hear correctly. "Dummy, I would never leave you." Berenger fought to prevent a smile from appearing on his face, but it was a losing battle. As an avid fan of anime and manga in his previous life, he had always desired the fabled lap pillow, but even after living 2 lives, he had yet to have such a thing occur to him until now. While Berenger rested his head in Adela's lap, she began to stroke his silky golden hair, completely undeterred by the grease that coated her fingers as she did so. The two sat like that for some time, to the point where Berenger nearly fell asleep. Unfortunately, the endearing scene came to an end when another knock appeared on the door. The familiar voice behind the door belonged to Ava, who had come to make amends with Berenger. "Berenger, are you in there? I have come to apologize for my actions." Both Berenger and Adela were scowling the moment they realized who the knock belonged to. This little vixen had caused so much trouble between the two of them in such a short time, and here she was ruining their reunion. However, Berenger decided to get up from his relaxed position and head for the door where he opened it, much to the chagrin of Adela, who pouted where she was kneeling. After opening the door, he was scowling at Ava, which immediately frightened her, especially after the conversation she had with her father. However, Ava swallowed her pride and immediately bowed her head in reverence before apologizing. "I am truly sorry for what I did. I hope that you can forgive my husband and me for our actions." Berenger merely scoffed at her reaction. She picked a horrible time to apologize. All she managed to do was torment him further by interrupting his heavenly lap pillow. At this moment, Ava noticed Adela was in his room, and she recognized that she might have been interrupting something important, especially when she considered the way the two looked at her. However, she was already here and had spoiled the mood, so she might as well get this over with. As such, Berenger looked at her indifferently before sighing heavily. "Whatever, we are family, so I will let it slide just this once, but you and your husband owe me for being so benevolent." Hearing Berenger's command instantly sent shivers down Ava's spine as she recollected herself before nodding in agreement to Berenger. "Sure, whatever we can do to help, we will gladly repay this favor." After agreeing, Berenger shooed the woman away. He no longer wanted to be around her. "If that is all, leave us." Seeing that Adela was giving her a deathly glare, and Berenger was no different, Ava quickly bowed before running off into the distance. After doing so, Berenger shut the door and returned to Adela, where he had a smile on his face, before asking Adela the question on his mind. "Now, where were we?" Upon witnessing the grin on Berenger's face, Adela's cheeks flushed in embarrassment before she muttered, Just this once. Seeing that the girl had accepted, Berenger immediately hopped back into the lap pillow, where he quickly fell asleep. After dozing off, Adela merely stared down at his sleeping face lovingly before kissing him on the forehead. Sweet dreams. Chapter 187. 186. An important announcement. During a lovely dinner, several hours had passed, and Berenger awoke to the soft sensation of the silk dress that covered Adela's thighs. Even she had fallen asleep during this time as he rested in her lap pillow. However, it was merely a power nap and not an actual night's rest. As such, Berenger continued to enjoy himself until the moment his fiancée awoke from her slumber. After a few moments, Adela quietly opened her eyes, where Berenger pretended to be still asleep. Realizing that it was nearing time for dinner, Adela began to pet her future husband's golden hair with a smile on her face. "Wake up, sleepyhead. It is almost time for dinner." Being already awake, Berenger was smiling at the loving gesture of Adela before he pretended to wake up slowly. He honestly wished he could enjoy this moment a little longer. However, all good things must come to an end. Thus Berenger rose from the lap pillow and rubbed his eyes. "How long was I out for?" Adela, who was also asleep, shook her head as she revealed what she knew. "I don't know. I also fell asleep, but it must have been a few hours. Look at the sun. It has already begun to set." Berenger and Adela immediately shifted their view towards the window, which revealed a beautiful sky filled with fluffy clouds. It appeared to be the perfect blend of orange and blue, the sight of which instantly spurred feelings of romance in every couple who stared at its brilliance together. Berenger and Adela were no exception. However, they could not enjoy its beauty for long. Shortly after, they heard a knock at the door, followed by one of the servants announcing that the time for dinner had arrived. "Berenger, it is dinner time. Count Otto has requested your presence." Hearing such news, Berenger got up from his position on the ground and offered a helping hand to Adela. The adolescent girl quickly latched onto it, where Berenger dragged the girl from her knees and into his arms before petting her on the head. "I suppose it is time to eat." Adela stuffed her head into Berenger's chest before muttering in a low voice, "Yeah." Afterward, Berenger opened the door, and the servant was already gone. As such, he and Adela inched towards the dining hall while holding hands. When they finally arrived, they realized that they were the last to do so, and as such, quickly sat down in their seats so that the meal no longer waited upon them. After being brought the dishes for the night, the group said the Lord's Prayer before dining into their meals. Otto was aware of the trouble that Ava had caused, but he was not yet aware that she had adequately apologized. As for Wolfgang, he glared menacingly at Berenger, and yet Berenger paid no heed to his malicious gaze. Ava was quite worried. Even though Berenger had claimed he accepted her apology, she had no idea what kind of favor he may ask of her in the future. Because of her fear of the unknown, she seldom looked towards Berenger and Adela's direction. As for Berenger and Adela, they were smiling happily, like a loving couple on their honeymoon. They had squashed their relationship problems before they turned into something serious, and as such, were in exceptionally high spirits on this fine evening. The Countess noticed Adela's good mood and quickly commented on it with a charming smile on her face. "You two seem to be unusually happy this evening. Did something happen between you two?" Count Otto was also quite curious. As far as he was aware earlier in the day, Ava had seemed to cause a severe rift between the young couple, but now they were chatting and giggling like a couple of teenage brats who were in love for the first time in their lives. Well, he supposed for Adela that was most certainly the case. Berenger, on the other hand, not so much. Most curious of all was the eldest son and heir of Count Otto, Gerhard, who had since Berenger's arrival gone out of his way to avoid the man. After all, he had caused quite the controversy when he tried to break Berenger and Adela's betrothal, so much so that he was no longer on speaking terms with his youngest sister. Ultimately, Adela was the one who spoke up about her current state of affection for her future husband. You could say Berenger and I have come to an understanding. The teenage girl knew how to leave things cryptic. It was a great way to infuriate Gerhardt and Ava. She was not above causing some trouble of her own, which caused Count Otto to frown. He knew Adela was now striking back at her siblings. However, he did not blame her for doing so. After all, she had previously been put in a difficult position by the two of them. Gerhardt scowled when he heard this. He still did not approve of his lecherous and cruel cousin grooming his lovely little sister. However, it was not his decision to make, and his father had already made that abundantly clear. As for Adela's other brother, Heimeric, he was smiling at the whole affair. He greatly admired Berenger's accomplishments and supported creating a long-lasting relationship with his cousin, especially since he knew of Berenger's reforms and was hoping that when the young man became duke, he would allow noble houses to implement such succession laws if they so wished, which would enable him to contend for the succession of his father with his foolish brother Gerhardt. Thus Heimeric was the first to comment on Adela's statement. Whatever it is, I am glad to see you two getting along so well. I wish the two of you great happiness in your future. Gerhardt and Ava snarled at this response, but Count Otto and his wife Wanda were pleased by Heimeric's comments. The boy looked more and more like successor material. It was just a shame that he was the second son instead of the first. Heimeric was not as cruel as Lambert and would never make an attempt on his brother's life, but he would undoubtedly do his best to usurp his position in any other way. Berenger was smiling as he dug into his meal, with a smile on his charming face. He was incredibly pleased that he could enjoy such a level of cooking, even across the duchy. His cultural changes were beginning to affect more than just Tyrol. After washing it down with some light beer, he decided to make an announcement. As such, he gathered everyone's attention by clanging his spoon on his chalice. After everyone gazed over at him, Berenger smiled gracefully before letting everyone know his decision. I have decided to announce it here, but I will be departing tomorrow morning, back to Tyrol. Though I am incredibly thankful for the hospitality you have shown me and the time that I have spent with you all. I have many important matters to attend to, and unfortunately, I can't dwell here any longer. I just wanted to thank you all for allowing me to stay here these past few days. When Adela heard this, she began to pout. After all, she and Berenger had just settled their differences and were starting to spend time together. However, she understood Berenger had many matters to oversee, and as such, she could not monopolize him. As for Count Otto, he was aware of the plans Berenger had in place. In a few days, Conrad would be arriving in Kufstein, and Berenger needed to be there to greet the boy and cement his power. After Berenger made an announcement, Otto made one of his own. I will also be traveling with Berenger to Kufstein. There is a matter of great importance that he and I must attend to. Adela, if you would like to come with us, you may. As for who is in charge during my absence, I will pass that responsibility to Gerhardt. Do not disappoint me like last time. The expressions around the table varied greatly. Adela was pleased, as she not only got to spend more time with Berenger, but she could finally see his baby boy with her own eyes. Despite herself not being the mother, she felt a great desire to see what his offspring would look like and to get close to him early on. As for Gerhardt, he was exceptionally thrilled that he was being given another chance. He had thoroughly screwed up his last stint as regent, so much that his position was stripped and given to Heimeric during the remaining duration. Heimeric, on the other hand, was scowling. He was confident that he would be left in command the next time his father departed for an extended period. Yet, the position was given to his elder brother once more. He supposed he would be the one tasked with leading the armies, which was fair. After all, he was far more capable in that regard than Gerhardt. Ava and her husband were glad that Berenger would be departing. His presence was a constant reminder of his tyranny and the ever-increasing fear they felt for their actions. Ava had informed Wolfgang not to annoy further Berenger and the reasons for doing so. He may be dull, but he was also a coward and knew when to fear the mighty. Ultimately, Berenger smiled at this result. Not only would he be able to spend more time with Adela, but Otto was personally visiting Kufstein to greet Conrad and form the resistance against the Bavarian occupation of Austria. 3 counts would meet in Kufstein where they would convince Conrad to declare Berenger as regent. Then he would possess all the authority of a duke. First, he would drive the Bavarians from Austria. Then, he would implement his reforms across the entire duchy while building a great navy. After all, with all of Austria under his command, he would finally have access to the Adriatic Sea and, by extension, the Mediterranean. Once this goal was achieved, Berenger could finally send expeditions to the New World. Soon enough, his life's goal of gaining potatoes would become a reality. Chapter 188, 187. Returning to Kufstein, the evening came and went, and Berenger ultimately returned to the room provided for him where he retired for the night. After sleeping well, he awoke early in the morning and began making preparations for the journey to Kufstein. It was not long before he was standing outside the castle in its courtyard, waiting for Adela and Otto to arrive. Eventually, Adela and Otto presented themselves, where they greeted Berenger. They had already said their farewells to their family, as it would be a while before they returned. Otto was the first to voice his concerns over the journey. "Berenger, are you certain that we will be safe traveling through Salzburg and into Kufstein?" Hearing Otto voice his worries, Berenger nearly chuckled. He had with him a sufficient amount of cuirassiers and mounted infantry who he had explicitly raised to guard his caravan. He had been spending an enormous expense lately purchasing as many war horses as possible from various parts of Europe. While his cavalry was made up of primarily cuirassiers and lancers, he still made efforts to raise mounted infantry for rapid excursions or protecting him during his travels. Thus at present, his forces were sufficient to pierce through the county of Salzburg with little effort. As such, Berenger informed Count Otto of his certainty. "Do not worry, uncle, my cuirassiers and mounted infantry are more than enough to defeat any force that is foolish enough to attack us on our route to Kufstein. We will be perfectly safe." Hearing Berenger's confidence on the issue greatly dissuaded his concerns, and such he nodded his head in agreement. "I hope you are right." With that said, Count Otto was the first to step into the carriage that Berenger had provided. After her father had done so, Adela approached Berenger and wrapped her arms around his neck before pecking him on the cheek. It had been so long since she had been in Kufstein, and she was filled with anticipation. She had dreamed of revisiting, ever since she read the letters of Berenger's construction efforts. After kissing Berenger on the cheek, the teenage girl blushed before grabbing onto his hand. "Shall we go?" Berenger smiled and nodded before dragging his future wife into the carriage, where he then gave the order to depart. Thus the caravan of armed guards and Berenger's host were effectively on the march as they began to leave the city of Graz. At an average speed of 15 miles per hour, it would take the caravan roughly 14 hours to reach their destination. During this time, Adela and Berenger flirted for the most part, which made Count Otto deeply uncomfortable. After a little over 14 hours had passed, Berenger and his caravan arrived at the borders of the city of Kufstein. Their journey was uneventful, as the Bavarians occupying Salzburg had already learned their lesson from the last time they targeted Berenger's caravan, and thus kept their distance in fear of once more sustaining massive casualties. Seeing the great walls of the city of Kufstein in the distance, Adela peeked her head out the window with awe. Such marvelous structures did not exist during her last visit to the region. She had read in great detail about Berenger's infrastructure projects from his letters. Still, upon witnessing them with her own eyes, She felt as if even the legendary Theodosian walls of Constantinople could not compare. Even Count Otto stared with amazement at the grand structures. He was specifically drawn to the gray bricks used in their construction and inquired about their composition. Berenger, just what exactly are these walls made out of? Berenger had an arrogant smile on his face as he described the materials the walls were constructed with while exuding an overwhelming aura of pride. Well, for starters, we take cinder blocks, which are semi-hollow bricks made out of concrete. From there, we fill the gaps with structural steel reinforcing bars, or rebar for short. Then after the cinder blocks are properly reinforced, we pour more cement inside the gaps to seal them shut and secure the rebar within. The steel-reinforced bricks are then stacked together until the proper thickness of the walls is achieved. This is just a summary of how we build such structures. In reality, it is far more complex. However, as you can see, the walls are shorter and far thicker than ordinary castle walls. This is to maintain structural integrity if my enemies were to bring cannon fire onto my city, something that traditional walls have proven to be weak against during my campaigns. Count Otto was trying to register everything that Berenger had said while gazing in awe at the fortifications surrounding Kufstein City. He quickly realized anyone who decided to launch an attack on such a well-defended city was merely asking for their death. Soon enough, the caravan entered the city gates, which opened upon seeing the banners of House von Kufstein flying above the approaching caravan. With it, Berenger and his guests entered into a city the likes they had never seen before. While the outer areas closest to the walls were currently unoccupied, the closer they approached the center, the more they saw magnificent tenements and houses constructed in the half-timber style. There was no sign of filth in the streets as each building had its internal plumbing, which flowed to a sewage treatment plant outside of the city, then pumped into the nearby river. However, what captured Adela's sight were the massive projects that were either undergoing construction or already completed, such as the Grand Cathedral, the Grand Palace, and the parliamentary buildings. These buildings were all made in a unique architectural style that had yet to enter this world. They were beautiful compared to the other structures of the era and easily caught Adela's interest. It had been over half a year since she was last in Kufstein, and yet it had changed so much. It was genuinely unfathomable how quickly Berenger had built his city. Still, he relied on a large workforce and the advanced technologies of structural steel and concrete to build the city so rapidly. Even the gorgeous half-timbered tenements and homes were built using concrete instead of more traditional materials, especially for their foundations. Of course, the concrete was covered in stucco to make it more aesthetically pleasing. Thus, the buildings hardly looked any different from the more traditional buildings built in such a style across Germany. It was only after entering the city square where Adela saw the monument dedicated to Berenger overlooking the city from the hill above it. She could not help but gasp as she saw the massive bronze statue of her fiancé on horseback, fully dressed in armor and raising his sword in the air. Berenger saw the adorable expression on her face and immediately asked her the question on his mind. Magnificent, isn't it? Adela was so shocked at the level of craftsmanship that she had no words and merely nodded with her mouth agape. Seeing Adela's reaction, he was more than happy with the expense he had paid for such a thing. On the other hand, Count Otto was deeply envious of the city Berenger had created. It appeared to be a fitting place for the capital of an empire. He had no words for how much he desired Graz to be rebuilt in such a fashion. In the end, he could only sigh in defeat. Berenger's wealth and knowledge were too much for an older man like him to compete with. After traversing through the city, they finally crossed the river and ended up in the castle courtyard where Linda and Henrietta were waiting for his arrival. Henrietta was holding Hans in her arms, which Berenger instantly realized the reason when he saw it. As such, he stepped out of the carriage intending to inform Linda to behave herself in the presence of Adela and her father, but he was a moment too slow. Before he could even get off the steps, Linda had jumped into his arms and kissed him passionately, forcing her tongue through his lips while hanging her arms his neck. She used her natural assets to press into Berenger's chest and tried to suck the air out of his lungs. Only when Adela and Count Otto followed Berenger out of the carriage did Linda realize she had made a mistake. The way Adela glared at her instantly sent shivers down her spine, and thus she quickly released her hold over Berenger before turning away in embarrassment. On the other hand, Otto was observing his daughter's reaction to Berenger openly displaying his affection for another woman, despite the fact that Adela had said she was okay with it. She had never personally witnessed her fiancé be intimate with another woman. Surprisingly, she handled it quite well. It was only after Linda recovered her senses did she properly greet Berenger. "I missed you so much, darling." Adela's brow instantly raised as she heard the pet name that Linda used when referring to Berenger. Of course, if Linda were in private with Berenger, she would use the term master when addressing her lover, but she commonly referred to him as dear or darling in public. Hearing the two were so familiar, Adela began to pout. Linda noticed this and quickly shifted her attention to Adela, who greeted her in a friendly manner. "It has been a long time, little Adela. I look forward to your stay. We have much to talk about." Though they had been corresponding with letters to one another, the two had not had a proper discussion on how to divide Berenger's attention face to face, and thus they would need to negotiate appropriately as such. Adela put on a smile and nodded at Linda's statement. "We sure do." Berenger could tell the situation was tense and, as such, tried to lighten the mood. "We can talk about these things further when we are inside." Before his daughter could break out into a fight with Linda over Berenger's affection, Count Otto agreed to his nephew's suggestion and hurried his daughter along. Such a conversation was better to be had behind closed doors. "I agree. Come, Adela, let us get settled into our lodgings." Though Adela did not want to leave Berenger's company too soon, she realized Linda deserved some alone time with the man, and thus she nodded before following her father into the castle while the servants brought in their luggage. As for Henrietta, she followed Adela inside and began to chat with her. She still held onto the infant Hans, which Adela was more than happy to spend time with. After all, this was Berenger's son, and as such, she felt some form of connection to the boy, even if he was not her child. Seeing that the two were alone, Linda embraced Berenger before tracing her finger around his well-toned chest. "Now that we have some time to ourselves, what should we do?" Berenger chuckled and petted her head before whispering in her ear, "I know a few things we can do." With that, the couple fled to the bedroom to get reacquainted while Adela and her father settled into the lodgings that they were provided for their duration in Kufstein. Soon enough, Berenger would be marching to war once more, and he wanted to spend as much time with his two women as possible. Chapter 189. 188. Settling in after Berenger and Linda were properly reacquainted, they redressed themselves and left their chambers, where they proceeded to greet Adela and Otto. Otto was chatting with Lietbert, who was Berenger's chancellor and had traveled to Kufstein, the seat of power in Tyrol, to conduct Berenger's affairs while he was away. Adela was hanging out with Henrietta and Hans, playing with the infant child in his room. Seeing Adela look so affectionately at Hans as if he were her own child brought a smile to Linda's lips. She was frightened over the possibility that Adela would hate her child and try to get rid of him. Yet, instead, she was treating the boy as a member of her own family. Berenger watched as Linda walked over to her little boy and picked him up and clutched the boy to her mighty bosom. Seeing his two women and his little sister get along so well pleased Berenger, it was an endearing sight to behold. Thus Berenger merely watched the show for some time. After a while, Hans was put to bed, and Berenger brought the girls away from the room so that he could adequately sleep. Adela had a giant smile on her face as she conversed with Linda about her child. "Hans is so cute. He has Berenger's eyes and your hair. He is so perfect. Linda smiled at Adela's compliment and hugged Adela tightly as if they were sisters. I bet when you and Berenger have your own son, he will turn out just like his father. Berenger did not want to ruin the moment, but seeing Adela's cheeks flushed with embarrassment from the compliment while nearly suffocating in Linda's mighty cleavage was too funny of a scene. He struggled to prevent himself from laughing at the way the two girls were behaving. Nevertheless, through superior willpower, he maintained his composure and merely smiled endearingly at them. At this moment, Linda noticed something peculiar and grabbed a hold of Adela's chest to confirm her suspicion, which caused the girl's face to flush to a new degree as she broke away from Linda's grasp and covered her growing bust with her arms. Linda had a wicked grin on her face as she openly proclaimed her findings. Adela, you have grown. We should take a bath together and compare sizes. Feeling embarrassed by such a discovery, Adela wanted to hide in a corner. However, with Berenger watching, she refused to back down and thus surprisingly made a bold statement of her own as she proudly displayed her chest to Linda. You just watch. One day, I will be bigger than you. Linda laughed lightly at the young girl's challenge and approached her closely before whispering in her ear. Maybe, but that will take years, and until you grow up, Berenger is all mine. Adela immediately began to pout as she heard Linda's words. She knew exactly what Linda meant and was greatly envious of her. However, she was underaged, and there was nothing she could do about that. All she could do was sulk in defeat. Berenger had seen enough and awkwardly coughed before declaring his next move. You all enjoy yourselves. I'm going to go find Count Otto and see what he is up to. With that, he quickly fled before the girls could keep him. If he had to witness their rowdy actions any longer, he might very well lose his mind. Thus Berenger wandered through the castle until he found Lietbert and Otto in the dining hall sampling the beer Berenger's breweries had produced. Berenger quickly sat down at the head of the table and ordered one of the nearby servants. Fetch me my chalice and a flagon of Doppelbock beer. The servant did not dare disobey the mighty Count of Tyrol and quickly nodded before going off to do as instructed. Lietbert and Otto could tell Berenger was flustered and were instantly interested in what had happened. Ultimately, Otto was the first to ask. So, how are the girls? Berenger sighed deeply before being brutally honest in his reply. They are about to take a bath so that they can compare sizes. Count Otto and Lietbert were already sufficiently intoxicated at this point and gazed at each other before returning their sights to Berenger. Lietbert was the first to speak his mind. TSK? Lucky bastard. Count Otto, on the other hand, immediately broke out into laughter before expressing his thoughts. That daughter of mine, she acts all high and mighty, but in reality, she is on quite good terms with your lover, isn't she? It seems that I have nothing to worry about. Don't worry, Berenger. If she is anything like her sisters, she will grow up to have a body that is equal to that red-haired lass of yours. Berenger was quite shocked that Count Otto was speaking in such a way about his daughter. Then again, he had never witnessed the man drunk before. Clearly, he could not handle his liquor, and for a beer, the Doppelbock that they were drinking was quite strong, with 8% alcohol content. Eventually, the servant arrived with Berenger's skull chalice and a flagon of his favorite wine, which Berenger unhesitantly poured into his goblet before taking a swig. This was the first time Count Otto and Viscount Lietbert witnessed what Berenger had done to Lambert's skull and were quite shocked by the results. Though the chalice was made from the skull of another human being, it was dipped in gold and encrusted in finely cut black garnet. The shaft of the chalice that one used to grip was perfectly embedded in the bottom of the skull, as if the entire piece was carved out of one solid block of gold. They hardly believed such barbarity could be so sophisticated. As Berenger drank from the skull chalice, he noticed the looks he was given, and Count Otto was the first to voice his thoughts aloud. Is that? You know? Berenger nodded his head silently with an indifferent expression on his face. After he did so, Lietbert was the next one to speak. Does your family know? Berenger shook his head in response before gulping down the remainder of the contents in his beer. He quickly poured more into his chalice before responding. As far as they're aware, that little bastard is still alive and fighting the Golden Horde. I've been meaning to fabricate a letter from the Teutonic Order informing them of his glorious death. I would rather spare my family the pain of knowing that cunt came back to Kufstein in an attempt to kill us all. Count Otto nodded his head in approval. If he were in a similar situation, he would probably lie to his family to spare their feelings as well. After all, the revelation of Lambert's initial actions sent Sieghard into a state of acute depression, so much so that he left Berenger in charge of the realm until the old Viscount finally surrendered his position. He could only imagine the pain his brother-in-law would go through, knowing that his son returned with an army for revenge. After thinking it through, the older count decided to change the subject to something less grim and instead asked about the upcoming plans. So when will Conrad arrive? Berenger pondered about it for a moment before giving a rough estimate he had received. It could be as early as tomorrow, but it could also be at the latest in 3 days. It honestly depends on how many stops the trade caravan he is hiding in makes before they arrive in Kufstein. Count Otto nodded and looked at the dark beer that filled his goblet before nodding in approval. Good. I would not mind a few more days of drinking such a hearty beer. How did you come up with this? Berenger chuckled. He too was fond of the beer they were currently drinking, and as such, he gave the count some optimistic news. I can give you the recipe for it, but it can take up to a year before such a beer is ready to drink. Count Otto's eyes instantly shined when he heard the news, and he nearly pounced at Berenger before calming himself down and reseating himself. Name your price. Unexpectedly, Berenger merely shook his head in response and gave the man the best news he had heard in weeks. Consider it a gift. Just make sure to treat me to some of the finished product the next time I find myself in your territory. Count Otto gave Berenger a thumbs up with a giant smile on his face. Deal. Lietbert, on the other hand, was already in the process of brewing his own batch of the tasty beer. After all, Berenger had already begun to export his cuisine and brewery recipes across the entirety of Tyrol. As such, he did not need the recipe. He merely smiled at Otto. Luckily, this man was Berenger's relative and could thus acquire some benefits such as this for free. Thus Berenger and the other 2 men spent the remainder of their night drinking and talking about important matters of the realm. Meanwhile, Adela and Linda were currently in the bath, negotiating how best to divide Berenger's attention. All the while, Conrad inched close to Kufstein, and when he finally arrived, Berenger would quickly find himself forced into the throes of war once more. After all, peace was never eternal. Chapter 189. Bombard. While Berenger and the others were settling into Kufstein after their long journey, Eckhard was busy acting as the commander of the border forces stationed at Kitzbühel. He had been overseeing the defense of the northeastern borders of Tyrol since he was first deployed to the region. Unlike the Northwest Front, which had devolved into a stalemate, where the attackers refused to advance. The commander of the Northeast Bavarian army constantly threw men at the walls of the Star Fortress. However, no matter what they attempted to do, it ultimately met in failure. At the moment, Eckhard was inside one of the buildings constructed inside the fort that acted as an HQ for the officers who manned its garrison. Currently, Eckhard was conversing with the officers under his command about the constant threat outside their border. A well-armored officer dressed in a 3/4 plate was the first to speak up about the current situation. If they keep attacking at such a pace, we will eventually run out of munitions. The next resupply from Kufstein is still a week out. Someone needs to inform Berenger that we are running out of munitions and to expedite the delivery. By now, thousands of bodies lie riddled with bullets and shrapnel outside the fort, rotting in the area strictly labeled by the enemy army as the kill zone. Anything that entered the area would be battered by musket fire and artillery barrages. It was indeed a nightmare to get past. Eckhard nodded his head in agreement as he took a sip from his mug, which was filled with beer. If there was one thing Berenger had made sure while he was recovering from his injury and attending to matters of the state, it was that his troops were well supplied with high-quality rations. It was only after the grizzled veteran had quenched his parched throat with the delectable taste of Oktoberfest beer that he began to speak his piece. We will send a carrier pigeon to Kufstein to ensure that the shipment of our munitions and other supplies will be expedited. As for the situation at the border itself, how are we doing? Another officer, who was roughly the same age as Eckhard and had been a knight of Kufstein for many years, quickly began his account of the ongoing efforts to defend the border. A patrol recently caught a unit of men at arms no greater than 250 trying to cross through the mountains and into Kufstein. They were most likely tasked with sabotage. However, they were effectively gunned down by our patrols before they could do any damage. As for the walls themselves, they are holding. The enemy cannot harm our fortress, at least not at the moment. Eckhard nodded in silence. Aside from running low on supplies, there was not much to worry about when it came to the defense of the northeast border of Tyrol. However, for whatever reason, Eckhard felt a nagging suspicion in the back of his mind that the Bavarians were going to try something drastic. Thus he gave his officers an order before concluding the meeting. Double the nightly watch and the ongoing patrols. I do not want any Bavarians slipping past our border. The officers all saluted Eckhard by pounding their steel breastplates with their fists before answering in the affirmative. Yes, sir. With that, Eckhard turned his back on them and gave one final order for the night. Dismissed. Hearing their orders, the men finally departed from the fort's HQ and were set upon their tasks. As for Eckhard, he stared at the map in front of him and pondered about the actions that the Bavarians might take. The number of men they threw at his wall was unbelievable. Despite setback after setback, they still attacked at regular intervals. They were doing this in an attempt to lower his guard, but he did not know what for. Ultimately, Eckhard sighed before he decided to give up on predicting the enemy's plan. He would never be able to guess what devious plot the Bavarians were up to. He would do best to adapt when such a scheme reared its ugly head. As such, he left the HQ and entered his quarters, where he climbed into his cot and slept peacefully for the night. Hours had passed, and it was roughly midnight. The new moon in the sky provided excellent cover for the Bavarians' latest plot to break through the mighty Star Fortress. Since they could not pierce through its defenses during the day, they had been wasting men's lives over the past few weeks at regular intervals to lower the guard of their opponent. Now the time had come for them to unleash the plot that they had long since planned for. Under the cover of darkness, Bavarian soldiers slowly moved the horses into position, keeping the creatures calm to the best of their ability. The carts the horses dragged behind them carried large, iron tubes, which resembled primitive cannons. However, unlike the 12 and 24 pounds artillery that Berenger's forces used, these massive cannons fired large stone balls that were bigger than most men's torsos. Slowly but surely, the devices known as bombards made their way into firing position where they were set up, entirely shrouded by the lack of illumination which this particular night provided. During the loading process, one of the large stone balls fell from the cannon's mouth and crashed on the ground, creating a loud thud. One of the soldiers instantly scolded the man who had screwed up the loading procedure in a hushed tone. "Fool! You are going to alert the Tyroleans." However, after several seconds, it became apparent that the guards on the walls nearby did not notice the commotion. As such, the men sighed before restarting the loading procedure. In total, there were 3 of these monumental devices. It was all that Duke Dietger could afford. He had not even brought such masterpieces to Vienna. Yet here at the borders of Tyrol, against a small star fortress, the Bavarians were forced to unleash their mightiest weapon. Eventually, the cannons were lit, and after several seconds a loud thunderous noise echoed in the air before the massive stone cannonballs found their way into the fortress walls. The Bavarian army began to cheer outside the walls as they believed such a small bombardment was fully capable of dealing significant damage to the Tyrolean walls. However, when the dust settled, all that such a thing managed to accomplish was alert the Tyrolean defenders, who rapidly climbed to their positions where they began to load their 24-pound siege cannons and aim them at the bombards. When the Bavarian commander gazed at the wall sections only to realize that they were still mostly intact, his jaw dropped. The man had no way of knowing that the low and thick walls of a star fortress were explicitly designed to mitigate the destructive power of cannons. Since these walls were made of steel-reinforced concrete bricks, they were far more resilient than anything outside Tyrol. Eckhard quickly rushed out of bed and entered the scene, where he saw his men rapidly loading the 24-pound guns mounted on the walls. When he arrived, they quickly stopped what they were doing and saluted the man before waiting for the field marshal to speak. Eckhard quickly assessed the damage before a wicked grin formed on his face. "Show these fools what real artillery bombardment looks like." The Tyrolean defenders quickly responded with a salute and the battle cry they were so well known for. "God with us." Afterward, the 24-pound cannons that were mounted in the direction of the bombards were fired, and a dozen of 24-pound explosive shells landed upon the bombards, destroying the devices and shredding the fools who had marched right into the kill zone. However, the battle did not end there, as the cannons were rapidly reloaded and fired once more, this time aimed at the siege camp the Bavarians had foolishly erected within firing range of the mighty artillery that Berenger's forces possessed. Until now, they had been fighting a war of attrition, but Eckhard was fully aware of Berenger's ongoing plans and had decided to wipe out the army who approached the northeastern border on this night. He was thoroughly outraged that the fools would bring cannons against him. As such, he wanted to teach the Bavarians a valuable lesson about who the true master of artillery was. Thus the Tyrolean defenders retaliated and began to bombard the enemy encampment throughout the entirety of the night. Blood-curdling screams filled the air, alongside the sounds of explosions detonating upon the enemy position. As the enemy commander gazed upon the destruction of his encampment, he quickly saw a projectile heading straight for him and cursed under his breath. "God damn it." With that, the shell landed on top of him, and the explosive blast engulfed his figure, rendering him into nothing more than mincemeat. The thunderous echoes of a dozen cannons would continue to fire off throughout the night, long after the Bavarian army had been utterly destroyed. Chapter 191, 190. Dreadfully hungover during the night that Eckhard had obliterated the Bavarian army tasked with assaulting the northeast border, Berenger had gotten quite intoxicated conversing with Duke Otto and Lietbert, so much so that Adela was currently scowling at her father, blaming him for Berenger's current state. "Father, why are you such a poor influence on Berenger? He should not be drinking so much." Berenger was entertained by the fact that he was not scolded for his actions, but his future wife had laid the blame entirely on her father. It just showed that Count Otto must have had a habit of overdrinking. As for Lietbert, he was also being given the scornful look of a displeased young woman by his younger sister. She knew that Berenger was expecting an important guest to arrive, possibly within the next day. Thus, she was displeased by Berenger's actions. However, she held her brother responsible considering he too had drinking problems. Berenger was usually a responsible drinker. He liked the taste of beer and had a high tolerance to alcohol. Thus he was rarely exceptionally drunk, nor was he often hungover. However, the three men were in terrible condition at the moment. While Linda and Adela had an important conversation in the bath, these men had been drinking, and they had consumed no small amount from the way it appeared. Ultimately, Linda voiced her concerns as well. "Lietbert, as Chancellor, you should know better than to drink to such excess, especially taking into consideration that you roped Berenger into your mess." Berenger was enjoying the sight of the two men getting scolded. However, as Count, he had to protect the reputation of his subordinates. Thus he began to speak. However, the moment he did so, his words started to slur, despite himself not recognizing such a thing. Lynn, Della. I'm fine. I'm fine. I can still drink. Seeing that Berenger could no longer complete a proper sentence, Linda simply walked over to him and grabbed a hold of his shoulder, helping him up from his chair. Darling, it is time to get some rest. There is an important guest who might be arriving tomorrow, and you need to be in proper shape. Though Berenger wanted to deny that he was drunk, the moment he stepped up, he began to wobble, and eventually, his legs gave out from under him, causing him to fall over onto Linda, dragging her onto the floor with him. The way that Berenger had landed was with his face pressed into Linda's substantial bust, which caused quite the scene. The two other drunk men began to cheer for Berenger, with Count Otto being the first to compliment him. That's my boy. The moment Adela heard her father say such an outrageous thing, she lashed out at him verbally. Father, don't encourage such uncouth behavior. As for Lietbert, he began pouring another drink as he cheered for Berenger. Show my sister who is boss. Hearing such words, Linda instantly became furious at her brother and gave him a chilling stare which immediately silenced the man. As for Berenger, he was in no condition to get up and merely nuzzled his head further into Linda's mighty cleavage. He was completely unaware of what he said next. So soft. Linda quickly realized that Berenger was attempting to use her breasts as a pillow and immediately began to blush in embarrassment. Darling, not in public. Seeing that Linda was starting to become excited from the humiliating display, Adela instantly became sickened by the inappropriate scene in front of her. She quickly stormed over to Berenger's side, where she proceeded to help him up and off of Linda. It was only after both women supported Berenger that he was dragged off and into his quarters. After reaching his room, the two girls helped him onto the bed, where Linda wiped the sweat from her brow. She was not used to such heavy lifting. Thanks, Adela. I will take it from here. Realizing what the young woman was talking about, Adela instantly began to blush and nodded her head. Though she was curious, she knew it was inappropriate for her to stay any further, and thus she quickly fled the scene. It was only after Adela shut the doors behind her that Linda began to lick her lips in excitement. She quickly stripped him of his clothes and then her own before climbing into bed with her lover, where she dragged his face over to her bare chest before stroking his hair lightly. Berenger, who was barely conscious, instantly noticed the softness and once more used Linda's chest as a pillow. Now that they were alone, Linda did not care how Berenger used her body. As such, she clutched her lover to her breast as if she was feeding her child and quickly fell asleep alongside him. Hours passed, and the light of dawn rose in the sky, yet Berenger was still sleeping. It was unusual for him to slumber for such an extended period. However, after drinking to the excessive degree that he had done the night before, he managed to sleep in until noon. When he finally opened his eyes, he saw that he was being held tightly to Linda's chest, who was asleep next to him. Unlike Berenger, Linda could sleep in as long as she desired, even while sober. Since she had no inclination to end this harmonious scene so early, she continued to rest alongside her lover. The beautiful young woman opened her eyes and taunted Berenger after he had finally forced himself out of her cleavage. You sure had fun last night. Berenger had no recollection of the night before. Instead, his head was pounding as if it was repeatedly slammed with a 4-pound sledge. Thus he struggled to regain his clarity as he listened to Linda's provocation. After concluding the events that transpired the previous night, he ultimately decided to ask the woman. Ugh, what the hell did I do last night? Linda merely crossed her arms and sneered at him with pity. You drank a lot, and then you continued to drink until finally, you could no longer stand. Adela and I had to drag you back to our room. If I had known that by leaving you alone with my idiot brother, and Adela's alcoholic father that you would drink to the point of passing out, I wouldn't have spent so long in the bath with Adela. Berenger's memories were starting to return to him, to the point where he remembered several embarrassing scenes from the night before. Eventually, he got out of his bed and put on his luxurious clothes, where Linda followed suit. The entire time, she had a mocking expression on her face. She could tell by the way he was behaving that he was in severe pain at the moment, and she felt it was well-deserved for acting like an idiot. Eventually, Linda had to help Berenger get dressed because despite resting for a solid 12 hours, he still felt dizzy from the amount he had drunk the night prior. After some time, the couple made their way to the dining hall, where Count Otto and Lietbert were sitting with equally miserable expressions. Luckily, they too were severely lacking in their mental faculties and could hardly remember how foolish they had acted the night before. Berenger sat down at the table and immediately made a request to the staff who attended to his needs. "Bring me a pitcher of milk." The servant looked at him with an odd expression before confirming, "A whole pitcher? Are you sure you would not like to start with a chalice?" Berenger held his head in the palm of both of his hands as he lightly raked his fingers across his eye and eye patch before confirming his request. "Yes, a whole pitcher. You can forget the damn chalice." The servant was shocked at how Berenger snapped at her. Usually, he was so friendly. He must have had quite the night last night. Berenger seldom got drunk to the point of being hungover, but he turned exceptionally impatient and nasty when such a thing occurred. Thus the servant quickly went to the kitchen to fetch a milk pitcher before returning and handing it to Berenger, where she proceeded to inquire about her next task. "Does Your Excellency require anything further?" Berenger did not even need to think about it and quickly gave his response. "Toast, over-easy eggs, and a side of bacon." "Make it quick." The servant quickly nodded before running off to the kitchen to inform them of Berenger's request. Berenger's hangover cure usually consisted of coffee with milk in it, toast and eggs, and some form of meat. However, at the moment, he did not have access to coffee. It would be some time before such a thing naturally made its way into Europe. At the moment, he greatly desired to sail an expedition around the Cape of Good Hope and into the Horn of Africa, where he could colonize Ethiopia so he could seize their massive coffee forests for himself. As for the rest of the people present at the table, they were either as miserable as he was, or they were gloating at the foolishness of men. Regardless, Berenger had important matters to attend to on this day, and he desperately needed to shape up before Conrad's potential arrival. Chapter 192, 191, Conrad's arrival. The trade caravan that Elma, Conrad, and the other agent were hiding within finally pulled up to the city walls of Kufstein. Conrad gazed out from the back of the wagon and onto the magnificent city walls. Though they were not as tall as conventional castle walls, they were far thicker and designed in a way that he had never seen before. Despite the glory of Kufstein's mighty city walls, Conrad was by no means an architect or even knowledgeable in tactics. Thus the boy did not have an overwhelming sense of inspiration for their brilliant design. Instead, he looked mockingly at the short walls, believing they would be easy to scale over with ladders. Of course, this was not the case, as the wide moat surrounding the walls, making it nearly impossible to do so while exposing any would-be attackers to fire from every angle. Despite this reality, Conrad was blissfully unaware of such a thing, and as such, looked at Berenger's mighty city walls with contempt. However, one of the merchants traveling with the caravan quickly exclaimed upon seeing the walls, "Boy, you should do well to remember that these walls are mightier than they appear. In all of my life, I have never seen nor heard of such a large army repelled so quickly by the defenders." He had been present in Kufstein during Theodoric's invasion. The sight of what remained of the man's army would never leave his memories, and as such, he had decided to voice his thoughts on the matter after noticing the expression on Conrad's face. Conrad was unaware of what had happened during the war for Tyrol, and as such, was utterly ignorant of the fate of the late Viscount Theodoric. Instead, he merely thought the ordinary merchant was exaggerating. Thus he dismissed the man's claims completely. After arriving at the gates, the city's garrison inspected every caravan to see if they carried dangerous materials or enemy agents. After getting to the wagon, which contained Conrad, Elma handed a document to the city guards, where they immediately waved them through. Much to the surprise of the rest of the caravan, who was stuck in the process of being vetted. Conrad was not surprised as he knew that Elma worked for Berenger and must have had some means to enter the city directly. However, when he finally entered the city walls and got to the habited region, the boy became astonished by what he saw. The sprawling tenements, the large chateaus, the construction of the grand projects, all of these things were a sight which Conrad had not expected upon entering the city, which was not much more than a typical town but a year ago. After taking in the sights, Conrad was eventually led to the castle where Berniger currently resided. As he stepped off the wagon, he was immediately greeted by Berenger, Count Otto, and Count Odegar of Vorarlberg, who had arrived in Kufstein not long before Conrad himself. These three men were the leaders of the few counties which remained completely unoccupied by the Bavarians. Upon stepping off the wagon, Berenger instantly greeted Conrad with a degree of respect that the boy had previously not been afforded. "Your Grace, I apologize for the accommodations you suffered through as you traveled to my lands, but I hope you can understand the need for secrecy." Considering Conrad was the last remaining heir of the late Duke Wilmar, Berenger had to at the very least put on a facade of respect, especially if he wanted to win Conrad over to his side and appoint him the regent. Though Conrad was upset due to the conditions he had found himself in the last few days, he was just thankful to be alive. Thus he dusted himself off before approaching Berenger and the other counts while making demands. "I need to bathe and bring me a change of clothes while you are at it, something befitting a man of my position. We will talk after I have made myself presentable." Berenger smiled and nodded before allowing the boy access to his castle. He struggled to contain his laughter when the 12-year-old child proclaimed himself a man. Luckily, Berenger had a solid poker face and merely acquiesced to the boy's demands. "Of course, Your Grace, you will find my accommodations most fitting." Thus Conrad was led to the bath where he cleaned himself from the filth accumulated on his body over the last few days before changing into a luxurious set of attire fit for a duke that Berenger had long since prepared for Conrad from his textile factories. After doing so, they met up in the dining room, where Berenger brought out his finest cuisine to treat the boy. Linda, Adela, and Henrietta were not present for the meeting at the dining table. Aside from the three counts, only Lietbert was present as Chancellor of Tyrol. As the group dined on their lunch, Otto began to voice his concerns to Conrad. "Your Grace, I assume you are aware that the Bavarians have captured Vienna, your brothers have all been executed, and your sisters have been taken away by Dietger to be married off to his sons. You are the last remaining heir of your father. This means you are now officially the Duke of Austria and potentially the last remaining heir to the Kingdom of Germany, considering your late mother was the king's only daughter." Conrad was too busy stuffing his face with the delicious meal presented to him as if he had not eaten in days, which was far from the case. However, all he managed to eat was bread and beer during his travels, and as such, he was glad to have some meat in front of him finally. Even though the boy had not answered Count Otto, the man did not hesitate to continue his train of thought. "Considering you are still underage, you will require a regent to act on your behalf, and I recommend Count Berenger for the position. He is proven to be an exceptional battlefield commander and efficient statesman. With him aiding you with your responsibilities, we will be sure to recover the land stolen from us by those dastardly Bavarians." Hearing this, Conrad immediately looked up from his plate and stared at the lords in front of him for a few moments before a devious plot formed in his head. Now that he was Duke, he could make any demands he wanted. Thus he quickly set forth his conditions. You're saying I am Duke now, is that correct? Count Otto nodded his head silently in agreement. Thus a wicked grin curved upon Conrad's lips as he stated his demands. Good. If that is the case, you will break Adela's betrothal to Berenger and engage her to me. It would be best for a woman like Adela to marry someone of my prestige instead of a lowly count like Berenger. Hearing this ludicrous ultimatum, Otto clenched his fists and teeth in rage. Noticing how he was appearing, Berenger patted the man on his shoulder in comfort. However, what followed surprised everyone present for the meeting, rather than being visibly outraged. Berenger put a pleasant smile on his face and began to negotiate with the small boy, despite being the true power within the room. Conrad, it is best to give up on your obsession with my fiancé and find someone more suited for your position. You are now the Duke of Austria, and if you decide to press your claim, potentially one day you could be the King of Germany. You should marry a princess, not a lowly countess as you have previously referred to the status that Adela has. Conrad was shocked when he heard this. It is true that he greatly desired Adela to be his bride, but what Berenger said had resonated with him. He was now a duke and potentially one day could be a king. He really should marry a princess of another kingdom and allow Adela and Berenger to remain in their lowly position. Besides, even if Berenger did become his regent, one day he would be old enough to need one no longer, and at that moment, he could use his authority to force Berenger to give his wife to him for entertainment. Or so Conrad thought. In reality, Berenger had plans to get rid of the boy before that day could ever become a reality. However, Conrad did not know this, and with these thoughts in his head, he instantly agreed to Berenger's suggestion. Very well, I will do as you suggest. You can forget about my earlier request. As for my regent, I suppose Berenger has shown that he can fulfill such a position. Thus I will consider it as an option for the time being. I will announce who I have decided to be my regent after getting accustomed to the current situation that has occurred in my lands. While Conrad presented such an amicable tone, in his mind, he was secretly thinking to himself, even if I am compelled to make you my regent, one day your fiancé will be mine. You just wait, Berenger. I will show you who is truly worthy of being with such a woman. Berenger could easily guess what the foolish boy was thinking, and while Conrad was scheming in his head to steal Adela from him, Berenger was thinking in his mind. Fat chance, kiddo. You will be dead before you even turn 16. Enjoy your few years left as my puppet. As such, the two noblemen plotted against one another, all while smiling as if they were the greatest of friends and allies. The sight of which sent chills down the spines of the other three noblemen who were present, who could easily guess what both Berenger and Conrad were thinking behind their friendly facades. Chapter 193, 192. Conrad's ambitions. With Conrad in Kufstein, Berenger felt assured that his rise to power was secure. Thus he spent the remainder of his day visiting Ludwig's office. The man was currently busy overseeing production. It had been a while since Berenger last popped by to say hello, and there was a particular reason for him to do so this time. Berenger had devised a much smaller, flintlock revolver based on the old pepperbox revolvers. The previous pattern was too large to be kept well hidden by his agents across enemy lands, and he had wanted to fix that issue. Thus he stopped by Ludwig's office unannounced. Berenger quickly knocked on the door, and a few seconds passed before Ludwig opened it. Seeing his old friend for the first time in a long time, a broad smile appeared on Ludwig's face before he immediately realized that Berenger had a set of blueprints in his hands. Oh, of course. Your Excellency is here to give me more work. You couldn't bother to stop by for a drink every once in a while like the old days, huh? Berenger chuckled at Ludwig's response before forcing his way into the room and laying out his blueprints for the old craftsman to witness. As he did so, he responded to the older man's jest. I am afraid with 2 women and a county to run, I do not have much time to visit you. I'm sorry, my old friend. Ludwig immediately thought about Berenger's current lifestyle and understood his pain. Thus he pulled out a pair of mugs sitting in the corner of the room before filling them with beer. He handed one to Berenger while taking a sip of the malty liquid himself before getting down to business. "What is it you have brought me this time?" Berenger pointed at the design before him and said with a prideful smile on his face. "I call it the pepperbox revolver. The old revolving flintlocks which my agents use are much too large to be properly concealed. Thus I thought of these weapons for use. Granted, their range is inferior to the other models, but as a personal defense weapon, they are more than enough firepower." Ludwig took a glance at the blueprints before nodding in approval. "As always, you do not disappoint with your designs." The two men took a few gulps from their beers before discussing more matters of business. Berenger was the first to ask about his production capabilities. "So, how is production going?" Ludwig looked at Berenger as if he were an idiot. That question was broad to say the least and had many answers he could potentially say. As such, he asked for clarification. "Your Excellency, which production line are you talking about in particular?" Berenger smiled before finishing off the beer in his mug. He only began to answer after Ludwig had refilled it. "The Byzantine armor." Hearing what Berenger was asking about, Ludwig scratched his beard slightly before answering to his best ability. "It is going as planned. Luckily, the new industrial district in Innsbruck is operating at full capacity, so they have been able to alleviate the pressure on our shoulders. As per usual, the Byzantine armor will be readily available when the time for shipment has arrived." "Why are you planning a visit to the Empire?" After hearing Ludwig's question, Berenger was shocked. He indeed planned to visit the Empire, but only after he had won his war and made himself duke. He was still a long way away from achieving such things. Thus merely shook his head as he responded to Ludwig's inquiry. "Not at the moment. If I am to travel to the Empire, I need more prestige, or else they will try to walk all over me. One day, though, I would like to see the city of Constantinople for myself." Ludwig nodded his head in agreement. He too longed to see the legendary city for himself. However, he did not have the gall to ask Berenger to take him along for the journey when he finally went. Thus he merely toasted Berenger with his mug. "To your future success, may those imperial bastards bow before your prestige." Hearing such a bold toast, Berenger merely chuckled before drinking the remainder of the contents in his mug. Afterward, he began to ask Ludwig about various questions. The two men talked for some time before Berenger bade farewell and returned to the castle. After entering the castle, he was immediately notified by one of his servants that Conrad had called for a meeting in his study, and thus Berenger quickly strode towards it. When he opened the door, he saw the little brat sitting in his chair, surrounded by the other counts, who gazed at him with worried expressions on their faces. Berenger's face twitched when he saw the boy in his chair. This was Berenger's personal study, and the brat treated it as if it had belonged to him. However, for now, Berenger had to suppress his ire and put on a respectful facade. As such, he bowed gracefully before greeting Conrad. "Your Grace, I came as soon as I heard." "What is so important that you must call a meeting at such an hour?" Conrad had a smirk on his face as he began to interrogate Berenger about his plans for reconquest. "Count Berenger, exactly how long will it take you to raise an army to recapture my lands?" Berenger could tell this little brat was trying to push him into the war ahead of schedule. Clearly, the boy was impatient and did not want to sit around in Kufstein for long. However, Berenger had no plans to march until his armies were powerful enough to sweep through the Bavarian forces, and as such, he merely smiled before giving the number he had in mind. 3 more months and a sufficient number of men should be finished with their training. By then, we can march on Salzburg, where we will liberate it from the Bavarians. The plan from there is to seize the county of Kärnten before marching on Upper and Lower Austria. A frown immediately appeared on Conrad's face as he heard these words. He did not desire to stay in Kufstein for 3 whole months doing nothing but waiting for troops to be raised. As such, he asked the question on his mind. How many men do you have available at the moment? Berenger struggled to maintain his respectful facade as he answered the boy's inquiry. Aside from the men necessary to maintain the garrisons in Tyrol, I can field at most 20,000 men at the moment. Before Berenger could protest what he knew that Conrad was thinking, the boy interrupted him by asking Count Otto the same question. How many men do you have available at the moment, Count Otto? Count Otto frowned while being asked such a question. However, he eventually answered. Roughly half that amount. Berenger not only had one of the largest counties in all of Austria, primarily after he conquered Trent and incorporated it into his lands, but also due to his growing mechanized agriculture. He could field significantly more troops than others of the same level of status. As for the Count of Vorarlberg had the lowest number of troops, as his county was much smaller than the regions held by the other two men. Conrad quickly asked the same question, to which he responded. I can spare at most 5,000 men. Conrad then looked at Berenger with an impatient expression on his face as he began to question Berenger's determination. You are telling me, a seasoned and heralded commander like yourself will be incapable of taking Austria with 35,000 men? Maybe I need to name a more experienced battlefield commander, like Count Otto, as my regent after all. Hearing this, Berenger began to frown. This boy was starting to push his limits. Nevertheless, he kept his wits about him and thoroughly lectured the boy who would be duke about the reality of warfare. Your Grace, it is a possibility to win with such a small amount of troops. However, the Bavarians will be back with a vengeance, and we will have suffered substantial losses. In my honest opinion, we should wait 3 months for my next division to be properly trained and outfitted before we begin our campaign. With 45,000 to 50,000 men in total, we will stand a much better chance of winning this war with minimal casualties. I urge you to be patient. Wars are not won overnight. The other counts quickly nodded in agreement to Berenger's terms and attempted to convince the boy to listen to reason. Otto was the first to speak on Berenger's behalf. Your Grace, listen to Berenger's counsel. He knows what he is talking about. After hearing Berenger's reasoning and Otto's support, Conrad knew he was not going to get his wish, and as such, exhaled deeply in disappointment before accepting the terms. 3 months. Not a moment longer. As soon as your troops are ready, I want them deployed. Berenger smiled and nodded as he finally convinced Conrad to go with his plan. Conrad's following words brought an even greater smile to the young count's lips. With this understanding, I hereby name you Berenger, Count of Tyrol, as my regent, until the day I come of age. With this, Berenger had finally gotten what he wished for, and Conrad had unwittingly sealed his fate. It would not be long before Berenger and his armies marched to war, and when they did, the Bavarians would learn firsthand the might of steel and shot. Chapter 194, 193. You will be home before the leaves fall from the trees. 3 months passed as quickly as they came, and Berenger was ready to march to war. During this time, Adela returned to Steiermark with her father, where Otto defended his borders. Albeit the two counts came to an agreement and Berenger began to support Otto with food aid at a discounted price. After all, Otto's people were suffering from the constant raids on their lands, and Berenger could alleviate that suffering for a fee. It had been over a year since Berenger was first reincarnated into this world, and he had already accomplished a great deal during this time. As for what Berenger was currently occupied with at the moment, he was once more outfitted for war, standing before Linda, who was holding onto their infant child. The baby boy was growing by the day. Henrietta was also gathered to send her brother off to war. During this time, Berenger had become accustomed to losing his vision in his dominant eye and was now ready to fight once more, albeit he would no longer be the commander once he was brazenly fighting on the front lines. However, at least he would still be on the battlefield commanding his troops. Linda had a worried expression on her face. The last time Berenger had left for war, He had lost an eye and nearly his life. Now he was going to face such danger again. It greatly pained her to see her lover risk his life on the battlefield. As such, she kissed Berenger passionately before muttering under her breath, "I will pray for you." Berenger chuckled at this remark. Linda was never an exceptionally religious woman, but for him, she was willing to pray to God for his safe return. He found this to be cute. As for Henrietta, she hugged her big brother before making him promise her a solemn vow. "Come back in one piece this time." Berenger laughed at the girl's sheepish expression before he tousled her silky golden hair. After doing so, he agreed to her conditions. "I promise, I will be back safe and sound." After saying such a thing, he departed from his home. It had been too long since he had smelled the gunpowder in the air, and now he was eager to face the enemy who had dared to intrude upon his lands. As for Conrad, he had stayed behind in Kufstein, ever under the watchful eye of Linda and Berenger's houseguard. With Berenger's departure, Conrad would be guarded closely to make sure he didn't try anything malicious. Berenger mounted his new steed. The brave beast was opposite in appearance of his old horse Irwin, as its coat and mane were entirely white. Though this mighty destrier had been purchased at a great sum, Berenger still profoundly lamented the loss of his old warhorse and vowed never again to make such a costly mistake. After mounting the bold white stallion, which was clad in its own set of black-hen steel plate barding with magnificent brass trimming, Berenger rode off out of the castle and regrouped with his army in the streets. This was the last of his forces to rendezvous with Eckhard and the rest of his army in Kitzbühel. Once the army was on the march, it would split into two, with the more significant portion of the military staying with Berenger as he marched on Salzburg. As for the smaller portion, they would regroup with Count Otto's forces in Steiermark before marching on Kärnten. Berenger sat at the head of the army, with his burgonet over his head. Marching amid summer, he began to hum along to the marching song that the military behind him was singing. After a few hours, the army reached the eastern border of Kitzbühel, where they proceeded to get settled into the tents surrounding the border fortress. Berenger quickly got off his mount and approached Eckhard, who had long since defended the northeast border from the invading Bavarians. Still, he was left in control of the region to ensure no other army came to attack. Seeing his lord and commander approach him, Eckhard quickly pounded his chest in a salute before addressing his old friend that he had not seen for some time. "Your Excellency." Berenger chuckled when he saw Eckhard being serious and slapped the man's backplate with his leather-covered palm. "It is good to see you, Eckhard. It has been quite a while." Eckhard smiled, seeing that Berenger was back to his old self, even after such a grievous injury. Thus he responded to Berengar's informal approach in an equally laid-back manner. "It is just a damn shame we will be leaving each other's company so shortly after reuniting." A wide grin spread across Berenger's face as he looked off into the distance with his good eye. He was gazing towards the direction of Vienna. By reconquering the capital of the duchy, he would soon establish himself and his dynasty as the main power of Austria. "Worry not, Eckhard. If we do our jobs right, this war will end soon enough." After reuniting with his field marshal and his other General Arnulf, Berenger had opted to gather his high-ranking officers on a hill in front of the border fort that his army was occupying. There was not enough space for the total amount of his troops to stay within the fort's walls, so many of them were gathered in tents outside of the fortress. As the high-ranking officers gathered around Berenger, he quickly addressed them, as he tried to encourage them with a speech fit for the situation. "It has been a while since we last marched to war, and though many of you have been defending our borders, others have been enjoying the stability that we have brought to our lands. However, as you all know, the price of freedom is paid with the blood and bodies of those willing to defend it. Suppose we wish to continue our existence as the overlords of our region without interference from a foreign power. In that case, we must fight, not for ourselves or our families, but all of Austria. For though we are all Tyroleans, we are, more importantly, Austrians. Our brothers and sisters in the other regions have bled and starved while we have hidden behind our borders, allowing it to happen. Now our actions were not without good reason, as we needed time to build up an army large and powerful enough to defeat the enemy, or else we would end up just like our neighbors. Yet that does not forgive the fact that we have chosen to hide in our well-fortified mountainous terrain. Yet no longer. Tomorrow we march to war to liberate Austria from the occupation of our enemies. The Bavarians seek to press claim over us all and rule us under their rules and their customs. I reject it, for Austria shall forever remain in the hands of the Austrians. I promise you, if you all do your part in this upcoming conflict, you will be home before the leaves fall from the trees. God with us. Right before Berenger had finished the last part of his speech, he drew his sword and pointed it northward into the night sky before shouting the battle cry that his armies had become renowned for. The moment he did so, the officers who had gathered to witness his word all withdrew their swords and pointed them into the sky before also screaming the Tyrolean battle cry. God with us. After chanting those words a few more times, Berenger finally silenced the crowd and addressed his officers. Now, go rest, for tomorrow we march to war. After hearing Berenger's orders, the high-ranking officers all began to head towards their quarters, where they all rested for the night. Berenger, on the other hand, had a private drink with Eckhard. He would finally reveal his schemes to become Duke to his most trusted general. Eckhard knew something was suspicious from the start. After hearing that Conrad was saved by Berenger and brought to Kufstein for safety, he knew Berenger was plotting something serious, though he did not know what. Berenger brought 2 mugs of beer over to the table where Eckhard was sitting before he sat down. After doing so, he handed a mug to Eckhard and began to drink from his own. It was only after the two had tasted the beer that Berenger began to address Eckhard with a grave expression. I will be Duke of Austria soon enough. Eckhard merely laughed as he heard these words. Berenger's ambitions were never satisfied. As such, he began to ask Berenger what his plan was. How do you plan to do that? Last I checked, Conrad was the Duke. Berenger was utterly frank with Eckhard, and as such, he told the truth. After I have won that boy's wars for him, I will continue to be his regent. During this time, he will be slowly poisoned until the point of severe illness. It may be years, but before that boy turns 16, he will croak, leaving me as regent in a position to sweep in and usurp his title. Eckhard gazed at Berenger with a shocked expression on his face. Before leaning in and whispering to him, "You're going to poison a child?" Berenger merely took a drink from his mug before answering Eckhard's question. It is either that or I will be forced to start a civil war. Eckhard looked at Berenger with a sense of disdain before asking Berenger another question. You want to be Duke so badly that you would kill an innocent child? Berenger shook his head and looked sternly at Eckhard before he began to lecture him. The boy covets my fiancée. The moment he gains any real authority by becoming a duke, he will demand I hand her over to him. By that point, Adela will be my wife, and I will refuse to do so. He will try to have me killed for resisting his orders, and I will raise an army to fight him. Eckhard could not believe Berenger was willing to throw the duchy into another chaotic war all for a woman. As such, he tried to reason with Berenger since this was the justification Berenger had used for his actions. Eckhard would be sure to offer an alternative solution. You could just give the girl over to the boy. After all, you already have Linda. Just marry her and legitimize your child. Berenger shook his head while taking another sip. After doing so, Eckhard grew furious and pounded his fist on the table before screaming at Berenger. Give me one good reason not to. Berenger glared at the man fiercely before answering him. Because I love her. Hearing this, Eckhard scoffed. Seeing that the man was displeased with his plans, Berenger decided to pose a philosophical question. Eckhard, with all your infinite wisdom, explain to me why it is more righteous to have thousands of men die on the battlefield than it is to poison a single child." With those words, Eckhard stared at Berenger with disbelief. He honestly did not know how to answer that question. Berenger decided to add salt to the wound as he further pressed Eckhard. He pointed to the door while doing so. "Why do the lives of those men not matter as much as Conrad's? Whether it is to secure Adela's hand in marriage or fulfill my great ambitions, it truly does not matter. If I can spare the life of a single one of my soldiers by poisoning Conrad, then I will do it. You would do best to remember where your loyalties lie. It is not just to me, but the men, women, and children beneath my rule, and if I can spare them the pain of war by engaging in a bit of evil, then I will gladly do so." Eckhard drained the mug of beer down his gullet before pouring another one, where he proceeded to consume its contents rapidly. It was only after he had chugged 3 beers and wiped the foam from his beard that he decided to say his final thoughts on the matter. "You are right. I am sorry, I find it a bit cruel to poison a child, but you are right as always. Even if you were willing to give up on Adela, put aside your ambitions, by allowing Conrad to be Duke, that would only bring disaster to our lands. That boy is not fit to rule our people, but you are." Hearing Eckhard finally agreed to his plans, Berenger smiled and patted him on the back. "Go get some rest, old friend. We will be marching to war at dawn." With that said, Eckhard smiled before departing, leaving Berenger by his lonesome. It was only after Eckhard was long gone that Berenger began to think thought about the actions he would have to take before reaching the heights of his ambition. In doing so, his lips turned into a sinister smile before voicing his thoughts aloud. "For the path that I walk upon, poisoning a child is but a drop in the well. Oh, my dear friend Eckhard, I am destined to do far worse in the future. Yet, in the end, by doing so, I shall establish global hegemony for my dynasty." Chapter 195, 194. Lightning War. The following day, Berenger and his armies packed up their supplies and began to march. An army of 30,000 men, comprised of 3 divisions of 10,000 men each, was fielded to fight this campaign that Berenger had decided to name the Lightning War. The divisions were split into 4 brigades in total: 2 infantry, 1 cavalry, and 1 artillery. The artillery brigades contained roughly 3,000 to 4,000 men in and total, and up to 70 field guns in each. The amount of explosive firepower that a single artillery brigade wielded was in itself enough to bring down any armed force that dared to get in its path, especially when complemented by the infantry brigades. As for the infantry brigades, they held 3,000 to 5,000 men in each brigade, and these units consisted of various units, ranging from line infantry, grenadiers, Jaegers, and even light infantry. Obviously, there were other units within, like medics and sappers. It was a well-oiled machine designed with a single purpose: absolute annihilation of the enemy. The cavalry brigades, on the other hand, were much smaller in size. They were filled with 2,000 men and their horses per brigade. As for the units within these brigades, there were also split into different groups, such as cuirassiers, demi-lancers, and hussars. There were also units of dragoons and mounted infantry, but they were smaller in number, as their purpose was more specialized. The expense that Berenger had to pay to not only train these troops, but maintain them was significant. If one counted the sheer cost he paid to acquire the horses to ride, it was enough to bankrupt most counties in the European world. However, Berenger was very wealthy after the monumental success of his diverse economy and could afford to bear such an expense. This massive force was followed by the medieval army of the county of Vorarlberg, who were all completely shocked by the size of Berenger's army and the equipment they used. There was likely no other army in the world as grand as his. They felt inadequate when they gazed upon the blackened steel plate and extravagant clothing beneath it that the Tyrolean forces wielded. The plan was for 2 divisions to follow Berenger to Salzburg, where he would meet the Bavarians in the field and retake the castles and cities they had seized. With such a large force that contained an absurd degree of firepower, Berenger could easily swamp the entire county within a matter of weeks, at most a month. The other army would be led by Eckhard and Count Odogar and would consist of one of Berenger's divisions, supported by the 5,000 men of Odogar's military. They would attack the county of Kärnten, where Count Otto and his 10,000 men would reinforce them. They would launch an attack from both sides of the county and meet in the middle after dispelling the Bavarians from the region. After both regions were secured, Berenger would march his army on Lower Austria and Vienna, and Eckhard and his allies would march on Upper Austria. From there, any Bavarians who remained in the other counties would be quickly defeated, thus restoring Austrian control over their territory. This was the invasion plan, and Berenger felt he had enough men and firepower to complete it. Thus he met up with Eckhard and Odogar at a crossroads which would take them in a separate direction. The 3 men sat on horseback as Berenger said his farewells. "The next time I see the 2 of you, I will have taken Vienna. I look forward to the day we can all meet again." Eckhard nodded at Berenger before saluting one last time. "Your Excellency, I will do as you have instructed to the best of my abilities." Berenger nodded with a smile on his face before responding to Eckhard's claims. "I am sure that you will not disappoint me. Until we meet again, Sir Eckhard, Count Odogar." After saying such a thing, Berenger and Eckhard's forces separated, where Berenger slowly made his way to the county of Salzburg. By the time he arrived in the region, he had noticed that the villages that he passed by had all been looted. Many of them were abandoned entirely. The devastation brought to the Austrian lands was horrifying. Bodies of men, women, and children were hewn about, and many of the women had appeared to have been thoroughly used by the men of the Bavarian armies before their deaths. Berenger and his army eventually made their way through the border town and towards the first castle on their path, which was supposed to protect the villagers. It was currently undergoing a siege by the Bavarian armies, who had not yet noticed Berenger and his own army's approach. As such, Berenger instantly gave an order to his army: "Get into formation and ready the cannons to fire. Infantry, prepare your muskets. Cavalry, be on alert." Berenger had 2 divisions under his command. He currently had 140 12-pound field cannons in his ranks, which were rapidly put into position and loaded. Before long, tens of thousands of infantry loaded their rifled muskets and formed ranks. By the time they were entirely in formation, the Bavarians had just noticed their approach and began to panic. Such a large army had crossed the Tyrolean border and encountered them during a siege. It was as if they come across a poisonous snake as they were crapping in the woods. They had no idea how to react to the situation before them. Still, seeing the army hundreds of meters away, with over 100 cannons being rapidly loaded, many of the men instantly began praying to God for their salvation. These prayers were cut short as the thundering echo of 140 cannons firing at once filled the air, while the shells fell from the sky and pounded the besieging army. The massive ranks of line infantry and grenadiers advanced towards their effective range so that they too could batter the enemy, while the Jaegers fired from a distance of roughly 800 meters. Thousands of besieging Bavarians were shredded by the explosive blasts and shrapnel of the cannon fire, only for the survivors to be mercilessly gunned down at a distance by the muskets. This besieging army was not large and held only about 5,000 men in total. It did not take more than a few cannon and musket volleys to mercilessly tear the siege camp and its forces apart instantly. Limbs were scattered across the ground, and blood pooled in the grass as the defenders of the castle gazed on with horror at the scene that had just transpired. Such overwhelming power was inconceivable, and Berenger did not even need to unleash his cavalry. The lord of the castle sat atop his ramparts looking at the simple yet dignified banners of the von Kufstein family and thanked God for his salvation. He was in a crisis, having no idea how he would be able to defend his territory against the besiegers effectively. Yet, in his hour of need, the Tyroleans finally arrived from beyond the border and liberated him and his people from the injustice of the Bavarian occupation of Salzburg. There were still plenty of regions within Salzburg that were holding out, hoping for a savior. The same could be said across all of Austria. Though it had been months since the Bavarians invaded, they could not bring down the enemy's walls as quickly as Berenger could. Thus they were forced to besiege every castle and city slowly. The Bavarian invasion of Austria was a prolonged process that was intended to take months, if not years, to complete. Now that Berenger had arrived with 140 cannons, he would be able to bring down a city's walls within a day. It was an army the likes the world had never seen before. And Berenger had deliberately waited until he had 3 divisions before marching to war because he wanted his campaign to be another overwhelming victory. With the power in his hands, a mere duke would not be capable of defeating him in battle. To counteract Berenger's hundreds of cannons and thousands of infantry equipped with mostly rifled muskets, there would need to be an army 2 to 3 times the size of his own, and only a kingdom could muster such a force. After defeating the besieging army of 5,000 men as easily as cutting through the grass, Berenger did not bother approaching the castle's gates. Many more battles like this needed to be fought, and as such, he quickly gave another order to his troops. Regroup and prepare to march. After spending a considerable amount of time getting back into marching formation, the army once more began to set out on its destination. They intended to fight their way until they had liberated the capital of Salzburg, which was currently under siege. Wolfgang's brother valiantly defended the region, while the man who is supposed to be the current count of the area hid within his wife's family's estate. As such, Berenger would encounter many minor skirmishes like this on his way to liberate the capital. They all ended just as quickly and in just as brutal of a fashion. Wherever his army marched, they reaped thousands of Bavarians' lives. Any fool who placed themselves in between him and the main Bavarian army in the county of Salzburg would be rapidly gunned down by Berenger's troops. This lightning war, or Blitzkrieg as Berenger had dubbed it, named after the German strategy in the early days of World War II from his past life, was highly influential in cutting off the enemy. Not only did Berenger practice this tactic in Salzburg, but Eckhard also similarly commanded his armies in Kärnten. Berenger was not exaggerating in the slightest when he stated in his speech that he and his men would be home before the leaves fell from the trees. Though it was a reference to Kaiser Wilhelm II's speech to his troops before the start of the Great War in his previous life, he entirely meant those words and knew he was fully capable of making them a reality. As such, the war waged on, and Berenger would soon be the power behind the Austrian throne. Chapter 196. 195. The hunter has become the hunted. The Tyrolean army was on the march. Berenger, leading his 2 divisions in the fields of Salzburg, was currently at the head of his majestic army. Every soldier who served alongside him was clad in blackened steel plate armor, with the black, gold, and white attire beneath it. Some wore half-plate, while others were equipped with the 3/4 plate armor. The non-commissioned and commissioned officers stood out from the regular enlisted personnel. Their armor was trimmed with brass to show off their prestige and to indicate to the individual troops who were leading their units. Though they might become greater targets for the enemy, with the protection their armor provided them, they seldom had to fear a deathly blow at range. At the moment, Berenger and his forces had set up an encampment in the field. Berenger spoke to General Arnulf and several of his high-ranking officers about the current situation in the county of Salzburg. Arnulf was the first to bring new information to light. Our scouts have reported that the Bavarians have begun to flee from their posts. We are not exactly sure of the reasoning, but they may have figured out our advantage in this conflict and are attempting to mitigate casualties. In their hasty retreat, they have begun to torch every village they come across. They massacre the people, burn the fields, and slaughter the livestock. The Bavarians are determined to halt our advance by any means necessary. Berenger immediately frowned when he heard this report. This was scorched earth tactics, a strategy which Berenger personally despised. The principle was simple. As the Bavarians withdrew, they would destroy any possible resource that Berenger and his forces could take advantage of, forcing the Tyrolean army to slow down their advance. An army that could not eat could not function. Luckily, Berenger had anticipated this use of tactics and had long-established supply caravans to follow his army in the rear. His forces protected these caravans and would continuously bring much-needed resources, such as food, water, and munitions from Tyrol to the front lines. Logistics are the key to victory, and Berenger had no plans of advancing beyond his means of resupply. After hearing this report, he gave a command to his officers. Make sure supplies are being properly rationed. I don't want to see any waste of the products that the men consume. As for our advancement into Salzburg, we can only slow down and wait for the supply caravans to catch up. The Jaegers are skilled in wilderness knowledge. Set them to the task of foraging and hunting any food that they can acquire. Hearing the Count's orders, the officers quickly pounded their breastplates in salute before responding. Yes, sir. After saying that, they were set to the task, and the army began to fulfill his orders. As for Berenger, he stayed at his post with Arnulf by his side. The man had been a valuable ally and formidable general during the past and was once more alongside him. Berenger valued his advice and quickly began to ask the man his opinions on what the Bavarians were planning. Tell me, General, do you think the Bavarians are plotting an ambush for us? Arnulf nodded his head before expressing his opinion. It is what I would do. By now, the Bavarians should realize that they are facing overwhelming firepower. Thus they don't stand a chance fighting against us in an open field or within a siege. The best they can do is engage in skirmishing tactics to try to prevent our advance long enough for them to muster the forces necessary to overwhelm our armies with sheer numbers. Berenger's face contorted into a worried expression as he began to anticipate the Bavarians' next move. Halt our advance and make sure our supply lines are properly protected. I fear they will try to cut us off from our logistical network. In doing so, they will attempt to wear us down with attrition. I will not have my men starving in the field while cut off from support from the homeland. It is better to move with caution than to walk into a trap. Arnulf nodded in approval with this line of thinking and began to make his suggestions. We should split off some grenadier units and set them to the task of searching for and destroying the enemy skirmishers and their encampments. I find it hard to believe the Bavarians are fleeing from the region entirely. They are probably waiting in ambush for our forces. Berenger nodded in agreement before adding to the suggestion. I want the dragoons and mounted infantry tasked with protecting the supply caravans. They should have more than enough firepower to deter any potential ambush while still maintaining the mobility necessary to keep up with the caravans. Arnulf quickly made a mental note of the orders he had received. He would soon relay these tasks to the necessary units. The Tyrolean army was powerful primarily because of its superior training and equipment, but also the diversity of the troops they employed. With the specialized training that specific units underwent, they could perform these deeds that they would soon be commanded to fulfill with excellent efficiency. Thus, Berenger indeed did not have to be too worried about what dangers might approach them in this ongoing conflict with the Bavarians. After giving Arnulf his orders, Berenger parted ways with Arnulf for the night and immediately proceeded to his tent, where he slept peacefully. As for the units and their new orders, they quickly began to deploy to fulfill them. During the middle of the night, the grenadiers tasked with search and destroyed missions advanced beyond the primary host, determined to find any Bavarian forces waiting for them. In doing so, a battalion was sent out in total and split into 6 individual companies where they canvassed the territory ahead of them. If one of the companies were to make contact with the enemy ambushers, the other companies would be alerted by the sound of gunfire and advance upon the position, encircling the enemy ambushers and taking their lives. At the moment, one company of grenadiers had made the first contact with the enemy. As such, they quietly hit in the tree line as they pulled back the hammers of their flintlocks. The Bavarians had not yet noticed that the grenadiers were in range, and they were sitting by a fire enjoying themselves. They had seen that the Tyrolean army had halted their advance, and so they were waiting patiently in the perfect position for an ambush. After the muskets were loaded and aimed at a distance of 100 yards, the captain in charge of the company gave his order loud enough for the men nearby to hear. Fire! Immediately the thunder of 120 muskets went off, echoing in the distance. The moment they did so, the lead projectiles fired from their muzzles found their way into the enemy ranks. Torsos were shredding, with gaping holes the size of golf balls appearing through the enemy's breastplates. The less fortunate victims had their limbs severed by the rounds and were thrashing about on the ground screaming in agony. The flash of the fired volley instantly lit up the area, and the surviving members of the ambushing troop realized they were surrounded. Several dozen Bavarian men-at-arms were killed on the spot, and even more were wounded. Yet when compared to the size of the ambushing troop, this was not much. However, what followed instantly sent fear down the spines of the Bavarian skirmishers as they heard a battle cry filled the air around them, as if over 1,000 voices screamed the powerful words in unison. God with us. Shortly afterward, the Tyrolean grenadiers converged on the enemy position. They were alerted by the sounds of gunfire and the sight of the muzzle flashes, where they quickly formed ranks and fired off their shots at the Bavarian ambushers. Gunfire echoed in the air, and the advancing Bavarian skirmishers were rapidly cut down as they attempted to approach the lines of grenadiers. The scene quickly turned chaotic as more men had their lives snuffed out by a single mini-ball projectile piercing through their chests. Others gurgled on their own blood for a period of time before finally leaving this world. Before the Bavarians even got a chance to unleash their swords upon the Tyrolean forces, steel balls were lit and thrown into the ranks of the enemy, where they quickly exploded, sending shrapnel and body parts flying through the air. Though the grenadiers were outnumbered, the Bavarians began to panic, trying to find a way to break out of the encirclement. However, all they managed to do was run into a wall of bayonets that were ready to engage in melee combat. The long triangular bayonets were thrust into the gaps of the men-at-arms armor, creating devastating wounds, which would be very difficult to patch up assuming they were able to survive the onslaught. Eventually, the Bavarians finally managed to muster resistance and clashed headfirst with the grenadiers who had encircled them. Despite this courageous last stand, the damage had already been dealt to the Bavarian skirmishers' ranks, and they found themselves quickly being pushed back. By now, a sea of corpses and blood had filled the floor, and the Tyrolean grenadiers were advancing over the bodies and into the fray. With each thrust of the bayonet, a Bavarian was either wounded or killed. Slowly but surely, the Bavarian ambushers had dwindled to a few hundred men whose backs were pressed against each other as over 1,000 bayonets pierced at them from all sides. Before long, the surviving Bavarians cast their weapons aside and shouted at the top of their lungs, "Yield! I yield!" With a declaration of surrender, the Tyrolean grenadiers ceased their violence and quickly rounded up the survivors for interrogation. With a little over 100 captives, they could easily find out the whereabouts of the remaining ambushes and potentially the plans that the Bavarian army was resorting to. Thus the Tyrolean forces marched their prisoners back to the Tyrolean encampment, where they would be interrogated for every piece of information that they harbored in their minds. While Berenger slept, his grenadiers had mercilessly hunted down the first of the Bavarian ambushes set in place, and captured a few hundred prisoners whose intelligence would be critical in the fight ahead. As such, the tactics he had put in place earlier that day had already borne fruit, and Berenger would have a much swifter conquest of Salzburg than he had initially estimated. Chapter 197, 196. Battle in Kärnten. While Berenger and his forces were bogged down and slowly advancing through Salzburg due to the tactics employed by the Bavarians, Eckhard had a much easier time fighting the enemy, for they had not resorted to such underhanded tactics to defeat him. Thus, at the moment, he was currently engaged in a field battle with the enemy. Eckhard had deployed Odogar's forces to protect the flanks of his infantry while they marched in their lines into engagement distance. As for his cavalry, they were waiting on standby for their orders to charge. At the moment, Eckhard's 70 field guns were in position and had just begun their bombardment upon the enemy army, which was between 5,000 to 7,000 men strong. As the cannons echoed into the air and the explosive shells repeatedly pounded the enemy lines, the Bavarians did not panic. Instead, they marched faithfully into the fire and towards the Tyrolean ranks. As for Eckhard, he was at the front lines with his sword in hand, which was also based upon the 1877 British heavy cavalry sword. It had become the basis for all swords wielded in the Tyrolean army. The blade balanced perfectly in his hands as he continued to march orderly by his troops. Arrows and bolts fell upon the marching soldiers in volleys, but the Tyroleans did not fear their sting, for their armor would protect their vitals. Because of how resilient their defenses were, they were undeterred by the minor flesh wounds which accumulated on their bodies as they continued to march at an orderly pace. Only when the enemy was at a distance of roughly 300 yards did Eckhard give his command to his line of infantry with the authoritative voice of a veteran field marshal. Eckhard raised his sword and pointed it at the enemy as he bellowed for all his men to hear. "Present arms." The moment he did so, the soldiers who held their loaded rifled muskets lowered the weapons into a position where Eckhard once more gave a command. The front rank instantly knelt while the rear column pointed their rifled muskets above their heads. "Take aim." After doing so, his words were relayed to the thousands of infantry among his ranks by the various officers and NCOs within earshot. When he finally felt that the enemy was within an acceptable range, he gave the final command. "Fire." In doing so, thousands of muskets went off in unison at the distance of 300 yards, where they spit lead out of their flashing muzzles, accompanied by the roar of gunfire, which instantly echoed across the battlefield. The moment the muskets went off, thousands of .58 caliber mini-ball projectiles went downrange. They crashed into their targets, shredding apart the steel body armor in which many of the enemy troops were equipped as if it were nothing more than wet toilet tissue. Blood splattered and bones splintered as the lead projectiles made their way past the enemy's defenses and into their flesh, often coming out the other side of the steel armor. Instantly, thousands of men collapsed to the ground, either gravely wounded or dead upon impact. The Bavarian vanguard was shattered in a moment, and the surviving veterans among their ranks began to panic. Yet this was not the end, as another artillery barrage began to pound the Bavarian ranks while the Tyroleans reloaded their weapons. As for the troops from Vorarlberg, they were stunned by the sight of such destruction. The might in which the Tyroleans possessed was unfathomable, and it was at this moment they remembered that this was merely a third of the forces that Berenger had under his command. Such an army was more than capable of sweeping across Austria and reclaiming the land themselves. They felt as if they were merely present to witness the carnage. Blood-curdling screams filled the air alongside the thunder as the Tyrolean forces finished reloading before the same series of commands were ordered. However, at this point, the Bavarian commander could no longer withstand the sight of his troops routing and thus ordered his cavalry to charge. The heavily armored knights of Bavaria, alongside mounted men-at-arms, rushed towards the Tyrolean infantry with anticipation. Thus far, none of Berenger's armies had been defeated in combat with the cavalry charge. They truly believed they could change the tide of this battle. Eckhard immediately noticed the cavalry beginning their attack and gave another order to his soldiers, which was quickly relayed in fashion by the numerous officers and NCOs among their ranks. Square formation. Upon ordering this command, the soldiers in Eckhard's army quickly began to form ranks in the form of a hollow square. They did so in rapid speed, proving that they had drilled this formation time and again throughout the months of their training, to such proficiency that they were capable of doing so under the pressure of pursuing cavalry. After forming into squares, with their bayonets affixed, the Tyrolean infantry waited for the cavalry approach until they were within 30 yards. Only then would they fire for maximum damage. Despite the superior range of their rifled muskets over traditional smoothbore muskets, they still would be the most effective while firing by rank against the approaching cavalry at a close distance. While the Tyroleans formed such ranks, the relatively undisciplined Vorarlberg infantry quickly fled the oncoming cavalry and ran behind the massive squares that had appeared on the battlefield. Confused by the strange formation, the Bavarians charged straight into the line of fire, where after reaching the 30-yard range, the individual commanders in charge of each formation began to give orders to fire based upon the nearest rank. The moment they did so, web audio channel announcement. Thank you for listening. If you want to listen to the full series and hundreds of audiobooks similar to this, please join our Discord or join our Patreon on patreon.com/webaudio. The link will be in the description and also pinned in the comment section. Thank you. The destructive power of the .58 caliber lead projectiles in the form of mini balls shredded through the steel plate armor and barding of the knights and their horses, instantly dropping the cavalry bold enough to attack. Some riders survived as their horses fell before them, yet the Tyroleans' disciplined ranks were unfazed, never once breaking formation. To break ranks was to face certain death. These were the words their drill instructors had beaten into their heads throughout the many months of training the men had undergone to be fully recognized as soldiers. As such, the Tyroleans stood in their ranks, reloading before firing on the next attempted cavalry charge, which was met with equally disastrous results. All the while, Eckhard was within the hollow area of the formation alongside several officers. As a man with a sword, his usefulness in this formation was nothing more than being a commanding voice. Thus he spat out commands as the cavalry continued to charge at the formation, hoping to break through with superior numbers. Left flank fire. Right flank fire. Center column fire. The veteran field marshal continued to declare his orders. While the men beneath his command followed them to the letter, before long, the cavalry was eliminated, with those few surviving members having fled the scene during the second attack. They could not believe that their heavily armored knights were useless in the face of the absurd Tyrolean weapons. Seeing their knights being broken, the Bavarian forces were filled with trepidation. Yet, their worries were far from resolved, as the artillery brigade continued to batter their ranks, no matter how far they fled. However, suddenly the artillery battery stopped, and for a brief moment, they felt reprieve. That is before they noticed the Tyrolean cavalry dashing down the hillside and towards their broken ranks. Berenger's rules were simple. So long as an enemy did not surrender, they were fair game and were to be given no quarter, even if they were running with their tail between their legs. Thus, the Tyrolean cavalry, a mix of cuirassiers, demi-lancers, and hussars, rushed down the mountainside and into the routing enemies, showing no mercy to the fleeing Bavarians. The Bavarian commander, who had taken part in the initial Bavarian cavalry charge, lay on the ground, with his dead horse lying on top of him, slowly crushing his internal organs. He bled from the mouth, yet this was not visible due to the helmet on his head obscuring such a scene. The battle was over, and though Eckhard ordered his troops to keep their wits about him, he and members of his line infantry approached the body trapped beneath the horse and lifted the helm from his head. revealing a horrifically scarred appearance of a man who had seen many battles. Eckhard gazed at the man with respect before asking him a question. "Are you the Bavarian commander?" Struggling to breathe, the Bavarian commander coughed up blood before answering Eckhard, "Yes." Eckhard felt pity for the man and the situation he was in and, as such, decided to show mercy. Thus, he asked the man the final question on his mind. "Do you regret coming to Austria?" The Bavarian commander chuckled as he gurgled on his blood before spitting it out of his mouth and onto the ground. "With every fiber of my being." With that said, Eckhard pulled out his pistol, cocked the hammer, and pulled the trigger, sending a musket ball into the commander's head, giving him a quick death. Afterward, he spoke the words on his mind aloud for all of his men to hear. May God have mercy on his soul. The first battle in Kärnten was an overwhelming victory for the Tyroleans, and they had drastically cut down the numbers of the Bavarian forces within the region. It would appear that the war for Kärnten would be much smoother than the one in Salzburg. Chapter 198. 197. Crushing an insurgency during the past few days, Berenger's advance into Salzburg had been reduced. With the constant need to send out advanced parties on a series of search and destroy missions for enemy skirmishers, the Tyrolean host was forced to march through Salzburg at a slow but steady pace. Because of this, Berenger had become impatient, and it was only due to the constant advice of Arnulf that he did not make a rash action like marching through Salzburg undeterred by the idea of ambush, which would surely result in more casualties than it was worth. Thus at the moment, Berenger found himself within the encampment that his army had made in the field, with a significant degree of spare time. His army's hierarchy was so well implemented that he honestly did not have much to do on the campaign as commander-in-chief, as the officer class was more than capable of fulfilling their daily duties without his interference. Berenger found himself whittling wood for entertainment, and as such, was in the middle of carving a wooden figure which greatly resembled that of his lover Linda. Though his artistic skills were lacking, the crude figure displayed the woman's natural curves in great detail. It was not a bad piece of work, considering his relatively poor art skills. It was at this moment that the flaps to his tent parted, and Enrolf forcefully entered. Seeing that his lord and commander was in the process of making a wood statue of what appeared to be a full-figured woman, Arnulf wisely chose not to question it, and instead reported the news that he had received. "Your Excellency, I have a report to make." Berenger did not bother placing down the wooden figure that he was still in the process of carving. Instead, he continued to do so while listening to Arnulf's words. As such, he nonchalantly approved Arnulf's request to inform him of the matters at hand. "Go ahead." Seeing that Berenger was more interested in his sculpture than the important news he had to share, Arnulf quickly sighed before starting the report with a phrase that would be sure to grab Berenger's attention. "We have gained some viable intelligence from the captives." Hearing this news, Berenger's ears perked up, and he immediately stopped his activity. Instead, he placed the half-finished wooden sculpture on the stand next to him and the knife with it before shifting his full attention to Arnulf, where he responded to this news with a great deal of curiosity. "Go on." Seeing that Berenger's interest was fully captured, Arnulf smiled before fulfilling the rest of his report. As such, he placed the map in his hand down onto a nearby table in Berenger's tent and spread it out where it displayed several marks on specific positions in the nearby hills and forests. "These are the locations of the enemy ambushes within the nearby area. Our scouts have determined the information to be accurate." Hearing this news, Berenger quickly got up from his seat, where he proceeded to the table where the map was displayed and carefully observed it with a broad smile on his face. Now that he knew the enemy positions, he could easily bombard them with the overwhelming firepower of his 140 cannons. After seeing this information, Berenger quickly gave his orders to Arnulf for the army to fulfill. He pointed at the different locations and ordered a bold attack on them. Move an artillery battalion to each of these positions, supported by a battalion of infantry. I want these damn skirmishers sufficiently bombarded before we surround them with our line infantry. Only after they have suffered the barrage of our shells will our infantry move in and mop of what remains of them. Hearing Berenger's orders, Arnulf quickly saluted the man by pounding his breastplate with his fist. "Yes, sir." Afterward, the general left the tent and quickly got the orders into action. Though Berenger wanted to participate in the operation, he was forced to stay behind with the primary host. As such, he sighed heavily before pouring himself a chalice of beer, where he quickly drained its contents. As for the operation itself, the Tyrolean forces who were ordered to partake in the attack quickly moved off to their positions. The amount of firepower Berenger had ordered to bring down upon the skirmishers was overkill. Yet, Berenger wanted to put the fear of God in the Bavarians, and what better way than to massacre their forces which lie in wait for his army? As such, the locations that the skirmishers hid were quickly surrounded by Berenger's artillery and infantry. At all four areas, there were hundreds if not thousands of Bavarian ambushers gathered, hiding, and waiting for the main Tyrolean force to pass by so that they could converge on the enemy and surprise them with a rapid assault. Unfortunately for the Bavarians, they had been betrayed by the captives, and thus without realizing it quickly came under the assault of artillery, whose roars echoed in the air like the thunder of God. The explosive shells landed upon the position of the Bavarian skirmishers, exploding upon impact and sending shrapnel throughout the air. The 12-pound steel ball, which was utilized as the host of the explosive, contained enough shrapnel to gravely wound or even kill those unfortunate to be caught in its range. The shards of steel were flying out at such speed that they were fully capable of penetrating through the less solid armor like brigandine. As for the full plate armor, it was partially resistant to the shrapnel. However, the explosive blast itself was more than capable of killing the men caught within its lethal range. Most of the men at arms of the Bavarian army were not fully equipped in plate armor, maybe a breastplate and a helmet, but there were plenty of gaps in their armor, and as such, the shrapnel easily pierced through those gaps and into the flesh of the men unfortunate enough to be hit by it. The bombardment did not stop with a single volley. The men who had survived the initial onslaught only had roughly half a minute to get their thoughts in order before another volley was fired from the 18 field guns present at each location. Thunder echoed in the air, and what immediately followed was death and destruction. The Bavarian men at arms wept and wailed as their comrades were blasted apart, and the artillery fire sufficiently injured them. Yet despite their attempts to rally forth and advance on their attackers, 18 shells repeatedly bombarded their location every 30 seconds like clockwork. Corpses littered the forests and hills where the Bavarians had gathered, blood pooled into a small pond, and limbs were scattered across the area. The armor the Bavarians wore was scrapped and hewn across the land, along with the bodies that equipped it. Shields, swords, and spears were cast aside and mangled by the explosive blast of the 12-pound shells which bombarded the area. It was as if death himself had descended on the land. Unfortunately, for those lucky enough to escape the bombardment, they quickly realized they were surrounded as they walked right into the musket fire of the Tyrolean forces. Their brief moment of hope for survival was met with a lead projectile piercing through their breastplates and leaving a massive hole in their chests. With the first wave of Bavarians utterly decimated by the artillery bombardment and the second gunned down by the muskets, the Tyroleans rapidly reloaded their weapons as more men desperately tried to escape the encirclement. However, their fates were sealed the moment their locations were revealed to the Tyroleans. Though the artillery bombardment continued to focus on the center of the encirclement, blasting apart those unfortunate enough to get caught within its shockwave. The majority of the Bavarians had now rushed out of the forests and hills they occupied and into the Tyrolean infantry, who were well prepared for their attacks. In doing so, Another volley was fired from the line infantry, which shredded the bodies of the men-at-arms, equipped chiefly with melee weapons. The few archers in their ranks who were still alive had opted to stay from afar launch their missiles into the Tyrolean forces. However, it was far less effective than they had imagined. Only a tiny number of Tyroleans were killed and wounded by the arrows and bolts that fell in their direction. The rest unleashed their bayonets on the men-at-arms, who rushed to their positions in a desperate attempt to break through and flee the scene. Yet the Tyroleans were well prepared for such a reality, and thus the bayonets thrust into the gaps in the enemy's armor, piercing the limbs and bodies of the Bavarians and spilling their blood and guts onto the field. This chaotic scene of absolute brutality showed itself throughout the 4 regions that harbored the Bavarian units. No man could escape the encirclement that the Tyroleans had captured them in. As for the archers, they were quickly picked off by the Jaegers, who stayed in the distance of over 500 yards and expertly shot their foes with their hexagonal bullets, piercing through the brigandine and gambeson of the Bavarian archers and crossbowmen. With this assault, the Tyroleans had single-handedly brought down the threat that loomed over their heads for the past few days, one that had slowed their advance. The course of the war for Salzburg had shifted in a matter of hours, and those who were fortunate enough to survive the carnage found themselves captured and interrogated for information. With the insurgency crushed and his supply lines secured, Berenger could once more swiftly march onto Salzburg and meet the main Bavarian force preparing for his eventual arrival. The war for the county of Salzburg would be decided in a large-scale battle between roughly 20,000 Tyroleans and 5,000 Bavarians. Berenger was sure that the conflict would be a one-sided massacre. Berenger's army was already of considerable size for the era, far more than a count like himself should have. On the other hand, the Duke of Bavaria had paid a significant expense in raising such a large army of his own to march on Austria. It had a fair amount of levies, mercenaries, and men-at-arms among its ranks. In total, the Bavarians had roughly 50,000 men in the region at the start of the conflict. With Berenger's and Eckhard's multiple victories, both at the border conflicts and in their ongoing invasions, the Bavarians now had less than half of that remaining. Salzburg was considered an area of critical importance, and thus Duke Dieter had invested a fair amount of troops into the region. Most of them were now either dead or captured. Thus, Battle of Salzburg was a fight that Berenger was greatly anticipating. For if he could display his overwhelming might in Salzburg, it might intimidate the future Bavarian armies to surrender at the sight of his forces. At least he hoped for such an outcome, though he recognized the possibility of such a thing was slim. Nevertheless, he intended to wipe the floor with the Bavarian army waiting for him at his destination. Chapter 199, 198. An unexpected welcome. With the skirmishers defeated, Berenger and his army were once more on the march, and it did not take them long to arrive at the city of Salzburg. However, when they arrived, they noticed that the Bavarian forces had already fled the scene. There was not a single sight of an ongoing siege effort, and the camp they left behind appeared as if it was quickly abandoned. Berenger was quite disappointed at the sight, seeing how he wanted to crush the Bavarian army and spread fear among their ranks. However, it would appear that they were already greatly intimidated, and as such, had fled the region in its entirety, leaving it in the hands of the Austrians. Though Berenger had wanted to pursue the retreating Bavarians, he also had business to discuss with Wolfgang's little brother. The man had valiantly defended Salzburg to the best of his efforts, and such Berenger approached the city gates with his guards. The banners of House von Kufstein were flying behind him as he neared his destination. When the city garrison noticed the massive army approach their gates, they were filled with trepidation. However, when they noticed the friendly banners that the approaching forces flew, their concern rapidly dwindled. As Berenger approached the gates, they were opened for his arrival, where he was greeted upon entry by the garrison's commander. "Count Berenger, we were not expecting your arrival. I now understand why the Bavarians so rapidly abandoned the siege against such overwhelming numbers. It is no surprise that they would flee for their lives. Berenger smiled as he returned the compliment. Even if I were not on my way to aid you, I feel as if the brave men of Salzburg would be capable of repelling the enemy forces. Tell me, is it possible for me to meet with Adelbrand? I have much to discuss with the man. Seeing that the Count of Tyrol was here on urgent business, the commander of the garrison dared not to hold him any longer and swiftly led Berenger to the castle, where he and his men entered its gates and proceeded to the great hall where Adelbrand, Wolfgang's little brother, was currently acting as the authority within the region. The man was not expecting Berenger's arrival. However, the moment he saw Berenger's charming appearance, he knew then and there why the Bavarians had so suddenly fled the area. How could such a small force compare to the might of Berenger and his Grand Tyrolean army? As such, he extended his hand in greeting to Berenger as the two noblemen quickly approached one another. Count Berenger, I must say I am glad to see your appearance. I was beginning to fear that you had decided to stay within your domain and wait out this war. Berenger smiled as he heard such a remark and responded with a well-crafted statement. Unfortunately for the Bavarians, I decided to use my defenses to buy some time so that I could draft a large army, capable of fully annihilating the enemy and driving them out of our lands. Hearing this, Adelbrand immediately understood why Berenger had stayed out of the conflict for so many months. In the long term, such a strategy was bound to be successful, though he had no idea how vast of an army Berenger had produced during this time frame. As such, he immediately questioned Berenger on the size of his forces. Tell me, Your Excellency, just how large of an army are we talking about here? Upon hearing this question, Berenger's lips curved into a smug grin where he proclaimed the size of his army with forced humility. Oh, not much, only 30,000 men. Adelbrand nodded his head and responded to Berenger, 30,000 men, not much indeed. Wait a second, you have 30,000 soldiers. The young nobleman was quite shocked by this figure. Such a large army was something a duchy or even a kingdom could draft, but he had never heard of a county having such a large army before. Maybe Lothar, but that was because he had spent a vast fortune acquiring many mercenaries. Upon seeing the man's expression, Berenger, of course, smiled at him and nodded his head before explaining his plan. I have sent 10,000 of them with my Field Marshal Eckhard into Kärnten, where he alongside the Count of Vorarlberg will regroup with Count Otto of Steiermark and forcefully seize the region. Afterward, we will march upon Upper and Lower Austria, where we will forcefully drive the remaining Bavarians out of our lands. Adelbrand could hardly believe Berenger's words, and then he came to a sudden realization which he was pretty fearful to ask. Nevertheless, he summoned his courage and spoke his mind. So that means you have 20,000 men sitting outside of my city right now? Berenger nodded his head in response to this question, and Adelbrand instantly felt his knees give out from under him. He slowly staggered over to his seat, where he sat down. He was incredibly thankful to God that Berenger was on his side, for he could never resist such a massive army. Berenger, however, wanted to switch the conversation from talks about his battle plans to his long-term political goals and, as such, immediately altered the course of the conversation. So, Adelbrand, I have met your brother Wolfgang. Adelbrand instantly became enraged at the mention of his brother. His eyes contained the fury of his soul, and he began to grit his teeth in anger. As such, he quietly snarled before putting on a pleasant facade and asking Berenger about his encounter with the fool. Tell me, what is your opinion of my dearest brother? Seeing the forced expression on Adelbrand's face, Berenger struggled to contain his laughter. Ultimately, he decided to stride back and forth in front of the man before telling him the truth. Honestly, he is an imbecile and a coward. I am much more impressed with your actions to defend your lands. Albeit leaving the people to their fate was not the best idea, but I know you could not contend with the Bavarians in the field, and thus your actions were the best of a bad situation. If you had met them in the field, you would have been soundly defeated, and Salzburg would have truly fallen to the enemy." Seeing the pained expression on Berenger's face, Adelbrand instantly began to fear the results of his actions and thus asked Berenger about what had happened in the county while he and the other lords of the realm hid behind their large stone walls. "How bad is it?" Berenger clicked his tongue before responding. "TSK. Most of the villages I have come across were massacred and burnt to the ground. Not even the fields or livestock were spared." Adelbrand immediately felt great remorse for this fact and slammed his fist upon the armrest of his seat of power while clenching his teeth. He could not believe the Bavarians would be so cruel as to do such a thing. Thus he cried out at the top of his lungs, "Those bastards!" There was not much the man could do to calm his nerves, but releasing his pent-up anxiety through violent expression was the best he could manage. Seeing the man's twisted guise, Berenger knew that Adelbrand was a man who cared more about his land and the people in it than Wolfgang. Thus he was more likely to favor Berenger's reforms, and as such, Berenger wanted him as an ally. After coming to such a realization, Berenger quickly proposed a plan that would benefit both of them. "It is not your fault. The majority of your father's forces were lost in Passau, and your brother hid with the remainder of your elite units in Steiermark. You were left with a bunch of levies and greenhorns to protect your lands. You did your best to protect the cities and the fortresses of your territory. If anyone should be blamed for this disaster, it is your brother Wolfgang." Hearing Berenger shift the blame for the disaster that had befallen Salzburg onto his brother made Adelbrand more amicable to the words that came next. As such, he perked up his ears and listened to Berenger's plot. "Go on." Berenger smiled wickedly when he realized that he had gained the man's attention, and thus he declared his intent. "I have been named regent of Duke Conrad of Austria. When we have retaken these lands, I will hold your older brother responsible for the events that have transpired here in Salzburg and will proclaim him as having failed to fulfill his vassal duties. I will strip him of his title and hand it over to you." Adelbrand was shocked by this information. He was unaware that a government in exile had been set up in Kufstein, but hearing it brought him a sense of hope for the future. If he could succeed his late father instead of his foolish and incompetent older brother, then maybe he could restore Salzburg to its former state. However, he knew such a thing would not come without a price, and thus he inquired about Berenger's intentions. "And what, pray tell, do you receive from such a thing?" Berenger once more smiled as he heard the man take the bait, and thus elaborated further on his plans for the future. "Well, for starters, I get a competent subordinate, but more importantly, I will need your support at a later date. In the upcoming years, I have many reforms in mind to help establish Austria as a serious power, and with that in mind, I will need a man of your position to back them without question. So long as you support my future endeavors, the position of Count of Salzburg will be yours." Adelbrand thought deeply on the matter for a few moments. However, ultimately, he agreed to Berenger's request, and thus shook his hand, sealing the deal. "All right, I will agree to your conditions. Whatever you need from me, you shall have it." Hearing the man accept his terms caused Berenger to grin with anticipation. Soon enough, Austria would be his, and he could then focus on unifying the German Empire. Everything was going according to his plans. Chapter 200, 199. Victory in Kärnten. After establishing an alliance with Adelbrand von Salzburg, Berenger pursued the remnants of the Bavarian forces that remained within the county of Salzburg. It took him a span of 2 weeks to thoroughly mop up the Bavarian remnants before he was complete with his conquest of the region. During this time, Eckhard had engaged in various small-scale battles against the Bavarian forces, who until now had occupied the county of Kärnten. Much like in Salzburg, the Bavarians were quickly crushed. However, since Salzburg was cut off, they had nowhere to retreat. The Bavarians' only option was to hide behind the stone walls of the central city in the region, which was Klagenfurt. Thus Eckhard had pursued them and was now in the position of setting up a siege camp outside of the city. Much like Berenger had done during the latter days of his campaign in Tyrol, a trench line that was supported with barbed wire and sandbags surrounded the encampment. The 70 cannons were placed within them and continued to batter several critical sections of the large stone walls. 140 shells pounded the stone walls of the city of Klagenfurt every minute, rapidly deteriorating their condition. At the current rate of fire, it would be less than 24 hours before the city walls crumbled, leaving the defending Bavarians open to the musket fire of the Tyrolean forces. Thus Eckhard was watching from afar as the stone walls were chipped at one shell at a time. The Tyroleans stayed in the trenches, providing them with superior protection as they waited for the enemy walls to crumble down. Minute after minute, hour after hour, the repeated shelling of the city echoed in the distance, and the soldiers observed the sight of stones splitting apart from the walls in and outside of the city. Eckhard was enjoying a glass of tea in his command tent when he finally heard the loud crumbling of the walls. As such, he quickly finished his serving before placing his helmet on his head and entering the fray. Outside of the city, with the walls having crumbled in 6 major sections on all sides of the town, the Tyroleans and their allies had marched over the trench line and into the battle as they began to chant their war cry, which echoed through the air. God with us! God with us! God with us! The Tyrolean army shouted the phrase repeatedly as if they were in a mad trance. Even their allies began to join in after a while. The sight of roughly 25,000 men outside the city walls, chanting the battle cry in unison, frightened the Bavarian defenders to the core. However, they knew now that there was no retreat. They either defended the city or died in the process. Those were their only 2 options. As such, the battle had begun, and the Tyroleans unleashed musket fire on the defending lines that stood at the gaps in between the city walls. After a few volleys, the Tyroleans fixed their bayonets and allowed the Vorarlberg and Steiermark forces to charge into the fray. For now, the Tyroleans would have to focus on the defenders atop the ramparts. The siege quickly became chaotic as the Austrian army forced their way into the gaps of the city walls and over the blood-stained corpses of the men who had fallen victim to the musket fire. Medieval forces clashed among each other as the Austrian soldiers valiantly fought to reclaim the city of Klagenfurt from the Bavarian occupiers. Eckhard gazed from afar with his spyglass as he saw the heavily armored Steiermark infantry act as the vanguard. The courageous men pushed their way into the fray and began to use their blunt and bladed weapons to slash and hack at their foes in a gruesome display of violence. Count Otto personally led the charge, wielding a warhammer in his hand, which he used to smash against the helmet of a nearby opponent. The deadly blow crunched the steel helmet beneath it and fractured the opponent's skull, leaving him dead on the spot. On the other side of the city was Count Ottokar, who wielded a longsword. The 2 counts valiantly led their forces into battle from opposite directions as they cut away at the Bavarian points dwelled within the city. Ottokar parried and oncoming sword thrust before adeptly counterattacking with a lunge through the opponent's mail aventail, piercing the man's throat and ending his life. The chaotic scene of the ongoing siege was caught by Eckhard's spyglass, who grinned at the sight. Soon enough, victory would be theirs. As for the Tyrolean forces, they managed to stay back from the front lines and repeatedly fired their shots towards the enemies in the ramparts above whenever an opportunity presented itself. Any Bavarian who was foolish enough to poke his head over the merlons was quickly gunned down. Eventually, the Bavarians were overwhelmed by the onslaught and pushed further and further into the city. The Austrians had now secured the gates of the city, as well as the walls beside them. With that in mind, Eckhard ordered the Tyrolean infantry to barge into the city. Now was the time for the Tyrolean line infantry and grenadiers to shine. As such, the Tyrolean infantry rushed into the city, forming firing lines and gunning down the fleeing Bavarians who desperately dashed to the center of the city in hope of some kind of reinforcement. The volleys rapidly shot down the Bavarian soldiers, and their bodies were cast aside in the street, bleeding out onto the roads. Eckhard had personally entered the fray, marching into the city like a conquering general. The veteran field marshal had an aura of authority around him that was second only to Berenger's. Yet the young count was not present at this battle, and thus it was Eckhard's charisma that carried the Austrian forces to victory. As the Bavarians fled closer and closer to the center of the city, they were finally surrounded by the Austrians on all sides. If the Tyroleans desired, they could unleash a volley from 360 degrees and annihilate the enemy. However, Eckhard smelled a chance for profit and quickly ordered his troops as he entered the scene. "Hold your fire! Hold your fire!" Seeing that the Austrians had held their position but could slaughter them at any moment, the Bavarian commander called out to the man who had given the orders. "Are you the leader of this army?" Eckhard merely nodded at the commander as he held his sword within his hand. "I advise you to surrender. It would be pointless to lose any more of your men in this vain struggle of yours." The enemy commander merely opened up the visor of his helmet and spat on the ground. "You are nothing more than a minion of Berenger the Accursed that makes you a servant of the devil." Hearing these words, Eckhard frowned. It would appear that the enemy commander was a pious man who took his orders from the Pope. The new Pope had declared that anyone who surrenders to a heretic shall be doomed to eternal damnation. To a true believer like the enemy commander, he would rather die than risk his soul by surrendering to those he perceived to be heretics. Seeing that the man was not going to surrender, Eckhard merely sighed before giving a dreadful order to his soldiers who had gathered around the Bavarians with their muskets pointed in the direction. "Open fire!" With that, a volley was fired from all angles, shredding apart the remaining Bavarian troops. Not a single member of the defending army had survived the siege. Seeing such pointless death, Eckhard could not prevent himself from complaining. "Pious fool! I hope you burn for eternity for leading your men to such a cruel fate." As for Otto and Ottokar, who witnessed the ruthless execution of the surviving Bavarians, they felt no pity. These men had invaded their lands and set the duchy aflame. Death was well deserved in their eyes. Otto approached Eckhard and clasped the man on the shoulder. "You gave them a chance. That is all that matters. They got off lightly for what they have done to these lands." Eckhard merely shrugged the comforting hand aside as he looked into the sky and off into the direction of Bavaria. He knew that after Austria had been reclaimed, Bavaria would be Berenger's next target. Soon enough, justice would be brought against the enemies of Austria. As for how it was handled, Eckhard could only guess what Berenger would do to the Bavarians after he conquered them. The siege of Klagenfurt was over and Kärnten, for the most part, was secured. Several weeks had passed since the beginning of their campaign, and many lives were lost, precisely that of the Bavarians. Now Eckhard would leave behind a garrison to control these lands and march into Steiermark, where he would march through the safety of its grounds and into Upper Austria. As for Berenger, he and his massive army would march on Vienna and rout out Duke Dieter and end his occupation of Austria once and for all. Chapter 201-200 Assassinating an enemy general during Berenger and Eckhard's dual advancement upon the occupied regions of the Duchy of Austria. Linda had set Berenger's spy network to task with assassination and sabotage once more. At the moment, the same young female agent who had assassinated the garrison commander at Mähren was currently operating within the city of Vienna. She was just one of Berenger's many agents stationed within the capital of the duchy. She had recently received a coded message that claimed Berenger had been successful in his campaign for Salzburg and would soon be marching his massive army into Lower Austria and, by extension, the city of Vienna. As such, she had been tasked by Linda to make preparations for his arrival. At the moment, The young and beautiful agent was clutching onto the concealed handgun in her pocket, which was a pepperbox revolver. The device could fire 7 shots in a short period and would be instrumental to her plans. The woman was currently dressed as a common man, with her breasts bound by cloth to hide their size. She wore a hood over her head and had wrapped her long hair around her face, tying it so that it looked like a beard at first glance. Her task was a simple assassination. Since the successful capture of Vienna, Duke Dietger had returned to northern Bavaria to fight against the House of Luxembourg and their allies in the north. In doing so, he has left a promising general in his stead. She was targeting his lead general, who at the moment was taking a walk through the city. As she approached the man from afar, she began to overhear the general conversing with another nobleman. Count Siegmund has been cleared of all suspicion. It has been revealed that Count Berenger of Tyrol had smuggled the Habsburg boy into his territory. The foolish child has declared himself the rightful Duke of Austria and has placed Count Berenger as his regent. The general talked to the nobleman, immediately scoffed as he heard such news and proudly declared his opinion. Count Berenger? Berenger the Accursed, as the Catholics call him. The Reformists refer to him as Berenger the Indomitable or Berenger the Conqueror. He has many nicknames. One thing is sure, he remains undefeated in battle and has a large army. Out of all the men sent to Salzburg, 5,000 men are the only ones to return from the region alive, even less from Kärnten. They say he alone has an army of 30,000 men at his back. You are renowned for being an able strategist. Tell me how this is remotely possible. The general sighed heavily before revealing his thoughts on the matter. It was something that he had thought about a great deal as the war continued to wage. Berenger had roughly 15,000 men in his field army when we first invaded Austria. This is not including the garrisons that he has fortified with hundreds of men each. In a few months, he has raised an extra 15,000, doubling his armies. He has a significant amount of wealth and heaven-defying industrial capabilities. As such, he can outfit every one of those men with proper equipment. On top of this, his forces utilize some revolutionary form of hand cannon, which no surviving examples have been recovered. As such, we don't know how they function or how effective they are. By equipping his soldiers entirely with these weapons, he must have created a revolutionary set of tactics for them to work correctly. Thus, there is no natural way of knowing how to counter them without trial and error. It is no wonder he continues to thwart our best efforts to stop his advance. If the rumors are true about the might his army possesses, then invading Austria was a mistake. In my humble opinion, we should retreat to Bavaria until we can learn how to counter the advanced weapons and tactics he uses in his army. Yet, His Grace Duke Dietger is determined to hold onto this land. Thus we have no choice but to defend it with our lives. The general was greatly troubled by Berenger's rapid conquest of the duchy. He had conquered critical areas and was now marching on the capital. As for the most southern counties of Austria, the Bavarians had yet to make much progress in their occupation and had forced their troops to withdraw towards Vienna to face off against Berenger's incursion with their full might. The female agent pretended like she was sweeping a nearby floor and listened intently to the conversation. If she could kill this general, the Bavarian forces in Austria would greatly suffer, and the reconquest of the region would be significantly affected. Thus she continued to act normal as the two Bavarian noblemen carried on their conversation, with the other nobleman stating his opinions on the matter. We can't withdraw, but we also do not have enough men to defend Upper Austria. If I were you, I would pull out of the region and focus on defending Vienna. Hopefully, with these walls as our support, we can defend the region well enough. The general, however, sighed and shook his head. The longer Berenger's armies are split, the better chance we have to defend our territory. If the other 25,000 men from his forces and that of his allies regroup with him, we will be facing an army of roughly 45,000 men. By then, we will have no chance to defend the city. We will make our final stand here in Vienna, and if we fail, well, Then hopefully, Dietger can learn from our mistakes and use the knowledge gained from this catastrophe to further defend against Berenger and his army in the future. The two men sighed in defeat, fully realizing that they were not able to fulfill the orders they were given. If the opportunity presented itself, they would gladly surrender and be ransomed back to Bavaria. For now, all they could do was wait for Berenger's arrival and prepare for the best of their ability. Unfortunately for the two noblemen, there was an assassin in the midst, and they had no idea that their conversation was being overheard. The female agent no longer desired to hear the conversation as it began to shift to banter. As such, she checked her pepperbox revolver to make sure it was loaded correctly and drew the hammer back before approaching the two men. Before they had time to react, the spy pulled the revolver out of her pocket, pointed it square blank at the general and the noblemen's chests, and fired 2 shots rapidly into their breastplates. They could not even withdraw their swords before their hearts had been pierced by the lead balls contained within the revolver. Now that the sound of gunfire was overheard, the woman fled into the distance, leaving the two men to bleed out on the street corner with a look of shock in their eyes. Until now, they had no idea that Berenger still had spies in the city. The last thoughts on the general's mind as his consciousness faded into the eternal abyss was one of deep regret. Though it was brief, he had finally witnessed the exchange of one of Berenger's weapons. Unfortunately, he would be dead before he could report the information to Duke Dietger, and as such, shame was the only thing he felt right before he died. As for the agent, she swiftly left the scene, where she untied her hair around her face and changed her attire into something more feminine. Not a single soul expected a woman was the one who had assassinated the general, and thus she was spared the pain of relocating once more. Instead, she would continue in her efforts to sabotage the Bavarians in the coming days as Berenger slowly approached the capital of Austria. For now, she wrote a coded message and sent it off with a carrier pigeon, where it would travel to Kufstein and inform Linda that the operation was a success. The general and one of his commanders were dead, leaving Vienna in a power vacuum. As at the moment the various Bavarian commanders within the city would now be preoccupied with fighting among themselves for a position FO control. With this one action, this spy had brought down the stability of the Bavarians' defense in Vienna. Whoever succeeded the general in taking command would surely not be as promising a talent, and as such, would most likely ruin the security, allowing Berenger an easier time in reconquering the capital. As for the towns, cities, and castles in Upper Austria, they too were undergoing events of sabotage, which greatly infuriated the Bavarian soldiers occupying the regions and lowered their morale. Berenger had long used his intelligence agents as both an offensive weapon and a defensive shield. His ruthlessness in targeting key personnel for assassination and the sabotage of critical resources was one of his ways of claiming an advantage over his opponents. Unfortunately for them, Austria had long since been trapped in his web of intrigue. Thus he was always in a position of control during his campaign. This massive advantage was all thanks to the efforts of Linda, for if Berenger had to micromanage his spy network himself, it would not nearly be this sophisticated. Chapter 202-201 Causing trouble while Berenger was preparing to invade Lower Austria and march on Vienna, Linda was back in Kufstein looking after the family, including herself, Henrietta, and Hans. She was also keeping a close eye on Conrad, who had begun to act out. The longer the war went on, the more impatient the boy became. At the moment, Conrad, Henrietta, and Linda were sitting at the dining table enjoying breakfast. As an act of disrespect to Berenger and to assert his authority while the man was away, Conrad sat in Berenger's spot next to Linda, which caused the woman to lash out at the youth instantly. Conrad, that seat is reserved for the head of this household and belongs to the Count of Tyrol. You should show some respect to people's positions and sit elsewhere. Despite Linda's protests, Conrad responded with a sharp tongue as he verbally attacked Linda in an attempt to shut her up. If this seat is reserved for the Count of Tyrol, then the seat you are seated in should be reserved for the Countess. Tell me, are you the Countess of Tyrol? Or are you merely the Count's mistress? At this point, Linda was outright furious at Conrad's behavior and stood up from her seat before slapping him across the face. The moment she did so, Conrad stared at her in disbelief before attempting to protest. What do you think you are, Dash? However, before he could finish his statement, Linda had slapped him once again. The moment she did so, Conrad raised from his seat with his fists curled and yelled at Linda, "I am the Duke." The strawberry blonde-haired youthful beauty with the appearance of a goddess merely smirked smugly at Conrad before chastising him. "Then act like one." This statement irritated Conrad's nerves, and he raised his hand in an attempt to strike Linda for her actions, yet there was no fear in her eyes. Instead, a steel-clad hand latched a hold of Conrad's arm, preventing him from swinging his fist. The boy quickly looked over and noticed a tall and strong man glaring at him with his denim blue eyes. The man had a musket slung around his shoulder and wore a blackened steel three-quarters plate armor set with a German-style three-ridge burgonet. He was one of Berenger's house guards and was tasked with protecting the young count's family from any potential harm. Thus, the moment Conrad took an aggressive stance, the guard acted and approached the young duke before he could pounce on the woman. The boy who would be Duke nearly wet his pants when he gazed into the fierce eyes of the house guard, who tightly clenched onto his wrist. The guard spoke in a stern tone as he began to lecture the boy. "Your Grace, Her Excellency is correct. That seat belongs to Count Berenger, and you would do well to remember that." After being lectured so thoroughly by the intimidating guard, Conrad lowered his head and clicked his tongue before leaving the table and storming off to the quarters he was provided. After he was out of earshot, the guard looked over to Linda and fulfilled his duty by inquiring about her condition. "Are you okay, my lady?" Linda smiled gracefully and nodded before responding to the man who had come to her aid. "Yes, thank you for your assistance." The guard smiled and bowed respectfully to Linda. "I am merely fulfilling my duty." With that said, he returned to his post and began to watch over Linda and Henrietta as they continued their meal. Conrad would have to go hungry for the time being. Conrad had ran off to his room, and on the way there, he walked past a door that had 2 armed guards in front of it. Many rooms in this castle were off-limit to the boy Duke, as Berenger did not want him messing around with his stuff. This room, in particular, was Hans's room, where the infant child was protected around the clock by Berenger's most elite guards. Thinking about Berenger and Linda's bastard child, Hans muttered under his breath. "This asshole has Adela as his fiancée, and yet he so blatantly allows that woman to occupy her seat. What an ass. If I were engaged to Adela, I would treat her far better." Though he said it quietly, his words did not go unnoticed by the guards. They took note of Conrad's discontent. Such hostility towards their lord and lady needed to be taken seriously, and they would later report Conrad's outburst to the commander of the house guard when they were relieved later in the day. As for Conrad, he returned to his room for a while, though eventually he left the confines of his quarters and entered the great hall, where he gazed from afar at Linda and a Byzantine nobleman discussing business with one another. It was not Arethusa who had arrived this time, but a man under his employ who represented his interests in Berenger's current trade agreements. This man was named Andronikos, and he was responsible for making sure the shipments of silk arrived in Kufstein within the agreed period. Thus, he was accepting payment from Linda, whose servants carried a large chest out for him to inspect. Andronikos made small talk with Linda as his servants inspected the supplied amount of silver coins to ensure that it reached the formal agreement. "Tell your husband that my liege looks forward to doing business with all of Austria after he returns from this war." The Empire greatly values its trade agreements with the Count of Tyrol. Linda smiled gratefully at Andronico's compliments before responding on her own. I will be sure to inform him. However, shortly after saying that, Conrad approached the scene and interrupted, resulting in Linda's menacing glare. Why wait for Berenger to return? I am the Duke of Austria. If you want to discuss trade agreements within my land, you can do it with me. Andronikos looked over at the boy and closely observed him before coming to a decision. He quickly snubbed Conrad and returned his attention to Linda. As I was saying, my liege greatly appreciates the business between Tyrol and the Empire. Your husband should visit Constantinople when he gets the chance. Outraged that he had been overlooked, Conrad quickly revealed Linda's status in the household in a fit of fury. Surely this would embarrass the woman, he thought to himself before speaking his piece. Linda is not Berenger's wife. She is merely his mistress. She does not hold such a valuable position, and you should not be conducting trade with a woman of her status. Andronikos was shocked by this news, though neither Berenger nor Linda had outright said they were married. They also never denied the charge, thus questioning Linda on this reality. Is what the boy says true? Rather than be embarrassed about the truth or outraged by the accusation, as Conrad had expected, Linda put on a smile and acted with perfect grace. She bowed respectfully to the Byzantine nobleman as she offered her apologies for misleading him. I apologize if there is a misunderstanding. While it is true that I am not Berenger's legal wife, and he is engaged to another woman, I do consider myself his wife in a deeply spiritual sense. Thus I never corrected you or your liege when referred to as his wife. Conrad was shocked by Linda's behavior. It went completely against the plan he had in mind to get revenge on her for slapping him twice this morning, and instead, Andronikos merely chuckled lightly at Linda's response before addressing her. Then Berenger is a lucky man to have a woman such as yourself so dedicated to him, despite not being his lawful wife. It is truly inspiring. Well, regardless of your actual position in the household, I will not look down on you. After all, you have been tasked by Berenger to oversee the matter of our trade while he is away, and you have proven yourself relatively competent in that regard. A gorgeous smile spread across Linda's immaculate lips as she thanked the man for the compliment. I appreciate it. I thank you from the bottom of my heart for your understanding. After the Byzantine servants had confirmed that the proper amount was in the chest, Andronikos bid farewell to Linda while completely ignoring Conrad. Well, Your Excellency, I must bid you farewell. It is a long journey back to the Empire, and I have to prepare the next shipment. Linda nodded and smiled as she led the man to the entrance of the castle. I will pray for your safe travels. Tell your liege when you see him that we greatly appreciate the business and will continue to invest in the Empire. After hearing this, Andronikos smiled and left the castle. As for Linda, the moment the doors were shut, she approached Conrad with a chilling smile before lecturing him. When I am speaking to guests with matters of importance, you would be wise to be a good little boy and stay far away from matters of the state. Do you understand? Conrad did not know why, but he felt his spine tingle when he saw such a frightening yet beautiful smile. He immediately became wary of Linda. The boy's impression of the young woman immediately changed from a brainless bimbo to a dangerous femme fatale. He thus became frightened of Berenger's lover and understood deeply that he should not provoke her in the future. Thus all he could do was bow his head to the terrifying presence in front of him and return to his room in shame. Linda, on the other hand, had been significantly perturbed by the boy's actions and planned to poison him ahead of time. She refused to allow this brat to live a second longer than necessary. After all his antics had already become tiresome, she could not imagine living with such things for another 3 years. Chapter 203, 202, Troubles at the Byzantine court while Berenger was fighting in Austria. Events that would impact Berenger's future were occurring on the other side of the Christian world. In the east within the ancient city of Constantinople, Aretha's Maniacs was kneeling within the royal palace before the emperor of the Byzantine Empire. He was questioning the man about a particular area of interest. Emperor Vatrani's Palaiologos was the current emperor of the Byzantine Empire. His ancestors had ruled over the Eastern Roman Empire for over 100 years. He was in his early 40s and already had a gray head of hair with a matching beard. The stress of overseeing the war with the Mamluk Sultanate, which reached a stalemate, had aged him drastically these past 10 years. However, for the first time in a long time, there was hope to turn the tides of war to his favor. Recently, there had been developments in an obscure part of Europe, where the Count of Tyrol had developed an advanced industry and sold special equipment for a fair price to the Empire's forces. Emperor Vatranis had no idea how Berenger von Kufstein had managed to create such a massive stockpile of high-quality steel, and yet he had personally witnessed the results. The enormous output that Berenger's factories were able to produce mirror-pattern armor was the likes that the Emperor had never seen before, and he had greatly desired to see Berenger's facilities for himself. However, he could not very well travel to Kufstein, and thus he had to hear the details from his strategos of Ionia, Aretha's Maniacs, who had just entered the palace at the Emperor's request. Thus the two men were face to face within the palace of Constantinople for the sole reason as to inquire about Berenger's production capabilities. Strategos Arethas, it has been a while since I have last seen you. How have you been? Arethas was permitted to stand, and as such, he rose from his kneeling position as the Emperor approached him. It had been some time since he last saw the Emperor face to face, and thus he was incredibly thankful for the current opportunity. The young strategos grinned before returning the Emperor's greeting. I have been well since the last time we spoke. How are you faring, Your Majesty? The two men were quite friendly with one another as Emperor Vatranis immediately began complaining about his life. I have been better. For starters, my daughter grows more beautiful by the day. Her charm has managed to attract the attention of suitors across not only the Christian world, but the Islamic world as well. I swear the number of princes she has declined over the past year must be in the dozens. She seems to have high ambitions for her future husband and won't listen to my suggestions. Raising a daughter is too much of a hassle for this old heart of mine to bear. Arethas immediately began to laugh at the Emperor's comment and tried to cheer him up. You are not that old, Your Majesty. You are only 43. However, the Emperor merely scoffed before chastising Arethas. If I were a commoner, I would be close to death by now. Hearing such a response, Arethas began to laugh before patting the Emperor on the back. Well, then we are lucky you are not, in fact, a commoner. As the two men walked through the palace and continued their conversation, Emperor Vatranis eventually brought up the topic he wanted to discuss. Arethas, I wanted to discuss with you about your visit to Kufstein. Tell me, how is that upstart count capable of producing so much steel? Arethas sighed heavily as he shook his head. His brunette hair glimmered under the light of the sun, as he cast a downtrodden expression before speaking. I genuinely wish I could tell you, but I was not allowed to see how he produced the steel, merely the facilities he used to transform it into arms and armor. It was a level of production I had never seen before. Even our national armories cannot compare to the efficiency that the Tyroleans are capable of. The Emperor sighed when he heard this news. He began to speak in a regretful tone. Well, that is a shame. I was hoping we could learn something from the Count of Tyrol. I hear he is currently involved in a war for control of Austria. Do you know how that is going? Arethas kept close contact with Berenger. After all, the trade they shared was very lucrative for both parties. With the war for Austria going on, the man was greatly concerned about Berenger's safety. Thus he nodded his head and informed the Emperor a bit of what he knew. Berenger's armies are far better equipped than any force I have seen. When I was visiting, his city guards were equipped with plate armor that covered their heads, necks, torsos, and thighs. They also wielded strange hand cannon variants which were of an unknown design. If his boasts are true and all of his troops are equipped to such a degree, then the likelihood of him winning this war is huge. He also appeared to have mounted dozens of cannons on his city walls. So he seems to be capable of mass-producing such devastating weapons as well. Emperor Vitranes was shocked when he heard such information, and thus he quickly asked Arethusa about a new possibility that had formed in his mind. "Tell me, Arethusa, is it possible to purchase such equipment?" Arethusa shook his head and sighed once more. There was not much he could do about this matter. Berenger seemed keen to have a monopoly on such technology. Thus he answered truthfully to the emperor. "As far as I am aware, Count Berenger intends to hold on to such an advantage at any cost. I doubt he would be willing to sell such valuable technology in fear of it being reverse-engineered. One would either have to defeat his forces in battle and scavenge their weapons, or they would have to pay a great sum that was worth such risky trade. I do not foresee myself being able to convince him to sell us such weapons or the armor." However, the emperor was adamant about this issue and did not take Arethusa's word at face value and instead insisted upon broaching the subject with Berenger. "Could you at least try to purchase such weapons when you next see the Count of Tyrol? I hear his weapons have a devastating effect, rendering even plate armor useless. To have such an advantage over our enemies would aid in the ongoing efforts to restore our empire." Just as the emperor was about to conclude his business with the strategos of Ionia, a beautiful young girl appeared as she walked down the gilded staircase of the palace. She was dressed in a lavish purple silk dress with a bold golden pattern. She wore gold jewelry encrusted with amethyst across her neck, wrists, and waist. The girl was no older than 15 and had long chocolate hair tied up into an elegant ponytail. Her eyes were mint green in color, and her skin was as white as milk, despite her Greco-Roman heritage. Though she was not as busty as Linda or Adela's sisters, she was, in fact, perfectly proportioned, and her silk dress clung to her exquisite curves. As she descended from the staircase, she had a scowl on her face. Something was upsetting this angelic beauty from the east. She instantly began to criticize the emperor when she noticed his presence. "Father, how can you engage me to the Prince of France? Aubrey is so feminine that he is practically a woman. I won't stand for it." The Byzantine emperor sighed heavily while looking at Arethusa with a look that expressed his thoughts, those being, "See what I mean?" By now, he had attempted to engage his daughter to over a dozen princes from various countries across the world, and she had a complaint about every one of them. Sooner or later, the princess would say something along the lines of, "I would rather kill myself than marry that man," thus forcing the emperor to acquiesce to her demands. This time he decided to put his foot down and enforce his will. After all, he was emperor, and sooner or later, she would have to find a husband. Thus he put on a calm and gentle facade as he tried to coerce his girl into marrying the effeminate Frenchman. "Honoria, my only daughter, Aubrey is the epitome of Western chivalry. He is also the heir to the French throne. You will be a queen if you marry him. It will also guarantee a powerful alliance for our dynasty." However, the beautiful princess, Honoria, refused to listen to her father's glib tongue and instead scoffed before make a rather rude retort. "Queen of France? You have to be kidding me. Who would want to be queen of a backwater kingdom like that? How much are they paying you to sell me off as if I were mere cattle?" Seeing the reaction on her father's face, she knew she had hit the nail on the head. He had for sure been paid a significant sum to sell her off to the Prince of France. A man she was almost certain was a homosexual. If not, he was the girliest-looking straight man she had ever seen. As such, she was more adamant about refusing this marriage proposal than any other before. However, she had already cried wolf enough times that her father would no longer allow her to refuse. This time it was the emperor who scowled in response to Honoria's strong words. Thus he began to chastise her as he made it abundantly clear she would be wed off to the future king of France. "Enough is enough. You have turned down so many other candidates that this is my last option. You are my daughter and the princess of the empire. You will do what you are told." After hearing these words, tears began to fill in the girl's mint-colored eyes before she ran back upstairs in a fit of rage. However, before she left, she made sure to scream a set of hurtful words to her father. "I hate you." After she was gone, the emperor let out a heavy sigh and sat down at the nearest seat. He was getting too old to deal with his daughter's childish behavior. Thus he looked at Aretha's and shifted the topic back to Tyrol. "I am getting too old for this. Promise me you will at least attempt to purchase Count Berenger's weapons the next time you see him." Having witnessed such a display just now, Aretha's was in no mood to decline the emperor, and as such nodded his head. A wry smile appeared on the emperor's face before dismissing Aretha's "Good. Good, well, I must scold my errant daughter. I will entrust this task to your capable hands. Until we meet again, Aretha's." Aretha's quickly bowed with respect before departing. As he did so, he left behind a weary old emperor and a delinquent princess to further argue about their petty squabbles. Chapter 204: West Relations. While the war in Austria raged on, the Byzantines were not the only ones paying close attention to the conflict. The Catholic Church and the new pope were watching the events with keen interest. The successor to Simeon and Avilius was a wise and intelligent man who now went by the name Lucius, who completely disagreed with his predecessor's approach when dealing with the so-called Berenger heresy. However, the German Reformation had already declared its separation from the Catholic Church, and there was not much more he could do now other than an attempt to squash it through military force. Negotiations would have been a significant first step, but the time for talking was already too far gone. With the Teutonic Order busy with its fight in the east against the Golden Horde, and the Knights Hospitaller fighting in North Africa against the Mamluk Sultanate, he was left with no option other than to create new military orders and recruit from the ranks of the European knighthood to put down the rising influence of the German Reformation. Though he had yet to outright call for a new crusade to deal with this issue, he was currently in the process of establishing new military orders to combat the threat of Berenger the Accursed and his heresy. At the moment, a large group of Welsh knights was standing in front of the new pope. Their surcoat was green with a red Maltese cross upon it, and they were being christened as the first members of the Order of the Red Dragon. The King of England was an avid supporter of the Catholic Church and its ongoing efforts to crush the Berenger heresy. Many knights from Wales were particularly attracted to the idea of taking up a new crusade against the German duchies and driving the Berenger heresy into extinction. Thus, at the moment, 500 different knights from across Wales were gathered in the Vatican kneeling before the Pope. Pope Julius spoke a chant in Latin before announcing to the knights gathered before him, "Rise, Knights of the Red Dragon." After saying such a thing, the knights rose from their kneeling position and stood firmly in front of the Pope as his newest military order. They waited silently for the Pope to give his speech. "As a monastic order of knights, your goal will be to recruit as many followers as you can in the coming years from England. We will need your expertise in the war that the Berenger heresy cannot be allowed to thrive. Go forth and raise your strength. When the time is necessary, I shall call upon you for crusade." The knights saluted the Pope before shouting the Latin phrase Deus Vult. After doing so, they left the Vatican. They began their extended return home to Wales, where they would spend the next few years gathering their strength to march on Austria and the other regions of Germany which the Berenger heresy has afflicted. As the Crusaders left the building, Pope Lucius collapsed back into his papal throne and sighed heavily. He was completely and utterly exhausted. However, there was more on his menu to prepare for, and when his secretary approached him, he merely asked the question on his mind. "How many is that now?" The secretary held up a pair of primitive eyeglasses to his face before peering into the ledger. After doing so, he proudly declared, "That would be the 5th military order you have approved of since assuming your position, Your Holiness." Pope Lucius began to rub his temples to ease his growing headache before voicing his unfiltered opinion aloud. That idiot Simeon has left me with an enormous mess to clean up. That moron must have terrible timing to pick a fight with a count while all of the military orders are at war. The secretary immediately began to correct the Pope as he pushed the spectacles further upon his nose. To be fair, Your Holiness, Berenger was just a baron's regent when he killed the inquisitors that were sent to deal with him. Lucius immediately began to roll his eyes at his assistant when he voiced his complaints. Oh yes, silly me. How could I possibly forget the fact that we sent assassins to eliminate Berenger von Kufstein, the rightful heir of Kufstein, because we were afraid that he might resist the church's influence in Kufstein. It is almost as if sending those damned inquisitors provoked him into taking such drastic measures. Am I the only sane person left in the Vatican? The secretary did not know how to respond. He was aware that Lucius blamed his predecessors for the problems at hand, but what he just said was borderline heresy. After all the words Lucius spoke made it seem like it was entirely the church's fault that Berenger caused such a massive divide. As such, the secretary chose to ignore the Pope's comments and instead focus on the next issue at hand. Your Holiness, the Patriarch of Constantinople, has just arrived and is waiting for you outside. Should I bring him in? Pope Lucius looked at the secretary as if he were an absolute dullard before asking him a rhetorical question. What do you think? Seeing the displeased look in the Pope's eyes, the secretary quickly hurried off to bring the Patriarch into the chambers. After a few moments, he returned with a lavishly dressed priest who was the leading authority of the Eastern Orthodox Church. The man did not bow before the Pope and instead spoke formally to Lucius. Congratulations on the promotion, Lucius. It has been a while since we last met. Lucius stood up and approached the Patriarch with a friendly gesture before speaking to the man on friendly terms. It is good to see you, Petrus. I must say these are dire times we find ourselves in. However, as Lucius approached the man named Petrus, the Patriarch backed away and snubbed Lucius' good gesture while adding insult to injury with his harsh words. These are dire times you find yourself in. Though I may disagree with the German Reformation, and frankly, I find them to be heretics. Count Berenger has provided great assistance to the Empire, and for that, we will not get involved in your affair. Lucius had a worried expression on his face as he asked the Patriarch of Constantinople about his concerns. You mean to tell me you will not aid us? After all the West has done to support the reconquest of your empire, our knights still bleed for you in Egypt. However, Petrus merely chuckled at the Pope's response. Funny, the last time I checked, one of your precious military orders went about slaughtering their way through Moscow, which was filled with the people of our denomination. Yet, the Pope did nothing to stop them. I will be frank with you, Lucius. We do not have military orders as you do, so the Orthodox Church cannot provide you military assistance. You would have to request it from the Emperor, and he is keen on establishing ties with Count Berenger. So your chances are slim. Lucius immediately felt his headache grow 3 times larger as he heard this news. He thought to himself for a few minutes as he once more rubbed his temples before coming up with an idea. Well, can you at least release a statement referring to the German Reformation as heretics? Or possibly help us fund new military orders? Petrus was blunt with his rejection, which further infuriated the new pope. Can I? Yes. Will I? No. Such acts would only antagonize Berenger, who is at the head of the German Reformation, and I don't know about you, but frankly, I do not want such a man as my enemy. Nor do I wish to incur the Emperor's wrath by souring relations between the two of them. You are on your own, Lucius, at most. I can pray for your success. Lucius could hardly believe his ears. He was hoping for some kind of support from the Church in the East, yet they had so blatantly rejected him. Prayers? What good were prayers? He needed iron and flesh if he wanted to get rid of these heretics who had begun to infest Christendom. Since when had prayers won battles? After hearing Petrus's response, Lucius's expression soured, and he began to shift the topic to other concerns. I see. Well, I hope you enjoy your stay in the Vatican for the time being. Make sure to bring my regards to the Emperor the next time you see him. Petrus nodded before responding. I will do so. After these words were stated, the Patriarch of Constantinople left the building and proceeded onto some leisurely business. As for Pope Lucius, he had returned to his papal throne, where slumped into its comfort and placed his head into his hands before screaming intensely into them. Just why was it that nothing seemed to be going his way? Did God genuinely favor the German Reformation? These were the thoughts he considered as his mind slowly drifted into space. The Orthodox Church's rejection to aid the Catholic Church in any way as they attempted to deal with Berenger and his German Reformation would be a great point of contention between the West and Eastern churches. It would also unwittingly foster relations between Berenger and the Byzantine Empire. Chapter 205, 204. The fields of Vienna. Berenger was mounted on his trusty steed as he gazed off into the distance. In his field of view were the borders of Lower Austria and his final destination in this conflict. While Eckhard laid siege to every corner of Upper Austria currently occupied by the Bavarians, Berenger would march on Vienna with nearly 20,000 men. Berenger vowed that after he finally won this war, he would do two things immediately: develop a new weapon and start building a great navy. Though Conrad might protest his every action, ultimately, as regent, he had the power to accomplish these things. Besides, Conrad would live another few years at best. As such, he greatly desired to finish this war and focus on consolidating his territorial gains as quickly as possible. To Berenger, war was a means to settle disputes and acquire territory. The more critical aspect was the development of the land after the fighting had ceased. As a visionary, he had grand plans to construct an empire that would last 1,000 years. For now, he needed to take Austria and establish his dominion over the region, and that was precisely what he planned to do. With the death of the enemy general at the hands of Berenger's assassin, a nobleman had taken his place and decided that the best course of action to stop Berenger's siege of Vienna was simple. They would sally forth and deal with his army once and for all. They would use the citizens of Vienna as human shields. Thus, as Berenger and his army entered Lower Austria, they saw a large force gathered, close to 30,000 in total. The citizens of Vienna had been conscripted by the Bavarians and armed with anything that could remotely be used as a weapon. They were placed in the vanguard so that they could soak up the bullets of Berenger's forces, allowing their main troops to survive the initial onslaught and close the distance. Seeing the enemy formation, Berenger began to frown. He would prefer not to slaughter over 10,000 of Austria's citizens, but this would be not easy to avoid. The Bavarian forces were behind the vanguard of Austria's common folk and nudged them forward with their spears, bills, and blades. This was not a good situation. As such, Berenger contemplated for a few moments before coming up with a course of action. Thus he rode towards his artillery units and gave his commands. Ready your guns and aim towards the rear of the enemy formation. I want the levies to remain as unharmed as possible. We will break their rear guard and allow the citizens of Vienna to flee. Hearing their lord and commander's orders, the artillery officers quickly set to the task of ordering the artillery regiment to unhitch their cannons and deploy them in position. They were raised to a specific elevation to act as howitzers where the shells would be fired into an arc and land at the rear of the Bavarian formation, sparing as many levies live as possible. This was a tactic they had yet to employ on the battlefield. Thus the Bavarians were not expecting such a thing as such. Berenger left the artillery to their own devices and rode to the front of the infantry formation where he began to shout his orders to the infantry. Try your best not to harm the levies. When the guns go off and batter the Bavarian ranks, allow the levies to disperse before firing upon the remaining Bavarian troops. Those are most likely the civilians of Vienna. And we should not harm our people if we can avoid it. God with us. The soldiers under Berenger's command all began to shout their infamous war cry in unison. God with us! God with us! God with us! Afterward, Berenger raised his sword and gave another command. Forward march! Under the thunder of cannon fire, the Tyrolean infantry began to march towards the enemy position. The Bavarians sneered as they figured Berenger had decided to eliminate the citizen levies at the front of the formation. However, when the shells fell from the sky and landed among their ranks, the Bavarian forces quickly began to panic. They were not expecting the shells to land behind their vanguard and devastate their ranks, completely disregarding the plan they had made. 280 shells were fired every minute into the Bavarian formations, and their order quickly began to collapse. Blood, steel, and bone flew in every direction as the Tyrolean artillery battered the infantry lines. Seeing that the Bavarians were in a state of panic, the citizens who were drafted into service of the Bavarians quickly began to flee the battlefield. Some were caught and stabbed by the men behind them, but most could escape the slaughter. Now that Berenger had bought the citizens of Vienna enough time to run, he began to lead the cavalry in a charge on the enemy position. While he led the cavalry to attack the Bavarian flanks, his line infantry had begun to form ranks and fire upon the Bavarians who charged at their formations. Seeing their plans had come to ruin, the Bavarian commander ordered a full-scale charge. He intended to overwhelm the Tyrolean infantry before they could deal too much damage with their superior firepower. As such, the mini-ball projectiles fired out of the muzzles of their rifled muskets and into the ranks of the enemy, piercing through their breastplates and dropping them where they stood. Yet this did not stop the charge of the Bavarian men-at-arms. They knew their only chance was to engage in close-quarters combat with the enemy, and thus they ran as quickly as they could into the line of fire, hoping the bullets missed them and allowed them to attack the enemy. The Tyrolean forces fired off only a few volleys before they could engage in melee combat with the Bavarians. As such, bayonets and spears began to clash among each other in a chaotic display of violence. While this was ongoing, Berenger was riding his mighty steed quickly, leading a charge of cuirassiers, lancers, and hussars who had all prepared to clash with the flanks of the enemy formation. The Bavarian infantry quickly raised their spears and other polearms in response to the oncoming cavalry charge, which would typically be enough to deter the horses. However, just when they were within firing distance, Berenger and his cuirassiers raised their pistols where they proceeded to fire into the spear wall, battered the lines with musket balls, and claiming the lives of hundreds if not thousands of men. The hussars had fired their carbines from a distance into the ranks and dealt a great deal of damage to the enemy formation. There were hardly any spears raised at this point, and the cavalry unleashed their swords and lances onto the Bavarian flanks, crushing through their lines in the process. Berenger unleashed his heavy cavalry saber into the enemy infantry before him. While parrying an oncoming blow, he made a thrust directly into the opponent's eye, claiming his life in the process. His new steed was heavily armored and surrounded by hundreds of other horses who crashed into the enemy formation. Thus both he and his horse were relatively safe, as they trampled the enemy infantry and ruthlessly cut them into ribbons. The Bavarian commander gazed upon the battlefield with fury in his heart as he realized that his flanks had been crushed, allowing the Tyrolean infantry to fill the gaps and encircle the remaining troops. As such, he made a rash decision and fled the battlefield and back to Vienna. The majority of their army had been lost in this battle, and though it was still ongoing, he refused to be captured alive. While the Bavarian commander was fleeing the battlefield, Berenger was leading the charge as he slashed down at an archer's neck, which was left uncovered, decapitating the man in the process. Berenger's heavy cavalry sword was fully capable of lopping off heads from horseback, and yet had a fine enough point to pierce through most armor. The exhilaration he felt as he once more engaged on the battlefield filled Berenger's heart with joy. What was the point of life he could not obtain such an adrenaline rush? Warfare was like a drug to him, and he could not get enough of it. The feeling of risking his life in pursuit of higher glory, the adrenaline and endorphins that flooded his system and made him feel like a living god, this was what it meant to be alive. As such, he did not fear the possibility of death as he parried a spear's thrust with his sword and stabbed his blade into the gaps in the opponent's helmet, lodging the cold steel edge into the enemy's skull before ripping it out and slashing at another combatant. As the cavalry converged on the Bavarian lines and trampled across their ranks, the Tyrolean infantry gained the upper hand in the grand melee and quickly cut down the Bavarians. Bayonets thrust into the weak points in the enemy's armor, spilling blood and bile across the field. As the massacre unfolded, the Bavarian forces began to rout. Berenger took advantage of and led his cavalry to run them down. Lances thrust through the backs of the enemy, and swords pierced through their mail armor and into their hearts. Many of the Bavarian soldiers were not equipped with backplates, so it was a vulnerable area that had been exposed in their hasty retreat. Thus the cavalry had an easy time slaying those who fled the scene. As the Tyrolean cavalry mopped up the routers, the main force of the Bavarian army struggled to maintain their defense. Yet, when the grenadiers lobbed their grenades behind the Bavarian formation, they could no longer hold the line and quickly collapsed as the explosion rocked them to their core. The grenades exploded one after another, devastating the defensive position the Bavarians had set up, and in the end, those who survived the blast were run through with bayonets. The result of the battle was a complete and total slaughter. Though Berenger's army had suffered casualties, it paled in comparison to the losses the Bavarians sustained on this day. With this victory, Berenger was one step away from claiming Vienna and ending the Bavarian occupation of Austria. Though the war would not be over, after all, the fight for Austria was just one of many ongoing conflicts in the Greater War for Germany. During this war that was bound to take years to finish, Berenger would use his power to expand his territory vastly and come out as the man on top. Conquering Vienna and become Duke of Austria was just the start of his grand ambition. Chapter 206, 205, The Bavarians surrender after the battle in the fields outside of the city of Vienna. The Bavarian general who led the forces in Austria was no longer eager to fight Berenger and the overwhelming power of his armies, for to do so meant certain death. While Berenger marched ever closer to Vienna's gates, the Bavarian general was discussing with his remaining commanders as to the best course of action. A group of Bavarian noblemen was currently bickering about their options. One man, in particular, was tall and robust and voiced his thoughts in a boisterous manner. "We must defend the capital with everything we have. We have bled too much to accept defeat. If Vienna is to fall back into the control of the Austrians, then we shall make sure the enemy commander dies with us." However, after speaking his passionate speech, the Lord found that not a single person within the room agreed with his opinion. Instead, he was instantly chastised by another nobleman who appeared to be the exact opposite of the tall, strong lord in appearance. This feeble and meek viscount quickly retorted, "Have you gone mad? Our army is defeated. We have even pulled out all of our forces from the southern counties for this battle, and Berenger's ungodly weapons thoroughly smashed us. This is a war that cannot be won. I suggest we surrender. Berenger is known to show mercy to those who willingly submit to his will. It is the best course to escape with our lives." However, the other nobleman was fearful of the consequences of such actions and, as such, pointed out his concerns at the first opportunity. "Do you believe Duke Dieter will be merciful if we surrender Vienna and pull out all of our forces from Austrian lands? He will be outraged that we so thoroughly screwed up his conquest. Either way, we will face certain death. It is better to go out fighting." The two noblemen continued to bicker among themselves as the current general of all Bavarian forces within Austria listened to the opinions of his various commanders while entranced in deep thought. He did not know the best course of action, but the odds of survival were much higher by retreating. They had already lost far too many men to hold on to Austria, even if they successfully defended Vienna. Eventually, the debate reached the point where the two noblemen were about to clash with one another, and thus the Bavarian general spoke up about the decision he had made. Raise the white flag. When Berenger arrives in Vienna, I will negotiate safe passage for all Bavarians within Austrian lands, back to Bavaria. The war is lost, and I will take full responsibility for our surrender. Hearing that the general would accept the blame for their monumental loss, the other noblemen instantly sighed in relief. As such, they were much more amicable to the idea of retreating to Bavaria. With that said, the meeting was concluded, and the commanders set the task for the few defenders left in the city to raise the white flag. It took Berenger a few days to arrive at Vienna after his victory outside the city, mainly because he had to round up all of the equipment and bodies of his dead soldiers. Berenger would never leave such valuable technology to be scavenged and reverse-engineered. As such, he spent the time to recover what was lost after every battle. More importantly, he regained his own soldiers' bodies so that they could be afforded a proper burial back in Tyrol. After arriving at the gates of Vienna, Berenger was quite shocked to see the white flag was raised. His overwhelming performance on the battlefield and his assassinations of the enemy commanders had frightened the Bavarians to the point of negotiating surrender. Of course, Berenger would never allow white peace. He would force the Bavarian general to sign a heavily punitive peace agreement that would force severe stipulations upon the Bavarians for their crimes against the Austrian people. If Duke Dieter did not accept such terms that his general would sign, it would give Berenger yet another valid casus belli to invade Bavaria when he was ready to do so. Of course, it would be a few years before he could secure his reign in Austria and stabilize the situation. He was also expecting some papal backlash in the coming years in response to his rapid rise to power. Thus, he would not further expand his territory until all internal and external problems had been dealt with. Berenger quickly gave an order to Arnulf as he gazed upon the white flag flying brilliantly into the clear blue sky above the mighty city walls of Vienna. Fetch me my white flag. We will force these Bavarians to pay an exorbitant price for their crimes in Austria. It is time for some aggressive negotiations. Arnulf quickly nodded and gave the order for the troops to fetch the white flag. After doing so, it was brought to Berenger, where he held it and rode out with his host, which consisted of himself, Arnulf, several of his commanders, and the necessary troops to secure his safety, all of which were battle-hardened grenadiers. Seeing that Berenger and his host were riding out with a white flag, the gates of Vienna opened, and the Bavarian general rode out with his host, where they would meet the Tyrolean forces in the middle ground between Berenger's army and the city defenders. After reaching a middle ground, the two parties stuck their white flags into the ground and began negotiating the Bavarians' terms of surrender. The Bavarian general was the first to speak his mind upon seeing Berenger in the flesh. I am Count Konrad von Roth. I assume you are the fabled Count Berenger von Kufstein? Berenger smiled as he nodded his head before responding to the man's question. A pleasure to make your acquaintance. Berenger's tone was overtly sarcastic, to the point where Konrad merely rolled his eyes upon hearing it and began to declare his intentions. As Marshal of the Bavarian forces in Austria, I hereby declare my intent to surrender to you Count Berenger von Kufstein under the conditions that all Bavarian soldiers left in Austrian lands be allowed safe passage back to our homeland. Berenger's lips began to curl wickedly as he heard this, and he thus began his intense negotiation. I will allow that under the condition that reparations are paid for the damages dealt to Austria by your armies, and that the realm of Bavaria and its reigning authority swear by God not to invade our lands for at least another 5 years. The general's face scrunched as he heard these terms. He did not have the authority to establish these concessions on his own fully. They would have to be brought to Duke Dieter to do so. But being aware of Berenger's personality, if he did not accept some concessions, then he and his men would not be allowed to return home alive. Thus the most he could do was agree to these terms and hoped the Duke Dieter honored them. As such, The man sighed heavily before addressing the point of reparations. "How much do you desire to be paid?" Hearing the man so easily accept Berenger's terms and begin to negotiate a price, Berenger knew the man was desperate to return to Bavaria and thus started with an absurd figure. 100 tons of silver, I believe that is a price well worth the damage you have caused to Austria. You can pay it in installments over 5 years if necessary. Berenger's whole intent was not to receive payment or secure a peace agreement, but to give him an overwhelming justification for his future invasion of Bavaria. Though the damage destruction wrought upon Austria was in itself justification enough, he did not want to appear as a warmonger so early in his rise to power, and thus needed to look like he was responding to a broken treaty rather than as an act of conquest. When the Bavarian general heard such an unreasonable demand, his jaw nearly dropped. There was no way Bavaria could afford such reparations. 100 tons was 200,000 pounds. That weight in silver was an astronomical figure. As such, he quickly began to debate with Berenger over the figure he cited. At most, we can afford 10 tons. 100 is simply being unreasonable. Berenger scoffed at the man's negotiation tactic and instead criticized him. You have butchered Austria's population and devastated her lands through scorched earth tactics. The amount of time and money it will take to repair the damage is close to the figure I have mentioned. You will either agree to my terms, or I will lay siege to this city and every fort your people still occupy, killing every Bavarian I come across. Berenger's voice had risen to a state filled with fury, and thus his tone had greatly frightened the Bavarian general. This was the outcome he feared the most. There were still thousands of Bavarians left in Austria, and they had already lost most of the 50,000 men sent into the region. Such a loss was monumental in this era, as it significantly depleted Bavaria's ability to raise income. Thus, after careful consideration, the general nodded his head and sighed deeply. All right, under these terms I Count Konrad von Roth surrender to you, Count Berenger von Kufstein. Both men knew in their hearts that this agreement would not be honored and that war would eventually break out again. But what this managed to do was secure the Bavarians' safety back to their homeland to focus on their enemies to the north, and buy Berenger enough time to stabilize his rule across Austria. Thus they were both happy with the arrangement. After hearing the man accept his terms, Berenger smiled before declaring the war to be officially over. Very well, you have at most 3 months to fully retreat from Austrian lands. If you remain any longer, we will consider the treaty to be violated, and the fighting will resume. I promise you, if such an occasion were to happen, not a single Bavarian within Austria would survive my wrath. Konrad nodded his head in agreement and pledged Berenger, I promise you, there will be no Bavarians remaining within Austria's borders by the withdrawal date you have given. After hearing this, Berenger smiled before saying one last thing. Good, I will leave you to your lonesome. For the time being, you must have many things to manage if you are to withdraw from Austria. Farewell. Throughout this entire exchange, a scribe had written down the treaty and received signatures from both men. When it was fully signed into an agreement, Berenger departed from the field, with his copy of the agreement in his hands. As for the Bavarian general, he put on a facade and smiled at Berenger as he left the field and returned to his army. It was only after Berenger had exited earshot that Konrad voiced his concerns to his nearby commanders. Prepare for a full withdrawal from Austria. I want every Bavarian soldier who still holds breath to retreat from these lands as quickly as possible. One of the commanders had a worried expression on his face before asking the obvious question on his mind. What do we tell His Grace? Konrad sighed heavily before giving the order. For now, tell him nothing. We will inform him of our surrender only after we have fully withdrawn. With those words said, the Bavarians began to prepare for a full retreat, one that would signify the ending of the war within Austria. Berenger and his allies had been victorious, and the young Count of Tyrol had fulfilled his promise to end the war before the leaves fell from the trees. Chapter 207, 206. Dinner with the strategos of Ionia. Since the signing of the treaty a few weeks had passed and Berenger had returned to Tyrol, Eckhard and the others were notified of the treaty and halted their advance into Upper Austria. In contrast, Berenger returned home. Eckhard would remain within the region with a small army of 5,000 men to ensure the peaceful withdrawal of the Bavarians. As for the rest of the soldiers, they too returned with Berenger back to their homes. Though Vienna had been secured, Berenger had no plans to move into the city and oversee Conrad. Thus he had made a decree temporarily shifting the capital of Austria from Vienna to Kufstein. His justification for doing so was that Vienna had been extensively damaged during the war and would need time to repair itself before it could function as the capital of Austria. For the time being, Conrad stayed in Kufstein under the constant control of Berenger. With each passing day, the boy duke became more of a puppet. He had no backers, while Berenger was considered the man who liberated Austria from Bavarian occupation and thus had gained many supporters among the nobility of the duchy. Everyone knew that Berenger was the proper authority in the region, yet few dared to oppose him despite that. They had grown to fear his military might and the extent to which his spy network had infiltrated every corner of the duchy. Nobody was safe from Berenger's reach within the confines of Austria. Berenger had begun his transition of power from count to duke. However, it would still take several years to accomplish this fully. Thus, at the moment, he was preoccupied with other concerns, such as entertaining his guests from the Byzantine Empire. Strategos Aretha's maniacs had opted to visit Kufstein once more now that Austria was safe to travel to, and thus was sitting at Berenger's dinner table, where Berenger, Linda, Conrad, and Henrietta were eating alongside the noblemen from the east. Aretha's had important business to discuss with Berenger, especially considering the emperor had tasked him to inquire about the procurement of firearms. As such, he attempted to broach the subject over a fine meal after Berenger had consumed a few chalices worth of beer. Berenger was interested in small talk at the start of the conversation and thus casually asked about the emperor and his current condition. "So Aretha's, my friend, how is the emperor doing?" Aretha's thoroughly enjoyed the food on his plate as he thought about the answer, eventually after washing down the Pichelsteiner that he had as a side to his pork schnitzel and Spätzle with a strong lager. The man opened up about some details revolving around the emperor. "The emperor is a little bit stressed currently, but aside from that, he is good." Hearing that the emperor was stressed piqued Berenger's natural curiosity, and thus he continued on this line of dialogue. "Why is the emperor stressed? Is it anything serious?" Hearing the concern in Berenger's voice, Aretha's quickly dashed any thoughts of turmoil that Berenger might be having about the emperor's life and promptly revealed the well-known secret. "Oh, it is nothing substantial. His daughter Princess Anuria is just being a hassle again. Her father had engaged her to the Crown Prince of France, and she has no interest in marrying the man. In her own words, she refers to him as an effeminate homosexual who is completely lacking in ambition. Thus, she feels like Aubrey de Valois is among the worst available out of all the matches that could be made. However, she truly has herself to blame. Her father has tried setting her up with over a dozen matches before this, and she has refused them all." Hearing this, Berenger began to chuckle to himself. He made a snarky comment about the French prince as he did so. "Why am I not surprised?" Hearing this, Aretha's was confused and thus questioned Berenger's comment. "Why are you not surprised about what?" Feeling that he had caused a misunderstanding, Berenger decided to clarify himself after drinking from his skull chalice. "I just find it fitting that the Crown Prince of France is an effeminate homosexual, is all." Hearing Berenger's words, Linda immediately broke out into laughter. Even in this era, or should one say especially in this era, the intense grudge bore between Germans and Frenchmen was no laughing matter. Thus Berenger took the opportunity to make fun of Crown Prince when the opportunity was presented to him. Conrad, on the other hand, was scowling. Not once had the important nobleman from the east bothered to talk to him or even acknowledge him despite being the duke. The young boy struggled to contain his inner fury as Berenger and Arethusa chatted as if they were men of equal standing. Henrietta was confused, as she was too innocent to know what an effeminate homosexual was, and thus did not understand Berenger's snide remarks. Therefore, she merely focused on eating her meal, like the adorable little loli she was. When Arethusa heard Berenger's remarks, he also found it quite funny, as he was well aware of the stereotype that the Germans thought of when it came to the French. Thus he made a joke of his own. "I doubt you would be saying such a bold thing if you were standing face to face with the youth. I hear he is quite the capable swordsman." Berenger, on the other hand, laughed at this comment and pointed to his eye as proof of his feats in battle. "The last capable swordsman I dueled with took my right eye. However, I managed to take his life. I do not fear a petty French prince. I would gladly tell him to his face what I think of him. If he has a problem with it, he can taste the might of my flintlock pistol." Hearing Berenger mentions his firearms brought a sense of delight to Arethusa's face. The conversation had naturally steered in this direction, thus allowing him to inquire about purchasing such weapons. As such, he took advantage of this opportunity and asked the question on his mind. "Speaking of which, the Emperor had personally requested that I inquire about the possibility of buying such weapons from you. I know it is a long shot, but is there any way you can sell me a few of these so-called flintlocks?" Berenger immediately shook his head in denial, which instantly brought down Arethusa's spirits. However, the words that came next shocked the man, as he was not expecting them. "I cannot sell you flintlocks. That is simply unacceptable. However, I do have a prototype design that I can build for you. I call it the arquebuse. It may not be as exceptional as my weapons, but I promise you that it is better than anything else you will find in the world." For some time now, Berenger had considered selling the primitive matchlock arquebus to his friends in the East in an attempt to curry their favor further. The reasons for this were twofold. First and foremost, such a weapon did not pose a significant threat to his forces. It was heavy, albeit portable, and had minimal range. It was also significantly less potent than a musket and could not pierce through his soldier's armor with a single shot. The other reason was more important than this. With his rapid expansion of power, one could certainly say his advanced weaponry was primarily responsible for this. Thus it would not be long before an interest in firearms became the norm, and other countries attempted to replicate his success. One could say Berenger had sped up the interest and development of firearms from its natural course. Other countries might have been already experimenting with improvements over the hand cannon because of the might that Berenger's armies displayed. Thus he wanted to take advantage of this to introduce the arquebus as the standard arm for his potential allies, allowing him to accumulate great wealth with its trade and expanding Byzantine power so that he would not have to worry about some form of Islamic incursion into Europe as the Ottomans had done following the fall of Constantinople in his old life's timeline. Hearing that Berenger was willing to sell the empire some form of advanced firearm, even if it was not as advanced as his own army's weapons, immediately piqued Arethusa's interest. And thus he was more than happy to negotiate its purchase as he had been given the authority to do so by the emperor. However, when he was about to inquire about procuring such weapons, Conrad quickly interrupted by throwing a tantrum. "Absolutely not. I will never allow you to sell such dangerous weapons to other regions. What if the Byzantines turned on us with our weapons?" Hearing the young boy finally speak, Berenger and Linda alike glared at him with murderous intent, which immediately shut the kid up. This greatly enraged Conrad. However, Berenger's following words further added insult to injury. "Don't worry about the kid. He has no authority on the matter. I would gladly sell you the arquebuse, and we can further negotiate the price at a later time. I would prefer to manufacture a few of the weapons and demonstrate to you their capabilities before we agree." Arethusa smiled and nodded. This was a reasonable request, mainly because he could negotiate a fairer price when he was more informed about their capabilities. Berenger was genuinely generous to allow such a display before negotiations commenced. As for Conrad, he began to throw a tantrum and immediately questioned Berenger's claims. No authority? I am the Duke of Austria. How dare you claim I have no authority? Berenger, however, clicked his tongue before chastising Conrad about the issue. Your Grace, with all due respect, I said that you have no authority on this matter, which you do not. These weapons are property of the County of Tyrol, not the Duchy of Austria. As the inventor of the weapons and the Count of Tyrol, I have the final say as to whether or not I intend to sell such weapons. Hearing this, Conrad was stupefied. He honestly did not have a response to such words. Once more, he was outwitted by Berenger to a point where he could no longer refute the man's logic. Thus he merely began to pout like a spoiled brat, no longer causing any trouble. After Conrad's little tantrum, Berenger returned to the topic at hand. I apologize for the interruption. As I was saying, you are more than welcome to stay in Kufstein for the time being until I can manufacture a few test samples so that I can demonstrate to you what a unit armed with such weapons are capable of. From there, we can negotiate a good price for the weapons and how many you wish to purchase. Arethusa quickly agreed to these terms and nodded his head before responding, It is no problem. I would be glad to stay in Kufstein for the time being. I am sure when I return to the Empire with your weapons, the Emperor will be pleased by the results. With negotiations for the trade of the arquebus halted, the group of noblemen and women returned to their meal and enjoyed the rest of the evening. Tomorrow Berenger would place for an order of 30 arquebus. He would then have a few of his soldiers test them on the mirror pattern armor commonly issued to the Byzantines and their enemies. Chapter 208-207 An unexpected invention. After the dinner, Berenger took a bath with his lover before the two of them returned to their bedchambers. As per usual, after returning from the battlefield, they spent a fair amount of time making love every night for weeks on end. Eventually, the couple fell asleep in each other's arms. By the time the sun rose in the morning, Berenger once more engaged in his standard morning routine. Lately, Linda had been joining him for a portion of the exercise. Ever since she had given birth to Hans, she had begun to put effort into losing the baby weight, and once more, she was in pristine condition. Though that did not mean for one moment that she would stop her daily routine. After finishing their exercise, the couple took a bath together before eating breakfast. When they were finished, they went their separate ways for the day. Berenger had to visit Ludwig and place an order for the arquebus to sell to the Byzantines soon enough. As for Linda, she had to manage the spy network and collect intelligence on specific issues at hand. Now more than ever, she was filled with work, as her efforts were critical to stabilizing Berenger's rise to power. However, that was a tale for another time. Berenger quickly descended from the castle and entered the burgeoning city below, flanked by his house guards. When he neared Ludwig's office, he motioned for them to stay behind before entering the facility and knocking on the old man's quarters. After knocking a couple of times, Ludwig opened the door. He looked more haggard than usual, as if he had spent an entire 3 days straight working on some unknown project. When the man saw Berenger smiling while standing at his entrance, he rubbed his eyes a few times to see if he was witnessing reality. After realizing what he saw was indeed the truth, he exclaimed with shock, "You Excellency! I was just about to send word that I have something to show you. Quickly come in, come in." Seeing the excited look on Ludwig's weary face, Berenger could not help but be amused, and as such, he walked inside the office only to realize it was cluttered with scraps of paper that looked like blueprint designs. Thus his curiosity was instantly piqued. "Tell me, Ludwig, what is so important that you must forsake sleep?" Ludwig was too excited to answer Berenger's question immediately, and thus he rummaged through a variety of blueprints on his desk before finding the right one. After grabbing a hold of it, he threw the other papers off the desk and spread the file across the surface so that Berenger could witness his newest creation. When Berenger gazed upon the blueprints, he was completely and utterly shocked. He knew exactly what this weapon was and was astounded that someone could design such a thing in this era. Ludwig had taken Berenger's concepts, and with further education and experimentation had designed a puckle gun by himself. The puckle gun was a weapon from Berenger's previous life. Only two were ever manufactured. However, for the time it was designed, it was practically a machine gun. It was a flintlock artillery piece that used a revolving cylinder that could carry 6 to 11 loaded shots and fired at a rate of 9 rounds per minute. One might not think that is a lot, but in an era where it took 30 seconds or more to reload a standard cannon and 20 seconds or more to reload a single musket, that was an enormous advantage. Most importantly, it could be loaded with a solid ball, or a form of canister shot that contained a total of 16 musket balls per round, allowing Berenger's armies to launch musket balls into infantry formations at a decent distance, with a much higher rate of fire than the traditional canister shot used in his cannons. Berenger was stunned that Ludwig could design such a marvel of weapons engineering and gazed upon the man with newfound respect. Seeing how Berenger was staring at him, Ludwig decided to explain his creation and how he came to invent it. "Your Excellency, while you were at war, I got dreadfully drunk and had a sudden bout of inspiration. After sobering up the next day, I thought about my idea and realized it was entirely feasible. My thought process is, what if I could design a cannon that functions similarly to your revolving flintlocks? I call it the Schmidt gun after my family name. What do you think?" Berenger was at a loss for words. This weapon was something that should not exist in this timeline. Only someone like himself who had reincarnated into the world with future knowledge should be able to devise such an advanced piece of weaponry, and yet, Ludwig had invented it from scratch, loosely based upon the principles of existing equipment that Berenger had developed. It was truly astounding. Berenger could not be more proud of the man he placed in charge of his industrial district and smiled fervently at Ludwig before clapping him on the shoulder. "Ludwig, my friend, you just earned a knighthood." Hearing Berenger's words, Ludwig was shocked. He knew with Berenger's political and military reforms that knights were quickly becoming a ceremonial position of lower nobility. But never in a million years did he think such a prestigious reward would fall into his hands. By now, Ludwig was extraordinarily wealthy as the head of Kufstein's industrial district, but he could not buy a noble title. In particular, Berenger intended to introduce the baronet rank for members of the common people who exceptionally served his state. Thus they were ranked higher than knights, but below standard lords. Until now, Berenger had not found a commoner worthy of such a title, but with this game-changing invention by Ludwig, he would finally be able to introduce it to his noble hierarchy. Hearing such praise from his liege, tears began to swell in the old man's eyes as he thanked Berenger for the reward. "Your Excellency, thank you." Berenger merely shook his head and responded to Berenger's appreciation. "Do not thank me. You have earned it yourself. Your merit is second to none among the common population." After taking a few moments to collect himself, Ludwig finally realized that Berenger came here for a different reason, and thus he began to inquire about the details. "Your Excellency, why are you here?" It was only now that Berenger remembered his original intentions for arriving, and as such, he carefully placed Ludwig's blueprints into the man's hands before putting his own upon the desk. The design is much simpler than the flintlock and not as effective. However, I hope that this arquebus can be produced so that I can sell them to the Byzantine army. Seeing such a simplistic design on the table, Ludwig eagerly grinned before asking the thought on his mind. "How many do you need and when?" Berenger did not hesitate to declare his demand. "Preferably 30, and as soon as possible. I need to demonstrate their effectiveness to the Byzantine representative." Ludwig scratched his beard for a moment while thinking about how long it would take. Eventually, he answered Berenger's question with a toothy smile. Give me a week. I need to set up a new production line for these arquebuses as you call it. By then, we should be able to produce them regularly. Berenger smiled and nodded before returning to the blueprints Ludwig had made. Set up a production line for the Schmidt guns as well. I want as many as you can field. These weapons will be a force to be reckoned with on the battlefield. Seeing how eager Berenger was to implement these new weapons he developed brought a smile to the old man's face, and he quickly gave Berenger a thumbs up before proudly proclaiming, "Leave it to me. I will be happy to produce as many as I can. I hope that they may bring glory to our realm." Thus Berenger gave one last piece of advice. Get some rest, Ludwig. You deserve it. Everything else is secondary to your health. Hearing that Berenger cared about his condition, Ludwig almost broke out into tears. However, he managed to choke them back before responding with a wide grin. Don't worry, Your Excellency. I will get some sleep after I have given the orders to set up the production lines. Berenger nodded before proceeding out the door. He still had several things to go over throughout the rest of the day. Namely, he had to visit Ludolf and check to see the progress of his reformation. He had been at war too long and had not focused enough attention on the spread of his new religion. As he walked towards the local chapel, Berenger began to wonder if any of his other exceptional subordinates would surprise him with significant innovations. Only time would tell. One sure thing was that Ludwig was an outstanding engineer for the times he found himself in, and Berenger fully intended to help the man on his path. Unfortunately, Ludwig was already an old man and would most likely not serve him for too many additional years. Thus, the need for public education and the fostering of exceptional individuals were more important than ever in Berenger's mind. Chapter 209-208 Meeting with Ludolf. After meeting up with Ludwig and discussing the new designs, Berenger proceeded to the local chapel with his guards following behind. While the Grand Cathedral of Kufstein was under construction, the local chapel had been seized from the Catholic Church and was being used by Ludolf to preach the gospel and the words of Berenger's Reformation. When Berenger arrived in the chapel, he noticed service was currently underway, and thus he watched from the back of the church while listening to Ludolf's sermon. The sermon was about the separation of church and state, and therefore he was quoting Matthew 22 verses 15 to 22 as he preached to the crowd who had gathered. Then went the Pharisees and took counsel on how they might entangle him in his talk. And they sent out unto him their disciples with the Herodians, saying, Master, we know that thou art true, and teachest the way of God in truth, neither carest thou for any man, for thou regardest not the person of men. Tell us, therefore, what thinkest thou? Is it lawful to give tribute unto Caesar, or not? But Jesus perceived their wickedness, and said, Why tempt ye me, ye hypocrites? Show me the tribute money. And they brought unto him a penny. And he saith unto them, Whose is this image and superscription? They say unto him, Caesar's. Then saith he unto them, Render therefore unto Caesar the things which are Caesar's, and unto God the things that are God's. When they had heard these words, they marveled, and left him, and went their way. Ludolf then continued to interpret the words in a way that spread Berenger's message. Thus, in Christ's own words, we are to obey the laws of the kingdoms of men while owing our souls to the Father in heaven. The sermon went on for some time before the people of Kufstein were finally dismissed. Eventually, after some time, all that remained in the chapel were Ludolf and Berenger, and seeing the man who had led him to enlightenment standing with a grin on his face in his church, Ludolf could not help but smile. Berenger quickly walked over to the man and patted him on the back. That was an excellent sermon, my friend. You are truly fit to lead our Reformation. However, Ludolf decided to tease Berenger as he was cleaning up some of the leftover mess from the gathering. I have not seen your face around these parts lately. I was beginning to think that you had lost your faith. Berenger, however, chuckled at these words and shook his head. Not in the slightest. I have merely been too busy overseeing the realm and waging wars against those who would harm us. I try to make it when I can, but the work of a count is never truly finished. Ludolf sneered at Berenger's comment and posed a question to him, the work of a count or a duke? Berenger once more laughed at Ludolf's jest before making a joke of his own. Careful, those words are treasonous. If you let the little brat hear you say that, he is liable to have your head cut off. When Ludolf heard this, he could not contain his laughter and snickered at the remark. Yeah? Tell me, Berenger, without your approval who would obey the Habsburg boy? Everyone knows it is you who truly holds power in Austria. Conrad is just your puppet. Berenger did not deny the charges against him and merely smiled innocently before switching the subject. So, how is the Reformation progressing? Upon hearing Berenger dodging his statement, Ludolf took the hint and began to talk about business. It is going well. Large swaths of Bavaria are being converted, despite the war they held against you. Especially in the Swabian region, it has also spread into Baden, Württemberg, and the Swiss Confederation. The Reformation is making progress in the east, all the way into Dresden. As far as the southern portion of the German-speaking regions goes, we have established a foothold. Berenger was delighted upon hearing this news and congratulated his friend. That is good. Well done. This is all thanks to you and your efforts. However, Ludolf did not seem too happy, and Berenger immediately noticed that. Thus, he inquired about the details. What's wrong? To this question, Ludolf sighed heavily before voicing his concerns. In the north, our people are being persecuted. The Catholics still hold a large control of public opinion, and our followers are burned at stake. It is truly maddening the lengths they will go to silence us. Though Berenger put on a solemn expression as if he were reflecting about such matters with a heavy heart. In reality, he was incredibly excited by this news. Such actions gave him a casus belli to march into the north after he had unified southern Germany in the coming years. The longer this persecution in the northern German-speaking regions persisted, the better his chances of having a just cause for declaring war on the north. Inadvertently, by persecuting the reformists in northern Germany, the Catholics had given Berenger a reason to invade when he was finally ready to do so. However, he could not very well admit this, and thus he pretended as if he was overwhelmed with grief. Truly it is madness, as you have proclaimed. The fact that the Catholics would murder those who interpret the Word of God differently shows how corrupt they are. They do not care about salvation but maintaining control over the people. Berenger's words reached an accord with Ludolf, and he wholeheartedly agreed. Thus he nodded his head and spoke the words Berenger wanted to hear. Promise me that when you become powerful enough, you will march on the north and liberate our brothers and sisters in Christ from the sinful corruption of the Catholic Church. Berenger put on a facade as if he was shocked about such a statement and pretended to be hesitant. I don't know about this. However, Ludwig was adamant and thus shook Berenger slightly. Berenger, promise me. You must save our people. Finally, after a few moments, Berenger seemingly relented and sighed heavily as if he were deeply conflicted about the issue. Okay, I promise you that when I have enough power, I will invade the northern German states and rid them of the horrific influence of the Catholic Church. Seeing Berenger agree to Ludolf's plight, the priest smiled before patting Berenger on the back. Do not fret, my friend. We are merely acting in the interest to protect our people from the wickedness of the Vatican. How could God scorn such a war? Berenger finally smiled and nodded his head in approval of Ludolf's words. The man never ceased to disappoint him. Thus he decided to switch the topic to something else. Do you require any additional funding? Just let me know how much you need, and I will gladly donate it to the church. Ludolf began to chuckle as he heard these words, and he began to chastise Berenger. You are already building a great cathedral to rival that of the Notre Dame. How could I possibly ask for more money from your coffers? However, Berenger shook his head after hearing this response and informed Ludolf of his opinion. For the work of the Reformation, you just need to ask, and I will gladly fund anything you require so long as I am able. Ludolf was more adamant than Berenger realized and rejected his offer. I thank you for all you have done, Berenger, but we receive enough funding from all of the noblemen who support our Reformation. You do not have to spend so much. This news brought a smile to his face. The more lords who contributed to the Reformation, the better, and the Reformist Church was now making enough money to stand on its own without his support. At least for the most part. Thus Berenger finally relented on his offer. Okay, just let me know if you ever need anything, and if it is in my power, I will be more than happy to assist you. With that said, Ludolf smiled and nodded. Certainly, remember to keep your promise. When the time comes, you must liberate our brothers and sisters to the north. Berenger chuckled when he heard that before posing a rhetorical question. Have I ever reneged on my promises, my dear friend? With that said, Berenger bid Ludolf farewell and began to return to the castle. He took a pleasant stroll observing the progress of his city of Kufstein when he did so. Though he had built many structures out of concrete and steel, he knew one day he would have to rebuild many of them to ensure their structural stability for 1,000 years. After all, he could not build the foundation of his empire off of structural materials that at most lasted 100 years. Concrete and steel were cheap to produce and quick to turn into structures. Still, the cost of that was longevity, and as such, Berenger made a vow when he looked at his grand designs being rapidly built that he would reconstruct them with stone and cement within his lifetime. For if his culturally significant buildings could not last the test of time, how could his empire? Chapter 210-209 Testing the arquebus. A week had passed since Berenger's meetings with Ludwig and Ludolf. During this time, Ludwig had fully set up a small-scale production line for the arquebus firearms intended to be sold to the Byzantines. His troops who were assigned to demonstrate the effectiveness of the weapons had spent some time getting accustomed to the different actions, but for the most part, the loading procedure was the same. As such, Arethusa and Berenger were now standing in the audience of one of his testing fields. In the center of the field, there were straw targets set up where they were equipped with mirror pattern armor to represent the soldiers of the Mamluk Sultanate, the current enemies of the empire. Seeing Berenger's troops rapidly load the arquebus firearms in a span of a little over 20 seconds brought a question to Arethusa's mind, and thus he voiced his concerns. If it takes so long to reload, how would I protect my troops from the enemy closing the distance and entering into melee combat? Arethusa was unaware of the existence of bayonets, and Berenger did not plan on selling this technology. Thus he smiled as he responded to the strategos of Ionia's questions. Ideally, you would have a unit of pikemen alongside them to keep the enemy soldiers at bay while your arquebusiers reload their weapons. Once they are loaded and prepared to fire, you would pull your pikemen back to prevent friendly fire. After the volley has been unleashed, you would repeat the process. Hearing this strategy, Arethusa could envision it in his mind and nodded his head in approval. He could not wait to see the effects of these arquebuses. Thus, after loading the weapons, the soldiers who were test-firing the equipment aimed the firearms at their targets roughly 20 yards away. The arquebus that Berenger designed was shorter and lighter weight than the longer-barreled variants. There were two reasons for this. The first one being that he hated the idea of using forks to act as a support to fire the weapon appropriately. The second one being a shorter barrel created less velocity and thus posed a significantly lower threat to his forces. After all, the higher the speed of the projectile, the more likely the weapons were to pierce through his own troops' armor. The troops began to unleash their volley with a command by the officer who led the small platoon of soldiers numbering 30 in total. Fire! Upon uttering the order, thunder echoed in the air, and the 30 arquebus balls were sent downrange, most of which found their targets and pierced through the mirror-style armor that the Empire's enemies were equipped with. After the weapons were fired, they were checked for function before being put back on the weapons rack where they would later be cleaned, and after negotiations, hopefully, be sold to the Byzantine Empire as the first batch of such weapons. Seeing the display from afar was a marvelous sight, and Arethusa had a broad smile on his face like a kid on Christmas. After the area was deemed safe for inspection, Berenger posed a question to Arethusa. Would you like to inspect the damage up close? Arethusa was instantly intrigued by this offer and silently nodded his head before standing up and following Berenger down to the field below, where the straw dummies were resting, most of which were knocked over by the impact of the arquebus balls and had to be reset to standing position. Upon closer inspection, the arquebus balls had thoroughly penetrated past the mirror pattern armor into the straw dummy and out the other side of the armor. It was indeed an effective weapon against the popular armor patterns of the period. Arethusa was surprised by the efficiency of the weapons and no longer needed convincing in regards to purchasing the equipment. Thus he began the negotiations for the acquirement of such weapons. I am thoroughly convinced such weapons are superior to anything else I have seen, aside from maybe the weapons your forces use. Tell me, Berenger, what price would you desire for these magnificent firearms? Berenger had come up with a plan in the past week to get the most advantages out of the Byzantine Empire's vast trade network with the East while simultaneously appearing generous. Thus he decided to put on a facade about intensely thinking over the matter before expressing his idea. Normally, I would charge 5 hyperpyrons per arquebus, but under certain conditions, I could make a deal and give you a 20% discount. Arethusa immediately took the bait upon hearing such an offer existed. What conditions might those be? Berenger put on a graceful smile as he answered Arethusa's question. Since we have become such good friends, I will place a 20% discount on each arquebus sold to the Empire, under the condition that you sell me saltpeter at an equally discounted price. Berenger's nitraries were having difficulty keeping up with the demand of saltpeter that he needed to fuel his armies. Knowing that the Byzantines had access to an ample and cheap supply of saltpeter from their trades with India, Berenger wanted to take advantage of this to get a hold of vast quantities of the material for a low price. Even with the 20% discount, he would still be making a fortune off of the arquebus trade, and in doing so, would be able to invest a fraction of it into cheap saltpeter. This would allow him to continue the rapid growth of his armies and supply them with the gunpowder they needed to dominate the European battlefields. After careful deliberation, Arethusa spoke his thoughts on the matter. I can agree to such terms, but in return for the discount, I would like the Empire to take priority in the sale of such firearms. Arethusa began to wonder if he was too greedy with his demands, but to his surprise, Berenger smiled and nodded his head before replying. That is not a problem. So long as we can produce these weapons, I can agree to have the Empire take priority in their purchase. With this, an agreement had been made, and the two men shook hands before drafting up a formal trade agreement, one that they both signed with their signatures and seals of their houses. Afterward, Berenger posed an invitation to Arethusa. It is getting late. Would you like to dine with my family and me tonight? Arethusa saw no reason to refuse, especially since the cuisine cooked by Berenger's chefs was always delicious. Thus, he nodded his head in agreement before responding. It would be an honor. With that said, the two men returned to Berenger's castle, where they sat down at the dining table. Linda, as per usual, took her place next to Berenger, and Henrietta sat across from her. As for Arethusa, he sat across from Berenger and Conrad next to him. The boy had grown quite irritable over the last week as Arethusa, an essential dignitary from the East, paid no attention to him, despite Conrad officially being the Duke of Austria. Thus he was visibly scowling while sitting at the table, an action that did not go unnoticed by the others sitting at the table. Berenger ignored the boy. Conrad was already being slowly poisoned and would finally croak within a few years without anyone being the wiser. Thus he just had to manage the kid's outbursts for the time being before he could seize the title of Duke for himself. Arethusa also ignored the boy as he was well aware of who the real power in Austria was. Thus he decided to ask Berenger about his plans for the future, despite the actual Duke of Austria sitting right next to him. So, Berenger, now that you have driven the Bavarians from your lands and established a relative peace, what do you intend to do in this time? Berenger drank the beer from his skull chalice before responding to the nobleman from the east. Despite being victorious, large swaths of Austria were negatively impacted by the invasion, entire villages massacred, fields destroyed, and livestock butchered. It will take a substantial effort to recover from such a Pyrrhic victory. I will spend the next few years stabilizing the region to the best of my ability and bringing vast fortune to my people. Seeing that Berenger had no immediate plans for future conquest, Arethusa sighed in relief. At the rate Berenger's power was growing, one day he could potentially be a threat to the empire. And it was better to foster a friendly relationship with a man than to make an enemy out of him. Such an approach would undoubtedly take time. As such, Arethusa drank from his chalice before asking another question on his mind. I hear you are trying to implement many economic, military, and agricultural reforms. Do you not fear an uprising by the nobility of Austria? Or greater yet, a grand coalition of your neighbors? However, Berenger's answer greatly surpassed his imaginations. Berenger had a calm, maybe even cruel smile on his face as he drank from his skull chalice. After wiping his mouth with his napkin, he responded as if it was the most obvious answer in the world. Of course. Those stuck in their traditions will never fully embrace my reforms. They will inevitably scheme against me. In fact, many of the noblemen throughout not only Austria, but also Tyrol are currently planning such a thing as we speak. Yet, I do not fear rebellion. Instead, I welcome it, for a great purge is needed to usher in the new era, and when my enemies finally bare their fangs, I will be well prepared for it. Arethusa and Conrad alike were shocked by this answer. Berenger was fully expecting a rebellion, or possibly two, and he was already preparing for such an eventuality. The man clearly had foresight, but what was even more frightening was that he had stated he welcomed the rebellion so that he would be able to purge the malcontents in his society. After hearing such a bold statement, Arethusa felt like he should not question the mind of a tyrant and quickly got back to eating his food. Conrad, on the other hand, looked as pale as a ghost, as if he finally realized he had appointed a monster as his regent, one that he had no power to stop. As for Linda and Henrietta, they were merely enjoying their meal, as if Berenger's words were the most natural thing in the world. They were well accustomed to his proclamations of his grand ambitions and the cruelty he would go through to achieve them. Thus the dinner went on in awkward silence for some time before finally coming to an end. Arethusa would soon return to the empire with the first batch of arquebus firearms, and Berenger would greatly profit from it. As for the future, it was in the hands of God, if one believed in such a thing, that is. Chapter 211, 210, Introducing new military innovations. Another few weeks had passed, and Arethusa had long since left to return to his home in Ionia. Of course, he would first report to the emperor about his visit and his success in acquiring firearms. Yet that was a story for another time. At the moment, Berenger was in the testing facility once more, where he was observing the introduction of two new key pieces of equipment. Ones that would drastically change the results of the battlefield once again. Since Ludwig had designed the Schmidt gun, which greatly resembled the Puckle gun from his previous life, he had spent a great deal of time and effort bringing it to reality. At the moment, 3 of such weapons were lined up in the testing field, with multiple cylinders loaded with either solid ball or shot. The Schmidt guns were mounted on carriages that could be dragged by horses, much like a standard artillery piece, thus allowing for excellent mobility of the weapons on the battlefield. This immediately caught the eyes of the artillery officers present, who by now had all engaged in battle at some point. Soon these weapons would be demonstrating their capabilities to Berenger and many of his artillery officers who had gathered. Berenger was about to hold a speech, and Ludwig was standing next to him. This speech would do two things. It would introduce Ludwig as the inventor of the Schmidt gun and establish him as a new rank of landless nobility. Thus, the charismatic young count spoke with a great deal of passion for the man in front of him, who was also a great friend. I have gathered you all here today to witness the birth of a mighty weapon, one that would not exist without the brilliant mind of this man standing before you. Most of you should be aware of his identity. He is Ludwig Schmidt. Without his efforts, none of you would be equipped with the weapons you use in the field. He is the director of Kufstein's industrial sector, and now he has invented a weapon that will change the course of the battlefield. What you see before you is known as the Schmidt gun, named in honor of its creator. It is a revolving artillery piece with the ability to fire 9 rounds per minute, either solid ball or a shot comprised of 16 musket balls. Its effective range is 75 yards, with its maximum range being 200. Now let us witness how effective this weapon truly is. Upon hearing this impassioned speech, a series of applause erupted from the audience of officers who had gathered to witness the destructive power of the new weapon. An enemy formation of 100 straw targets was set up at 75 yards, each equipped with brigandine breastplates that simulated an enemy formation. The moment Berenger gave the order, the 3 guns began to fire their volley. The first volley fired by the Schmidt guns was filled with solid balls, and a total of 27 rounds were fired in a single minute. The large balls devastated the enemy formation, as they tore through not only one opponent, but sometimes the target behind them as well. However, the demonstration was not finished with that. Instead, the cylinders were rapidly replaced with ones filled with canisters, and before long, another volley was fired off. Each canister contained 16 musket balls that flew downrange into the targets and shredding them apart. A total of 9 canisters were fired per the 3 guns in the span of 1 minute, resulting in a whopping 432 musket balls being fired into the enemy formation during that small time frame. The resulting devastation of the simulated enemy formation was shocking even to the veteran artillery officers who had waged many battles. They could only imagine the effect such a weapon would have on the battlefield when used alongside standard cannons. It was indeed an astonishing degree of destruction that these so-called Schmidt guns wrought upon the armored straw targets. After the demonstration was finished and the straw targets were thoroughly scrapped, Berenger noticed his officers were staring in silence for some time. Eventually, a single officer began to clap, and before long, it transformed into thunderous applause. So much so that Berenger had to calm the men down before saying his other piece of important news. Due to the great extent that Ludwig Schmidt has served our great county, I hereby anoint him as baronet for his exceptional service to the county of Tyrol. For those of you wondering, baronet is a new hereditary rank of landless nobility who shall be henceforth be appointed from the common people who have accomplished exemplary service to the county. For those of you present who are nobles, do not fret, for it is the lowest tier of nobility. The news that Berenger declared just now was shocking to the people present, especially considering the officer class was almost entirely filled with knights and noblemen at the moment. Thus they were conflicted over the matter. However, Berenger did state that they were landless nobility, and at the bottom of the hierarchy, therefore such a thing was somewhat acceptable to the old nobility. Despite their concerns over the issue, they still applauded Ludwig on his promotion, and the old man shared his usual toothy grin in response. He was now a member of the nobility, even if he was at the bottom of the hierarchy. However, Berenger did not stop the presentation here. He had another critical invention to add to his military, one that Ludwig had helped produce. It was a relatively simple design, and thus could be employed in mass numbers. However, This presentation was meant for the infantry officers, and thus he dismissed the artillery officers before approaching the other test field where his infantry officers had already gathered. On the field was a platoon of grenadiers, who appeared to be holding the standard 14-17-18 rifled musket that was issued to the majority of Berenger's infantry. However, what shocked them was that their cartridge boxes were open, and in them were no longer the standard-issue paper cartridge but a wooden cartridge. This invention was based upon the Japanese Heigo from Berenger's previous life and essentially sped up the reloading process. Thus, Berenger boldly declared its effects to the infantry officers who were gathered and observing the strange new devices. "This is the quick-loading tube. It will replace the use of paper cartridges in our service. It is made of wood and contains a mini-ball projectile and the gunpowder inside of it. This device allows the gunpowder and projectile to be loaded in a single motion, thus allowing a far quicker reload speed. Instead of firing 2 rounds in a minute, your soldiers will be firing 5. The grenadiers present had spent the last few weeks getting accustomed to the device, and by now were exceptionally proficient in its use. As such, they rapidly reloaded their first shot. In doing so, they placed the wooded tube to the bore of the rifled musket and then jammed its ramrod inside of it. With this act, the gunpowder and bullet were filled into the musket in a single motion. After doing so, they quickly cocked their rifles, aimed at the targets downrange, and fired. Within seconds, the platoon of grenadiers reloaded their muskets and fired again. This rate of fire peaked at 5 rounds in a single minute, thus thoroughly shredding the enemy formation in front of them at 100 yards. The infantry officers who were gathered for this demonstration were just as shocked at its display as the artillery officers were for the Schmidt gun. This small wooden tubular device would change the way they waged war. It would make Berenger's armies far more lethal than the enemy forces, even if the enemy got their hands on some primitive firearms. Thus a roar of applause echoed throughout the testing field as the infantry officers clapped to their heart's content. They would now be able to fire many more projectiles downrange at the enemy forces before having to engage in melee combat. Such a device was genuinely revolutionary. Berenger himself was impressed with the speed and efficiency that his grenadiers utilized such devices with. If his entire army could be trained to be so efficient in their use, nobody in this world would be able to challenge him on land. Thus he too applauded the soldiers who had been used in the demonstration. Berenger could see the rise of his future Grand Army with the new military inventions. All he needed now was a matching Grand Navy, something he planned to begin construction on shortly. For now, in the following months, his troops would be adequately trained in the use of the quick-loading tubes, which would become referred to as tubes in the future for simplicity. Berenger's grand ambitions were slowly but surely starting to become a reality, and thus he looked upon the new military innovations with pride. He truly believed the weapons his army currently wielded would establish his dynasty's dominance for years to come, something he greatly anticipated. Chapter 212. Class ship of the line. For the last 3 days and nights, Berenger had been locked away in his study. So much so that the only thing he had to consume was tea. Considering he could not easily get his hands on coffee, he was left with tea to stimulate his mind and keep him from falling asleep. Yet, now after all his hard work, it had finally paid off. Sitting before him on his desk was a comprehensive schematic for a large first-rate ship of the line. It was a massive beast that had a total of 3 decks and could house a total of 130 cannons on it. Each cannon would be a new class of naval artillery, and that would be the 32-pounds cannon. The ship itself was basically a carbon copy of the USS Pennsylvania with some small changes to it. Due to a lack of the material known as sisal that only grew in the New World, Berenger had to improvise and replace the sails and ropes with hemp. As for the shell of the ship itself, it was covered in a thin sheet of zinc. Not as an armored layer, but to protect the ship from wood-eating parasites that dwelled within the ocean. The reason for this was simple. It would save on maintenance costs and ensure the longevity of the vessels that were built. How Berenger knew of these designs? Well, that could be explained by his brief visit to the U.S. Naval Academy in his previous life. He was visiting a friend during vacation, well, more like an acquaintance. Berenger did not have many friends in his previous life, but he had plenty of acquaintances. This acquaintance had grown up on the same street as Berenger, or Julian as he was known then. Eventually, they both joined the military. Julian had joined the army, and this acquaintance, whose name was Derek, had joined the Navy. During one summer break, Julian was invited out to the Naval Academy by Derek to spend some time with him. His stay only lasted a week. But during this time, he spent it almost exclusively in the library studying the history of shipbuilding in the vast archives. What started out as a friendly invitation quickly turned into a week of extensive study, as Derek decided to go partying during this time period, and Julian was not exactly the most skilled wingman. Thus, like most times, he hung out with other people. He was quickly abandoned to his own devices. Not desiring to endure the humiliation of being alone at a party, he opted to stay in the library and study for his stay at the Naval Academy. Apparently, that experience that Berenger frowned upon became a blessing in disguise because it provided him with the knowledge on how to build ships from a variety of eras. Berenger planned to draft 2 classes of ships for his future navy, the first of which was the monumental 130 guns first-rate ship of the line that he referred to as the Linda class. The reason for him naming it this was simply because Berenger was a man of culture. He decided to name his ship classes after his 2 women, and of course the first of each class would be named after them as well. The reason for making the bigger ship named after Linda instead of Adela, who was his future wife, ultimately came down to the disparity in bust size between the 2 girls. Even if Adela's family were fairly busty, he somehow had a nagging suspicion that Adela would have a B-cup-sized chest at best, that when compared to Linda's D-cup-sized breasts, the answer was obvious as to which ship should be named after which girl. Eventually, Berenger heard a knock on the door after admiring his blueprints, and he quickly answered with a casual phrase, "It is open." With that said, Linda walked into the room and noticed that Berenger's usual charming appearance looked exhausted. He had deep bags under his eyes that showed he had been awake for some time. Though she knew he was working on something important and was currently undergoing a bout of inspiration, and thus she did not intervene in his 72-hour marathon of drafting blueprints. The young beauty quickly approached the desk where Berenger was seated, gazing passionately at the schematics with a large smile on his face. Thus she quickly asked about the designs as she tried to sneak a peek. "What is this? Linda-class ship of the line? Oh, darling. You are naming a ship after me?" Linda was so happy she quickly grabbed a hold of Berenger and stuffed his face into her perfectly shaped D-cup breasts. The softness of the feeling made Berenger want to sleep, yet he still had to add the finishing touches to his project. As such, he forced himself to stay awake. He was too tired to voice his thoughts properly, thus he just nodded his head slowly and released the sound, "Uh-huh." Seeing that her man was so tired, Linda instantly began to pout before dragging him from his seat. He had been up far too long and was in no state to continue working. Though Berenger attempted to resist, he was much too weary to do so, and thus found himself quickly being dragged out of his study and towards his bedroom, where Linda chastised him. "Though I am happy you named such a magnificent ship after me, I am more furious that you put your health at risk. You seriously needed to get some rest. You can finish the project later." She knew Berenger well enough to know what he was thinking at this moment, and thus she forced him to get some sleep. As such, Linda stripped herself and Berenger and climbed into bed with him, before resting his head on her naked lap while she sat up in the bed against the fluffy feather pillows. Berenger fell asleep to the sensation of Linda's soft thighs and the sigh of 2 mountains hovering over his head. The last thought on his mind before drifting into unconsciousness was as follows: "Life is good. Berenger slept for a total of 21 hours, and when he awoke he was in the same position he had fallen asleep, and Linda was staring down at him with a warm smile. He did not know how long he had slept for, and thus casually asked after yawning heavily and wiping his eyes. "How long was I out for?" Linda pondered about it for a few moments while placing one of her dainty fingers on her luscious lips before smile and responding to him. "About 21 hours?" Berenger was shocked by this figure. It had been a while since he pulled such a long streak of staying awake, but he was more shocked that he woke up in the same position. As such, he asked the second question on his mind, "You stayed here the whole time?" Hearing this, Linda giggled lightly before stroking Berenger's golden hair. "No, silly. Unlike a certain someone, I don't have the luxury to sleep for 21 hours straight. I got back into bed about an hour ago." Hearing this, Berenger smiled before nuzzling his head against Linda's thighs. The soft sensation was far better than Adela's slender legs, though he would never say that to Adela's face. Seeing that Berenger was about to fall back to sleep, Linda decided to reveal some important news to garner his attention. "By the way, did you request a shipbuilder from Venice? He arrived something like 12 hours ago, saying that the Count of Tyrol requested his presence. I told him you were sleeping and to wait, but he is growing rather impatient." Hearing this, Berenger's eyes immediately snapped open and he began to groan. "Ugh. Fine, I will get up." With that said, he slowly rose from Linda's lap and got out of bed, where Linda helped him get dressed. After doing so, she put on her own attire. Now that the two were fully upright for the day, Berenger walked into his great hall where the shipbuilder known as Evio Azzopardi was waiting rather impatiently for his arrival. The man was striding around the room with a scowl on his face, and when he noticed Berenger's arrival, he instantly began to shout at him. "Do you have any idea how long I have been waiting? Who do you think you are to make me, the great Evio Azzopardi, wait for so long?" Evio was not only a shipbuilder, but he was one of the best in Venice. However, he was not loyal to the city or its republic. He simply desired to build the greatest ships and get paid a great sum to do so. Berenger had enticed the man by claiming he had designed a new vessel, one that was greater than anything the Venetian Republic had at its disposal, and offered a great deal of gold for the man to come work for him and build his fleet in the Adriatic Sea. Seeing the man so visibly upset, Berenger put on a graceful facade and apologized profusely to the man. "My sincerest apologies for delaying our visit for so long. I had spent a total of 3 days and 3 nights ensuring that the schematics to the ship were perfect, and as such, when I finally got some rest, I slept for a long time. You must be weary from your travels. Come join me at my dining table and we will discuss the details of our cooperation." Hearing that he was going to get a free meal out of this debacle greatly lessened Evio's wrath, and thus he accepted Berenger's invitation. It would be nice to see what kind of cuisine the man from a backward region like Tyrol could offer him. Thus the two left the great hall and headed towards the dining room, where they would have a long discussion about the possibility of building a grand navy for Berenger in the coming years. Chapter 213, 212. Meeting with the shipbuilder, the two men entered the dining hall of Berenger's castle, where they quickly sat down for breakfast. Berenger fully intended to display his county's culinary arts, and thus had ordered a variety of dishes, both breakfast and dinner, to be brought to the table. Since Evio was an Italian, Berenger knew he most likely wanted wine, so he brought forth a fortified wine that he had developed. It used the local wine production as a basis and added distilled liquor to it. The man instantly tasted the alcohol and nearly jumped with delight. It was intense, but had excellent flavor, and was unlike any wine he had encountered before. Evio immediately asked about the wine. "What is this? I have never had such a wine before." Berenger chuckled lightly before briefly explaining the origin of the wine. "I don't have a name for it yet, but it is a specialty we make in southern Tyrol. I enjoy the taste." The man instantly frowned. As a wine connoisseur, he wanted more details about its production, but Berenger was unwilling to share such secrets. Instead, he used it as further enticement to draw the man over to his side. "If you work for me, you can drink as much of this as your heart desires." Evio's amber eyes flashed when he heard this, and he began to stroke his brown beard. The man was in his early 30s and had spent his life building ships, like his forefathers. He was exceptionally talented at it. However, it would take more than just good wine to convince him to work for Berenger, and thus he immediately put on a slick demeanor. "Bah, it will take more than good wine to convince me to work for you." Hearing this, Berenger merely smiled, especially when he saw the first round of dishes being brought out, as he replied to the man with a smug expression on his face. "I think you will soon enough realize the benefits of working for me. For now, let us enjoy the meal in front of us." On the table were a group of appetizers. Different kinds of bread, cheeses, and sausage platters were laid out for the man to partake of, and which each bite Berenger could see the light of excitement glimmer in his eyes. Despite his initial reservations, he quickly began to compliment Berenger for his hospitality. "For a bunch of Germans, your people know how to cook very well." Berenger chuckled upon hearing this and accepted the man's compliment. "Well, thank you. My chefs work hard every day to provide the best meals for me, my family, and my guests to dine upon." Such cuisine is slowly starting to spread across the rest of Austria. Hearing this news, Evio started to desire to work for Berenger more and more, but he quickly pressed the concern to the back of his mind. It would take more than good wine and food to convince him to work for a man. Thus he quickly brought up the matter of compensation as the next round of food was brought out. "Though I admit the food and wine you have presented is of excellent quality, I am more concerned with two things that will determine whether or not I settle in Austria and work for you. Compensation, but more importantly, these so-called ships of the line you spoke about with such passion in your letters." Seeing that the man was rather impatient in discussing business, Berenger decided he might as well get it over with and began to negotiate with the man. Berenger was bold, and he needed a competent shipbuilder who could construct his navy for many years to come. As such, he let out an offer that nearly made the man's eyes jump out of his sockets. "I will double what the Venetians are paying you and give you a noble title, with a sizable estate in any region of Austria that you desire. As for my ship design, once we are finished with the meal, I will gladly show you what I have been working on." The Venetians were paying the man a large sum, and Berenger knew it. His spies had infiltrated the Venetian Republic to find out about this information. However, with all of his current enterprises and the new one he had recently established, he could afford such an expense. After all, the cost of building his navy itself was going to be an astronomical figure. He might as well pay a hefty price for a competent underling. Of course, when Ezio heard this, he nearly choked on the piece of schnitzel he was eating from. Not only would he be presented with a large sum of money, but also a noble title and an estate. This was too good of an offer to pass up. Yet, even this did not fully sway the man. Most importantly, he would have to look at the ship designs that Berenger had prepared. Thus he quickly finished his meal, to the point where Berenger still had half a plate left. Nevertheless, seeing how impatient they were to see his ship designs, Berenger sighed before standing up and wiping his mouth with his napkin. After doing so, he began to convey his thoughts to Evio. "If you would follow me, I would be more than happy to show you the design I have come up with for the first and largest class of ships I intend to build." Hearing the term largest got the man's hopes up. If it were anything bigger than the carracks he had been building, he would greatly enjoy his new work. With that, the two men left the dining room and entered Berenger's study, where he showed the blueprint to Evio. The moment the man saw such a monumental ship, he scoffed. However, before he could express his thoughts that Berenger was out of his mind, he once more looked it over and noticed that shockingly such a ship could feasibly be built. It would need a massive and dedicated shipyard and take years to construct, but it could be done. The ship was titled SMS Linda. The SMS stood for the German spelling of His Majesty's ship. The man could not believe his eyes and stood still and in awe for several moments, going over every detail of the complex set of schematics. It was only after an hour of the intense study had passed that the man put down the blueprints and snapped his attention over to Berenger, who was staring at him with a smug grin the entire time. "When do we get started?" Berenger's smile increased when he heard this, and he began to inform the man of the process. "It will take roughly a year to construct the shipyard I have in mind. The first of these shipyards will be built in Trieste, others will follow in Pola and Fiume. During the time it takes to build these shipyards, I will be mass-producing pre-manufactured parts so that once the shipyards are completed, we can immediately use an assembly line to construct the ships in a rapid process." Hearing this, Evio was excited. He could see that Berenger's shipyards would soon be able to produce many of these ships in quick succession if he planned to come to fruition. Despite only looking at one ship's design and overhearing Berenger's plans for the future, the man was wise enough to know that Austria would quickly become the premier maritime power in the world within a decade. The idea that he would be the one to usher in such a sudden change to the world's power structure brought tingles to the man's spine. He was excited just thinking about it. He quickly reached out his hand and said to Berenger with a joyful expression on his face, "I look forward to it. I will move to Trieste as soon as I am able and help oversee the construction of the shipyards. Rest assured, your vision for a grand Austrian navy will become a reality in just a few years." Hearing this, Berenger was filled with excitement. He had taken the first step into establishing himself as a major naval power. He could already envision the vast fleets of his future German Empire dominating the world's major trade routes and destroying any enemy foolish enough to try to block his path to world hegemony. As such, he quickly latched onto the man's hand and shook it fervently with an equally joyous smile on his face. He could tell this would be a lucrative partnership and was glad to have another capable subordinate under his area of influence. Despite making such a monumental decision on behalf of the Duchy of Austria, Conrad was left utterly unaware that Berenger intended to build a massive fleet and challenge the Venetians, Genoans, and other Mediterranean powers for maritime dominance. If the boy had known, he would have thrown a tantrum, believing Berenger to be foolish, for how could they possibly construct a powerful enough navy in such a short period to counter the principal naval powers of the world? Luckily for Berenger, he was smart enough to keep the young duke out of the loop. As regent of Austria, he had full authority to enact these laws while Conrad remained a child. Luckily for Austria, Conrad had no authority, or else the boy would undoubtedly lead them to ruin. Chapter 214, 213. Trapped in a cage throughout the weeks since Aretha's visit, he traveled across the Mediterranean and got back to Constantinople. At a certain point, the man was struck in the Adriatic Sea due to an ongoing storm and thus had just now made his way back with the first arms shipment. At the moment, Aretha's was once more in the palace of Constantinople, informing Emperor Vitranes about his exploits. The two had gathered in the courtyard outside the palace's walls, where they walked around the beautiful gardens throughout the area. Unbeknownst to the two individuals, Princess Anuria was nearby playing with her pet falcon. She was trapped inside the palace from a young age, like a bird in its cage. Her only companion throughout this time was her pet falcon, who she had named Heraclius after the great emperor. At the moment, she was stroking the feathers on the majestic bird's head while the creature perched on her forearm. A gorgeous smile spread across the young beauty's face as she played with her pet. She began to compliment the bird. "Oh, Heraclius, you have been such a good friend to me all these years. Despite this, our time together grows ever closer to an unjust end. For I fear I will not be able to bring you with me to France, where I will be sold off to the crown prince as if I were mere cattle. Only you care enough to listen to my complaints." The bird was by no means stupid. It could tell the pretty girl that was his master was deeply troubled about something important. As such, it nuzzled its head into her own in an attempt to comfort her. While Anuria was playing with her falcon, she overheard a conversation being held nearby. With nothing else going on, she decided to eavesdrop out of curiosity. After all, any topic her father and one of his greatest generals were discussing would surely stem her overwhelming boredom. The Emperor Vitranes was smiling as he asked Arethusa the question he had been longing to hear. "So tell me, good Arethusa, have you procured the weapons from the west?" With an excited smile, Arethusa nodded his head and confidently proclaimed his success. "I had managed to do so, though they are not the same weapons that Berenger's forces were equipped with when they crushed the Bavarian invaders. They are still far more advanced than anything else that exists in the known world." The Emperor smiled as he nodded with approval before addressing the issue at hand. "Good. I will set some men to task with reverse engineering these mighty weapons. However, that may take some time to accomplish, so until then, I want you to procure as many of these arquebuses as you possibly can get your hands on. The war in Egypt depends on it." Arethusa quickly bowed his head in respect and responded to the Emperor's request. "I will do so at the first opportunity." Anuria, who was listening nearby, began to pout. She initially thought this conversation would be interesting, but it was just a discussion about a mere arms trade. How impressive could these weapons be? As she was about to get up from her seat and walk away, she heard the topic shift to something more interesting. The Emperor scratched his beard before asking the question on his mind. "Tell me the truth, Arethusa, is what they say about Count Berenger true? Is he the true power behind the Duchy of Austria?" Arethusa sighed heavily before expressing his opinion on the matter. Without a doubt, despite only being 21 this year, Berenger has risen from the position of a lowly baron's son to the power behind the ducal throne of Austria. The current duke is nothing more than a young boy whose entire existence can be described as a puppet of Berenger. From the last conversation I had with Berenger, I get the feeling he intends to usurp the position shortly and establish himself as the Duke of Austria. Anuria was instantly intrigued by this conversation. She had never heard of this Count Berenger, but if what the strategos said was true, he was an ambitious and clever man to be able to rise to such a prominent position despite his lowly birth and young age. Thus she listened in closely to the conversation, trying to hear every word. The Emperor responded to Arethusa's claims with a slight nod of his head before expressing his approval. Truly a talented young man, it is a shame he has made enemies out of most of Europe. The Catholic Church has declared him a heretic for his reformist ideology. In a way, it closely resembles that of Jan Hus. The situation in Bohemia has become volatile, and now Austria is following in its footsteps under Berenger's direction. I fear the Catholics will try to have him executed. Do you think Berenger has the power to resist such an attempt? Arethusa thought about this subject for a few moments before finally giving his response. If he continues to expand his military power like he has been doing so? Yes. Even if the Pope calls for a new crusade against him and his adherents, he will crush any army that enters his lands. The weapons he has sold us are terrifying, and supposedly the firearms issued to all of his infantry are even more impressive. It is no wonder he routed the Bavarian forces in a little over a month. I would not be surprised if Berenger used the papal response to his actions as an excuse to annex his neighbors and create a new kingdom located in Central Europe. Given a few years to consolidate the power that he has gained over Austria, he will soon have an army that will be entirely unmatched, and I assure you his ambitions do not end with Austria. Mark my words, one day Berenger will be a king. Hearing these words, Anuria gasped. After doing so, she quickly covered her mouth in fear of her being found out by her father. She did not expect the infamous strategos of Ionia to praise a stranger from the West so highly. Primarily since until now, she had never heard of this Count Berenger. However, Aretha's words quickly filled Honoria's young mind with images of the young Count of Tyrol as a heroic conqueror on par with the likes of Trajan or Caesar. Honoria had never met Berenger. She had no idea what he looked like, nor did she even know his surname. Yet just from this conversation, an image of Berenger formed in Honoria's head, and a lasting impression was built. Finally, she had found a powerful and ambitious man to chase after. Even if she was already engaged to the Crown Prince of France, she had no intentions of marrying such a man and would rather chase after someone like this Count Berenger she had just heard about. If only she had a way to contact him. Thus Honoria began to sulk when she realized that the thoughts she had just now about chasing after Berenger was an impossibility. As long as she was trapped in the palace, she would never be able to meet the man and see if he lived up to the hype. As such, she quickly sat down onto the bench nearby and once more began to speak to Heraclius, her pet falcon. The young beauty sighed heavily as she did so. "Oh, Heraclius, what am I to do? There is no way for me to contact this Berenger, but if I don't contact him, I will be forced to marry that twink Aubrey. Can my life get any worse?" Heraclius gazed at Honoria with a curious gaze before taking off into the air and flying away. The bird had become hungry and thus had gone out to hunt, leaving Honoria by her lonesome as she thought about the issues she faced. As such, Honoria pouted as she expressed the thoughts on her mind. Stupid bird! As for Aretha's and the Emperor, they continued to stroll throughout the garden and discuss various topics they had long since passed from Honoria's earshot. Thus she could no longer eavesdrop on their discussion. Vitrani's had no knowledge that his daughter had overheard his conversation with Aretha's and in doing so taken a fancy to this Berenger from the west. For if he did, he would most certainly try to end such a fascination before it could turn into an infatuation. The last thing he needed was a scandal about his errant daughter running away with some duke from the west. Instead, his conversation with Aretha shifted from the topic of Berenger to the war with the Egyptians. With the new weapons acquired from Berenger, his forces would have to be trained in its use. Aretha's had informed the Emperor of the pike and shot strategy Berenger had briefly suggested. Thus, the men had to design a new set of tactics for their armies to overwhelm the Mamluk Sultanate with. With this, they hoped to reclaim the long-lost territories of North Africa and incorporate them into their mighty empire. Chapter 215, 214. Establishing the navy. At the moment, Berenger was sitting in his study, overseeing reports on his desk. There were several notes of importance he had to go over. Many of these were focused on the procurement of resources for his vessels. To accomplish this, Berenger had sent trade representatives to the Kalmar Union in Scandinavia in an attempt to garner an ample supply of oak timber. The reason for this was simple: Norway would be a massive stockpile of such material, and presently there was little demand for it. Thus he could acquire his shipbuilding materials at a low expense. As for the procurement of hemp to use for his sails and rope, Berenger had already begun growing the product alongside flax for some time. Thus he did not need to spend too much money when it came to acquiring the amount he was missing from his current stockpile. Berenger needed a powerful fleet of at least 3 ships if he would send an expedition to the New World. These ships would require thousands of sailors, and he could not purchase such a vast workforce. Instead, he was at this moment officially signing into law the establishment of the Austrian Navy and had decided to purchase a few carracks from Venice to act as training vessels. They would be docked in Trieste, where he would funnel recruits over to the region to train as sailors. He severely lacked in sailors for his territory. The Duchy of Austria, despite holding a coastline in the southern tip of Kärnten, an area that belonged to Slovenia and Croatia in his past life, had never bothered developing a navy. Instead, they merely had trading vessels and fishing boats. Thus Berenger desired to hire some professionals, and in doing so, looked towards veterans of the Venetian navy to act as instructors to his new sailors. The expenses for the construction of his navy were growing by the day, but they had to be made. Without a powerful navy, his future German empire would never be able to maintain control over its colonies that would be vital to the success of his dynasty. On top of all of this, Berenger had to design a basic training program for the Navy. Luckily, he had a little bit of knowledge of the U.S. Navy's basic training program from his previous life. After all, he had an acquaintance who was an officer in the Navy, and they would commonly chat about the differences between Army and Navy life. Many hours passed, and eventually, Berenger had finished all of the necessary tasks to start the foundation of the Austrian Navy. After the last stroke of his quill was signed, he let out a heavy sigh and leaned back in his leather chair while stretching his muscles before expressing his thoughts aloud. The work of a duke is never finished. After finishing his work for the day, Berenger left his study and entered the dining hall, where he found Linda and Conrad in another conflict, the sight of which instantly brought a sense of fatigue to Berenger. He could not wait for this little brat to croak finally, but it could not be too sudden. Otherwise, the blame would surely fall on his shoulders, and the other nobles of Austria would be up in arms against him. Linda was furious. Conrad had said something that had visibly upset her, and she quickly slapped Conrad across the face once more before yelling at him. "You little brat! Who do you think you are? How dare you call me that?" Conrad's outbursts were becoming more frequent, and Linda was usually the one who had to put up with his crap. However, the following words that came out of his mouth invoked Linda's ire and Berenger's. "You fucking whore. Just because you are sleeping with Berenger doesn't mean you get to lay a hand on me." Conrad's fists were curled as if he were ready to strike, and the guards were once more moving into position to separate the two. However, when they noticed Berenger's slow approach with a murderous glare in his one good eye, they immediately backed down. The Count wanted to handle this himself. Just when Conrad was about to pounce on Linda, he felt an arm wrap around his little neck, and as it did so, it quickly began to cut off the supply of oxygen to his brain. Berenger had put the 12-year-old child in a rear-naked choke so tight that within a matter of seconds, the boy passed out. As he did so, Berenger slowly let the kid fall to the ground before releasing the chokehold. Linda gazed at Berenger with a cruel smile on her luscious lips. She loved it when her man took charge of the situation and hindered those who insulted her or did her harm. This was not the first time he had taken action to protect her against a violent male. She instantly got flashbacks to the time Berenger beat his little brother for his actions. It only took a few seconds for Conrad to regain consciousness, and when he did, he awoke with a fright. He had no idea where he was or what had happened. When his mind finally adjusted to his surroundings, he saw Berenger and Linda passionately kissing in front of him. Conrad did not know that Berenger had just choked him and instead glared furiously at Linda, who was the initial target of his fury. Upon seeing the boy's gaze, Berenger stopped his public display of affection and put on a terrifying expression as he glared down at Conrad. Berenger slowly kneeled in front of the kid and grabbed him by the throat with his hand, squeezing it tightly, but not tight enough to suffocate the lad. Afterward, he coldly stated a bold threat. "If I hear you insulting my woman or see you getting violent with her again, I will end you." Conrad put on a tough facade, despite the intense fear he felt in his heart before scoffing at Berenger's words. "Is that a threat?" Berenger, however, coldly shook his head before responding, "It is a promise." With that, Berenger stood back up and walked over to the guards in the room who witnessed the entire display. He patted the man on the shoulder who was about to aid Linda before his interruption and said with a smile on his face, "The Duke is tired. Escort him to his room so that he can get some much-needed rest." Hearing this, a pair of guards marched over to Conrad and lifted him off the floor, where they then responded with the term, "Your Grace," before escorting the boy to his room. All the while, Conrad threw a tantrum. "Let me go. I command you. I am not tired. God damn it. After he was no longer visible and his screams could no longer be heard, Linda giggled slightly before getting in a snide remark. The Duke is tired? Really? That was your best excuse. Berenger laughed alongside his lover as he wrapped his arms around her and dragged her into his embrace. It worked, didn't it? After saying that, the couple resumed their passionate display of affection for a few moments. They became ever closer to engaging in carnal relations in the middle of the dining hall, that is, of course, until Berenger spotted Henrietta was sitting at her spot at the dining table with a sheepish expression on her face. The entire time she was sitting quietly in her spot observing the situation, and now that Berenger was so passionately kissing Linda's breasts, she did not know how to react as such. Berenger froze into place before awkwardly addressing his little sister. "Oh, Henrietta. I didn't see you there." Hearing this, Linda immediately began to blush. She had utterly forgotten Henrietta was present and had lost herself in the moment. As such, she quietly pulled up her dress, which had slightly slid down her body while Berenger was toying with her. After doing so, she quickly recovered herself and sat in her seat. Henrietta was frozen in place as if she had just seen a ghost. She had no idea how to react to the scene in front of her, and thus she just began to stare into her plate awkwardly. Luckily, not long after, the servants arrived, and with them, the food was prepared for Berenger and his family. This scene broke up the awkward silence that had permeated the air, allowing Berenger and Linda to recover from their embarrassing display just moments earlier. Thus Berenger enjoyed a lovely meal with his family, all while dreaming about the day he can finally dine on his glorious potato pancakes, as well as consume Bauernfrühstück for breakfast. Both of these things needed potatoes that could only be obtained from the New World. If not for the risks that involved hiring foreign sailors to explore the aforementioned region, he would have gladly done so by now. However, the New World and its discovery were of vital strategic importance to his future empire. Thus he would never allow it to be revealed until after he had already begun to seize the most resource-rich lands. These were the thoughts that flowed through Berenger's mind as he dined in silence with his family. Chapter 216, 215, Conrad's misdeeds after being slapped by Linda and choked out by Berenger. Conrad was forced to return to his room, where he was locked inside for the remainder of the night. Eventually, he fell to sleep, but by the time morning came and he was released from his quarters, he was still fuming with anger over the events that had occurred during the previous night. Conrad had no say in how his duchy was being run. Berenger did not inform him of the matters of importance that the man was constantly working on, and as such, Conrad had a lot of free time. However, he was locked away in the castle of Kufstein without any ability to escape. After all, Berenger did not want the boy causing trouble. Thus, with no authority and no way to entertain himself, the boy became increasingly bitter. As time passed, he eventually found himself bored out of his mind and had begun to behave in childish antics. Yet, those childish antics were always met with a firm slap by Linda. Eventually, those childish antics turned to thoughts of wicked acts. At the moment, Conrad was walking through the courtyard, trying to think of a way to get revenge on Linda for how she had always treated him. Eventually, he came across a peculiar sight. Linda was currently putting out multiple saucers filled with milk, and there were a total of 3 cats who came rushing over to greet her. The beautiful young woman had a gorgeous smile as she happily petted the cats before allowing them to have some of the milk. Linda was exceptionally fond of cats and had recently taken in a few strays. She made sure that they were given fresh milk from the farm every day. Berenger had allowed this for 3 reasons. Firstly, it made Linda happy, and seeing her happy made him happy. Secondly, he was a cat lover, and as such, he also enjoyed their company. Thirdly, cats were excellent at hunting pests, and the castle had more than enough rodents running around that needed to be taken care of. After feeding the cats, Linda said goodbye and quickly returned to her work as a spy master. She would be back later that evening to feed the cute little creatures more milk. Seeing the gracious smile on Linda's face as she was around her new pets brought a wicked idea to Conrad's mind. He may not be able to harm Linda. After all, the guards protected Berenger and his loved ones around the clock, but he could hurt what she cared about. Thus the devious little cunt vowed that later in the day when the patrols had begun to switch shifts, he would sneak into the courtyard and murder the 3 cats. Such a thing would surely upset the young woman who had so thoroughly invoked his ire. After hatching such a vicious plot, Conrad returned to his room, where he began to make preparations. First, he needed a knife, and as such, he headed towards the kitchen where he planned to fetch one. Thus, as Conrad entered the kitchen, he immediately began to behave suspiciously. The kitchen staff all began to question him with their gazes until finally, the boy demanded access to what he desired. "I need a knife." The kitchen staff looked at one another for a few moments before the head chef inquired about the reasoning. "Why do you need a knife?" The kitchen staff asking questions immediately caught Conrad off guard. Seeing how he never had a servant question his orders, he instantly became outraged and began to rebuke the chef. "Because I am the Duke, and I ordered you to give me one. Now hand it over." The head chef had a look of concern in his eyes as he struggled with the decision. On the one hand, he knew the kid was up to something, and if Conrad did something horrible with a knife he provided, then he would be held responsible. On the other hand, the boy was right. He was technically the Duke, and though he had no real authority as a commoner, he could not very well deny the Duke's orders, or else it would expose Berenger's charade. Considering the two options, the chef thought it was unlikely that Conrad would do anything too vile, and thus handed him a kitchen knife before warning the kid. "Your Grace, this object is dangerous. I suggest you be careful with it." Conrad instantly ignored the chef's comments and did not even bother thanking the man. Instead, he immediately returned to his room, where he played with the knife. He could already imagine the look on Linda's face after he cut her cat's throats. He longed to see the woman wailing with tears in her eyes like a hysterical bitch. These wicked thoughts are what kept him entertained until the time arrived. After he noticed the patrols would be switching shifts soon and that the window of opportunity was near, Conrad quietly snuck out of his room and rushed through the hallways as he tried to act normal. Though the more he did so, the more suspicious he appeared. While walking through the hallways, Conrad hid the knife under his tunic as he carefully pressed forward. Eventually, he ran into a servant girl and knocked her over. Rather than help her up, he glared at her menacingly, and the girl quickly ran away in fear. Unfortunately for him, this was right in front of the courtyard, where the cats were housed. However, the boy was not smart enough to realize he had just created a witness who could testify that he was in the vicinity, and thus he proceeded towards the structure that was constructed to act as a house for the cats. When he approached, the little fur balls instantly walked out of their home and greeted him while purring. Everyone in the castle treated them with exceptional care, knowing they were Linda's pets, and thus they were used to everyone being kind. The naive little cats did not have the slightest clue of the evil intent that Conrad had. Thus, when the 3 cats approached to sniff him, he unleashed his blade and cut their throats, killing them instantly. Their blood spilled across the cold stone floor of the courtyard and onto his tunic. However, he did not notice this. In his wicked mind, merely cutting their throats was not enough to indeed disturb Linda. As such, he quickly proceeded to decapitate the creatures and leave their heads mounted on sticks outside their home, with their bodies mangled below. After he had concluded this brutal and cruel act to a trio of innocent cats, the boy fled back to his room with a knife in hand, utterly unaware that he left a trail of blood in his wake. Conrad was by no means a criminal mastermind, and despite believing he had easily gotten away with such actions, He had left multiple pieces of evidence in his wake, with even a witness seeing him shortly before the action happened. Luckily, nobody saw him on the way back to his room, or else he could have gotten spooked and killed one of Berenger's servants. Not long after Conrad returned to his room, a horrific shriek echoed across the castle. It was so loud that even Berenger heard it in his study. He instantly recognized that the voice belonged to Linda, so Berenger quickly rushed to the scene with his sword in hand. However, before he arrived, his guards had beaten him to the area and began to secure the crime scene. By the time Berenger had entered the courtyard to see what had happened, the house guards were keeping the scene in check, and Linda was sobbing like a mother who had just witnessed her children's deaths. Nobody dared to approach her when she was in such an unstable condition. Well, nobody other than Berenger. The moment he saw his lover sobbing in such a manner, he dropped a hold of his sword and rushed over to her, holding the weeping beauty in his arms in an attempt to comfort her. Gazing at the brutal scene before him, Berenger did not believe this to be an attack on Linda but one on himself. To him, it was clear that this was a veiled threat from one of his political opponents, stating, "If I can get to your pets, then I can get to your loved ones." Thus, as Berenger tried to comfort Linda, he began shouting orders to the nearby guards. "Lock down the castle, nobody gets in or out until we find out who is responsible for this. As for the rest of you, begin an investigation into this immediately. I want to know who would dare to engage in such a barbaric display within my territory." The guards immediately responded to Berenger's orders by pounding their chests in salute and screaming at the top of their lungs, "Yes, Your Excellency." With that said, the men quickly got to task and began to lock down the castle, quarantine the area, and search for any potential clues. All while Berenger held on to his weeping lover, comforting her to the best of his ability. In doing so, he made a solemn vow. "When I find whoever is responsible for this, I will make sure they pay with their blood." Chapter 217, 216. A lover's fury after Conrad's horrific actions. The castle was entirely on lockdown. Like Berenger had ordered, nobody was allowed in or out of the castle, and the castle garrison immediately was put to task in looking for every clue available. While Berenger and his forces were piecing together what had happened, Conrad had fled to his room where he was currently hiding behind his door, breathing heavily. The adrenaline and excitement that filled his veins after committing such a heinous act and getting away with it filled his mind with joy. Adrenaline and endorphins pumped through his blood in a way that he had never felt before. He could get used to this. Or so he thought. However, when he appeared in front of the mirror, he noticed his clothes and hands were stained with blood, and he was still holding onto the murder weapon. He immediately began to panic and stripped his clothes before wrapping them around the murder weapon and tossing it out his window. Conrad was not exactly the smoothest criminal. Not only had he left a massive trail pointing in his direction, but he tossed even more crucial evidence such as the murder weapon and his blood-stained noble clothing outside the window, directly into the bushes below. With the way he had handled this act of cruelty, it was only a matter of time before Berenger found out he did the deed. Of course, he had no way of knowing this, and thus he grinned in the mirror. He could not wait to kill something else that Linda loved, but the only thing she loved other than those cats was Berenger, Henrietta, and Hans. It would not be easy to inflict harm upon either of those three individuals. Berenger had for some time suspected Conrad might do something to his son, and thus he had the infant's room constantly under lockdown. Only he, Henrietta, and Linda were allowed into the room. Since becoming a father, he had grown paranoid and did not even trust his staff to take care of his infant son. As for Henrietta, there was no way Conrad could harm her. The little girl was incredibly skittish and would never get near enough to Conrad for him to hurt her. Even then, guards followed her around the clock to ensure her safety. If Conrad even attempted to harm the girl, a bayonet wall would be placed in front of him, and he would be killed on the spot. Thus, for now, he had to wait until Linda found something else she loved. Then Conrad would make sure to torment her by taking it away. He could already feel the excitement of doing such a thing. It was just a shame he did not get to see Linda's disturbed face, but her scream was enough for him to enjoy. It replayed itself in his mind on repeat. Thinking about such things brought a wicked grin to his face. As for Berenger, while his forces led an investigation, he had personally buried the 3 cats that were Linda's dear pets and brought his lover into the bath, where he scrubbed her clean. She was incredibly distraught by the barbaric display that somebody had made out of her pets, and she could not stop sobbing. Berenger was in the middle of comforting her in this crisis as she held him close and stroked her silky strawberry blonde hair. "I swear I will find whoever did this and end their miserable existence." Berenger was not exactly the best at comforting others. The best he could do was be there for Linda and promise to avenge the cats. Though Linda was sobbing, she managed to make out a phrase. "Why? Why would someone do this? What did I do to deserve this?" Berenger instantly grabbed a hold of the girl and wrapped her into his embrace as he tried to comfort her once more. "This is not your fault. If anything, it is mine. I have made too many enemies. Somehow they must have gotten to someone in the castle, and this is their way of warning me. When I find out who plotted this, I will raze their castle to the ground and butcher their family in front of their eyes." Berenger was thoroughly outraged. This act had pressed on 3 of his reverse scales. First off, it challenged his authority and control over his own home. He would not sleep easily at night knowing that his enemies could so easily accomplish something like this. Secondly, this was a threat to him, and his loved ones and Berenger did not tolerate threats. To do something like this meant someone was confident enough in their ability that they believed Berenger could not harm them even if he found out their identity, and for that degree of arrogance, he could not abide by it. Thirdly, and most importantly, the son of a bitch responsible for this savage act had crossed the line in the worst way possible. He had made one of his women cry, and for that, the penalty was death. Berenger did not care who was responsible for making Linda scream. They would face the full might of his wrath. After a while, the couple finally got out of the bath, where Berenger sent Linda to their room. He also got Henrietta to sleep alongside her. The room was under constant guard by his most elite and loyal units, men who had served beside him in many battles and would risk their lives to protect him and his family, men who would never betray him. After settling these affairs, Berenger sat on his seat of power, where he consumed copious amounts of alcohol. He would sit here until the perpetrator was revealed, and then he would have his vengeance. An entire night passed before all the evidence was gathered: the head chef, the maid in the hallway, as well as the blood trail, and the blood-stained clothing wrapped around the murder weapon. All of these things had been gathered before Berenger while he drank from his skull chalice with an ice-cold expression on his face. The captain of his guard approached Berenger after bringing the evidence before him and began to make his accusation. "Your Excellency, all signs point to Conrad being the perpetrator. There is a blood trail leading to his room. We found his tunic stained in blood and wrapped around the weapon that was used in the killing in a bush below his window. We even have an eyewitness reporting that they saw him enter the courtyard shortly before the crime. The head chef and his entire staff can also testify that Conrad has ordered him to give up a knife earlier in the day without explaining the reason for it." At this point, Berenger was consumed with rage. However, his rationality told him he couldn't very well kill the legitimate duke for murdering a few house pets. Nevertheless, something needed to be done, and as such, Berenger asked the question on his mind. "Where's the boy now?" The captain of the guard quickly offered his knowledge in response to his lord's request. "He is currently contained within his room. We have guards posted outside the door to ensure he does not escape." "What do you want us to do with the young duke, Your Excellency?" Berenger thought about it for a few moments before making a shocking declaration. Nothing. I will speak to the boy myself. As for the rest of you, swear upon pain of death that you will not reveal the contents of this conversation. After seeing the murderous glare in Berenger's eyes, everyone in the room who had witnessed the conversation pledged a vow of eternal silence on the matter. I swear by the pain of death that I will never reveal the contents of the conversation that has taken place here. Afterward, Berenger signaled for the people to be dismissed. He then sighed heavily before getting up off his chair and strolling towards Conrad's quarters. When he finally arrived, the guards saluted him, and Berenger gave his command. "Open it." With that, the guards nodded and opened the door that led to Conrad's room. They were about to follow him in when Berenger raised his hand and halted them. "Stay outside and make sure nobody enters." One of the guards immediately protested the decision. "Your Excellency, I don't think this is a good idea." Yet all he got in return for his warning was a hateful gaze that burned with the fury of 1,000 suns. Upon seeing that, he quickly shut his trap and did as he was told. Afterward, Berenger proceeded into the room and closed the door behind him, latching it in place. Upon entering, Berenger saw Conrad staring at him with a nervous expression. He did not realize how he managed to get caught so soon. Berenger was as cold as ice and slowly approached the window where he opened it, allowing the cold breeze of the summer dawn to waft upon him. After a few moments of silence, he leaned on the wall next to the window and crossed his arms before breaking the silence. "Conrad, enlighten me if you will, because I am dreadfully confused. Are you so arrogant that you believed, even after figuring out who was responsible for such a heinous crime, that I would not punish you? Or are you simply the most unbelievably stupid criminal in the history of mankind? Did you really believe I would not find out you did it?" Conrad immediately played dumb and looked away from Berenger as he did so. "I have no idea what you are talking about." With this, Berenger sighed before raising his tone to that of an oppressive tyrant. "There's a blood trail that leads directly to your room. Your tunic soaked in the blood of the victims was found wrapped around the murder weapon in the bushes below your window. And there were eyewitnesses who can put you within the vicinity of the crime scene shortly before it happened. On top of all of that, my entire kitchen staff can testify that you showed up and took the murder weapon from their hands. So cut that act and answer my questions. Why on earth would you do such a thing? Are you that unsatisfied with the way I am managing the realm that you must resort to threatening me by killing my lover's pets?" Realizing that he had been caught red-handed, Conrad began to laugh until finally, he asked a question to Berenger that he did not expect. "Do you have such a glorious image of yourself that you believe I did this to threaten you?" "This has nothing to do with you, Berenger." Berenger was astonished when he heard this. He could not think of another reason why the boy would behave in such a vile manner, and as such, Berenger inquired about the boy's reasoning. "Then why?" Conrad immediately gritted his teeth and ground them in a fury before screaming at the top of his lungs. "To teach that bitch a lesson." Hearing that the target of Conrad's attack was not himself, but his lover, Berenger's mind immediately became engulfed in fury. He could no longer contain his anger as it quickly consumed all rational thought. If there was one thing that could destroy his logic and reason, it was someone targeting his loved ones. He was fair game, but those he cared about were strictly off-limits. Despite his devouring rage, he looked at Conrad with a cold and indifferent expression, leading one to believe he was perfectly calm. In doing so, he turned his attention to the light of dawn that slowly began to reveal itself, and as such, he beckoned Conrad over to his side. "Conrad, come here. I want to show you something." Conrad was confused as to why Berenger was so calm, but in his naivety, he did not feel a hint of danger, for Berenger would never kill him off so abruptly. After all, if he had a sudden, unexplainable death, it would cause the other lords of Austria to rise against him. As such, he humored Berenger and walked next to him, standing in front of the open window, gazing upon the beautiful sunrise. After arriving next to Berenger, the young Count of Tyrol began to speak to Conrad in a chilling tone. "Conrad, tell me something. Do you know what the punishment is for harming my loved ones?" Conrad immediately shifted his gaze from the sunrise to Berenger's calm and stoic look before putting on a shit-eating grin. He was extremely confident Berenger would not kill him and, as such, arrogantly challenged Berenger. "No, what?" At that moment, a murderous aura erupted from Berenger and displayed itself through his eyes. The moment it did so, Berenger revealed the penalty for Conrad's crimes. Death. Before Conrad could even react to the statement, Berenger had pushed him over the window pane, and the boy fell headfirst into the stone courtyard below. The moment his head came into contact with the hard surface, he died on the spot. Conrad was truly and utterly dead, and with his death, the mighty Habsburg dynasty was brought to an end. As for Berenger, he gazed coldly upon the scene of his crime for but a moment before leaving Conrad's chambers with an apathetic expression on his face and a murderous glint in his eyes. Chapter 217. Preparation is the key to survival. Down on the ground below Conrad's room was the shattered body of a young boy. This boy was the Duke of Austria. That is until moments prior. The servants of the castle of Kufstein quickly gathered around the corpse and gazed with horror. Though they were aware that this boy was a puppet of Berenger, they could not imagine what events had led to his death. Quickly the guards gathered and began to secure the scene. Berenger, of course, was long out of sight. He had murdered the boy by defenestrating him, and in doing so, covered his tracks quite well. Not a single soul had seen Berenger in the window with Conrad, and only his most loyal men knew that he had visited the boy during the hour of his death. Thus, while the guards secured the scene, Berenger was sitting on his seat of power, staring off into space. He had a momentary lapse in judgment after hearing that Conrad had murdered Linda's pets specifically to cause the young woman mental anguish and had thrown the boy out of the window and to his untimely demise. However, by now, Berenger's clarity had returned, and he realized his actions were not only rash but also foolish. With Conrad's death, he had to move up his plans for usurpation by several years. The boy was supposed to die a slow poison death that appeared to be a natural illness. Yet now he lies splattered on the stone floor of his castle courtyard. This would undoubtedly cause the nobles of Austria to view Berenger with suspicion, and that was the best-case scenario. The moment Berenger revealed Conrad's death to the rest of the realm, he would potentially face open rebellion. He could undoubtedly manage with his current armies, but the results of such a conflict would certainly delay his reforms by a large degree. Austria still had yet to recover from the war with the Bavarians, and now a few months later, they were once more on the brink of war. Though rebellion against his rule by the higher nobility was a certainty, he had yet to fully prepare for a quick and thorough war with the other nobles. Berenger deeply pondered his next step. Considering only the people in the castle of Kufstein knew of Conrad's death, Berenger would try to conceal such a thing as long as he possibly could. At most, he could buy himself a few weeks. How he utilized this brief period would be of critical importance in securing his authority over Austria. However, before he could do anything related to that, he needed an excuse for Conrad's death. While he was thinking about such an outcome, Linda arrived in front of him. Her eyes were red and puffy from a long night of crying. Despite this, she had a stern look on her face. She knew that by now, Berenger should have some idea who the culprit was behind the death of her beloved pets, and thus she quickly asked him the thought on her mind. "Did you find the culprit?" Berenger, who until now was in deep thought reflecting on his actions and the future events that they had spurred, suddenly noticed his beautiful lover standing before him and nodded his head in silence. Linda bit her lips as she was afraid to ask the perpetrator's identity, but ultimately she felt she needed to know who was responsible for such a heinous act if she were to gain closure. Thus, she steeled her resolve and asked the question. "Who was it?" Berenger sighed heavily before revealing the identity of the criminal. Conrad. Hearing this news, a look of disgust and hatred combined itself upon Linda's immaculate heart-shaped face before she finally snapped. That bastard! Where is he now? I want to punish him severely. However, Berenger's following words shocked her completely dead. A series of complex emotions overwhelmed the heavenly beauty at this moment. She had no idea how to react to this news. On the one hand, she was glad that justice had been dealt to the sadistic brat for his vile actions. However, she knew the consequences such a thing could have. As such, she never actually planned to kill him when she heard that the young duke was responsible for the deaths of her pets. Without realizing it, Linda became increasingly concerned and spat out the question on her mind. What did you do? Berenger looked around his great hall for a few moments, inspecting to see if anyone was listening in before he finally revealed what had transpired moments ago. I don't know. It is all a blur. Initially, I intended to scold him, maybe even beat him severely for his actions. However, when he told me that the reason for his wicked deeds was for the sole purpose of causing you anguish, something just snapped in my mind. The next thing I knew, Conrad was falling out the window headfirst into the courtyard below. Seeing the complicated expression on Berenger's face, Linda quickly approached him and kneeled before him, grabbing a hold of his hand and bringing it to her heart. She understood that his love for her and overwhelming desire to protect her had caused him to lose control of his actions and murder the boy. She, too, would likely do such a thing if their roles were reversed. Rather than allow Berenger to reflect on his actions and further stress about them, Linda shifted the topic to something more productive. What now? With this said, Berenger looked into his lover's sky-blue eyes with a solemn expression before revealing the intentions that he had come up with in his mind. We conceal his death for as long as possible. During this time, we prepare for war and have our troops armed and ready to march on the other counties. I need you to gather intelligence on the other counts, from Vorarlberg to the Kussenland. I need to know who will challenge my usurpation and who will bend the knee. As for his cause of death, we will say it was a suicide. Without a proper investigation, nobody will know what has happened here on this day. Linda quickly nodded. She still had a gloomy expression as she was still troubled by the deaths of her furry little pets, but she knew now was not the time to grieve. Work needed to be done. They were in a period of critical importance. One mistake and all of their ambitions would come crashing down around them. Thus she did not have time to mourn her precious pets. After thinking about it for a few moments, the woman spoke her mind. I will get it done as quickly as possible. By the time the news is leaked, we will know who are our enemies and who are our allies. Seeing the woman he so dearly loved put aside her emotions for the greater good put a bitter smile on Berenger's face as he caressed his lover's glossy strawberry blonde hair before hugging her tightly. I promise when this is all over, I will give you a period of reprieve where you can properly deal with your loss. I know how much you cared for those cats. I swear I will never allow something like this to happen again. Though Berenger could not see her face, he could tell that the tears Linda had worked so hard to choke back had begun to flood down her exquisite face. She quickly latched onto Berenger and cried to her heart's content for the next few minutes. Afterward, she wiped them from her eyes before thanking Berenger. Thank you, and I promise I will have a comprehensive report on your desk by the end of the week. Berenger did not keep Linda any longer. He, too, had many matters to attend to in the upcoming days. For starters, he needed to write a series of official declarations of Conrad's demise and his usurpation of the boy's title. Of course, he would only release it after everything was in place for the transition of power in Austria. Thus Berenger and Linda quickly got to work on preparing for the unknown future. Though it was entirely possible that the other counts would respect his rise to power and bend the knee peacefully, Berenger was not a man who believed such a thing was likely. To him, it was better to be prepared for the outcome of the war, even if it didn't happen, then it was to hope for the best and leave himself vulnerable. Berenger had an idea in his head of how this war would play out, but he needed to know for sure. Thus he had set Linda to task to find out who his enemies were. However, Berenger was pretty confident that Count Otto, who ruled over Steiermark, Count Oettinger, who ruled over Vorarlberg, and Count Adelbrand, who under Berenger's direction had replaced his brother Wolfgang as the Count of Salzburg, would be aligned with him. As for the counties of Upper Austria, Lower Austria, Kärnten, Krain, and the Kussenland, Berenger did not know how they would react to Conrad's death or who they would side with. Thus he needed to prepare himself for the possibility of a civil war. Chapter 219, 218, Surprise Visit. While Berenger and Linda were preparing for the possibility of another war, the Byzantine princess had an important guest visit her. Though at the moment, Anuria was entertaining herself in the courtyard with her pet eagle Heraclius, utterly unaware that her fiancé was about to see her. Since Anuria was 5, she raised the Eastern Imperial Eagle as her pet, and it was quite honestly her only friend. She was the only daughter of the current Byzantine emperor, and to say her relationship with her brothers was strained could be considered an understatement. Since a young age, she had been heavily sheltered by her parents, to the point where she had never even left the palace or its grounds. The only men she had met outside of her family were either her father's subordinates or the various suitors that had heard of her legendary beauty and traveled a long way to meet her. Despite this, she found every man who attempted to gain her hand in marriage to be genuinely insufferable. Thus she had rejected them all ruthlessly, to the point where she was now 15 and close to the age of marriage without a fiancé. That is until relatively recently, where her father had, against her wishes, engaged her to the Crown Prince of France. Anuria wore a pretty smile and giggled as she played with her pet eagle. Its majestic wingspan revealed itself as it took off into the sky and hovered in the air, like a watchful guardian of its friend and master. However, seeing an unknown man approach Anuria's vicinity, the eagle instantly dived down and got in the man's path. This man was Aubry de Valois, the Crown Prince of France and Anuria's fiancé. He had traveled a great distance to meet the gorgeous young princess whom he was engaged to. However, the moment Anuria saw the man in front of her, a frown instantly spread across her exquisite face, and she merely snubbed the man. Aubry was by no means a masculine man, even though he was said to be a talented warrior. The young man was overtly feminine, not just in his facial features, but also in the shape of his body. He was petite, slender, lean, and had the skin of a woman. He had long, center-parted, dirty blonde hair that went down to his waist and emerald green eyes. If one did not know his identity, they might mistake him for a woman upon first glance. This was one of the reasons Anuria was not fond of the man. Another was that he was a well-known pillow biter. Despite the Catholic churches and society as a whole's intolerance for homosexuality, it still existed. Sometimes, there were instances of men like Aubry who, despite being infamous for such proclivities, held high positions and were not subjected to the harassment of the church. Seeing his fiancée in front of him and an eagle blocking his path, Aubry put on a pretty smile as he maintained his distance, the sight of which instantly disgusted Anuria to the core of her being. Afterward, Aubry spoke in a voice so feminine it was virtually indistinguishable from a woman's. "Anuria, I am so happy to meet you finally. I am Prince Aubry de Valois of the Kingdom of France. Daddy said you were beautiful. It appears he was not lying. How do you make your skin so pale? It is gorgeous. I wish I had skin as fair as yours." The man did not even try to hide the fact that he was not the slightest bit interested in Anuria as a woman. The way he complimented her was as if he was another girl seeking beauty tips. Anuria was convinced that if cross-dressing were not a severe offense in Europe, this man would undoubtedly walk around in women's clothes, and nobody would be any the wiser about his actual gender. As such, Anuria merely snubbed the man and lifted her arm before shouting a command. "Heraclius, come." With that, the Eastern Imperial Eagle flew down onto her forearm and perched upon it, where the young princess proceeded to walk away from her fiancé without paying him the slightest bit of attention. Seeing his fiancé flee in the opposite direction, the young man attempted to approach Anuria. However, the moment he got close to her, the eagle known as Heraclius quickly splayed its wings and cawed at the French prince. Though Aubrey was a battle-hardened knight, the overprotective nature of the eagle sent a shiver down his spine as he could very clearly feel its killing intent. He immediately became aware that with the eagle protecting Anuria, he would have no way to approach her and accomplish the goal his father had set for him, which was to gain her favor. After all, the Kingdom of France needed a powerful ally. It was currently engaged in a war with England. Their neighbor to the east was presently embroiled in a civil war, with a notably problematic individual rising to power amid the chaos. If France wanted to maintain its dominance over European affairs, they would need to cultivate an alliance with the major power of the Mediterranean, and that was the Byzantine Empire. However, before he could even begin to accomplish such a task, the princess had snubbed him as if he were nothing more than ordinary refuse. Aubrey quickly let out a sigh, and seeing that he was the only one around, he promptly began to pout as he expressed his thoughts. "If only I could marry one of her brothers, it is much easier to seduce a man than it is to befriend a woman, and no man can resist my charms." After leaving Aubrey behind with his thoughts, Anuria ran into the palace with Heraclius attached to her arm before leading him up to her room, where she quickly shut it behind her. Afterward, the eagle flew over to a perching post and rested upon it while gazing at his master with a mocking expression. The eagle was brilliant and was essentially making fun of the fact that Anuria would be forced to marry someone who was more woman than a man. Seeing this shit-eating grin on Heraclius' face, Anuria tossed a pillow at the bird before chastising it. "What are you laughing at?" Heraclius, of course, dodged the attack and landed on the bed in front of Anuria, where she was sprawled out and pouting. She clutched another one of her silk-covered pillows and began to scream into it at the top of her lungs. Of course, the sound was muffled, and nobody but her and Heraclius could hear such a thing. After releasing her pent-up frustrations, Anuria felt a little bit better about the whole situation, and she began to think aloud, as she so often did when she was alone. Am I destined to be sold off to the sissy French prince and live out the rest of my days as a trophy wife for that fairy? Anuria instantly began to bite her luscious pink lips as she continued to pout over the situation she was in. Won't somebody save me from this marriage? At that moment, she heard a knock on the door and the worried tone of a familiar voice came from the outside. "Princess, are you in here? I heard that you ran off from the meeting with your fiancé. Are you all right?" Anuria instantly began to pout once more before yelling at the door. "Go away." She knew exactly who was behind the door, and she did not feel like talking to him at the moment. The man standing behind the door was Aretha's, and he heavily sighed when he heard these words before acquiescing to the princess's demands. "As you wish, your highness." Shortly after saying these words, Anuria realized something. She was curious about the conversation that Aretha's had with her father not long ago in the royal gardens, and thus quickly ran to the door and opened its latch. The act of which surprised Aretha's, and her subsequent actions further confused him. Anuria blushed lightly and looked away from Aretha's before muttering in a low tone, "Come in. I have some questions to ask you." Hearing that he was welcome, he took the princess up on his offer and entered her room, where he quickly sat down on one of her chairs. The princess herself sat down on the bed and stared awkwardly at the man who had acted as an uncle to her growing up. Aretha's was one of the emperor's best generals and was a close personal friend of the family. Though he had been away on campaigns for the last few years, he commonly acted as a confidant for the princess during her childhood since she did not have any friends other than her pet eagle. After a few moments of silence, Anuria finally cleared her throat and spoke the question on her mind. I want to ask you about the man named Berenger. Arethusa was even further confused when he heard this question. Just where had the girl heard that name before? And why was she interested in a lowly count from across the sea? Nevertheless, since she had asked, he had no choice but to answer to the best of his ability. What do you want to know about him? Hearing that Arethusa was willing to answer her questions, Anuria became quite flustered. She had not thought through the questions she wanted to ask, and so she took a few moments to consider before the first question came to her mind. What is he like? Arethusa thought about this question for a few minutes before giving an honest evaluation of the man. Berenger is a ruthless and ambitious man who will do whatever it takes and offend whoever he desires so long as he is capable of achieving his goals. Hearing this, Anuria was about to lose interest. Though she wanted to be the wife of an ambitious and capable man, she did not care for cruelty. However, before she could entirely give up on the subject, Arethusa continued his evaluation. Despite this, he is exceptionally benevolent to his friends, family, and the people under his protection. Every time I return to the city he has built, the people seem happier and wealthier than they were prior. He has spent a significant expense on building walls that rival our Theodosian walls around his city to protect his people and has even developed an enhanced system of plumbing and waste disposal to ensure the health of his citizens. From the interactions I have seen with his family, he seems to care deeply about their safety, health, and happiness. If I had to evaluate the man, I would say he is kind-hearted and charitable to his allies, but ruthless and tyrannical to his enemies. He will stop at no lengths to protect his loved ones, no matter how vile the actions may be or how powerful the enemies he may make. Berenger von Kufstein is undoubtedly a formidable man, one who is destined for greatness, assuming he lives long enough to achieve it. Hearing Arethusa, the mighty general of the Byzantine Empire, so thoroughly compliment the man further fueled Anuria's sense of wonder in Berenger. A large twinkle appeared in her mint-green eyes as she blurted out the next question on her mind. Is he handsome? Arethusa was taken aback by the statement, though he never wanted to admit it. Berenger was exceptionally handsome and charming, those two aspects added to his natural charisma, something that Arethusa greatly envied about the man. However, when the princess was the one to ask him the question, he had no choice but to answer honestly. He nodded his head in agreement rather than waste words describing Berenger's appearance. Hearing that Berenger was handsome on top of his exceptional character made Anuria even more interested in the man. Thus the last question was one of critical importance to her. Thus she began to blush lightly as she poked her index fingers into one another without looking Arethusa in the eyes. Is he married? It took Arethusa a while, but he finally understood why this girl was asking about Berenger. As such, he began to chuckle before giving her an honest answer. I wouldn't get my hopes up if I were you, my dear princess. Not only is he engaged to a very caring young woman, but he also has a lover on the side who is equally exceptional. Her beauty is not inferior to your own. They also have a child together. I am sorry to say, but it would never work out between you and him. Even if Berenger is a valued trading partner of the empire, and one day becomes the ruler of significant power, your father will never allow you to become a mere concubine, and I doubt Berenger will break his marriage to the girl he is set to marry. I hate to say it, Anuria, but you have to face the facts. You are now engaged to the Crown Prince of France, and despite your objections, that isn't going to change. Hearing this news, Anuria's fragile heart nearly imploded. She felt like she had found the perfect companion, but he was already engaged and had a lover, which means there was likely no place for her in his life. On top of that, Arethusa had reminded her of her dreaded betrothal. As such, her expression immediately soured, and she nodded her head with lifeless eyes. Seeing the state of the princess's depression, Arethusa felt his heart break, but there was nothing he could do about such a thing. As such, he decided to leave her be to have some time to think to herself. After leaving her room and shutting the door behind him, Anuria slowly broke into tears. She would spend the rest of the day moping about her future. Chapter 220, 219. Quelling a rebellion before it begins. The illumination of high noon gleamed through the windows of Berenger's study, and with it, landed upon his handsome figure. The young count had a calm expression as he sipped from his tea. In front of him were two people reporting the news he had been waiting for. One of these individuals was his lover Linda, and the other was his close friend and Field Marshal Eckhard. As Berenger enjoyed the flavor of the chamomile tea, Linda spread a report across his desk. Its contents revealed the general attitudes of the noblemen of Austria and how they would react to the news of Conrad's demise and Berenger's declaration of usurpation. As Berenger read through its contents, Linda announced the general summary of what the report contained. As you have expected, Count Oettinger, Count Otto, and Count Adelbrand will support you. Their views are simple: to struggle against you is an act of suicide. Besides that, there is a consensus by these counts and their vassals that despite losing power in the forms of feudal armies, the economic benefits of tying their dynasties to positions of control over your businesses far outweigh the losses they will suffer because of your reforms. Berenger nodded in approval when he heard this and continued to read the report. While he did so, Linda further commented on it. Upper and Lower Austria will stay out of the conflict entirely. Our spies have reported that while the Count of those Upper Austria is not favorable towards you or your rise to power, his vassals support your reforms, and without their aid, the Count will not have the armies to rebel against you. As for Lower Austria, as you know, it is the crownland ruled by Conrad. With his death, it has fallen directly into your hands. As such, you will see no resistance in the northern portion of Austria. Berenger flipped through the pages while drinking from his tea, nodding in silence. The report was thorough and included far more details than Linda was summarizing. As such, he took the time to read through it while his lover continued to report her findings.